Okay, so guys, I have a story. It's a personal experience, and it's up to you whether you choose to believe it or not. I am not even sure I believe it fully, but it has been gnawing at me since it happened, so here goes nothing. Let's start with a bit of background info on me first. I'm a marine biologist and have been for the past 3 years since I graduated university with a master's degree. I got a job with a research group in northern Canada, studying Arctic and subarctic shark species around the Canadian shore, specializing in the Greenland shark. Last November, me and a group of about 15 colleagues of mine volunteered to travel to Baffin Island, following some tagged Greenland sharks to monitor their populations and migratory habits. Since there was very bad weather scheduled for December, we only had a few weeks to get up there, get a few dives in, and leave, so we were fairly strapped for time. It is damn near impossible to get there over land, so we took a boat out, with a few tents aboard, our sonar and diving equipment. One of the others was piloting it. I was responsible for the sonar setup, and I would be doing some diving when we got into position. We had planned to stick to the northwest coast of the island, in the fjords and the coastal waters. But by the time we got there, the tags were showing that the majority of the sharks had moved east, towards Baffin Bay. We stayed at our first location for a day, got a few dives in, and brought in a good-sized female Greenland, but she was the only catch we got, and I wasn't picking up anything bigger than that. So after making a note of the position of the catch, we made our way towards the bay. We'd been itching to get out there since we'd seen the data from the tag trackers. We were excited because we knew that the Greenland was pretty poorly studied, and any new insight on its behavior would be very big news. What we were really interested in was how they acted in deep water. Now, Baffin Bay has a large section of water in the abyssopelagic zone, about 2,000 meters deep. We knew Greenlands were sleeper sharks, so they were pretty adamant on trying to prove they fed at depth, since nobody is sure what they predate or how they capture it. If they dive for food, it could be proof of scavenging. Anyway, our seniors would not take us out into the bay at first. We stuck by the east coast of Baffin, along the pack ice. Diving was an issue, but we got a few of our tagged specimens in. We spent a week total moving down the coast, about 3 separate locations. After we'd gone as far south as we were willing to, the suggestions of me and a few others had gotten to the seniors, and they finally took us out into the bay, over the Baffin Hollow. Of course, we could not dive that deep, but we could see if we could hook any specimens at depth. On our way out, I kept the sonar on for any sign of sharks. They had a pretty recognizable signature, elongated and larger than most things out there. But as we got over the hollow, I started picking up some weird signatures, big signatures. It would always just be a flash whilst we went past. I did show a few others, but they threw it off as rock formations along the bed. It was pretty common. For lack of a better explanation, I decided to agree, since it wasn't whale season, and I could not think of anything else being that big down there. Moving on, we could only stay out there for a couple of days at a time, and not all of our crew could be on the boat, since it did not have accommodation for all of them, so we were basically down to a skeleton crew. I was classed as essential, since I ran the sonar, so I was out on every single trip. On our third venture out there, it was my turn to make a dive. We'd hooked a couple of sharks, but they were not tagged, and they were at fairly shallow depths, so nothing groundbreaking. It was me, my diving partner, then another pair who went down that day. Things started out okay, but looking back, my alarm bell should have been ringing. We'd taken roughly the same route back and forth from the position, and my sonar readings were different every time. We did not get the anomalies we got on the first day on any following trips. They were always slightly different. Obviously, it would be officially negligible, but it's something that stuck in my head after what I saw down there. Me and my partner had decided to go to our maximum cutoff depth at about 40 meters. I remember looking down over the hollow and just seeing a deep blue abyss. It is really fucking surreal, like standing at your door and looking at another world. Imagine it, clear blue waters all around you, then just a gaping dark maw below. Visibility was pretty good, since there wasn't any sediment to impede us. Unfortunately, There was not a single trace of life here. On previous dives, we always had some type of fish, or even shark, just swimming within view, but not today. I had no way of contacting the other diving group, but I could just barely see them, about 10 meters up and 100 meters behind us. My diving partner set about rising to get some decent footage of the scenery. I was meant to be laying some hooks. The job took us about 20 minutes in total, and we were pretty strapped for time because of oxygen. I'd spent the majority of the time looking down, and just before I got a tug on my safety line to pull me up, I saw it. A colossal white shape. It was like a white silhouette. I was almost certain it had a glow to it because it must have been a good 500 meters deeper than me, and it still looked massive. It was moving slowly, then it just dipped out of view, like the depths swallowed it back up. I was not sure what I had seen, and I was pretty dizzy from looking down the whole time, but after that, I made my way back to the boat and gave my reports. We went back to the shore that evening. We would return the next day to check the lines. When we came back the next day, I was not able to dive, but I helped haul the catches back in. What was fucking terrifying though, was when we pulled in half the carcass of a 20-foot Greenland shark. The seniors were baffled, and chatter started going around the rest of the crew. About 8 of us were on board at that time. Eventually, the conclusion that the Greenland were cannibalistic and that they had taken the opportunity to eat the shark that was hooked was what we came up with. They usually survive for a long time once hooked. They can still move around, and their metabolisms make sure that they do not starve. But what was odd was that the carcass was cleanly cut. There were no obvious signs of tearing. I mean, Greenlands can only open their mouths so wide, and their teeth are small, made for tearing bite-sized chunks off. They are the largest species in this habitat, and none of us could think of what the fuck else could have done it. The white silhouette came to mind, and I suddenly started doubting what I thought I knew about ocean habitats. I never bought into stories about huge creatures living in the abyss. The logistics just were not in their favor. But I recalled that this was a whale migration path, and the hollow could literally be a trapdoor for whatever that glow came from. I was reluctant to mention it, so I briefly asked the hook layer from the other diving team if he'd seen anything strange on the dive. I am still pretty chilled by her answer. She said she had seen the white glow too. It started deep, and she said it came within a few 100 meters. She did not see any details, and she thought it was just a trick of the light. But after what I'd seen, I was not so sure. Now, I am sorry that the story was not longer, but that was my story. I still don't know what the thing was, but I know that after that dead shark, we got absolutely no more captures in the areas, not even along the coast, and 5 tags were still unfound. I have not been back to the area, and I don't think I want to. I never told anybody else, and I have not done any field work outside of Saguenay Fjord. It was elongated, and it was definitely wider at one end, so I'm guessing it had pectoral fins of some description. But from the distance it was, and the size it appeared to be, it was definitely larger than any whale I had ever seen, especially any diving whale living in that area. And it did not seem to have a fluke. It was as if the tail end just ended in a rounded nub, like the tail was pointing downwards. Well, logic and study dictates I say it was a whale, but believe me, it was huge, and no whale I know of is bioluminescent. The closest thing I could place it at would be a beluga 6 times the size of an average specimen. In my experience, I have never come across any animal that large in that habitat, or one that could feast on large predatory sharks whose flesh is considered toxic. I don't suspect a mammal of that size could sustain itself in the hollow for that long without surfacing. Plus, if the sonar readings I got were correct, what I saw might not have even been all of it. I could, if I would, but as I said, we monitor shark populations. It's going to be impossible for me to acquire deep-sea apparatus, and even then, we would need permissions for the dive. I'm afraid that I can't get that kind of setup with no evidence but some iffy sonar readings and 2 blurred sightings of a white silhouette. Okay, you forget the fact that you said the shark was cut cleanly in half. This would probably be evidence enough to investigate a new species, if nothing known in the area could do that. If you are not able to go back, okay, tell someone who is. Yes, but the senior researcher was pretty set on the explanation of cannibalism in the species. It is known behavior. I was unsure because the wound was clean, and Greenland sharks do not have a large bite radius. It would be my word against his, unfortunately, and it was nigh on a year ago. Isn't it a common thing that such a massive amount of small fish can look like one big one in such distances underwater? It's a plausible explanation, but I don't think it applies here. The shape of the image did not shift, as it would if it was just the reflective side of a fish shoal. Plus, the color was white. I wasn't even sure if it was glowing, from the top down. Fish are usually camouflaged quite well to prevent being eaten by pelagic predators. Again, Ope, is it possible it could have been something related to a jellyfish? Although, I don't believe jellyfish would have jaws, let alone ones that cleanly cut flesh. Could be a type of fish or amphibious creature. I seriously doubt any kind of mammal. Reptile would be easier to believe than mammal for me, but I doubt that too. Did it have any other specific features that you could make out? From what I saw, it did not. It was a dull white shape with a pale glow, but it was huge. You have to understand that it was far away from me and enveloped in darkness. Be me, 17 years old at the time, planning a bonfire with some friends, and some friends' friends. Bonfire is set up in the middle of an apartment complex. It's like a brick fire barbecue thing. Start the fire when the sun goes down. Cop who lives nearby comes and tells us to go home because we're making too much noise. Fuck it. Last week of summer, we are going to have this fucking bonfire. Move it to the woods. Familiar place. I've been there before. Good times begin. Friend Z is pretty drunk. Anon, I need to piss. Come watch my back. What? Come on. Didn't really think, but kind of wanted to get away from the crowd for a bit. Social anxiety and shit. You know what's up. Friend leads me out pretty far, towards a creek. Takes like 5 fucking minutes to piss. Returns to fire pit. Everyone is gone. I can hear someone running a distance away. I yell out hello. The running stops. Nope. Managed to make our way out of the woods. Get a call from friend Das, right as we started coming out of the woods. Did you guys make it out okay? He sounds kind of scared. I say, yeah. Why didn't you tell us you guys were leaving? Apparently, there was some crazy half-naked dude roaming the woods that tried to drink all of their beer, and when he pulled a knife on them, they all bolted. It was just scary as fuck knowing that we were alone out there with him lurking in the woods. Never go back to those woods at night, ever again. The events in this next story took place a little bit before the crazy beer dude. Be 15 years old maybe. Be obnoxious adolescent stoner. Smoking a bowl in the woods with friends Z and S and GFA. At different places before, but same friends. Huh, dude, look how high I am. I was actually pretty high to be fair. See a guy with a golf club in a small clearing behind us. Looks like he's looking for something. GF says her sister knows him or something. Sketched out the whole day. Could have been the weed, but something definitely was not right about this dude. News report comes on the next day. It says a dude went missing. Last seen near the apartment complex that we were at that day. Asked GF to turn on the news. It was the golf club guy. A couple days later, his body was found about a half-mile in woods from where we were. He had been beaten to death with a golf club. What? They never found the guy who did it. Was it the crazy beer dude? I guess I will never know. My face went. I still live about a quarter mile away from those woods, and the last one I have of those woods is this story. Be about 2 years ago. Be 19 years old. Friend B and I are building a little shack in the woods, a fair bits away from where that murder happened, but still connected. Cutting down trees and shit, and putting up tarps and shit, and digging holes and shit. After about a month, it is finally done. Only go there for campfires, and since B still lives with his folks, all his friends and him always go there to drink or smoke weed, or whatever teens are doing these days. Get a call from B one day. You aren't going to fucking believe this. Apparently, He was porking his girl in the little shack we made, and when a crazy dude with a knife tried to assault his girlfriend, B, being a certified badass, quickly got his knife from his pants and stabbed him. Cops do their job. He lives. Gets sent to prison sometime later. We all come to the conclusion that it was crazy beer dude. B ends up moving in with me. Every last week of summer break from school/college, we go out to the pit and toast one off to crazy beer dude. Some nights we can still hear him, howling in the wind, brandishing his knife, and sipping on that oh-so-flavorful Heineken. Be 11-year-old me staying at my best friend's place for a sleepover. We live on the same street, so there's usually no reason to stay over, but we do it anyways for fun. Parents gone, babysitter watching us. Friend has a room with 2 twin beds and a shared bathroom between his room and his brother's room on the opposite end of the bathroom. I think this is called a Jack and Jill setup or some other shit in architect circles. Friend's brother is not home, just me, my friend, and the babysitter. Sleep in twin bed. Have full view of bathroom with a huge, wall-encompassing mirror. Pass the fuck out. Bolt the fuck awake. Not rub your eyes take time to wake up awake. I mean dead asleep to fucking alert as shit in the span of a millisecond. Stare up at the ceiling for a few minutes. Wondering why the fuck I'm up. Feels like something is in there with us. Look over. Friend is fast asleep. Look into the bathroom. Weird fucking greenish gray light floating around. It did not look like a candlelight. His side of the Jack and Jill bathroom door slowly shuts. Fuck. Stare at the ceiling for what feels like an hour. Start fading back to sleep. Hear the classic creak sound, like it was out of a fucking horror movie. Look at door. It's wide open. The light is back. Light goes over to the other side of the bathroom. Disappears. Then the other door slowly opens. Fuck this shit. Both doors shut at the same time. Nope. I run out of the house without even waking up my buddy or the babysitter and go straight back to my house. I have some other stories pertaining to my house and my neighborhood track. It was built near Native American lands and has some classic Old West lore attached to it. Shit is fucked. I still can't take a shit in that bathroom to this day. Be 14-year-old me sleeping away. I wake up in the middle of the night to take a piss and get some midnight water. No one is awake. I lay down in bed, trying to go back to bed. I am a restless sleeper, so it takes some time to get back to bed. I feel something sit down on the bed next to me. I turn around, expecting my little brother or someone else to be there. No one is there, but there is a fucking depression on the bed, as though someone had sat in it. Turn my nightstand light on. No one is there. Shit is freaky. It's just your imagination, Anon. Go back to bed, you pussy. Fall asleep. Bolt awake again, similar to what happened at my buddy's house. There is a fucking floating mass of darkness just hanging over me. The best way I could describe it would be like light eating ink, just sucking all light around it and forming into some fucking weird mass. No eyes, but even darker pits, which looked like some sick perversion of eye sockets. I am covered the fuck up in my warm-ass down comforter in the middle of July in SoCal, but I am cold as fuck. Hear a low sigh, like something taking its last breath. The black mass rushes past me up through my ceiling and is gone. Paralyzed by fear, I finally work up the courage to turn the nightstand light on. Don't sleep for the next 2 days. I did not tell this story to anyone in my immediate family for years because it was so fucking freaky and I did not want to relive it. I finally told this to my mom. She freaked the fuck out and told me that when the house was being built, we were the first owners. It was a new track. They had a lot of problems with vandalism. She came to inspect the build site one day and found a bunch of pentagrams and other ceremonial shit right where my room is. She had the pentagrams and other shit painted over when we moved in. She never told me because she did not want to freak me out. I have other stories too. My house is fucking crazy. I've come back from more nope storytelling. Sorry for the delay. Be 11-year-old me, hanging out downstairs watching a movie or something. Have a black Labrador, loyal and loving dog. Never bit anyone or anything, not even little love bites or whatever. Movie is playing, me and my family zoning out. Dog starts to freak the fuck out, barking and snarling like crazy, looking up above our den. My parents' room was directly above the den area. All of us are like, what the fuck is this guy's deal? Dog continues this for about 15 minutes. His hair is standing on edge, and he is foaming at the mouth. The dog finally calms down, and is just staring up at the ceiling. His eyes are following something, but there is nothing on the ceiling. We decide to go check upstairs. Try to get the dog to come up. Dog resists with all of his might. I try to pull on his collar to get him to go up the stairs. The fucker bites me. He never bit me before, and never bit me ever again after that night. The dog starts crying, tail between legs, shaking. He is scared as shit. Go upstairs. Nothing up there. Nope. That dog never ever slept in my parents' room again. He used to sleep there every night before then. After that night, he could not stay in my parents' room for more than a few minutes. After the dog incident, we began to routinely hear loud footsteps coming from my parents' room, even when no one was home. This happens to this day, and will happen throughout the day. Morning, day, night, it does not matter. We have heard it at all times in all environments. Often more than one person will hear the same thing at the same time. I've had my wife, my friends, my family's friends, even contractors hear the footsteps. These are loud fucking footsteps too, like someone is stomping the shit out of the floor. A lot of weird shit happened at the place I used to work at. Anyone interested? Okay, here goes. 3 years ago, I was working at a local grocery store. Pretty normal place, though there was a story of an employee who died there after slipping and cracking his skull on the cement freezer floor. I work the produce section, which means I stack and cut the fruit to be sold to customers. I asked to work specifically night shifts, simply because I work better at night and can spend more time with my GF. Usually run these shifts with a dude who I will refer to as F. One night, F and I are in the chop room preparing some corn for tomorrow. Talking while I cut, and he prepares by packaging them. I slice my finger and leave the room momentarily to go and get a band-aid. The med office is about a 10 or so minute walk from produce. It is a very large story, and this was upstairs. Come back, and F asked what I was doing 5 minutes ago. Dude, I was going upstairs to get a band-aid and shit for my finger. No you weren't, man. You were banging on the door asking if you could come in. What? Just drop it, I guess. Let's get this corn done. You guys want more? And no, I did not pre-write. Yeah, I still get chills every time I think of that moment. Here is another story. Working another night shift. Oh boy, time to take out the garbage. Go back to the room where we have the box compactor, the trash compactor, and multiple freezers. Freezers are made so that an alarm sounds whenever you open the door without pulling the lever correctly. Swipe to right, push the door, equals no alarm. Any other way equals alarm goes off. Go to back room with a cart full of trash to get rid of. Fill compactor full of trash, but only remove half of it from the cart. While I wait for it to compact, I text my GF and such. Texting for a few minutes as the machine does its work, when suddenly, every fucking freezer alarm in the back room goes off. There are at least 10 freezers in that room. Nearly shit my pants and scream out of fear. Go and look at the levers. They have all been pulled in all different ways, except for right. All done at the same time. Fucking nope. I got a few more. Dude, how have you not quit your job? Could it have just been someone else that works there, or did it sound exactly like you? According to him, it sounded exactly like me. Plus, we were the only 2 produce guys that night, and no one ever comes to our department except the store manager, who just opens up the door without even asking. I did quit. I am now taking a college course and working in a bar. Another story. B night shift again. Me and F are in the back room piling up stock, getting all the stuff we need to get and exit the back room. Put lock on the freezer door properly because the freezer recently leaked and it fucked over the produce section big time. Lots of lost hours. We are filling and shit and putting out produce, helping customers, when someone asks for a product that I go out back to check. As soon as I get to the locked freezer, I hear a huge crash inside the freezer room. The fuck? Call F over the store phone and tell him to come to the freezer, now. We walk into the freezer, and the back room is fucking trashed. We are both in shock. No one could have gotten in. One box looks like it had been fallen on by someone and broken off impact. So I don't know why that made me laugh. Few more. Fuck it. One last story before bed. Anyone capping this? It is now the next day after the destruction of the freezer. F and I are called in to clean the mess. We are both clear of any wrongdoing, as our supervisor watched the security footage and saw that neither of us were in the room, and it appeared that the boxes just randomly fell. Boss thinks it was a small, localized earthquake. My ass. F and I begin to go clean up the back room. During the time, we both hear a strange rustling in the vents, but both ignore it. As we are cleaning, I hear a faint whistling from the other side. Really, bud? Whistling on the job? What? I thought that was you, man. We both just stare at each other in silence for a second. We both hear the whistling again. Fucking nope. We clean up as quickly as we can. We get the fuck out of there and go straight home. I quit that job about a week later. After asking around, I came to find out that the dude that slipped and cracked his head really loved working produce, and to be fair, I did too. After he died, there was a long and drawn-out settlement for a wrongful death that left his widow with very little money. He was probably vengeful towards the store and its current staff, or his replacements. A co-worker told me he used to whistle while he worked. Bit of background. I live in a cul-de-sac. At the end of it is a small, 2-level complex that constantly has poor/fucked up families moving in and out. Not a bad neighborhood, but this complex always attracts dirty shitheads, and therefore the police. Be literally 3 weeks ago. I wake up in the middle of the night to what sounds like something large and made of plastic being dragged up my street. Check the time. It is 3 AM exactly. The fuck? Look outside to see a family from the complex pushing 2 strollers up the street with their kids. Shitty stroller made the sound. Seen this family during the day sometimes, going out for walks. Mom, dad, young daughter, 6 to 7 years old, and younger son, 3 to 4 years old. Weird, but don't think anything of it. Next night, same shit. 3 AM on the dot. They are going up the street again. Continues a 3rd night. Begin to feel suspicious. Next night is a Friday night. Happens again. Okay. Puts on imaginary deer stalker. I am going to follow these fuckers. Quickly get dressed and sneak out of my house. University student, living with parents. Decently lit neighborhood, so I stay a good 100 meters away. See family head into the fucking woods that is at the end of the street, across from the cul-de-sac. Fairly small wooded area, has a railway running through it, but just big enough, I figure, to do weird shit in and not be seen. Jog up to the entrance of the forest when I lose sight of them. Can't see shit, Captain. Fairly familiar with the trails, thankfully, having explored and walked through the woods quite often as a kid, either with my parents or my friends. Never came across any spooky shit. Lived in this neighborhood all of my life too. Poke around a few trails until I find a light source deeper at the end of a trail. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, sweating bullets. Family is performing some kind of fucking weird witch shit. Children are back to back, each holding candles. Mom is talking rapidly in I don't know what the fuck language, and I am familiar with French, Spanish, Polish, and it did not sound like any Asian language, at least nothing like Chinese, Japanese, or Korean. Okay, I think it's time to go home and forget I saw anything. As if this were some cheesy horror flick, step on a branch and instantly draw attention to myself. Didn't even fucking notice the dad is standing off to the side, like at a 45-degree angle from me, facing the scene ahead of me. He is maybe 10 meters away. Turns on and points flashlight at me. Thankfully face is slightly obscured by branches. Freeze, and the 2 kids, mom and dad, are just fucking staring at me. Staring contest for a good 10 seconds. Mom begins to breathe extremely heavily, almost violently if that's possible. Picture Witch from Left 4 Dead when it begins to be startled. Well, looks like that is my cue. I sprint as fast as I can towards the direction of the street. Can hear the dad following behind me. Done track and field, specialized in hurdles. Jumping over everything like a crazy pansy. See salvation. I am shitting my pants going down the street. Look back and see the dad has stopped at the entrance of the woods. Called the police the next morning. A cop comes to my house to detail a report of what I saw. Basically laughs in my face. Does not take me seriously at all. Even makes a sarcastic joke about how they deal with street criminals, not vagabonds looking for shelter in the woods. Did not see the family until a week later, while walking to the bus stop heading to uni. The second they spotted me walking by, they just stop and stare. They fucking know. Nothing else to tell. No weird shit around my house. Stopped hearing them go out at 3 AM, but each time they fucking see me, to or from the bus stop, they just stand and stare until I am out of sight. In 2014, after finishing the 10th grade, I had the chance to join an archaeological excavation. At school, I was an activist and had managed to get acquainted with the head of a patriotic search party who invited me on an expedition. History had never been my favorite subject, but the romantic idea of tent life, along with a decent paycheck by local standards, convinced me to say yes. Besides, this time, the expedition was not searching for missing soldiers' remains. It was a commissioned dig for valuable Mansi artifacts. The trip started off on a high note, but one deeply unsettling event would later overshadow everything. A recent incident brought it all back into my mind. After packing our bags, and during the usual parental lectures about safety and wearing a hat, Siberian summers could be unpredictable. Frost in the morning, scorching heat by midday. We boarded the train. There were about 45 of us in total, 4 from our search party, 5 kids from an orphanage, 7 university students from a nearby city, 12 school children from Kazakhstan, and the rest, a mix of supervisors, archaeologists, and other staff. We got to know each other on the train, and while I remember everyone clearly, I will focus only on the ones who played a direct role in the events that followed. Understanding these people will help make sense of what happened later. First, there was me and my friend Danelle. At the time, we were just your average nerds. The main difference between us was that thanks to my school workload, I was a bit sharper and, more importantly, way more sociable. That worked out well for Danelle, who was shy and timid. He got into a lot of interesting experiences just by tagging along with me. Then there was Gelia, the leader of the orphanage kids. Even the supervisors called him by his nickname, as he insisted on correcting anyone who used his real one. At first, most people treated the orphanage kids, whom I'll refer to as DD, with a sort of patronizing kindness, but that did not last long. In reality, they were troublemakers, swearing constantly, lazing around, and stealing cigarettes and booze from the older guys. Most of the group grew to despise them. Still, a few of them weren't so bad. Next up, the university students. They were on an internship and had a great sense of humor, making them the most enjoyable company. I will single out Lenya and Volodya, 2 best friends. Lenya was a big, bald, intimidating-looking guy, but despite his appearance, he was always cracking jokes, often crude ones. He loved pranks, like scaring people or sneaking something unpleasant into their tents. Volodya, on the other hand, was calmer, smarter, and the first one I really bonded with. The chief was the leader of the Kazakh group. He got his nickname partly because of his resemblance to the character from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and partly as a joke. Seeing a group of Kazakhs living in a tent with a massive leader at the helm was an amusing sight. But unlike his fictional counterpart, the chief was secretive, petty, and gossipy. That said, he did genuinely care for and protect his group. And finally, there was Slavan, Vyacheslav Evgenovich to everyone else. He was the supervisor of our team and a seasoned excavation veteran, fearless, selfless, and brimming with small-town charisma. He was practically the protagonist of this whole story. During our time in the Khanty-Mansiysk Autonomous District, he worked as a scout, searching for potential dig sites. That's all for introductions. I know it's a long setup, but I like stories to be told properly and how they happened. Plus, this information might be useful for those trying to piece together what really happened. Now, on to the story itself. I'm not sure how scary or interesting it will be, but I swear, every word is true, or at least, as true as what I saw and heard. When we arrived at the excavation site, we were stunned. The tent camp was enormous, set in a vast clearing with a small river on one side, a road on the other, and a pit for trash and toilets behind us. Our tent was on the outskirts, between the makeshift bathhouse and Volodya and Lenya's tent. Behind us was Slavyan's tent. After a quick rundown of how things worked, Slavyan handed us pallets, a portable stove with a kettle, flashlights, and a bunch of other useful gear. This made us the kings of tent life. We didn't have to wait for water to boil in the communal vat, since we had our own burner. The first workday was tough but fun. We were split into teams. Ours included Volodya, Lenya, Galya, and the chief. Since we were young and inexperienced, Danil, Galya, his friend, and I were put on stretcher duty, while the older guys handled leveling. Hauling stretchers was not easy for two 17-year-old nerds, but we managed, and in the process, we got to know everyone better. After work came the best part: dinner, bathhouse trips, and campfire gatherings with a guitar. The first week flew by, and soon, it was time for the weekend. On Saturday, Lenya and Volodya showed up at our tent, grinning. They had a plan: try out Lenya's homemade moonshine, and hang out in our luxury tent. Danil and I had never even sniffed alcohol before, but we did not refuse. For the students, our tent was a great spot, cozy, well-equipped, and conveniently out of the way. As the night deepened, our cheeks grew redder, and the atmosphere got livelier. Lenya, ever the entertainer, started telling ghost stories, though his playful manner made them more amusing than scary. Then, out of nowhere, Volodya suggested, "Let's go wander in the forest by the toilets. Maybe we will scare someone." It sounded like a great idea, so we set off. The clearing itself was not heavily wooded, but the forest beyond was thick and nearly impenetrable. It would have been easy to get lost at night, so we stuck close together. But the moonshine dulled any sense of danger, and since we were walking in a straight line, we were not worried. The forest had a strange, almost peaceful charm, and we quickly forgot about our original plan to mess with people near the toilets. We kept walking until Danil suddenly needed to relieve himself. He disappeared into the bushes, and when he came back, he was holding some branches. "Look at this," he said. "What is it?" "I found it on a bush," Danil replied, holding out a makeshift cross that was tied together with twigs. "Maybe it just fell from a tree," Lenya suggested. "Come on, give it here." Volodya snatched it from Danil's hands and examined it closely. "No way. There's a hole in it, probably from a nail." "Where?" Volodya's face darkened. He spoke quietly. "On the bottom." "So, the cross was upside down." Lenya let out a nervous laugh. "Damn." Then he looked up. So did we. Hanging from the branches and nailed to tree trunks were dozens, maybe hundreds of inverted and right-sided crosses. Some were tied with twine, others hung from strings, swaying slightly in the breeze, and among them were strange, unrecognizable shapes, woven from twigs and rope. "What the actual fuck?" Lenya muttered, voice tight with disbelief. For the first time that night, no one was laughing. Just like the Blair Witch Project. "Damn it," I blurted out. "You're right," Volodya agreed, recognizing the reference, while Danil, trying to act nonchalant, pretended he had just gone off to use the bathroom. In truth, he was terrified. That is when we noticed we were standing in an oddly small clearing, sharply distinct from the rest of the forest. Volodya wanted to climb a small pine tree to rip down one of the strange hanging symbols, but as I scanned the area, I spotted something unnaturally shaped in the darkness. We moved toward it, and soon discovered it was an old dugout with a wooden roof. "Where the hell are we?" I muttered. Lenya grinned, but his smile did not hide his confusion. "Guys, maybe we should just forget about this," Danil said, clearly uncomfortable. "I'll go take a leak too," Lenya chimed in, awkwardly. "Maybe I'll find something cool out here too." With that, Lenya walked off, and Volodya and I began to explore the dugout. It was small, simple, more of a makeshift shelter than anything. The walls were lined with thin tree trunks, and there was something like a shelf or table protruding from the wall, along with a wooden couch in the corner. Though it appeared empty, we decided to crawl inside and see what we could find. I followed Volodya in, immediately heading for the couch. When I looked underneath it, I froze. There, again, were the same strange crosses and twig figures we had seen earlier. We scrambled out of the dugout, bolting back into the night, calling for Lenya, who had obviously gotten distracted. We had been exploring the dugout for so long, there was plenty of time for him to relieve himself. Lenya did not respond when we called, so we started moving in the direction we thought he had gone. After a few minutes, we spotted him about 15 meters ahead, standing motionless, facing away from us, in an unnaturally still pose. Lenya, stop screwing around. Even I'm scared now. It's a total mess out here. Just look at it. Volodya called, but Lenya did not respond. We exchanged a glance and slowly began to approach, still calling his name. Without warning, Lenya whipped around, and I nearly choked on my breath. Danil let out a scream so loud, it made the birds in the trees take flight. Lenya's face was deathly white, his eyes black as if nothing was behind them, and his expression twisted into something grotesque. Lenya yelled out, his voice wild with laughter, to scare us. At the sight of his face, my instinct was to laugh too, apparently. It's my defense mechanism in scary situations. You're a fucking asshole, that's who you are, Danil barked, still shaking. Lenya was wearing a birch bark mask, with round black glasses perched on top. The darkness made the mask look otherworldly, and for a moment, we all saw Lenya as a terrifying figure. Lenya pulled off the mask, his face flushed with laughter, and his eyes watery. Where did you get that? Volodya asked. Remember when Pawlach told us about Mansi culture on the train? They used to make masks out of tree bark. I spent half the day making this one, just to mess with you guys. You, Vovodka, are a real character. If I'd taken you into the forest alone, I bet you would be shitting yourself right now. Huh. Oh, and did you make that stick thing out of branches? Volodya's face darkened. Wait, wasn't that you? Yeah, guys, I chimed in, rolling my eyes. This is like a classic horror movie. First we all scare each other, then we realize it's just a prank. But something is still wrong. It wasn't us. I swear, it was not me who made those, Lenya insisted. And it wasn't me, Volodya added. I swear it was not me either, Danil exclaimed, his voice high-pitched. Let's just get the hell out of here already. At that point, we completely forgot about our original plan to prank the girls. We started trudging back in the same straight line we had walked earlier, but as we neared the edge of the forest, I turned back for a final glance at the clearing with the dugout. Something about it still felt off. We finally emerged from the forest, only to realize we could not see the toilets anymore. Okay, wait a minute, Lenya said, stopping everyone. Where are the toilets? Looks like it's because of you, you freak, that we ended up taking a wrong turn somewhere, Volodya said, irritated. Wrong turn, huh? I grinned, referencing another movie cliché. Stop it already, this isn't funny. Where did we go? Lenya's voice had a hint of panic now. Look, there's the shift truck, Danil shouted, having managed to climb a tree. We made our way toward the camp, but none of us could explain how we'd ended up on the other side of the forest, walking in a straight line. Regardless, Lenya and I, in his stupid disguise, managed to scare the Kazakh group in the neighboring tent. After that, we collapsed into bed. The next day, the scouting party arrived to clean up and pick up supplies for the upcoming week. Slavyan stopped by to check our progress. We told him about our eerie forest adventure, and he seemed both amused and surprised. In all his years working in the area, he had never come across that clearing, even though it was so close to camp. I also asked about getting souvenirs from the excavation, and Slavyan suggested we look through the waste piles. He explained that sometimes finds were overlooked or discarded with the dirt, and without proper registration, those objects held no real value. The following week, after lunch, while everyone was wasting time on the break, Danka and I decided to raid the dump for some souvenirs. Only a few minutes into our search, I found a large piece of ceramic about the size of my palm. It was covered with carvings of animals and a few bizarre, cartoonish people wearing masks. Despite the somewhat playful nature of the images, they looked more like something from the Mayan culture than from the northern tribes. The only thing that gave away their origin was the image of deer, which, upon closer inspection, triggered some unsettling feelings. Look, Danka, it's just a part of a Lovecraftian bas-relief, I exclaimed, holding up the find. That's awesome, Danil replied, immediately diving back into the sand. It was clear he wanted to find something just as impressive. "Hey, what's up with you two?" Gelya suddenly appeared from behind the rubble. He often dug a hole in the waste piles where he would sleep, sometimes even while working, which had made him somewhat unpopular. "Holy shit, that thing is bigger than my palm, let me see." I handed him the ceramic, and he inspected it closely, flipping it over, then sniffing it for some reason. "Listen, you could make a ton of money off of this," he said. "There are bonuses for big finds. Just bury it deep and say it's a new discovery." "Yeah, sure. The guy with the stretcher just happened to find a huge piece of ceramic, no problem," I replied sarcastically. "I don't need the money, I'd rather take this home." I reached for the ceramic, but Gelya yanked it away. "Fuck, you're a real moron," he protested. "Cut the shit," Danil muttered, stepping forward. I snatched the ceramic back from Gelya's hand, and we walked away toward the site. Later, around the campfire, we drank tea and played guitar. One of the guys, Sashka, was a virtuoso who loved to shout Kish songs with his friends. From then on, I found myself listening to them sometimes. At some point, the group began singing the song Dagon, and I suddenly remembered the bass relief. "I've got something for this," I yelled, rushing back to the tent to grab my find, but to my shock, it was not there. I immediately grabbed Danil, and we went over to the tent where the DD kid stayed. "Gelya, you're about to get your ass kicked," I stormed. I was certain he had taken it. "What's going on?" Gelya emerged from the tent, casually wearing nothing but his underwear. "Where is my ceramic?" I demanded. "What?" Gelya acted confused. "You lost it yourself. Go look for it." "I know you have it," I shot back. "Fuck off." Gelya started to give me some rambling speech about thieves' codes and fairness, though he had no idea what he was talking about. He was just talking pure nonsense to act like he was better than us. I responded that if he had the ceramic, I would make him regret it. The next day, much to everyone's surprise, except for Danka and me, Gelya found a huge piece of ceramic. "Look, a huge ceramic," he called out, holding up the bas relief. I walked over to it. "Bullshit," I muttered. "I found that in the dump yesterday, and now this idiot is pretending it says." Enraged, Gelya lunged at me with his fists, but I was not about to back down. Being taller, I kicked him square in the jaw, something I'd seen in an anime once, and accidentally broke a piece of his tooth. The elders quickly separated us and forbade us from getting back near each other. Gelya kept the ceramic, and though I was tempted to take it back, I eventually calmed down and let it go. That evening, Lenya and Volodya invited us to play chess. During the game, I told them the story of the bas relief and Slavyan's words about the clearing with the dugout. This piqued their interest, and we decided to visit the dugout again. We set out in the same direction we'd taken the last time, and started walking deeper into the forest. After some time, it became clear that we had walked just as far, if not farther than before, yet we had still not found the clearing or the dugout. We went deeper, retraced our steps, and tried to follow the same route we had taken back to the toilets, but we quickly realized we would be lost before finding anything. So, we turned around and walked straight, eventually emerging at the toilets. In the end, we had not found the clearing, but we did manage to come out at the right spot this time, not on the opposite side of the forest. It was all very strange, but we chalked it up to being tipsy and disoriented in the dark. Maybe we had turned somewhere without noticing, and the dugout was simply on the other side. We'd started making our way back to camp when Volodya suddenly hissed at us, signaling us to be quiet. He pointed at the garbage pit, about 30 meters away. A massive, terrifying bear was tearing through the food scraps. We ran back to camp, crouching low to avoid being noticed. We quickly informed the authorities about the bear, who, trying to avoid panic, herded everyone into the baths and the shift bus while calling in the hunters. The bear, oblivious to us, continued devouring the food remains until the hunters arrived. When they showed up, they scolded the authorities for placing the garbage pit so close to the camp, and they concluded that with so many miners around, it would be unsafe to try to scare the animal off. So, the bear was shot. That evening, a heated debate broke out around the campfire about whether killing the bear was the right decision. But then, suddenly, Vadik, one of the DD kids, and Gelya's buddy, came running towards us. "Guys, Gelya has completely lost it," he gasped, speaking in an incoherent, excited frenzy. "What happened?" we asked, alarmed. Yes, he's drinking bear blood, along with sand. The elders immediately rushed to the garbage pit and found Gelya there. He appeared normal if you could ignore the wild look in his eyes, which was not all that unusual for him. They scolded him for being alone near the garbage pit after the bear incident. No one was allowed to go to the toilet alone, and for drinking bear blood, which could carry diseases like trichinosis. The next day was the weekend. Saturday passed quietly, but on Sunday morning, Volodya and Lenya discovered that the first layer of their tent had been torn by claws. Looks like the bear was not alone. Palich, one of the bosses, smiled. Well, you guys are lucky it's just the first layer, huh? We will have to call the hunters again. When the hunters arrived, they were both unsettled. The claw marks did not match the typical shape of bear claws or teeth. They stayed at the camp until evening, just in case. That evening, an incident took place. For greater effect, this story will be told from Lenya's point of view. So, we went to take a shit, right? I took Vovchik with me. I can't go alone, you know? So, I'm sitting on the toilet, and I see Vovchik climbing on the roof, and I'm like, what the hell, Vova? You're nuts. He sits there, not saying anything, just pointing. I look out from behind the wall, and there they are. Bears. 2 of them. Fucking huge. Well, they're cubs, but still, fucking healthy. Right then, I remember every prayer I know. Hell, even one in Hebrew. I'm sitting there, thinking about Alaska, almost crying, but I don't want to shit anymore. I mean, I finished, but I did not want to get up. Meanwhile, Vovchik's like, what do? We have to run. So we run. I did not even wipe my ass. And run they did. They screamed so loud that in the ensuing panic, many people could not hide fast enough. The bear cubs, who, though young, were still dangerous, had already started approaching the camp. Slavyan was the closest to where Volodya and Lenya had been, and without hesitation, he grabbed a chainsaw, roughed it up, and ran toward the bears, yelling at them. This caused a panic among the bears too. Meanwhile, everyone managed to take cover, just as the hunters arrived, guns drawn. That night, 2 bear cubs lost their lives. Later, a sort of wake formed around the campfire. People drank and mourned the cubs, who had become victims of human interference. Some argued that it was necessary, but everyone agreed on one thing. Slavyan was a hero. The DD kids were the most upset, but, as it turned out later, for a very different reason. We were about to sleep when a tipsy Slavyan burst into our tent. Guys, we need your help. What happened? Damn it, I'm tying this asshole to a tree in the forest. Who? Gelya, who else? It turned out that the children from the DD told Slavyan that Gelya, being the oldest, had been mistreating them. Slavyan tried to talk to him, but something happened during the conversation that made Slavyan lose his temper. What exactly Gelya did to the kids, or what went down in Slavyan's tent, remained unclear. Slavyan just told us it was none of our business. But it was hard to understand what could have upset a grown man to the point where he considered leaving a teenager tied to a tree in the woods at night, especially when bears were just around. Slavyan, are you out of your mind? I did not want any part of this, and even though I was not fond of Gelya, this seemed cruel. Seriously, Slav, maybe we shouldn't. Danka was in shock. You want help? Fine. Stay out of it. By the way, is this yours? Slavyan asked, holding up the bas-relief I had forgotten about. Yes, I said, unsure, reaching for it. Slavyan tucked it back in his pocket. Good night, guys, he said, and left the tent. As he did, we heard the leader's voice. What are you thinking about? It's none of your business, Slavyan snapped and went inside. The next morning, we woke up early. Gelya was missing. We didn't go to the excavation site. Instead, we searched for Gelya, with everyone except the scouts out combing the area. We covered a good distance in the forest, but found nothing. By evening, only Slavyan returned from the scouts. We figured the chief must have told the authorities what we overheard in the tent, and we braced for a confrontation with them. But since Slavyan was friendly with Palich, nothing happened. He must have convinced them that the chief was lying, or maybe he claimed he wanted to tie Gelya up, but didn't. We searched for 2 more days with no results. Some thought Gelya had gotten lost, others believed he fell in the river, and some even wondered if Slavyan had tied him up and the bears ate him. But the bears were gone, and no remains were found. Plus, it would have been a struggle to sneak a large Gelya into the forest and tie him up with no one seeing. On the 4th day, police and volunteers arrived from the nearby town. They decided to deport all the miners, including us, ahead of schedule. However, the next train was not for 2 days, so we acted as camp guards under the authorities' watch while the adult archaeologists continued searching for Gelya. The day before we left, we were paid, and as we packed, a UAZ crashed into a woodpile. A drunk Slavyan stumbled up with a bottle in hand. He did not respond to the boss's questions, silently headed to the bathhouse, and when he came out, he muttered, "I saw Gelya," before being taken to the boss's house. After that, we never saw him again. The excavation team was also gone, and we left the next morning. A few weeks later, when I returned home, Volodya contacted me. He told me that Slavyan had been taken to the police in the city on the same day that we left. The entire scout team, 6 people, including Slavyan, had vanished. No bodies, no weapons, nothing. Only Slavyan was found alive, and he had gotten drunk on the way to camp. They tried to pin the blame on him for Gelya's and the scout team's disappearances, but Slavyan blamed Gelya and refused to say anything else. The story shocked me, and we came up with several conspiracy theories to explain what happened. Eventually, I forgot all about it for years until last week. While visiting my parents, I bumped into Slavyan on the street. I barely recognized him. His face was unkempt, and he looked anxious, almost fearful, like he was expecting a trick. Slavyan did not speak with his usual confidence. We went to a pub, had a couple of drinks, and talked about random things. Suddenly, Slavyan brought up the whole story yet again. He had been held by the police in Siberia, tortured to find the missing people, and then spent a year and a half in a mental hospital. He tried finding work in the city, but couldn't, so he returned to his hometown. Bro, they wanted to blame everything on me, but you believe me, right? It was him. He did it all. Gelya? Yes, that little bastard. He's the reason they... Who is they? Remember the scout team? We were digging in that swamp. The stench was unbearable. And then, Gelya. I saw Gelya crawl out of it. He crawled out of the swamp. And they came after him. They just followed him like it was nothing. He needed 7. He was the first. And there were 6 of us. That made 7. I wanted to go too. I don't know why, but he would not take me. He said I had something that he needed. The ceramic. You remember that, right? I gave it to him, got in the car, and came to you. Should have left it buried, man. Should have left it buried. And you know what else I heard? Slavyan added. What? The swamp has dried up now. Another search team went there. They wanted to find my scouts, but they ended up losing their own. 1 man and 4 women. They searched for days, but eventually they had to give up. They could not find a trace of anybody there. No one will go there ever again. After that, we changed the subject, because it seemed like the year and a half in the hospital had not helped Slavyan. But when I got home, I called the head of our search party who had sent me to the excavation. She was fine, but her colleague, Palich, had given up on the expeditions. The previous year, 5 people disappeared in the same swamp as in 2014 when we went. The first time, Palich believed it was an accident, but now, he would not go near Siberia ever again, and especially not near that camp. When this happened to me, I was in a woodland area with 2 friends. It is directly behind an old school that is now shut down. The only people who go to the old school and that woodland area are us and some local stoners that are about a year older than us. We are just sitting there and talking amongst each other. Suddenly, some guy appears. Sounds pretty simple. He has that look that stares straight through you, but he is pretty big and looks entirely unpredictable. He asks us if we know where the bucket machine is. I think Americans call them gravity bombs. There used to be one in everywhere that was quiet around here about 8 or 9 years ago. I tell him that we don't, but there could be one nearer the school. We were not far away from the school ourselves. He continues, staring straight through me. He asks us to show him. I tell him we don't know if there is one there, but if there is one, that is where it will be. He states that he has cannabis, solid kind, and pulls it out inside of a money bag from his inside jacket pocket. He tells us that if we show him where it is, he will give us some. He still keeps staring and has us completely on edge. We try to get rid of him by pointing where to go. He insists we take him to it. We tell him to lead the way and we will direct. We start to slow down and let him keep on walking by himself. He turns around and says, "Come and have a look at this. It's so peculiar. Just come over and have a look." He does that terrifying stare again. I absolutely shit my pants and run directly into the woods. I hear the noise of running behind us. I make the assumption he is running in the opposite direction because we did not want to get assaulted and murdered within minutes. That was really fucking terrifying. We all thought he was the police, trying to get us on some kind of entrapment sting, but he was far too odd to be with the police. I was contracted a few months ago to work under FEMA. It was just a temporary contractor team formed for a specific incident. We were given a task involving Yellowstone National Park. We were part of what I can only really refer to as a corpse recovery team at Yellowstone. This was not any kind of search and rescue operation. We were not hoping for survivors and investigating and combing the area for missing 411 cases. We were tasked specifically for retrieval of a dead body. Multiple dead bodies. Why FEMA specifically? That is something that I was not privy to. I get the check, sign the papers, and just do my damn job. See, usually, we would not ever be tasked with something as mundane as a couple of dead bodies in a busy national park. People go missing all of the time. They get lost, they stumble off the trail, they injure themselves, they have run-ins with wild animals, etc. It's expected, unfortunately. None of that is strange. What is strange is the volume of reports we started to receive. What else is strange is how concentrated these reports were in a specific area of the national park. Reports from the public, reports from rangers. Fuck, I think one case even got published in a local school newspaper/online blog before we shut it down. Thankfully, what they reported was just mundane and did not have any specific details, but we solved that under the guise of respect for the deceased and the family members, and not harming the ongoing investigation. But these reports were just something else. Seeing a corpse is one thing. It changes you. It alters your brain chemistry. It scars you for life and is not something you can ever unsay. But some of the gruesome and strange details these people were giving were just unbelievable. Some people thought it was some new weird art installation, but others recognized instantly that the bodies were real. We dismissed the first couple as pranksters or people being stoned up there, but we could not ignore it for very long. The briefing from the higher-ups was pretty short and to the point. They essentially theorized that something in the area must have been causing these disappearance rates to go up. Someone or something, but what, they could not be certain about. Our primary goal, of course, was to retrieve these bodies, but our secondary goal was to find out what was happening in the area. Whether it be wildlife, or the environment, or people, or something else. We headed out early morning a few months ago. We wanted to get there before any early bird hikers decided to have their fun. Light had not even fully engulfed the place yet. We had a customary talk with some of the rangers before we headed out. They told us mostly what we already knew, but we did get a bit of new information. Multiple hikers had apparently seen something following them while they were out there. They never could make it out, but it seemed to be a person or something that looked like a person. They said they also saw some rudimentary structures that looked to be for temporary shelter. We thanked them and headed for the trail they had pointed us to. From the minute that we took the trail, it was fucking strange. It was off the beaten path and one that was only really used by very experienced hikers and such. That is what made the disappearances so strange. These were veterans with years of experience who had traveled far harsher places, just up and vanishing. And when multiple veteran hikers start reporting strange things, well, you would be a fool not to believe them. The path, I don't even know how to describe it. It seemed almost trapped in time, if that made sense. There was no wind there at all that I could feel. There was no birds chirping, no sounds of insects or animals moving around. The grass, when we walked on it, barely seemed to react. It was like our boots just did not leave imprints into it, like it was repairing itself or something. I even tried really hard to dig my heel in and leave a mark, but I got slapped and told to stop goofing off by my CO. The further we got along the path, the stranger things seemed to get. The forest and grass and trees went from untouched to a sea of carnage. There were trees toppled over. They looked ripped right out of the ground rather than being cut or snapped. Massive piles of grass that looked ripped from the roots. Giant piles of junk littering the trail. I caught sight of a few dead squirrels along the way too. I stopped and kneeled down to look at one. It looked like it had been popped like a balloon. Just like it was squeezed so hard that everything just popped out of it. Tiny organs hanging out of its stomach. Eyeballs popped out and almost deflated. Streaks of dried and aged blood all around it. It made me feel sick. Each and every squirrel that we saw was like this. We got to the peak after around an hour and a half or so. This is where most of the activity and disappearances were reported. We were planning to set up a base camp at this spot and fan out. We were planning on noting down every single discrepancy, every odd thing, every dead animal. We just needed the maximum amount of information to determine what the fuck was going on out here, but we did not even get as far as setting up a tent or taking out a notepad, because we saw ahead of us an oak tree. It was giant, much wider and thicker than a lot of the other ones in the area. It had a slight opening at the bottom of it, but there was something inside of it. I don't mean inside of the hole, I mean inside of the tree. My CO immediately ordered us to take up a formation around the tree while he and another examined. The sounds I heard from them, they were just lost for words, shocked and disturbed. I managed to get a look at it once they had done. It was a human body, but the body was like fused into the tree. It looked like the tree had like eaten the body. I don't know how to really explain without a picture. There were no injuries, no wounds or scars or cuts or anything like that, but it was just a head and a torso like sticking out partially. The eyes were closed. The person did not look to be in any distress when they died. The torso was not attached, like it was glued on. It wasn't like Chiron in Greek myth, where it's just a human torso stuck to a horse. There was bark and vines and other things like that connected to the torso. Parts of the body were tinted to the color of the bark and like changed. We eventually got word back and were instructed to cut open the tree. We did not chop it down, just opened up a part of it to get a look. But there was no sign of the rest of the fucking body, not even a single fucking trace of it. There was nothing else inside of the tree. Just this weird fucking human taxidermy looking thing attached to this tree. We cut it out and bagged it. It unfortunately was not the only thing like that we found in the area. We found another man very similar, except fused to this giant rock. It was just a head. You could see the neck starting to change shades at the base to match the color of the rock. You could see bits of stone connected to it and starting to alter the face. Again, no cuts, no scratches, and no injuries. We had never seen anything like it. This one took a little longer to remove. We noted down every last detail. We took countless photos, which I obviously do not have to share with you, and reported back everything. Another we found in some denser forest, around a mile out from our initial stop. This one was an exception to everything that we had seen so far, because his entire body was there and present. The body just wasn't all together. He was just inexplicably in half. His torso seemed to be fused to and growing out of the dirt in one direction, and his lower half was fused and growing out of another. It looked as if he had an incredibly long torso that grew into the ground and then back out again at a different angle. Of course, when we dug it up, there was no connection. The way the body was severed was not comprehensible. It was not achievable by any human means. Again, there were no cuts or slices or any injuries. The split between the upper and lower half was just all smooth. Just smooth skin where it should have been cut. After a few hours of searching out there, we could not find a single cause. Nothing at all so far had pointed to who or what had done this. We did eventually come across a small and shabby tent tucked away into some trees. It was definitely meant to be hidden. I immediately figured out it was probably the guy the rangers had mentioned, the one who had been tailing all of those hikers. I gave my CO a heads up and mentioned the incidents. I warned him he might have a weapon or might be involved. We formed up around the tent, ready to kill the fucker if he tried anything. We gave him a verbal warning, and you could see the impression in the top of the tent when he shit his pants. He mumbled something, but I could open the top of the tent with my knife and dragged him out by his overgrown hair. He was still mumbling once I stood him up in front of us. He was very clearly very shocked, but he also seemed a little bit out of it. He looks really messed up and dirty and homeless. My CO starts rapid firing questions his way, but his brain cannot keep up. My CO gets impatient and slaps the shit out of him. We are like, "Boss, give us a minute and we will get him to talk." We eventually got him to settle down and be willing to talk. The offer of fresh water and some food made all the difference. The answers that he had for us were just strange though. Maybe not so much for someone in his state, but fuck. When we asked him about the people, if he'd seen them prior to their disappearances, he said yes. He said he had watched and stalked them before approaching them. He said they were scared at first, but were soon very willing to talk and open to the offer. We were like, "What the fuck are you talking about? What offer?" He just said that he gave them an offer to travel somewhere better, a fresh start, somewhere kinder than this earth where they could have a good life. All of us started getting really frustrated by this point. We asked him to tell us exactly what the fuck he means in layman's terms. And then he starts going off on this spiel about how he's guiding others to a new world on the orders of a higher being. And he tells us how he's waiting for his own time to come and that he hopes it's soon and he is starting to grow weak. He finally told us that he can only go where they have gone if he helps guide them there. He will not elaborate on that, no matter how much we threaten to hurt him. He will not tell us who put him up to it. He won't tell us how he guides them either. He just keeps saying vague shit about showing them the way and leading them down the path. We proceeded to beat the shit out of him before gagging him, blindfolding him, and cuffing him. He was the problem for an actual interrogator now. Dealing with this bullshit was not part of our job. We eventually called in a specialist team to further assist with removing some of these bodies, as the tools that we brought were not fully sufficient for all of them. We never really got an answer as to what happened to the people, but I got word on something else that happened. The guy that we arrested, the weird mumbling tweaker, he vanished. About a week after we arrested him, he was just gone from his cell. One of the guards told me this. He said he checked on him multiple times throughout that night, and nothing was wrong. He heard no sounds and no cries. He said that the only trace left of him in the cell was the clothes that he was wearing. They found no trace of him anywhere near the facility. There was no feasible way for him to escape without alerting the entire compound. We had already signed NDAs and shit prior to being hired, so we were stood down shortly after that. I have done other work since then, but nothing as strange and puzzling as this. The reports of missing people up there since we arrested that guy have slowed down to around the normal rate though. We also never got another report of strange corpses either. This happened to me when I was 11 years old. My aunt and uncle invited me to join them and my cousins on a camping trip to Tishomingo State Park in Mississippi. It was the summer of 1997. My cousins were A, 13 years old, B, who was 15, and C, who was 8 years old. They were all packed into their family RV when they picked me up. I noticed right away that something was up with A. A just sat there staring out of the window, looking nervous. I asked him if he was okay. I dropped my backpack on the floor and slid over next to him. He looked at me and then looked out the open window again, saying that he was fine. My uncle started driving and my aunt turned around from the passenger seat. She told us we should get to Tishomingo in about 3 hours. After about an hour, I nudged Day. The other 2 cousins were asleep. I said, "Seriously, what's wrong with you? You look like you're heading to the dentist or something." He sighed and said in a low voice, "We went here last year too." "Yeah, well, wasn't it fun?" "Something happened," he said. "Nobody believes me about it." I leaned in closer. "What happened?" Then he began. "It was the second night we were there. I had to pee real bad in the middle of the night, but the toilet in the RV was clogged up. Dad said he would fix it in the morning, but I couldn't hold it. So you went outside?" "Yeah. There was a bathroom building about 100 yards away from where we parked. I took a flashlight and went, but I did not make it all the way there." I asked him, "Did you go in the bushes?" He nodded. "But while I was peeing I heard this noise, like someone mumbling but not in English. I don't think it was coming from the bushes. It was maybe 10 feet away from me." "What did you do?" "I pointed the flashlight over there and I saw a man crouching in the bushes, except he had the head of a boar. And not like a mask or anything, it was part of him. He was mumbling and digging in the dirt with his bare hands." "No way." I was not sure whether to believe him. "I'm not making this up," he insisted. I ran back to the RV so fast I didn't even zip up properly. I told my parents what I saw, but they said I had a bad dream or saw things in the dark. I was not asleep when I saw it, I swear. "Did you see it again after that?" "No, but I kept hearing noises around the RV at night, like snorting and footsteps. Nobody else heard it though." "You believe my story, right? I'm not making this up, man." I was not sure what to think, honestly. On one hand, A was not the type to make up stories. He was actually pretty serious for a kid his age. But what he claims to have seen made no sense. "I believe that you saw something scary." "Yeah, maybe it was a hunter with some kind of gear on. Maybe a hunter killed a boar nearby and was lifting the head, who knows." He shook his head at me, saying that it was not gear and it was not a hunter, claiming that hunters don't go out in state parks after nightfall. Before we could talk anymore, my aunt announced that we were stopping for lunch. The conversation moved on from there, but I did keep thinking about what he told me. We arrived at Tishomingo State Park in the early afternoon. The place was beautiful, with these huge rock formations, and the clear water of Bear Creek ran through it. My uncle parked the RV in a designated spot, not far from one of the bathroom buildings. I think it was the same spot as last year, judging by A's increasing anxiety. "Come on, boys," he called. "Let's get set up, and then we can go for a hike before dinner." The rest of the afternoon passed normally. We hiked some trails and saw some cool rock formations, and C even fell in the creek once. He had to change clothes. By the time we got back to the RV, my aunt had started cooking dinner on their portable grill. We sat around, eating hot dogs and chips. I noticed they kept looking toward the trees that bordered the campsite. The sun was starting to set. Then I tried to imagine what might be hiding in those woods, and I found myself getting a little nervous too. His story was starting to get to me, the darker that it got. After dinner, my uncle built a campfire and we roasted some marshmallows. But as it got darker, I started to notice something. At first, it was your typical normal sounds from the forest of a state park at night. Branches creaking and rustling leaves, a splash in the water nearby. But then I heard a distinct sound, a snort, like a pig or a boar. The first time I heard it, I looked right over at A, and he had gone completely still. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He started to rapidly nod. "Probably just a wild pig, boys," my uncle said. "They're all over these woods. In fact, the woods here are kind of infested with them. Nothing to worry about as long as we do not bother them, and be sure to get inside the moment that we spot one." The sound came again. It did not sound like a normal wild pig. There was something off about it. Something almost trying to get to us. "I think we should all turn in," my aunt said, standing up and yawning. "It's getting late and we have a full day tomorrow." Nobody argued with that. Most of us were just tired of getting eaten alive by bugs, I'm sure. We put the fire out properly and headed into the RV. The sleeping arrangements put A and me in the back on the fold-out couch. B would be on the table to her bed. C was on the smaller couch, and the adults in the bedroom area. As we settled in, I could tell that A was not going to sleep very well, if at all. He was just rigid, staring straight up at the ceiling. "It's going to be okay, dude. Nothing is going to get in this RV. And your dad said it's just wild pigs." "It's not," he said. "It's probably that thing I saw." "The thing you saw?" "Yeah, the boar man." I did not know what to say. Part of me wanted to tell him he was being ridiculous, but another part of me was not so sure. Everyone else fell asleep quickly. I tried to sleep too, but between A's anxiety and my own growing unease, it was really difficult. The RV was silent, except for the soft sounds of people breathing. When I heard a snort, my eyes shot wide open. This time, it sounded like it was right outside the RV. In an instant, A's hand grabbed onto my arm, and his fingers dug into me so much that it hurt. "It's here," he breathed. "It's just a wild pig, A," I told him. But I think I was lying, mostly to myself. We lay there still and listened. There was a scraping sound against the side of the RV, like something dragging along it. Then silence again. After a while, I started to relax. Maybe whatever it was had gone away. Then there was a tap at the window, just above our heads. Slowly, terrified of what we might say, I turned to look at the window. A did the exact same thing. There was a face there, through the glass, peering in at us. At first, in the dark, I could only make out the figure or outline of it, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw it quite clearly. It had the outline of a man's body, but the head was very much not human. It was longer, with a snout and tusks and small beady eyes that reflected the faint moonlight. It was watching us, and somehow, to me, I thought it was smiling. We both tried to hold our breath at first, but ever so slowly, that thing raised an arm. It was mostly human, but not exactly. It was quite stout and stubby, and it didn't have human fingers. It had what looked like fucking pig trotters at the end of its arms. Much longer though, and it had 5 of them on each hand. They glinted. It had what looked like fucking claws at the end. It placed them slowly on the glass of the RV, and I had to hold A's mouth so that he would not scream. We thought maybe it couldn't see us through the glass. Maybe it would not notice us or hurt us if we did not make a noise. It turned its head to the side a few times, like a dog does, and then in an instant, it pierced the fucking window. It didn't shatter, but the claws on the end of its hands pierced straight through. It left 2 identically sized holes in the glass. If we were any closer, it would have pierced us too. This time, I let go of A, and we both screamed for help. Meanwhile, this thing was now crouching down and had its eyes up against the holes it had created. It was fucking looking for us. We both scrambled away from the window and fell to the floor. The RV erupted into chaos. Lights flicking on, C starting to scream, B was demanding to know what was going on, and my uncle was shouting over everyone. "Calm down, everyone. What's happening?" he said. "There's someone outside," A screamed, pointing at the window. "The boar man, he's right there." My uncle grabbed a flashlight and his firearm and rushed to the door. He yanked it open, even though my aunt was now telling him not to go out there. He stepped outside, sweeping the area with the flashlight. There was silence for a minute, and then the loudest pig-like squeal we had ever heard, but it was lower. It sounded almost demonic. Then we heard 2 gunshots ring out, and an even louder squeal. For a full minute, we were all sitting inside the RV, wondering if he was going to come back alive. And he did. He told us all to pack immediately. He told us, no questions and no messing around, just do it now. We left without a single word. We could hear him and my aunt whispering to each other. They were trying to keep quiet, I'm guessing so they would not panic us. But my uncle got louder and more agitated, and my aunt got more panicked. On the drive home, A sat next to me. We were both so exhausted from not sleeping. "Do you believe me now?" he whispered. I said, "Yeah. What do you think it is or was?" He shrugged and said, "Dad says there is old stories about the Choctaw tribes that lived here, about shapeshifters or skinwalkers, but he says that those are just stories." I tried to ask my uncle what he saw, but he would not tell me. He just said it was nothing and that we just left out of precaution. I did not find out the full truth until I was around 18 years old. I got my uncle drunk and basically demanded he tell me now. This next part is from my uncle's perspective. I stepped outside with a flashlight and swept the perimeter of the RV. I saw a lot of prints leading up to the door. There were also prints circling and leading up to basically every window in the RV except the front windshield. He said that once he made a complete circle, he caught sight of something shifting a few feet away near a bush. I saw some ears peek out that did not look human. I shined the flashlight directly on it, and I saw the thing fully. He aimed his gun, but he was scared to shoot. It was not until the thing made a full sprint straight at him that he shot at the thing center mass. But it did not stop after the first, so he had to fire a second one. That made the thing turn around and run away. When the thing was fleeing, he said it basically managed to run twice as fast as he first saw. He said it would have outrun any human alive. That still gives me shivers just thinking about it. I was hiking in the Olympic National Forest a few years ago, by myself with my 2 dogs. We were 4 days in, around 20 miles at least, as a crow flies, from even a known mountain road. I was camping at around 7,000 feet that night, or right where the tree line started thinning out. So, when we got to the campsite, a big open meadow on top of a secondary mountain, it was about an hour away from sunset. My big dog usually runs around within proximity of the camp as I put the tent up, / make dinner, etc. But I noticed this time was a little different. He kept staring up the steep tree-filled mountainside, tail straight up and barking. Not the bark he does when he sees marmots. Not the excited, "Oh, you motherfuckers are lucky, because I would rip you all apart if my master was not here," high-pitched barks, haha, but unsure, concerned barks. Now, the day before, I had found a note left under a rock at the last landmark, saying that there was a problem bear in the area that was harassing a party of campers a few days ago, and I myself had seen big cat tracks the day before, so I was rightfully concerned that this may be more than just ground squirrels. I decided to go climb some of the boulders at the foot of the hill while I took my time looking up the hillside for movement before I went to go hang my beer bag up there. There were only trees around to hang the bag. I did not see / hear anything, but my dog kept quietly whining like there was something up there. So, while still concerned, I started hiking up this steep hill to hang the bag. It was so steep, I had to use the trees to balance and lean against, so I did not go tumbling down before making another 5 to 6 step push to the next tree that I could lean against. Anyway, I am slowly making it up this hill / ridge, hopping from tree to tree to keep my balance. Then I get about 100 feet up the hill, and I hear a whole lot of big movement about 50 feet in front of me. My dog immediately goes from a deep low growl to a savage, slobber flying everywhere type barking now. My heart starts pounding out of my chest, and I start to panic. A million thoughts go racing through my head in the matter of seconds, because if this is a bear, my dog is going to try and save me, in which he will most likely die, and I am stuck here. If I have to get off of that hillside fast, I almost 100% am going to trip and fall off the 12 to 15 foot cliff onto the boulders below, like 100s of 5 to 20 feet boulders, so I am feeling pretty screwed about now. Then I hear my other little dog start barking and freaking out down at my campsite, which was just out of my sight. I had zipped her in my tent, so she did not wander off while I was away, so yeah, I am absolutely panicking at this point. A few seconds after, I kinda snap back to it, and I take another few seconds to start to put my survival priorities in order and call my dog back to me, Loki, by the way. He comes and sits against my feet as my back is against a tree, so I'm kinda pinned / stuck there for the moment, but my dog was seemingly trying to separate me from something up there, so I let him lean against me while I tried to collect myself. This is when I realized I had completely forgotten that I had my headlamp on. I reach up so fast to turn my lamp on, I basically punched myself in the face. I'm having some serious adrenaline dumps going right now, so much so that my knees are starting to shake. I get my lamp on and peer up the hillside. I figure I will at least get a reflection of the eyes of whatever is up there. I'm peering and peering, but nothing. But I had just heard something, we both did, and whatever it was, it did not get away, or sound like it had made it too far. I knew something was there, so I'm kinda just steadfast at this point. I need to know what is up there, because I have to sleep here tonight, and, I am out in the middle of nowhere, alone. Better to face it than wait like a sitting duck all night, is my thought process. So, yeah, as I am looking up this hill, and at one point, my dog lunges forward, unpinning me. He does a fake/bluff charge up the hill about 15 feet, and I mean, he is snarling and foaming at the mouth at this point. As he does this, I finally see movement. Something moving up and breaking the line of the horizon/sunset. My dog's bluff made whatever it was blow its cover, so I am zeroed in. I call my dog back and silently watch, and what I made out made my heart completely drop. There was a man crouched about 75 feet directly in front of me, wearing not camel clothes, but some raggedy shit with a hood that blended into the environment perfectly. Actually, almost like a makeshift ghillie suit, but with his face exposed. I could not see his eyes, and his face was covered in dirt or something, but I knew we were staring right at each other at that moment. So, I stare for what seems like minutes. No words. I felt like I was trying to subconsciously convey that I was going to stand my ground. I wanted him to know I saw him, but I guess I was just too shaken to speak. As I am staring, my little dog back at the campsite started to bark her head off again, like she was scared, and I also had to get off of that hill before total dark, or I could be seriously hurt/risk dying trying to get back down. So, carefully, I start heading down the hill with my dog, who does not want to leave, but listens. Periodically, I would stop with my back against a tree, holding me up, and I look in that direction again, just to make it even more clear I saw him. And eventually, I made it down to the boulders at the bottom. By the time I finally jumped up and hit the boulders, my little dog had stopped barking. I could only see the top of my tent from the bottom of the boulders. I thought she was barking just to bark. Dachshunds do that, or just barking back at my dog. But when I get there, my little dog had somehow gotten out of the tent and was walking around the camp, growling, with her little tail sticking straight out. Still trying to hold it together, I thought, okay, maybe she just got her nose between the zippers and worked her way out. But I was positive I had zipped it so the zipper tab/openings were at the very top of the tent door, out of reach. So, in a mixture of being terrified, pissed off, and the feeling of needing to do something, I reached into my day bag and pulled out my .40. I fired a single shot into the air as the sun was setting, climbed into my tent without eating, and lay with my gun next to me until first light. As soon as the sun came up, I was packing up my shit and leaving, heading back down the mountain. It sucks, it was all downhill back, but I could not cover the ground to get back to my car in one day. It was dark by the time I made it to the last camp, about 4 miles away from my vehicle, but thankfully, there were other people there. We sat around a fire they made, and I felt pretty relieved and safe. They start to tell me they are planning to head that way where I was the night before in the morning, so I tell them my story in detail. Needless to say, we were both walking back to our cars in the morning. The thing that still creeps me out to this day though, is when I got home and started reading reviews of the same hike I was on, other people had similar experiences like mine as well. Even a man found dead from a fall around the same boulder range 2 years ago, and a woman was found murdered there last year. Hello X, I have a story to share. I beg your indulgence on the preamble, but I want to get all of it off of my chest. Not quite a green text, but close enough, I hope. This takes place just over 10 years ago in rural West Virginia, tucked away in the Appalachian mountain range. I suppose that's what attracted my grandfather to the area. He and my grandmother were immigrants from Eastern Europe and proudly referred to themselves as mountain people. It always seemed a strange thing to me to be proud of, but it did make them tough. Tough enough to survive World War II and escape the USSR on bushcraft skills alone, and maybe a bit of luck. The only thing of value they had beside the clothes on their backs was his cross. They were also a superstitious people, and I suppose some of that rubbed off on me too. I grew up on stories of ghosts, beasts of the forest, and cautionary warnings to look out for signs and portents, particularly in dreams. By way of example, my father's godmother swore that at certain times she would hear a broken grandfather clock chime at odd hours, which foretold the imminent death of a family member or friend of the family. That this was taken at face value with nary a gainsay should be sufficient to demonstrate what kind of people they were, or, perhaps more accurately, we are. In any event, that love of the mountains led my grandfather to purchase a piece of land in the middle of nowhere, West Virginia, and build a cabin practically from scratch. He was quite the handyman, how he made a living, and my dad lent me and my younger brother to him on more than a few occasions to give him a hand. Just about the only thing he hired someone to do was fireproof the chimney for a wood-burning stove. I spent plenty of summers growing up as a kid, and then later a young man at that cabin, with him either hunting or fucking around in his workshop. Even after he retired, he never stopped tinkering. That's why, when he died my senior year of high school, I stopped going for a couple of years. His death hit me hard, and I think part of me did not want to see that cabin without him there. He had left both the cabin and his cross to me in his will. Anyway, 2 years of avoiding the place, I think, is what caused my younger brother, let's say Ivan, to force the situation. He tells me that he has promised his girlfriend, let's say Elena, a fun week during winter break in a cozy little cabin, and it's my job as his brother to not cock-block him. Utterly trapped by this irrefutable logic, I relent. To my surprise, however, there was a fourth person, one of Lena's friends, a shy girl we will call Sophia. She was there too. I did not put two and two together then, but the other part of Ivan's master plan to get me out of my melancholy was introducing me to Sophia. He's a simple guy, but the best brother anyone could ask for. We packed up our stuff, clothes, gear, and a few guns between Ivan and myself. He had my dad's .308, and I my M4 and a .22 for target practice. The drive up was uneventful, thankfully, mostly chatting, with the majority of the conversation carried between Ivan and Lena while I drove. As reluctant as I was at the start of the trip, the crispness of the mountain air was the most invigorating thing that I had felt in years. The car had to be parked about a few miles from the cabin, making for a brisk hike uphill. Naturally, after a mile or so, the girls dumped their luggage on Ivan and me, except for a small backpack of books Sophia refused to be parted from. At that point, I had her pegged as the consummate bookworm who would probably never leave the cabin. The path up was overgrown from not having been walked in over 2 years, so Ivan and I took turns chopping or otherwise breaking branches and bushes. By the time we made it to the small clearing that the cabin sat in, all 4 of us were beat, and it was nearing dusk. The girls handled cooking, while Ivan and I brought in firewood from the shed for a couple of nights. Ivan and Lena shared the loft. Sophia set up in a cot in my grandfather's workshop to the side of the cabin, and I crashed in the main room on the sofa. The first few days passed peacefully, and we fell into a comfortable routine. We spent the mornings lazily warming up in the cabin before heading outside to hike and explore or target practice. I had fun with that last bit in particular, as I talked Sophia into letting me teach her how to shoot, letting her try the .22 I brought. The girl took to it like a fish to water, which I had not expected from a reserve bookworm. She kept asking me to set up targets further out, which I happily obliged. The evenings were a mix of board games, cards, and storytelling. It wasn't until the 4th night or so that stuff started getting weird. It had snowed lightly that morning, so we spent the day inside. Ivan and Lena had already gone up into the loft, leaving Sophia and I intermittently talking about a book she had been reading, and poking fun at the pair's poor attempts at sneaking off each evening. Nothing overt happened at first, but I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I found myself looking over my shoulder towards the door every so often. I don't know if Sophia picked up on my change in behavior, or just felt antsy herself, but she moved from her chair to sit next to me on the sofa, and cast a few glances at the door herself. A startlingly loud crash at the door made both of us leap up, and Ivan cursed from the loft, and poke his head over the railing to look down on us. "What the fuck was that?" he asked me, as Lena joined him at the railing, hair more than a little disheveled. "No clue," I answered honestly, "but I will take a look." I quickly got over being startled and grabbed my M4 shotgun and headed for the door. In truth, I figured something like a deer or coyote had gotten lost or something and crashed into the cabin. I opened the door and swept my flashlight across the front steps. Sure enough, I saw large hoofprints in the snow in a meandering path around the general vicinity of the cabin. I was going to head right back inside when I noticed just how many tracks there were. Looking left and right, I saw that the hoofprints seemed to circle the cabin. It looked as though the deer had walked around the cabin at least 3 or 4 times before crashing into the door and then leaving. A little unnerving, but nothing to piss myself about, so I went back inside and bolted the door. It was just a sick deer, I think, or lost. It was wandering about the place and must have crashed into the door. Ivan shrugged, and Lena said something about the poor thing being all alone. Everyone went to sleep for the evening, but I could not quite shake my uneasy feeling. I chalked it up to being bored and looking for some excitement. I wished that had been all it was. The next morning was a slow one. Last night's little excitement had been all but forgotten. I had promised to take Sophia a ways up the mountain to a small overlook with a great view of range and a small valley. She packed some food for us both, along with one of her bucks, which I teased her about, and we headed out, leaving Ivan and Lena behind to entertain themselves. I had little doubt they'd do just that. I was grateful the snow on the ground was not that deep, as I was keenly aware that Sophia was not typically the outdoorsy type. It did not help that she stubbornly insisted on carrying the backpack so she could pull her own weight. Honestly, it was endearing. An hour or so later, we reached the outcropping, and I kicked the snow off of one of the larger and flatter rocks until we had a place to sit. Lunch was had, and we took in what I will swear to is the best damn view in the Appalachians. After a little bit, Sophia took out a book and began reading, while I took in the surroundings. I lost track of time as that serene moment flowed on until the dumb and numb ache of my lower extremities finally convinced me it was time to head back. It had been quiet before, but now that I was active again, I began to notice exactly how quiet it had become. I scanned the area, but did not notice anything out of the ordinary, and tried to shrug it off. I was on edge on the way back. Each footfall in the snow sounded louder than I liked, and I stopped trying to hide my regular scanning of the area around us. I was certain we were being watched. That itch between my shoulder blades never left, and I caught Sophia looking around too. I picked up the pace, and Sophia kept up without protest. I don't know if she picked up on my demeanor, or she felt the disquiet around us too. I suspect it was a little bit of both. About halfway back, an odd pattern to the brush beside the path caught my eye. Doing a double take with my head, I saw 4 sets of branches laid out in the snow in the shape of people, roughly doll-sized, so only half a foot or so tall. They were no more detailed than gender signs for bathrooms. 2 girls, 2 boys, Sophia said beside me, looking past my shoulder. She was pointing to what I saw now was supposed to be long hair on 2 of the figures. Well, that's creepy, I uttered to myself to break the silence. Sophia only nodded beside me. I could have chalked it up to hikers or campers messing around or playing games over the summer. It wasn't uncommon to come across abandoned camps or even small structures used by moonshiners, except these were on the top of the snow. The crack of a branch breaking made me freeze stock still while Sophia let out a yelp. The sound echoed before it was eaten by the snow, so it was hard to tell where it came from. My mind told me it was an animal or an old tree bough breaking from the weight of the snow, but somewhere deep down all I wanted to do was run. When the first sound was followed by a second, then a third, I did just that and grabbed Sophia by the hand, pulling her along with me. The snaps turned into a crashing tumult as we bolted. It sounded well behind us at first, but the path we took meandered along the sharp slopes, moving laterally as often as it did straight. Whatever was chasing us seemed to be making a direct path toward us. Fear knotted in my throat, and I kept shooting glances behind us as we ran. I cursed myself for not bringing my gun on this outing, but there was not anything to do about that then. Sophia was gasping for breath and had my hand in a tight grip. The further we moved, the more I ended up dragging her to keep the pace. With the thing getting closer, I decided that we had to take a straight shot as well, or we would be caught out here for sure. "Don't let go," I yelled through gasping breath as I dragged Sophia straight into the underbrush. It slowed us down somewhat as bushes and branches whipped at us, cutting our exposed faces and snagging our clothing. We were about 3/4 of the way back when a low-hanging branch caught the handle of Sophia's backpack. With a tearing sound, the shoulder strap gave way, and the back was ripped off of her. "Wait," she gasped out, and dug her heels in to slow herself, trying to grab the bag. "Leave it, come on." I grabbed her wrist again and yanked, almost pulling her over, but we resumed our flight. The sound of the thing following us had gotten louder, but despite how still being mid-afternoon, thick brush and the rolling terrain made for very small fields of vision, and at most all I ever saw was a large dark shape careening between trees before vanishing under another slope. A few hundred feet after the backpack was torn off, I finally noticed that the sound behind us had trailed off. I don't know why it stopped chasing, but in that moment I did not care, and only stopped when I broke into the clearing of the cabin, falling to my knees, panting. Ivan and Lena either saw us come bursting into the clearing, or saw us wheezing on hands and knees, but regardless they came over and asked us what happened. I honestly don't know. Something chased us all the way from the overlook. The rational part of my mind tried to explain it away as a small bear or a deer that I'd magnified in my panic, but I didn't really believe that. And, more importantly, I was not going to mess around with danger to my family. Ivan looked past us into the forested hills and shrugged. "Well, let's get the hell inside. We've all had enough of the damn woods for one day." I had utterly no reason to argue with that, so we all went back inside. By evening, it started snowing again, and the weather, normally peaceful, seemed instead to serve only to smother every sound in the clearing. We all stayed up in the main room, talking until a soft crunching of snow outside stifled all conversation. Our heads swung towards the door and slowly followed the sound. The footfalls were soft, but sounded full, heavy. As it passed to the left of the door, the sound dropped off, as the wall of the workshop added a bit of a buffer, but we picked it back up again against the back wall of the kitchen. Crunch, crunch, crunch. None of us wanted to move. We simply followed the sound with our eyes as it circled the cabin. Once, twice, thrice it circled, before Ivan stood up and shouted, "Fuck off, asshole. This is private property. I will fucking shoot you for trespassing if you don't fuck off." His shout caught us off guard, not only for the sound, but because he said aloud what I suspect we'd all been thinking. We were not alone out here anymore. The crunching stopped at his shouted challenge for a few moments, then a series of thunderous blows rained against the door. They sounded like sledgehammers pounding into the weather beams. The girl shrieked, and one of them, I'm not sure which, started crying. Ivan and I looked at each other, and up at the loft, where we had the guns. He practically leapt upstairs while I grabbed my belt knife and told the girls to get into the workshop and close the door behind them. Before they could move, if their trembling legs were even able to move, Ivan was back downstairs. He tossed me my M4 as he fumbled with the bolt on his rifle. "I am warning you, we are going to shoot if you do not leave right now." I tried to keep my tone level, to sound more angry than scared, but I am certain I failed. Whatever was outside either did not care or did not understand, but regardless, paid the warning utterly no heed. Ivan's eyes met mine, and we nodded in affirmation. Sophia saw us lining up our guns on the door and covered her ears, Lena following suit. I put one slug through the door, while Ivan did the same, before quickly racking another round and pulling the trigger again. Despite the ringing in my ears, I heard a scream or a howl or both that made my blood curdle. Malice and pain melted together before fading as whatever it was retreated away into the night. The sound of my thumping heart filled my ears until that too fully subsided. Slowly, I made my way towards the door and whispered for Ivan to cover me as I set my shotgun down next to me, squatting at the door. I peered into the largest hole left by our rounds and did not see any movement. With slow movements, I opened the door a crack and looked into the pitch black. Not seeing anything, I opened the door halfway and swept my light once again. Viscous, deep red, almost black patches of blood stained the snow in front of the door, and a mess of those same hoofprints from the previous day. More dark splotches on the wall of the cabin caught my attention. 4 figures were painted on the wall in what looked like blood. 2 boys and 2 girls. Scrawled alongside it in a sloppy hand were the words, "Give just one." I think up until that moment, I had been hoping for a rational explanation, but one of those folk tales I grew up on at my grandfather's side was right here in the forest with us. I closed the door and bolted it tightly, taking a moment to relax my breathing before turning around. "It's gone now," I said, simply. "I don't know where it went, but we did hit it. I think it's bleeding." "Hit it? You mean I didn't blow its fucking head off?" Ivan demanded as he looked from me to the door. "What do you mean it?" Lena whimpered as she gripped Sophia beside her. "You said it was just a deer yesterday, just a sick deer. Maybe it was the same deer that chased you today. Rabies can do that, right?" I avoided her gaze and instead pointed upstairs to the loft. "Look, I don't know what it was other than that it was dangerous. A rabid animal or a crazy person or whatever. It doesn't change that we're leaving at first light, understood?" Ivan sighed and nodded beside me. "Right, fuck this shit. Tomorrow morning. It's probably going to bleed out and drop dead anyway, asshole." He sounded more confident than he looked, but I did not argue. "You girls go upstairs. Ivan and I will sleep in shifts to keep watch," I said, and gave Lena a gentle push towards the stairs, a motion for Sophia to take her up. She flashed me a plaintive look, but went up with Lena. When the girls went upstairs, I motioned Ivan over to the door and told him what I had seen outside. Against my advice, he demanded to see it for himself. He stepped outside, and a minute later, came back in looking more than a little pale. "It's a fucking psycho, man. We're out here with some axe-murdering hillbilly." I did not feel like arguing the point that what I felt now with us on this mountain felt far crueler and darker than any meth-head woodsman. Ivan and I split the evening in half, with him sleeping first. I don't know if anyone was actually able to sleep, deathly quiet, regardless. I kept my M4 across my lap, the cool metal more than a little comforting. The only change outside was the wind eventually picking up. The front, which had brought the most recent snow, had arrived and started to clear the clouds overhead. A creak on the stairs made me jerk until I saw a sheepish Sophia creeping down the stairs. She sat on the sofa next to me and scooted closer. I took her hand in mine and squeezed as she trembled. Any other situation, I would have been thrilled to have such a pretty girl clinging to me in a cabin. Let me tell you, from personal experience, it's not worth it. Any pleasant daydreams about being the hero in some horror story and getting the girl are a far cry from what it feels like in the moment. It was because I felt wholly inadequate in that moment to actually protect her, not even mentioning whether I could protect myself. Give just one, that thing had demanded. Offered? The more I thought about it, the more it sounded like a bargain being offered. Give just one of us. And then what? The other 3 would leave safely? I shook my head to clear the ugly thoughts and focused on the girl beside me. At least I wanted her to feel safe, even if I felt helpless to actually protect her. That much I was certain of. I reached into my shirt and pulled out my grandfather's cross. I held it out in front of us, the gold backlit gently by the glow from the wood-burning stove. "This cross was my grandfather's," I whispered hoarsely. "It's been in my family for 3 generations now. Him, my dad, and now me." I left out that technically it had jumped from my father straight to me, but details like that did not seem important at the time. 3 generations, it has kept us safe from war, the evils of man, and evils beyond man. I slipped the chain over her head and let the cross fall around her neck. She gave my hand a slight squeeze and leaned in close to kiss my cheek. "Thank you," she whispered, and it was the sweetest 2 words I ever heard. I don't know exactly when she fell asleep, but at some point she did, leaning against my shoulder. Ivan came down for his turn on watch, clearly not having slept himself. We exchanged wordless nods, and despite trying to keep my eyes open, I drifted off. While the night seemed to drag on, Now that morning was here, it seemed like it came far too quickly. I was stiff and exhausted, but more than ready to get off of that mountain. I was the last one awake, apparently. The girls were getting things packed while I looked around for Ivan. In response to my unasked question, Lena pointed towards the door. He's outside taking a look around. I nodded thanks and grabbed my M4, heading out onto the porch. Cold wind cut my face as I looked around. In the dawnlight, the dried blood painted on the cabin was no less unnerving, and I dreaded the girl's reaction to it. My eyes fell on the words again, "Give just one," and bile rose in my throat. With a sneer, I spit on the wall and purposely turned away. Perched in the trees all around the clearing were starlings or some other small birds sheltering from the wind. Something small darted in front of the steps, and I immediately raised my weapon before lowering it again and bending over to pick it up. It was a page of a book, neatly severed from the binding, with a single hole roughly punched through the center. I was about to toss it onto the ground and let it blow away, when I recalled Sophia's book from yesterday. Sure enough, it was a page from that book. As I stood there, slack-jawed, Ivan came around the corner of the cabin, startling me. In his hand was another half-dozen pages of the book. He looked at the one I was holding and shoved his bunch into my hand. "Read it," he said stiffly. I tilted my head in confusion before flipping the stack of pages over. Scrawled on the back in runny black letters were the same words on the wall: "Give just one." Looking back at the tree line, I realized those birds were not birds. Each and every page of the book had been cut out and hung from the branches like vile talismans. I turned back to my brother. "Get the girls out here now. We are leaving immediately." I was well beyond terrified at this point. Ivan moved past me into the cabin, and I heard them talking through the door. A few minutes later, the three rejoined me on the porch. Lena and Sophia gasped at the sight of the cabin wall, but did not ask questions. Sophia, though, was transfixed by the book pages fluttering on the tree branches. I think Ivan had told them what to expect. I set out first, the girls next, and Ivan took up the rear. Despite the snow, we were determined to leave and were packed far lighter than on the trip up. There was not a sound in the woods besides our own movement, and the oppressive feeling of being watched wore on the nerves. I kept my head on a swivel, and I am certain the three behind me did as well. About 20 minutes down the mountain, I saw the first sign of trouble. Carved into a broad tree trunk, 4 stick figures were carved, and beneath it, the familiar words, "Give just one." I started when I saw it, and looked back at the three. Ivan looked grim, and Lena started crying, while Sophia held onto the .22 I had given her all the tighter. "We have to keep moving," I stated, in as steady a tone as I could manage. At least 6 more times, we either came across carvings in tree bark, or stick dolls of a similar type to the first ones Sophia and I had found. By that point, almost an hour had passed, and we were well and truly freaked out. We were jumping at our own shadows. However, it was not much longer after that I began to catch movement to the periphery. Occasionally at first, and then more often. "Guys, faster." I did not need to tell them why. They all had noticed it too by that point. Any semblance of stealth vanished as we heard it crashing to the right, deep in the brush. I turned and fired blindly, splintering bark and bits of wood before continuing on. We were moving at a jog now, everyone panting from exertion. It was not a pace we could maintain the 2 more hours it would take to get back to our vehicle. Whenever the sounds got too close at either side, Ivan or I would fire off a round or 2 and keep moving. Twice, the suddenness with which the thing's movement charged us drove us off the path, wasting valuable time trying to find our way back. Our progress slowed to a crawl, especially when it would come at us from ahead, further down the mountain, cutting us off. Each time we would try to go further, again thwarted. All with those damnable carved figures taunting us. "Give just one." It would have been all too easy. Leave one person there and 3 of us keep running. That is what it wanted. Ivan raised a hand to stop us through a particularly dense bit of brush and leaned up alongside a fallen log a good 200 feet off the trail. The girl sagged against it, sucking in air and catching their breath. "The fucking thing is hurting us," Ivan growled under his breath. I nodded, eyes darting about. "I know. We've spent more time retracing our steps than making progress, and it keeps getting ahead of us." Ivan peeked over the log and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Keep going?" I nodded. "There is no choice. We can't stay up here. Eventually, the food will run out, or ammo, or nerves." As we meant to make a break back for the path, an inhuman growl issued from somewhere ahead of us, the direction that we needed to go. Loud and direct, crashing through the brush towards the log we were huddled behind, drove us backwards. I sighted my M4 over the log, put 3 slugs down into the brush, and ran. Back to the cabin," Ivan yelled. The girls ran ahead, heedless of thorns and branches as they rushed. Ivan and I picked up the rear, and we made a panic retreat towards the cabin as the thing grew closer. As another howl split the air, Lena turned and looked over her shoulder and went sprawling. She cried out sharply and curled up, clutching her ankle. Ivan and I skidded to a stop by her side as she grabbed onto my brother, grabbing his wrist as tightly as she could. "Don't leave me, please, please don't leave me." Give just one. Of course, she was terrified of that. I waved Sophia on to keep running as Ivan handed me his rifle and hefted Lena onto his back. We resumed running as I checked our rear even more frequently. After a few minutes, however, it became clear that the thing had ceased following us. "Is it gone?" Ivan asked, tentatively, slowing his pace just enough so he did not keel over. I shook my head. "No, we are just going back where it wants us to." Ivan clenched his jaw and looked stiffly ahead, but made no protest. The escape attempt had been thoroughly foiled, and now Lena was injured. When we returned to the safety of the cabin, Ivan sat the sobbing Lena down on the sofa, the distraught girl clutching at him and apologizing. This continued until he returned with snow from outside, wrapped in towels, to use as a makeshift ice pack for her ankle. Thankfully, it was only sprained, not broken. Dejected and feeling trapped, the 4 of us sat in near total silence for several hours. I decided to break the silence, if for no other reason than needing to hear a human voice. "We will have to try again, once Lena's ankle is better. We have food and firewood for at least a week, maybe more if we stretch it, but we cannot stay holed up here, and giving it what it wants is not an option." Agreed? My brother snorted to himself and flashed a half grin. "No shit, Sherlock." Both girls nodded, and Lena in particular looked particularly relieved. Ivan and I split keeping watch again. He and Lena slept upstairs, the latter needing his help to get up to the loft in the first place, while Sophia curled up on the sofa next to me. Frankly, I found her warmth more than a little comforting. Nothing happened for several hours. In any other circumstances, it would have been remarkably peaceful. At some point, Sophia started stirring in her sleep, flexing muscles and jerking, muttering to herself fitfully. I was reluctant to disturb her, but when she started sweating, eyes darting underneath her lids, I gently shook her awake. She bolted upright, nearly knocked my teeth out before flinging her arms around me. I hugged her back and made soothing sounds as she trembled. It was in my dream. I heard it. I could hear it speaking to me. It wants one of us, any one of us, but we have to offer. We have to give one. She looked up at me with teary eyes. "Oh God, I just want to go home." I rocked her gently and told her it was just a dream. I held her tightly as I lied gently to her. Ivan eventually came to take over watch. I tried to sleep. It did not last long, and I woke suddenly to Ivan squatting before me, shaking my shoulder with a finger pressed against his lips. Immediately alert, I sat up, easing Sophia down onto the sofa as I stood up. He motioned for me to follow him up to the loft. By this point, the wind was blowing fairly strongly, and I could hear the cabin creak slightly in protest. When we reached the loft, Ivan gestured to the window and cautiously looked out. I was surprised by how bright it was, but the wind had completely cleared the sky, and a waxing moon sat just above a distant ridge. It cast long shadows across the snowdrifts, inky blotches of pitch black as ugly stains. At first, I did not see anything, but Ivan directed my gaze towards the left, and my breath caught as I saw movement. A dark figure, or the silhouette of one, was clearly visible. I can't say how tall it was. There was nothing for reference, but it seemed tall, massive even. The figure was willowy and lithe, and seemed oddly graceful despite its posture, which was hunched. Broad shoulders met a long torso, supported by two double-jointed legs. Its sinewy arms were impossibly long, seeming to drag almost to its knees. Its head was angular and elongated, and crowned atop it sat a pair of curved horns. It moved, or rather loped, through the snowdrifts, seemingly not hindered by them in the least. I don't know how long the pair of us watched it, but it was enough time for it to circle the clearing several times. Each time it vanished out of sight, we would wait with bated breath for it to reappear from the other end of the clearing, until, one time, it didn't. Ivan and I waited, then looked at each other, before turning to the door at the opposite end of the clearing from where we were watching. We both moved as quickly as we could, and our feet just hit the bottom of the stairs as the wretched pounding and clawing started again. Sophia woke with a start, and I grabbed her arm, pulling her off of the sofa. "Ivan," I shouted, and started pushing the sofa. He got beside me, and the two of us shoved the heavy wooden sofa against the door as the bolt rattled and wood groaned with each blow. Behind me, I could hear Lena hyperventilating as Sophia clutched onto her. I had not even seen the former of the two come downstairs, despite her injury. I had the vague sense that the beast had not actually been trying to get in. Sheer weight alone should have been enough to splinter the old wood holding the bolt into place, along with it stalking in the woods. It could have run us down at numerous points if it had wanted to, but that did not make the terror clump any less in my throat. I wondered if the fear was the point on some level. I think this thing enjoyed our terror, like an appetizer. Fear was a way to hurt us mentally, as it had done so mentally before. The pounding continued, as did the scraping of claws against the wood. Each blow sent vibrations through my body. I had to bite my lips till I tasted blood to stop the quivering of my teeth. Next to me, Ivan had the same look of abject terror. Just give one. I could feel the malice behind each blow. It was suffocating. Only old timbers kept it from our throats. I turned and pushed the sofa harder against the door with my back and dug my heels into the floorboards. I saw Sophia in front of me, kneeling and rocking slowly, hands clasped together. It registered vaguely that she was praying, holding the cross I had given her in her hands. She held it so tightly that it must have cut the palms of her hands. I don't think I will ever forget that moment as long as I live. A line of red running down her pale skin, bowed head framed by matted blonde hair, as a demon from grandfather's story bayed outside loud enough to wake the dead. Something clicked in me at that moment. My younger brother, my blood, was beside me. Beside him was the woman my brother loved, and before me was what seemed like the most beautiful girl in the world. The thought of her torn apart by this horned beast made me sick to my stomach. Give just one. How could I sacrifice any one of them for my wretched life? An idea possessed me, and I was desperate enough to follow it through. If this beast was a demon, why not fight it like a demon? I grabbed my brother's shoulder and told him to hold the door. Ivan nodded and braced himself as I jumped up and ran to the workshop across the main room. Stumbling around, I frantically scanned the walls, looking for the torch and silver solder I knew should be there. I thank God my grandfather always kept the place organized and found what I needed. The infernal pounding kept up as with shaking hands I wrapped the silver solder around the blade of my belt knife. Without wasting any time, I lit the acetylene torch and began to melt the solder. It was ugly, it was sloppy. Clumps fell off as I made this jerry-rigged silver blade. But Christ, if at the end I did not have something sharp, covered in at least some silver. I tied the handle of the blade around the end of the barrel on my M4 and went back into the main room. The slamming was joined with guttural growling, and the digging of claws into the wood. I think something of my intent showed on my face as Ivan just nodded at me. I steeled myself to face an inhuman beast baying for blood. Ivan and I grabbed the sofa and yanked it away from the door with a sharp crash. As quickly as it fell, my brother put a round through the door, then another and another. Rage-filled howls split the air, and a primal fear tried to work its way up from the pits of my stomach. I opened the door and stepped out, shotgun in hand. I suppose I expected it to be standing there, waiting for me, Satan spawned to face. Instead, I caught a blur of movement to my right, and crippling pain in my chest and stomach. The wind was knocked from my body, and I felt as though my ribs were broken. Turning slightly under the weight, I was able to kick upwards with my legs, desperate to keep this thing away from me, and thing it was. The eyes were the part I can never forget. They were onyx pits, sunken into its canine face, matte and inky. From them I felt rage, malice, contempt, lust, and murderous intent. I was looking into the face of evil, and it knew me. It offered me things. I don't know if anyone here has truly felt temptation. I don't mean the temptation to cut class or to tell off someone you really shouldn't. As its pitted eyes bored into me, it tempted me. It offered me things I was afraid to admit I wanted. It showed me each person who had wronged me, flayed and dressed in sackcloth, writhing in pits filled with salt. Give just one. It showed me a jeweled crown of 10 points lowered onto my head by its bloody hands, and my name echoed by a million voices. Give just one. It showed me, Sophia and Lena, radiant and naked, kneeling at my feet, weaving collars of supple fig leaves around their slender necks. Give just one. I hated it. I hated it because I could not deny that I wanted it. At least, part of me did. It's easy to say you would never give in to temptation when the temptation is theoretical and the offer is not before you. I did not doubt this thing had the power to fulfill its end of the bargain, and I knew the price. Give just one. I wrestled with it as much as myself in those seconds as they dragged on, until I thought of Sophia again, her trembling figure kneeling in prayer, and the slow drop of blood from her palm, which clutched my cross. Shame and resolve filled me, and I denied the thing. With every fiber of my being, I denied it, and I felt a weight lifting off of my soul. I knew that it had lost me. Its prize was snatched away, and rage made it vengeful. I leveraged my legs upwards into its chest, frantic to keep it away from my throat, while my right hand groped blindly for my shotgun. Cold steel numbed my fingertips, and I gripped it firmly. As the pitch-black voids descended towards me, I stabbed. I felt a moment of resistance, then the yielding of flesh. The beast shook violently, and I stabbed again, heaving with all of my strength. I pushed it off me in time to see Ivan readying his rifle at the door. Ear-splitting howls filled the night, cut off only by the flash and report of Ivan firing. I don't know if he hit it, and I don't think it mattered. The horned thing clutched its chest where I had stabbed it with makeshift silver and fled into the night. I knew that the demon had been beaten, and it would not return for us. I don't mean to suggest that we killed it. I'm not even sure that killing it was ever possible or would have been meaningful, even if the body had died. Ivan certainly thought that it went off and bled out in some gully in the mountains. It's easier for him to think about it in those terms. A beast or a creature, evil certainly, but still a beast, fundamentally mortal, and as such, subject to death. But he did not see its eyes like I had, and as his brother, I don't want to be the one to strip him of the innocence. It was a manifestation of evil, a spirit or a demon. It inhabited flesh, but it was not of the flesh. Such things are meant to be resisted, not destroyed. At least, that's what I've come to believe. As for the 4 of us, we are doing well. Lena is now my sister-in-law, and I have 2 wonderful nieces. As for Sophia, she never did give back my cross. She refused to part with it for anyone but the 4th generation of my family. So, I had little choice but to marry her, of course. Our son has it now. Someday, when my nieces and my children are older, I will tell them this story too. They already hear the ones my grandfather told me. Lena rolls her eyes and tells me not to scare her daughters, but no one, not Lena, Ivan, or Sophia, ever actually tell me to stop. They know children need to learn that evil is real. God bless you all and keep you. May you never forget it, Ivor. And that, X, is my story. Camp Hell is a Boy Scout camp in Iowa. It's not the real name, obviously. It is located in a forest area near Des Moines. Being a good Christian child, I was initiated into the Cub Scouts at a young age, and then eventually the Boy Scouts. I eventually made Eagle, but that has nothing to do with this particular story. Our troop had decided that our summer trip that year would be to head to Camp Hell. There, we could do our lifeguard training, COPE, which is basically rock climbing and other random things. I think I was 15 or 16 at the time. We all get packed up and start the long drive down there. 6 hours later, and we reach our destination. We get all of our gear out of the vehicles and start to walk down to our designated site. The camp is goddamn enormous though. The walk from the parking lot to our site took about 45 minutes. Talk about being hard on the arms and legs. We finally get there though, and get to see where our lodgings will be. Our campsite was about 50 yards around. The tents we would be sleeping in were those World War II olive green pitch tents. Throw a couple of pallets in the bottom of them, and you are out of the mud for the most part. I opened up my tent and was greeted with an ungodly amount of spiders. The majority were daddy longlegs and wolf spiders. Back then I still had my sense of smell, and let me tell you, that tent smelled like spiders. It took me a good half hour to brush all of them out of it and get my cot set up. I opened the back of the tent and looked down. It's on the edge of a ravine. There was a good 30-foot sharp drop-off right there. Down in the bottom was a small stream and some rocky outcroppings. I walked out of the tent and saw everyone gathered around the tent next to mine. I walk over to see what the fuss is about and take a look inside. Sitting on the ceiling of this tent is the biggest wolf spider I have ever seen. The damn thing looked like a large tarantula. It was about as big as your hand spread out, and boy was it hairy. Someone jabbed it with a stick, and the thing plopped down with a thud onto the pallet. It then ran towards the back and leaped out into the ravine. We actually watched it glide down into the woods. So already, we have an infestation of the oogly booglies in the camp. What I didn't mention was the noise. Goddamn cicadas were going off like crazy. It was one of their big years. There was an estimated 25,000 per acre, I think they said. It was so bad that when I later walked over to a small cabin, I saw the entire side of it was cicada shells. You could not see a piece of wood on that thing because of all of them. The huge snails were cool though. They were all over the damp woods. Anyway, after we all got set up, we headed to the main hall for the welcoming to the week of hell. There were some stupid shit speeches and other boring stuff that kids do not want to hear. We then dined on the finest baked beans and hot dogs. Later that night, we all gathered around this huge fire in a semicircle. There was about 1,000 of us, so it was a big fire. Behind was this huge totem pole with a platform at the top, I'd say about 50 feet up. Standing on the platform was some idiot in body paint screaming. Then, shirtless weirdos ran around us screaming with torches. I swear, the Boy Scouts organization is one of the weirdest in the world. After all the batshit insane stuff had died down, we were treated to stories of the camp's history. The main guy told us of all the people who had died at this camp, and of the weird creatures that lurked in the woods and the lakes. The way he told the stories though was so funny, due to his crackly, whiny voice. I think the stories ended at around midnight, and we were sent back to get some sleep. So, we get back to our campsite, and I am pretty bushed, so I decide to head to bed. I crack open the tent and flip a flashlight on, only to see that all the goddamn spiders were back. Let me tell you, a week in that place will cure you of all of your arachnophobia. I did not even bother with the spiders. I just got undressed, hopped in my sleeping bag, and conked out. 5 a.m. rolls around, and I hear the blaring sounds of reveille right next to my tent. Since when did I join the army? I got dressed and headed out for my first day of fun and festivities. The first thing on my agenda was COPE. So, I headed down to my designated area, which was a 2-mile walk through the woods. By the time I get there, I'm soaked from all of the dew. Mountain Dew? About 15 of us had signed up for the COPE this year. The first thing we do is go to climb the 100-foot tower, then rappel down the backside. No big deal, really. We had all done it before. So, we get our Swiss seats tied up and start going up one by one. Yeah, it's nothing really to talk about. Nothing interesting happened on it my first day, so I will skip ahead. My first day was pretty normal for the most part. COPE, followed by canoe safety, then some other stuff I cannot remember. That night was once again filled with spiders and 100 degrees plus humidity. We had to get up the next day at the same time. This day though, I had to go to the mess hall and prepare the table for breakfast. Cue me trudging through the woods at 5 in the morning and notice that the woods were dead quiet for the most part, besides the common sound of rabbits or squirrels. The cicadas had not come out yet, so it was less annoying. It was still dark out, so I had a flashlight with me to guide my way through the trees. I don't know what made me look up, but when I shined my light up at the tops of the trees, I saw something. A large black image was leaping through the treetops at a fast pace. It went directly over me, then off in the direction I had just came from. My light did not carry on it for too long, but long enough for me to confirm that I had seen something strange. It did not make a sound, which was pretty weird. I had already seen some strange stuff in my life at this point, so I was not really scared at all. I just kept moving onward towards the mess hall. It took me about 30 minutes to get there, and once again, I was soaked up to my knees in dew. Setting up the table only took about 15 minutes, and by 6, everyone had shown up and started eating. After breakfast, they sang songs about using the pancakes as toilet paper and coffee for cuts. Really, Boy Scouts are weird. After breakfast, it was off to another uneventful day of COPE, then onward to canoe safety. Today, during my canoe class, we had to go out into the middle of the murky lake and sink my canoe, then attempt to unsink it. The only thing that worried me about that lake was the unusually high amount of large snapping turtles. Those things were mean too. I did not want one of those things taking a finger off or a chunk of flesh. Our instructor demonstrated how to do it properly. He would sink his, then 2 other canoes would pull up and you would work your canoe to the surface, then kind of stack it on the other 2 so you could drain it out properly. It seemed pretty pointless to me, since if you're by yourself, you are not going to get it out from under the water. I waited until my turn, then I rowed out into the middle of the lake. I started rocking my canoe until it flipped and started to go under. The damn thing only sank about 5 feet down, so I was able to stand on it underwater. The instructor sent out 2 guys with canoes as soon as mine was sunken. I had a good 10-minute wait though. So, I stood there in my sunken canoe, waiting for those slow-ass people to work their way out. I felt the canoe start moving from underneath my feet, as if a current was pulling on it. I kicked my heel over the edge of a support beam inside of it to hold on. That stopped the canoe, dead in its tracks. Suddenly, I felt something wrap around my ankle and pull me down. It pulled hard enough to submerge me completely, even with my life jacket on. I opened my eyes up under the water and see these pale rotting hands fly at my face and grab my ears. A screaming face is then thrust into mine. I could hear the screaming perfectly, even though I was underwater. I start frantically trying to get away. I am kicking and waving my arms as hard as I can. It seemed like an eternity, but the thing let go of me, and I was able to make it back to the surface. My life jacket bobs me up above the waterline, where I proceed to cough and sputter. The guy and canoe show up just as I bob up to the surface, so I start trying to climb into one of their canoes as fast as I can. They won't let me though. You have to get yours out before you can come back. God damn it. I told them something underwater had grabbed me, but they told me to stop making shit up and get my canoe out. So, I did just that, while all the time wondering if something was going to grab me and drag me to my death. I get my canoe out and floating again, then I speed into shore. When I get there, the instructor asked me why I was underwater for so long. I told him about what had just happened, and he said, "Oh yeah, that happens." That happens? What the hell kind of place is this? I went down to the showers to get cleaned up, but am greeted with a fat elderly man showering naked, so I waited. This place was giving me a serious case of the heebie-jeebies. I eventually got showered up and walked back to my campsite, where I planned on taking a nap. I laid down for a good hour, but could not get to sleep on account of all of those damn cicadas going crazy. So, I decided to hang out with my buddies for a bit. They wanted to go and explore the woods, so of course I went with. We all found some nice branches and made them into walking sticks, and we were off. We found a path down the ravine behind our campsite and took it. We then followed the stream for a while. The stream turned into a small river with some fast current going down it. I was checking out the little fish that were swimming around in the nice clear water while my friends walked off further down the path. I was waiting for a friend to catch up anyway. I glanced over at a huge pile of branches that were hung up on a bend in the river. I see something weird sticking out of them. I walk over that way and finally see what it is. A nice mangled torso slung up in the branches. Intestines were floating out of the eviscerated stomach, and it wasn't fresh at all. The whole thing was a pale white and looked like it had been there for quite a while. I start yelling for them to come look at it. Nobody was coming yet though. Don't. That is what I hear. I look at the torso again and I hear, don't. A head then slowly cranes its way out of the rushing waters and stares at me. There is no lower jaw on the head, and the eyes are popped out of it. The lips are huge and purple. It says don't once again. I take off like a bat out of hell, screaming my head off. I ran and ran until I saw the friend that I was waiting for. He is yelling, "What's the matter?" at me while I am running up to him. I catch my breath and tell him that I had saw the torso caught up in the branches. We bust ass back to the spot and take a look at the branches. There is death there, alright, but it was not what I had saw. It was a freshly killed deer this time, still had all of its hair and color. He questions me as to why it was such a big deal. I explained to him the whole time, but he would just laugh and tell me to stop trying to scare him. He went on to catch up with the other guys. I headed back to the camp at a very fast pace. Behind me, I could hear the word don't echoing through the ravine. What does it mean? I could not figure it out. No one else at the camp would believe me. They said I was either making up stories or it was my imagination. Fuck, imagination. Last time I checked, people don't imagine ripped up torsos and talking severed heads. I already wanted to go home. This place was too hosed up for me, and apparently, other people had shit happen to them here also. I still had 4 more days to look forward to though. That night, there was a huge electrical storm. I'm talking big. There was so much lightning that it was brighter than daylight outside. I was lucky enough to be in the tent 5 feet from the tall metal flagpole. Lucky me. The wind was howling at about 50 miles per hour. Everybody except for a few of us had moved into the wooden shack that stored our firewood. I was one of the lucky few people that got to stay in the tents. The wind was so strong that it was untying the double knots that I had made to keep the tent flaps closed. It was not raining at all though, thankfully. More and more spiders had decided to get out of the storm. By now, my sleeping bag was covered in smushed spiders from my rolling around at night. I tried to get to sleep, but the thunder was so constant and loud that it was just impossible at first. Then the talking started. Don't. That thing was yelling at me from the river. Over and over it would yell don't at me. I flung the sleeping bag over my head to stop the noise of the thunder, wind, and talking. It was pointless though. Everything got through. I must have eventually fallen asleep, because before I knew it, it was daytime again. Today was the day I had been looking forward to at first, but now I dreaded it. It was the oh-so-fantastic survival trail. We were given a tarp, a sleeping bag, a small shovel, a bucket, a book of matches, and our knife. Then we were supposed to go deep into the woods and make a campsite for the night. This was not a good thing for me, after all that I had went through. First thing to do was to try and go and find a good spot to set up. I headed over to the huge bridge that went over to the ravine and tried to set up under it. But I saw someone else there, and they were getting peed on by people on the bridge, so that was a no-go. I tried a couple of the other places. I was looking for a good, elevated, flat spot that was away from the river or stream or whatever it was. I found a good area that was about a mile into the woods. I, to this day, don't know how they got away with this stuff back then. Sending kids into the woods unattended. It's so unsafe, but oh well, what can you do? I'm sure they don't allow it anymore these days. The spot that I found was on the top of a little hill with a nice big tree. So, if there was rain, it would all go down and not pool up all around me. I dug a small ditch which resembled a shallow grave. I covered the dirt in it with pine needles and dry leaves. I set my sleeping bag inside of it. I used the tarp as a makeshift tent. I was proud of my campsite when I was done. It looked pretty damn good. I then went off and gathered a decent amount of firewood. I dug a tiny pit and lined it with rocks. That was where I would have my fire. I found a nice flat rock that I could use for cooking and set it next to the fire. Then, I went down to the lake and pulled up the lines I had set earlier. The lines had 6 baited hooks on them, and I had thrown them into the water along the shore. Most of the hooks were full with mediocre-sized rock bass, but I kept them. Part of the survival course was catching and eating your own food. Night rolled around, and I had eaten my fish that were cooked on the flat rock in the fire. I sat there alone, smoking about a half a pack of cigarettes that I could not touch until I was alone. At least that was one good thing about this survival crap. It was a calm night. The storm the night before had blown all of the bad stuff away apparently. There was only the sound of crickets and the crackling fire. I sat there, enjoying my fire and nicotine for quite a while. Then I noticed that all of the crickets had stopped chirping. Well, isn't that the best sound ever? When they do that, it means that something is about to die. I had this happen later on in life, but that's part of another story. I looked around into the dark woods, but my small fire did not light up much. I heard the crunching of dead leaves and sticks off in the direction behind me. I figured someone must be out checking on us survivalists. I called out, "Hello?" and waited for an answer, but got none. The crunching kept going off in the distance, away from me, and soon faded into nothing. I thought it was someone just being a prick. I rolled my bag out into my shallow grave. Man, that sounds bad, doesn't it? I hopped into the bag and snuggled in. It was actually quite comfortable. I was pretty surprised with how well things were turning out. It did not take me long to fall asleep. I woke up some time later. My eyes opened, and I stared into the face of something. I was still very groggy, so I just looked until my eyes adjusted. It was some sort of beast. It was just inches away from me. The thing had stuck its head underneath my tarp and was eyeballing me, kinda. It had no eyes. Imagine a deformed wolf with no eyes or eye sockets. It was huge and white. It inched closer to my face until it was almost touching. I am trying my hardest not to move or scream my head off. It starts to smell me. Its hot, stagnant nose breath wafts over my face. The smell is terrible. It smelled like the essence of death. It sniffed for a few seconds, then started to growl slightly. The growling got louder and louder until it whipped its massive head around and looked over its shoulder. I move my eyes over and see that it is looking at something. What it's looking at is... fuck, I don't know. It was like a tall, skinny human being that was hunched over. By tall, I mean about 9 feet tall. It was naked and had no mouth or arms. It was looking right at me. The growling turned into snarling. I could see the wolf thing's mouth open. Inside were several sets of teeth, like a shark would have. The wolf-type thing turned around and roared at this humanoid thing off in the distance. The tall thing started backing up slowly, while the wolf thing was walking at it slowly. I'm laying here with the biggest amount of fear and what the fuck rolling through my mind. In an instant, the wolf thing leaps into the air and slams into the tall thing. The tall thing starts writhing around on the ground. I could hear muffled screams coming from its non-existent mouth. The wolf was snapping and biting at it. I could hear flesh being ripped from bones, followed by the crunching of bones. I just straight up fucking black out at this point. I could not take that much shit in one sitting. I wake up and look at my wristwatch. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Fuck. I had been sleeping for a very long time. I get up and remember what I had seen. Was it all a dream? Apparently not. There was black, tar-like stuff splattered all around my camp. I could only assume it was blood from those things. There was huge patches of dirt kicked up, and a tree was snapped in half, not more than 10 feet away from where I was sleeping. It was a tree about the size of a leg. I decided the shit must have actually happened, so I got my shit packed up and ran back to the main camp. When I got back, I was greeted with a lot of, "Where the hell were you?" I explained to them that I had overslept. I found some of the other guys that had done the survival course and had a word with them. I asked them if they had anything strange happen to them during their stay in the woods. Only one person said that he had seen something looking around in the dark. He said it was shaped like a dog, only a lot bigger. The other people seemed uneasy, so I don't know if they were telling the truth about noticing nothing or if they were hiding something. At 5 p.m., I headed over to my COPE class for the biggest fun that we were going to have. That would be the second longest zipline in the world, or it was at the time. I'm sure there are some bigger ones by now. To get to the zipline, you have to climb up this wire ladder onto the top of a light pole, then grab onto one wire and walk across another wire to the other side, which is another light pole. It's about a 20-yard wire walk. At that point, you get yourself hooked up and take off. I don't even remember how long it is, but it's a damn long way to the other end. You fly over the ravine in a ton of forest. At the other end are your fellow Boy Scouts ready to stop you. There is a bunch of bed mattresses nailed to trees too. Well, that's comforting. I had to wait an hour before it was my turn because someone chickened out and had to be forcibly removed from the pole. It took me 15 minutes to walk to the line, start from the end, so that kinda shows how long a distance it is. I get up the ladder and make my way across the wire. I get hooked up to the line and kick off the platform. The zip line takes off like a bolt of lightning. I am soaring over the land and it's just kick-ass. I look down as I pass over the ravine and see a mass of thousands of bodies writhing around. They are reaching up at me and screaming. I throw up all over myself. I get to the other end and am shaking terribly bad as they catch my line and help me off. They pass it off as me being scared and the rush getting to me. It wasn't though. I had enough of this place. It was just too much now. I waited around at the end for the instructor's girlfriend to come down the line. We got radioed that she had started, but she never showed up. What the hell happened to her? Turns out that she got above the ravine and her hair flew up into the pulley and got caught. It halfway scalped her. That was a very bad thing. She had not tied her hair back and put it underneath her helmet like she was told to do. A rescue guy had to climb out to the middle where she was stranded and cut her hair so that she could get moving to the end. She was passed out from what I would assume to be pain and blood loss. It was all bad, and I will never forget it. She lived, fortunately. Later that day, the other instructor fell off the tower, and his line did not catch. He shattered both of his legs. He was about 40 feet off of the ground at the time, trying to show off. Shit was going sour, awful fast. These two things happening in one day got COP cancelled for the rest of the trip. I skipped the rest of my courses that day, and just hung around the mess hall. I wanted to be near some kind of civilization, I guess, and that was the closest I could get at the time. Night rolled around, and I was back in my tent with my buddies, the spiders. I did not mind them by now. They didn't bite me or anything, so it was no big deal. There was something wrong with me the whole trip though. I could not take a dump, no matter how hard I tried. It wasn't constipation, I just didn't have to go. It was weird. I'm just letting you guys know I was having trouble pooping. I lay there in bed, wondering what the fuck was going on with me tonight. I soon dozed off and was met with nightmares of epic proportions. I don't remember what they were about, but I know I had them. I woke up from them in a cold sweat, and it was freezing cold in that tent. It was about 90 degrees when I fell asleep. Now I could see my breath. I was shivering in my sleeping bag, wondering how it had got so damn cold. I go to flip on my electric lantern, but it will not turn on. Batteries must be dead. I hear the tent flap behind me start to open. I turn my head and look over. Through the flap comes the head of the tall, skinny thing. It cranes its foot-long neck and stares right at me. There is black tar stuff oozing from cuts that riddle its face. It looks at me for a few seconds and then starts talking. It says, "Come with me. You must come with me." I actually said, no. Its face moves closer to mine, and it keeps on repeating its phrase. I am in absolute terror. The thing suddenly starts howling in pain like a man would. It is then jerked back out the tent. I say jerked because it looked like something had pulled it out. I hear thrashing going down into the ravine, followed by a roaring noise and now screaming. I curl up into a ball in my sleeping bag and close my eyes shut as tight as I can get them. I must have fallen asleep because I woke up to the sound of the trumpet at 5 a.m. Today was the day we leave. I was so fucking happy to leave that godforsaken place. I had all of my shit packed up by 7 a.m. and I was waiting out by the van. I said fuck the ending gathering and waiting in the parking lot. Everyone got back an hour or so later and we took off. As soon as we left the parking lot, I had to take a dump. My bowels knew what was going on. Be me. My wife asked me to go camping. I hate the idea. She is excited though. I say sure, why not? We drive to a secluded bit of land that her grandparents own. We spend hours setting up the tent and campsite. We get ready. We go hiking. It rains a little bit. We get a little bit wet. We double back. We get back just as it gets dark. We make a fire. My wife is getting a little low energy. We just eat and talk for a while. We decide to go to sleep. We are using an inflatable mattress and a double sleeping bag. We get in together. She is shivering. I ask her if she is okay. She says she's fine. She keeps on shivering. I don't feel good. You said you were fine. I don't want to ruin our trip. Oh boy, we get to go home. I feel her face. She's pretty hot. Well, it won't be any fun if you don't feel well. I think you may have a fever. I guess. Let's go home. We get up and get her to the car. I start it and turn on the heat. I start packing up our stuff. I am in the tent, deflating the mattress. The horn beeps. I run out and over to the car. She says there was someone around our camp. She said they were crawling. As soon as she saw them move and was sure that it was someone, she beeped the horn. I can tell that she is really upset. I don't really believe her though. I tell her to relax and go back to packing. I gather everything outside the tent. I step back in to roll up the mattress. I hear her yell my name. It sounded like it came from the woods. Why is she outside the car? I hear, "Help, my leg is bleeding." I rush out. I glance at the car. She is asleep in the seat. I feel a wave of fear come over me. I hear something yell again. "Help me." It still sounded like her, but somewhat off. It was too raspy and deep. I take down the tent and just roll it up and shove it in the car. I left a few things behind, but I didn't care. I just got the fuck out of there. We are driving away a little bit too fast. I wake my wife up and have her put her seatbelt on. We get home, and I ask her to tell me what she saw. She said it was white. She thought it was a naked person crawling behind some trees. She saw them stand up against the tree, and she beeped the horn and they dropped down, and I ran. I talked to my wife about it as we were going to bed last night. I had never told her what I heard, and had just been dodging going camping again when she brought it up. I'm glad we talked though, because she was beginning to doubt what she had seen, being sick that night. After telling her what I heard, she told me a pretty interesting story from when she was a kid, staying at her grandparents'. I will do my best to relay it. I should not have slept on it. She was young. She was about 10 years old or so. She was at her grandparents' house. Their house is on a hill, about near where we camped. We saw it on our hike. Her brother and cousin and her were playing around at the edge of the woods. They were yelling and listening to their echoes. They hear a reply. It's obviously not an echo. It sounded like their cousin's older sibling. The sibling was not there at that time. It sounded so much like them. They were convinced they were just a little ways into the woods. The voice is saying something like, "Guys, come here, I found something." They follow it into the woods. It keeps getting further away. The voice finally comes to a creek they know that they are not allowed to be around/cross. The voice is on the other side, saying something like, "Hurry, it's just over here." Her brother and cousin are walking the creek, trying to find a place to cross. My wife, being a pussbag, runs back and tells on them. Grandpa spanks the three of them for even going to that far into the woods unattended. They were upset they could not go and play with her older cousin. She obviously never thought much of it, being a kid at the time, but what happened to me certainly brought it back to mind. Actually makes me wonder if her grandparents knew something was up, or simply did not want them playing in the woods for obvious reasons. I served my compulsory military service back in the Soviet era in Moscow in one of the ministerial buildings. Now, everyone knows that the basements of such buildings are large and deep. The one where I served was deep and very large. You don't even go down there by elevator, but by escalator, like in the metro. Of course, you had to have a pass to enter, double security control. At the end of the working day, only the duty shift remains. The security doors are sealed. Doors like these can withstand a nuclear strike. After that, no one can enter or leave the basement without the duty officer knowing. My combat post was a privileged one. When the working day ends, only me and my number 2 remain at the post. The post is located in such a way that no one can sneak up on us unnoticed, so in the evenings, we calmly went about our business. And by business, I mean that we would goof off and do other things. That evening, everything was like that. Everyone left. We did what we were supposed to do and heated up some tea. It was Friday evening. A normal captain who did not bother the shifts was on duty in the basement, and everyone was hoping for a relaxing Saturday. Then Major Rokotov suddenly showed up. He called from the lower and ordered us to get up. The relations with the engineer officers in the basement were completely different than in the company. They did not care about the regulations. You do your job, well done, the rest does not matter, and you could easily chat with them about life and ask for something. So, Rokotov was a good boss. He did not find faults with our work unnecessarily. Of course, he had some quirks, but who doesn't have them? And he was truly an engineer from God, that is true. I would like to tell a couple of stories about him, but it's completely impossible. I saw him in the operational room, all dirty, tired, and dissatisfied. We gave him some tea and asked him questions. The major said that one mechanism on the distant unit had broken. The mechanism was quite simple, but 2 of my fellow conscripts were unable to fix the problem. So, the major himself, the head of the department, went to see what was going on. However, even he, after fiddling around for almost 2 hours, could not understand why the mechanism was not working. That is why he returned late, tired, and dissatisfied. This mechanism was an auxiliary device. It was used rarely. There was no urgent need to repair it. The major drank some tea, cheered up, changed his clothes, and went home. I myself saw him exit from the basement. The second and I again went about our business. About an hour and a half later, the duty officer's assistant suddenly called and asked if Major Rokotov had left. I was surprised and said that he had left almost 2 hours ago. The assistant chuckled and hung up. At the time, I did not attach any importance to this call. A few minutes later, the assistant called again. and asked again if I was sure that Rokotov had left the facility. I was a little tense, but again confirmed that I had personally escorted the Major out to the exit. The assistant was a familiar warrant officer, and I asked him what was going on. The warrant officer replied that someone had called from the distant node, introduced himself as Major Rokotov, asked to supply power to the distant node, and hung up. The distant node did not respond to calls from the control tower or calls from the State Security Service. The control tower shows where the call is coming from, and there can be no mistake. In the distant one, it is called distant because it is more than a kilometer away. No one will go there just like that, and even more so, no one has any reason to call the duty officer from there and introduce themselves as Major Rokotov. In addition, the exit to the passage that leads to the distant one after the end of the working day was blocked by a huge hermetic seal, which cannot be opened without the duty officer's knowledge. The control tower was surprised, but supplied power to the distant one. You never know. Maybe the person was very busy and did not want to reach the GGS. Although in general, this is a serious violation of all of the rules. Another half hour later, the control tower started calling the long-range radio again, but no one answered. The control tower decided that the Major had finished his business and left. For some reason, they forgot about the closed shutter. Then the assistant called me and learned from me that Rokotov had long since gone home. The control tower did not bother with the time discrepancies, probably deciding that I had mixed something up, and since the Major had left, the duty officer ordered that the power be disconnected from the long-range radio. In this case, the lighting and power to the mechanisms on the long-range radio were turned off, leaving only the duty radio. Almost immediately after this, Rokotov called from the long-range radio, asked for the power to be turned on again, hung up, and did not answer any more calls. Then the assistant called me a second time. I again confirmed that I had seen the Major leave. The assistant said nothing and hung up. I could not understand anything. In general, there were 2 more entrances to the basement, but one was not for ordinary people at all, and it was very rarely opened. The second one was closed at the time, and in general, it was impossible to enter the basement without the duty officer's knowledge, even if the Major wanted to return. I had some friends in the security company. I called them at the pass office, and they told me that Major Rokotov's pass had been handed in. This meant that he could not possibly be in the basement. At the same time, my buddy said that literally a minute before me, the control and patrol officer had called and also asked if Rokotov's pass had been handed in. I was completely overwhelmed and began to think about what all of this could mean. In general, it was possible to get to the distant node in 2 more ways. Firstly, that kilometer-long walk ended with another huge hermetic seal, but even the control and patrol officer could not open it without special permission. Secondly, on the distant one, there was an exit from another of our basements. The easiest thing to think about that was that someone was coming out of this basement, calling the KDP from a distant phone, and pretending to be Major Rokotov. That would explain everything. But firstly, the exit from this distant basement was also blocked by the DZG under the alarm. Secondly, this exit was in the field of view of the duty officer in the distant basement, and even if someone wanted to open the door by jamming the limit switches, he would not even be able to do it unnoticed. Thirdly, this is not some kind of poorly organized office, and no one here would think of making such jokes with the KDP. Then the duty officer himself called. I already said that he was a normal guy. He talked to conscripts easily. He, as usual, rudely and jokingly asked what the hell was going on with Delny and Rokotov. I said that I didn't get what was going on, and didn't understand what they wanted from me. The duty officer said that if it was a joke, then he appreciated it, but there was no point in going overboard, and in general, that was enough already. I again said that I did not understand what they wanted from me, and that my second number and I had seen Rokotov leave the facility more than 2 hours ago, and I did not know who was calling from Delny. To be honest, at this point, I even began to suspect that the control tower was playing a joke on me. The captain was a real funny guy, but he was not on shift. Then the captain said that Major Rokotov had just called from the far end, and demanded that I be sent to him, and that I take the repair kit and a set of probes from his desk. At this point I was completely dumbfounded. I said that this could not be, because I had called the pass office, and knew that Rokotov's pass had been handed in. The captain was silent for a moment, and then asked, I think that he and his assistant had gone completely nuts. Oh, I forgot to say that the Major had a very peculiar accent, and even over the phone, it was hard to confuse him with anyone else. As for the pass, one could imagine that at the end of the working day, when people were pouring in droves, Rokotov could return to the basement, having already handed in his pass because the guards knew him by sight, or could simply have missed him. I told the duty officer that this was definitely a prank by someone from the far basement, but the captain replied that after the second call, he asked the duty officer there to check if there was anyone in the far basement, and he was told that there was no one. The captain said that he did not want to embarrass himself in front of another unit, and that I should take the repair kit, probes, and go to the far basement to see what was going on in there. I had every right to refuse. According to the instructions, I had no right to leave my post. But as I said, I had a very good relationship with this captain. We helped each other out many times. I took the repair kit, probes, and went to the far one. The repair kit is just a bag with keys, screwdrivers, and other small stuff, and the feeler gauges were even more interesting. The feeler gauge set is like a Swiss Army knife, only instead of blades, there are metal plates of different thicknesses. It is needed to adjust the gaps correctly. The set was buried in a pile of papers in Rokotov's desk, and if the duty officer had not told me where it was, I would never have found it. I grabbed another flashlight and headed to the high beam. I had to go through the control tower, where the duty officer and his assistant caught me. They asked if I had noticed anything strange in Rokotov's behavior. I said that I had not noticed anything, except that he looked unusually tired. I said again that I thought the calls from the high beam were someone's stupid joke, because I was really completely sure of it, and I did not really want to drag myself to the high beam, but the duty officer said that I had to go, so I went. When I was young, I did not take all these oddities very seriously. But while I was trudging to the far one, I suddenly felt uneasy. I don't know why. I must say that I felt very calm underground. I wasn't afraid of dark tunnels. I liked being alone on the night shift when there was no one. In the army, you don't often get to do this, and it's very valuable to be alone. But here, I was overcome with some kind of anxiety. I even ran some part of the way, although it was very inconvenient to run because the heavy bag with keys was in the way. The passage that led to the far one ended in a vertical shaft, about 20 meters high. There used to be an elevator there, but then it was removed, and the only way up was by the stairs, and instead of an elevator, they installed a hoist, which was sometimes used to lower or raise various loads through the former elevator shaft. I went up the stairs, and noticed that the fence enclosing the shaft was open. This was unusual. It could only happen if they were going to lower something into the shaft. The Major was not visible. From this place, the passage continued for about 50 meters and turned quite sharply to the right, so I thought that Rokotov was somewhere further. For some reason, I suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Not so much scared, but uncomfortable. I could not stand it and loudly called the Major. No one answered. I looked into the room where the mechanism was installed. There was no one there either, but the light was on. The cabinet was open and the circuit was partially disassembled. I turned off the light and went out. I closed the mine vents and moved on. The phone I was supposed to call the control center with was almost at the very end of the passage, but there was no one there either. That's when I got really scared. I don't really know why. I remember thinking that this was some sort of dirty trick on the part of the duty officer, but the captain was a normal guy, and this was no place for such jokes. Out of fear, I turned on the flashlight. I remembered the open fence, and was afraid that the Major could accidentally fall down. I returned to the shaft and shone the light down, but the shaft was empty. I called for the Major several times at the top of my lungs, but no one answered. I returned to the phone, called the duty officer, and said that there was no one on the long line. The captain was silent for quite a long time, and then asked where Rokotov had gone. I replied that I couldn't know. The captain asked if I was sure I had not met him on the way. I swore that I had not seen the Major since he changed his clothes and went out. The duty officer cursed and ordered me to go back. I hung up and went to the stairs, and then I suddenly heard the shaft fence creak ahead. When you open it, it makes such an unusual sound, and the mesh rattles so distinctly you cannot confuse it with anything. Somehow, I immediately calmed down. It meant that I had found the Major. I came out from behind the corner and really saw the Major. The shaft fence was indeed open, and the Major was standing right at the very edge, with his back to me. The lighting was quite sufficient, and from a distance of about 30 meters, I could not be mistaken. I shouted joyfully. The Major heard and turned around, continuing to stand at the very edge of the shaft. He was in the operational room, and I wondered where he had managed to change his clothes. I could see his face very well. I even managed to see how he smiled when he saw me. There was nothing unusual in his appearance or behavior. I had completely calmed down and slowed down. Then the Major suddenly, slowly raised his hands above his head, as if on command, hands up, and slowly began to fall backwards. I did not even immediately realize what was happening. He looked at me, calmly smiled, and slowly fell backwards. I screamed and rushed to him, but I did not have time. Before my eyes, Major Rokotov fell into the open shaft. I did not make it to the shaft. I felt as if I was paralyzed. For a while I could not really move, and I heard the Major flying down without a single cry, clinging to the shaft railing. Then I heard a bang from below. I ran down the stairs. After all, the height was not that great. The Major could have slowed his fall by clinging to the shaft railing and survived. In all fairness, I should have first notified the duty officer about the emergency and called for help, but that did not even occur to me then. My brain seemed to have switched off. I did everything automatically. I ran down the stairs. While I was fiddling with the rather tight latch and opening the lower doors to the shaft, I thought my heart would jump out of my chest. I opened it, and there was no one there. Then it seemed to me that I had gone crazy. Some strange feeling came over me, as if this was all in a dream or not happening to me. The shaft fence was made of ordinary channels and chain-link fencing. There was not much light in the shaft, but it was enough to see that the Major had not grabbed onto anything and that there was no one in the shaft. At first I was terribly happy. If there was no one in the shaft, it meant that Rokotov had not fallen and broken himself. And where did he go then, after all? I saw him fall with my own eyes. I heard him fall in the grating rattle. I started calling the Major at the top of my lungs. Now I think it was hysteria. I was shaking and my voice was breaking, but no one answered. Total silence. You could only hear the lamps humming and the blood pounding in your temples. Here, I became truly scared. It was not the same fear when I saw the Major fall into the mine. This was something completely different. I don't know how to describe it. This is the fear that is not in the head, but somewhere in the stomach or in the spine. I had only one thought, to run. I have never run like that in my life. I stopped only when I got out. It was already light. People were nearby. I relaxed a little. I caught my breath a little. Gradually, I began to think, if I go to the command post, what should I tell the duty officer? You can't say that you saw the Major fall into the mine and then disappear. And to go back and look at everything again more carefully, I was simply scared from the very thought. And if I say that I did not see anything, that is also scary. Suddenly, the Major really is in trouble and needs help. How I didn't go crazy at that moment, I myself do not know. I decided to go to the duty officer, tell him that the lights went out on the high beam, and that I needed to inspect everything again, and for him to send someone else. I made it to the control post. I was shaking all over. My legs were buckling. The officer on duty and his assistant stared at me, their eyes wide open. I must have looked like I was crazy. They asked me what had happened, but my throat was so tight I could not get a word out. What I was going to say immediately flew out of my head, and I could still see the Major falling into the shaft before my eyes. I only managed to croak out Rokotov and could not say anything else. The ensign assistant grinned and said that everything was fine with Rokotov. It turned out that after my call from the long-distance line, they dialed the Major's landline number and Rokotov himself answered. The Major had been home for a very long time and was very surprised by their call. He confirmed that he had indeed gone to look at the mechanism on the long-distance unit that day. It turned out to be some kind of a tricky malfunction, so he had not been able to fix it by the end of the working day, and was planning to finish it tomorrow. At this point, I stopped understanding anything at all. What was it that I saw on the long-range radio, or have I gone crazy? The duty officer and his assistant looked at me, and realized that something was wrong with me, and started pestering me with questions, and I did not know what to answer. And then I had the misfortune to ask who had called from the long-range radio if the Major had been home for a long time. I see that the captain has become bored and said that they will deal with these jokers, and the ensign suddenly called me by name and asked what happened to me on the far side, why I was so disheveled, and where the repair kit was. Only then did I notice that I really did not have a cap or a bag, only a flashlight that was turned on in my hand. And what can I say? I don't know. The captain seemed to sense my doubts. Don't worry, he says. Tell me what happened. No one will find out. Everything will remain between us. For some reason I suddenly felt better. I did not go into details. I said that after I reported to the control tower that there was no one on the far side, it seemed to me that I saw the Major, but when I got closer, there was no one there. I didn't lie to him. I just omitted the part about the Major possibly being a dream. The duty officers exchanged glances. The captain thrust a mug of tea at me, told me to sit quietly, and he and his assistant went into the break room. They closed the door and talked about something there for a few minutes. I drank the tea, but I did not taste it. It was as if a fuse had blown in my head. The trembling would not stop, and the mug was shaking in my hands. Then I suddenly saw that button on the duty officer's control panel was blinking, and so I looked at this blinking button, and for some reason, I started to feel uneasy again. The duty officers behind the door were mumbling, and the button was still blinking. I could not stand it. I got up and looked to see where the call was coming from. It was from the far end. I called the captain. The duty officers burst in. They stared at me. I nodded at the control panel. The assistant immediately turned on the speakerphone. A soft, pleasant noise with some whistling came from the speakers. This was very strange, because the connection in the basement was usually excellent. And then there was some noise and whistling. The assistant asked the caller to introduce himself several times, and suddenly, through the noise and the whistling, the words, "Do not launch on the triangle," were heard clearly and distinctly. The reprimand was very similar to Major Rokotov's reprimand. Then the call went out. The assistant immediately started connecting to the distant one via the GGS, but to no avail. The captain went berserk. I'd never seen him like that. He started calling somewhere, swearing, not choosing his words, swearing that he would bury everyone for such jokes. Then he remembered me, said that he was removing me from the shift so that I would trudge to the company and keep quiet. I balked. I started to resist, because removing the duty officer from the shift is a terrible mistake, and I did not see any guilt in myself. The captain told me not to wet myself, that it would be reported to the higher-ups that I was supposedly carrying out special assignments of the duty officer, and that I was entitled to rest for safety reasons. He promised leave if I kept quiet and all that. I understood that I would be of little use in such a state on the shift, and, having waited for the replacement, I went to the company. The company duty officer already knew. He only asked how I was. He also said that I was ordered not to be woken up until lunch. I thought I would not fall asleep, but I passed out right away. Before lunch, the duty officer woke me up and said that Major Rokotov had died in the emergency department. He had fallen into the elevator shaft at the far end and had crashed. Our guys from the department came. They said that in the morning, the Major had been talking on the phone with the duty officer, and this conversation had really amused him. He took Corporal Gritsuk, the same soldier who had been unable to fix the mechanism on the far one, and said that they would go to the far one to finish the repairs. They left the department together, but then Rokotov went to the command post and told Gritsuk to go to the far one and wait for him there. On the way to the far one, Gritsuk met some guys from another department. They got into a conversation and chatted for about 5 minutes. In fact, it was from these guys that we learned that Rokotov had been delayed at the command post, and Gritsuk had gone to the far one alone. About an hour later, a terrible ruckus arose in the unit, with cops, the prosecutor's office, security officers, commanders of various levels. The guard commander led Gritsuk out and took him to the headquarters. Another hour later, a stretcher covered with OZK cloaks was lifted up. Then the whole battalion was herded into the club. The battalion commander officially informed us about the accident. When asked about Gritsuk, he said that he was being treated as a witness for now, but he would be kept in isolation until the circumstances were clarified. Then the chief engineer went on and on about safety precautions and all of that. Just before lights out, I was called to the duty officer of the unit. the duty officer told me to look into the officer's smoking room. In the smoking room, a captain and a warrant officer who had just come off duty were waiting for me. They both looked lousy. They asked how I was. I said that everything was fine. They were silent. The captain asked me to tell him what really happened that evening on the distant one. He didn't press, he just asked. For some reason, I didn't even think of resisting, but told everything as it happened. The duty officers kept their eyes on me, catching every single word. When I got to the part where the major was falling, I saw for the first time how faces turned to stone with horror. The ensign was the first to come to life, nodded, and told me to continue telling the story. The captain just sat there, petrified. It was a creepy sight, and I tried not to look at him. I finished telling the story. We sat in silence for a while, smoking. Then the ensign asked what to do now. The captain smiled wryly and said that there was nothing to be done about it. The ensign nodded in my direction and asked what to do with me. The captain said that he could tell me if he wanted and if I wanted, and he left. And the ensign asked if I wanted to know what happened to Major Rokotov. I nodded, and this is what he told me. In the morning, the duty officer talked to Rokotov and carefully told him about the evening's events, which made the major laugh a lot. Rokotov did not take all this seriously, and in the end, they even had a quarrel. The captain categorically forbade the major to go to the distant one alone, and demanded that the work be officially registered. The surprised major sent Gritsuk to the distant one, and on the way, he himself stopped at the control post, where he and the captain had a detailed conversation, by the end of which, the major stopped smiling. He was particularly struck by two things. First, the set of probes that was mentioned in the penultimate call from the long-distance line was Rokotov's personal tool. He had brought it only yesterday, taken it with him to the long-distance line, and then left it in his desk, specifically burying it in the papers so that no one would steal it. That is, no one could have known that there was a set of probes in Rokotov's desk, especially the Joker who had called from the long-distance line could not have known about it. Secondly, the phrase "do not start on the triangle," which we heard in the last call from the distant one, had a specific meaning. The thing was that the malfunction of the mechanism on the distant one, which Major Rokotov was dealing with, manifested itself only when the windings of the electric motor switched to the triangle scheme. But Rokotov did not tell anyone about this, including me. The duty officer suspected me, but I had a very good relationship with the major. Rokotov went to the far side, where Corporal Gritsuk was already waiting for him. 20 minutes later, Gritsuk called from the distant station and reported that Major Rokotov had just fallen into the elevator shaft at the distant node before his eyes, asking for help and what to do. The captain ordered them to do nothing. Do not approach the shaft, do not leave the phone, and wait for the rescue team. When, a few minutes later, the rescuers, led by the duty officer, arrived at the shaft in a carriage and opened the locked doors of the shaft, they indeed found Major Rokotov's body on the floor. His twisted arms, legs, and broken skull clearly indicated that he had fallen into the shaft from above. At the top, they found Corporal Gritsuk barely alive, still clutching the telephone receiver in his hand. The captain forbade them to touch anything, immediately sent the rescuers back in the carriage, contacted his assistant, and ordered them to report upstairs. Then he demanded that Gritsuk tell everything as it happened. Gritsuk said that he arrived about 10 minutes earlier than Rokotov, and, after waiting for a bit, decided to go around the corner and have a smoke, so that the major would not smell the smoke when he arrived. As he was taking his last drag, he heard the creaking of the mine fence being pulled back. Gritsuk quickly stamped out a cigarette and went to the mine. Coming out from behind the corner, he saw the major standing with his back to him at the very edge of the open mine. Gritsuk wanted to call out to the major, but he was afraid that he might fall from the surprise. Gritsuk said that at that moment, it seemed to him that someone called out to the major from somewhere behind his back. He even turned around but saw no one. When he looked at the major again, the latter was already facing him, looking somewhere through him and smiling. Then the major slowly raised his hands, as if on command to put his hands up, and slowly fell backwards into the mine. Gritsuk rushed to the telephone, reported the incident to the control and control station and did not leave the telephone until the duty officer arrived. The investigation was short. The examination established that Rokotov was alive when he hit the mine floor, and no other signs of injury were found. No traces of alcohol or drugs were found. No motive for suicide was found either, and everything was written off as an accident. Gritsuk was a witness in the case, but he never showed up at the unit again. I don't know what happened to him next. They kicked out the department chief, removed the unit commander, the duty officer and assistant got off with reprimands. Soon, the captain quit, and the ensign was transferred to Chekhov. Hey, hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you want to hear more, make sure to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment because it lets YouTube know you like the content and helps more people to see these videos. My next big goal for the channel is 100,000 subscribers, and as a celebration, I will be doing a Q&A video once we hit that goal. Thank you. I'm a backpacker. I've been pretty much all over the world, but there was one spot that had up until recently eluded me. It was Australia. I finally bit the bullet and booked my dream trip down under. I won't be ever going back there though. I have always been fascinated by the idea of the Australian outback, with its vast empty nothingness stretching as far as the eye can see. Something about getting yourself lost there was equal parts terrifying and exciting. So that's exactly what I planned to do. I wanted to get out into the wilds as quickly as possible. I did some research beforehand. I jumped onto some local Aussie backpacking travel groups on Facebook, and I ended up getting quite friendly with a local. I will just refer to him as A. A was part Indigenous. His father was Australian Aboriginal. We got to talking. Upon hearing all about my wishes to see the most secluded sites of Australia, he agreed to be my tour guide for the trip. All was set, so I flew into Sydney on a cold winter morning. I met my tour guide A at the airport, and we hastily made our way to his vehicle. Then we began the trek out west. The drive was bloody beautiful. We eventually cleared the western suburbs of Sydney, passing through Parramatta, Blacktown, and Penrith. The drive continued on for hours as we passed through quaint little outback communities. Some of these places genuinely looked like ghost towns. Eventually, just as night began to fall, we reached Broken Hill. This sprawling inland mining city, deep in the heart of the outback of New South Wales, was to be our base for exploring the remote wilderness of Matawanshi National Park. We would stay in the night here in Broken Hill. It was too late to start the hike into the park. A explained to me it was already creeping into the afternoon hours. He said if we got caught in the dark too far from a good spot to make camp, then that would spell real danger out here. I was not going to argue. He knew this place better than I did. We checked into a little hotel. I awoke the next morning to the smells of breakfast and the sounds of my fellow guests shuffling their way down the stairs to dig into it. I was close behind them. After breakfast, I met up with A, and we loaded our gear into his ute. Before long, we were out on the open road again, surrounded by the endless red horizon. He was not wrong. This place was remote. It was a few hours' drive to the nearest entry point, and from there, we were on foot. We had everything we needed in our packs. There was something quite unnerving about trekking into such a vast open wasteland with not even a vehicle to retreat into should things go sideways. But this is what I came for, and I was going to see it through. The first step was truly something magical. The barely audible crunch of the soft top layer of dirt before my boot sunk into the red earth. It was surreal. I had waited so long to see this land. I could not quite believe that was actually here. Finally, the first day was full of little moments like that. The first time seeing a mob of kangaroos hop by in the distance. The first time smelling eucalyptus. The first time fearing for my life as A threw an abrupt hand signal in front of my face just in time to stop me traipsing ignorantly into a large eastern brown snake's path. And the first time seeing a bee bomb cresting the horizon after a full day of hiking. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon by that point. We decided to make camp for the night. It had been a long day, and I was starving. We set up camp beneath some gum trees nearby that beautiful bee bong. It was of course far too cold for any swimming, but the ambience was nice. There was a trickle in the nearby stream, and the crackle of the campfire had me off to sleep very quickly. It must have been close to, or maybe just past midnight, when I awoke. I awoke from a deep sleep to a hand pressing against my mouth. In that moment, there were many thoughts of Australia's outback serial killers racing through my mind, but it was A, and not some random killer. His eyes were wide. He had a finger pressed against his lips, telling me to keep my mouth shut. I began to glance around, trying to find the source of A's sudden panic state. Looking around, at first I did not notice anything, just the vast expanse of the open outback in every direction. What made this experience even more terrifying is that we did not even have the cover of the tent. We were just camping out rough in our swags. I had no idea what to expect. That's when A lifted a single hand and pointed down towards the waterhole and whispered one word, Nadube. It took me a while in my sleepy state to process what I was looking at. It looked just like some kind of fucking werewolf. It looked in every possible way, bar some subtle differences, like a werewolf. It stood bolt upright on two jagged hind legs. Its arms slumped down by its sides, and its head hung downward. Its scrunched up face molding into a slender snout, which looked more beak-like than that of a dog. It began to slowly creep around the waterhole, my eyes remaining fixed on it the whole time. With each step, the dry earth crunched beneath it, and each one of those sounds will forever remain buried into my memory. I thought for sure this thing was making its slow approach towards us. As it came closer to our side of the small pond, I began to notice more alarming features about this thing. It may have resembled a werewolf in form and posture, but that is where the similarities ended. Its entire body was covered in what looked to be sharp tendrils, like a porcupine. I watched as it sniffed at the still night air, I suppose searching for something that it could call a meal. I don't know. I am unsure what its purpose or what its motives were, but by the look of it, neither could have been good. A ever so slowly and carefully pulled the small swag blanket over the both of us, and we huddled there in place. We were hoping and praying that we would go unnoticed. For a series of very, very long hours, we laid there in the silence of the desolate Australian outback as we listened to this thing take measured paces around our camp. It just walked around occasionally, sniffing at our packs and some of the food that we had left around the camp. Intermittently, we would hear the unmistakable sounds of slurping. I guess at that point, it must have found itself some leftovers. Every so often, it would retreat back over to the side of the waterhole, from what we could hear anyway, but would then return. It seemed like it was waiting for something. Perhaps it thought somebody might be coming back for whatever reason, unaware that we were right there, beneath the thin swag blanket. It was undoubtedly the single most horrifying night of my life. The thoughts that were running through my mind after seeing that thing, the thinking about what it could do to us, it was beyond terrifying. We did not dare move that whole night, and it's a good thing, as it would in the end be the light of day which would arrive as our saviors. I guess it didn't much like the light, or perhaps the early morning heat it brought with it. As the sun started coming up, we heard this thing very quickly run away. It happened as soon as the morning rays began making their way across the camp. It still took us another good hour before we could summon the bravery to emerge from the makeshift hiding spot. I almost wish we had not. As we rose from our sleeping bag and got a good look at what had once been our little campsite, we were even more horrified than we had been the night before. We were greeted by the sight of many, many corpses. There were corpses of lizards, possums, fish, snakes, and even some kangaroos. Their bodies were all lifeless. Seemingly, they were untouched. You would not even know they had been attacked in any way, were it not for the small holes in their bellies and those disgusting slurping noises we had heard the night before. It was not the only thing it left behind. We found a sort of nest nearby. It was a hole that was dug into the ground around 15 minutes away from our camp. I got a little bit too brave and just wanted to check the surrounding area. The hole must have been a couple of feet deep, with junk piled high. Scraps of food, rotting meat, other bits of animals, papers and packets that were presumably from food other campers had brought along. But underneath the pile, barely poking out, was a human. It was unmistakable. A almost vomited at the sight and smell. The face was completely untouched, but the eyes were wide open. You could see the blood vessels in the eyes popping out. No marks or scratches on the arm. No visible trauma. We were wondering how the fuck this guy even died. It wasn't until we slightly pulled the body out that we realized how. The shirt was completely gone from the lower half of the body, and the chest area was just sunken in, like it had just fully collapsed in on itself. There were tons of small little dots all around it too, puncture wounds, but small ones. They looked much too small to have been made by claws. It looked like the whole stomach and chest area had been, I don't know, drained. We made haste getting out of there after that. We reported it to the police and gave a statement. We never heard any follow-up from them though. Whether they didn't take us seriously or wanted to keep it under wraps, I have no idea. Needless to say, we stayed a night back at Broken Hill and set off for the drive back east the next morning. The drive back to Sydney was a lot more solemn than the one we had taken on the way out there. Abe barely spoke. I almost didn't want to break the silence, but there were questions in my mind. That thing was obviously not of this world, and yet he seemed to know exactly what it was at a glance. Well, not entirely certain, of course. A shared with me that what we had seen was most likely a Nadubi. It is an indigenous tale of a grotesque, echidna-like dogman which hunts by night. I did not get much more out of him. He looked as shaken as I was, understandably so. Despite growing up hearing many of these stories, I could tell by his demeanor that this was the first time he'd encountered one firsthand. I did end up staying a few more nights in Sydney. Honestly, I was still in a state of shock. I probably would have been on the next flight out had I been in any state of mind to book one, but I just couldn't, so I stuck around until I could think straight. It was around 1998 that this happened to me. My family and I had just moved into an old clapboard house on the edge of town. It had a huge backyard with a 6-foot wooden privacy fence on one side and a metal chain-link fence about 4.5 feet high around the other 3 sides of the yard. The neighbors were on one side, the privacy fence side. It had a small grass alley that ran behind the back with a streetlight and then into the yard, etc. Our bedroom was an old converted sunroom on the back of the house that faces the backyard. It had floor-to-ceiling windows all along the back wall, looking into the backyard. We did not have many options as to where to place our beds, so my headboard was against the windows. My brother's bed was about 8 feet away, with his headboard against the opposite wall. The foot of the bed was facing the windows. One night, we were up pretty late. I was in my bed, and he was in his, just talking about random things. Suddenly he got real quiet. I figured he fell asleep, but then I heard him whispering in a shaky breath, so I'm like, what? And I hear him whisper again. So again I'm like, speak up, I can't hear you. And he goes, don't move, and be quiet. He said it in a forced whisper. I thought he was messing with me, so I said, bitch, why? I am looking directly at him. My head is to the windows, and he is pointing into the backyard behind my bed. I quickly sit up and turn around. I see this huge dog head staring almost nose to glass through the window right behind my bed. I am almost nose to nose with this thing. It was just a single pane of glass and about 10 inches of empty air that was separating me from this thing. Now when I say I screamed, I mean I screamed. It was not my proudest moment, but hey, I was like 10 years old. Well, anyways, the thing quickly ducked underneath the window and then ran into the side of the yard. Then it jumped the 4.5-foot chain-link fence and bolted off into the darkness. My dad came running into the room with our mom right on his heels. We were able to stammer out that something was looking through our window, so Dad ran back to his room and grabbed his shotgun and then headed out the side door of the house and into the backyard. He did not find anything and wrote it off as me having a nightmare. My brother would not admit to seeing anything, so I took the blame and was told to quit messing around. They told me to go back to bed. Later that night, I begged my parents to let me sleep in the living room. Truthfully, I just wanted to leave the house, but it was not an option. They refused, and I was made to sleep in my room. So again, my brother and I are in our room with these floor-to-ceiling windows. We are just completely rattled. We are both huddled in his bed, staring out the windows. We see this thing come walking along the chain-link fence on all fours. The fence only comes up to its mid-shoulder, so this thing is huge. It sniffs the ground, does a few circles, and then hops the fence into the backyard like it is nothing. It walks over to the window and again gets nose to the glass like it's trying to see in. We are panicking the whole time. Well, my brother is like, fuck this, and as soon as he steps off the bed, we hear this loud bang and there is a flash of light. The thing at the windows gets knocked sideways, and without even missing a beat, it turns and runs across the full length of backyard. It then jumps the back chain link fence. It cleared the fence, the alleyway, and then landed in the neighbor's backyard. This is easily a 15 to 20 foot jump minimum, just clearing their fence like it was nothing, and was gone at a dead run. It went up beside that house and off into the darkness on the other side. My dad comes tearing around the side of the house with a shotgun in hand. He makes a mad dash for the side door and slams it shut behind him. He is screaming and hollering that we gotta go. We pack up and head to a hotel that night. My mom absolutely refused to believe we saw what we said we saw. We only lived there for about 6 months. It rattled my dad so much, he did not even want to come back. He told my mom that we were just going to move that next day, but she would not allow it. After about 6 months, she conceded and we moved. Mind you, this is in the coastal plains region of Texas. We have no large wild canines here. We have stray dogs and coyotes, but nothing that would even remotely touch on how big this thing was. My dad swears he shot that thing with a slug from about 15 feet away with his 12-gauge shotgun. He said he hit it right underneath its left arm, hitting it in the ribs where its vital organs are. He said it did nothing and it just ran off. He did not even get a real reaction from the thing or a hint that it was wounded. He said the thing that freaked him out the most was that when he saw the thing jump the fence, it walked towards our window, crouched, but still on its hind legs. It wasn't walking on all fours. And then when it got to our window, it stood up straighter. He could tell that while it looked like a dog, its body was shaped wrong. He said it looked like a really stocky person wearing a dog suit, but he could tell it wasn't a suit. Also, when it was walking in circles sniffing the ground before coming into our yard the second time, he said it wasn't actually sniffing the ground, like for a scent. He said it was staring at our window with its face to the ground, just acting like it was sniffing the ground. He said it was almost as if it was playing a part to see if anyone would notice it. He said he has had dogs his whole life, and everything about what it was doing was wrong. A while later, I asked my dad why he was in the backyard if he thought I was having a nightmare. He told me my brother is the one that gave it away. He said with how panicked I looked, that my brother was almost white as a sheet and would not take his eyes off of the window. He said, "Your brother has never looked so scared and has never been one with just making stuff up." So, after going back to his room with my mom, as he was laying there thinking about it, he decided that if my brother was as white as he was, then we had to have seen something. So he grabbed his gun in case that he had to scare some creeper out of our yard. He figured he was going to go for the garage and out by the far side of the house and sneak to the corner. He was going to see if someone was peeking in our windows or if someone was actually messing with us. He never actually thought we saw a huge dog-looking thing, that just maybe, with it being dark outside and us being kids with overactive imaginations, maybe we just mistook someone as something. But when he saw that thing come up the side fence and with the street light in the back alley lighting up the backyard, he saw it and it freaked him out. He was going to creep back inside until it went up to our window. He said as it stood up, he just got this instant feeling of just dread, like something was going to happen to us. This was about 23 years ago, and I had no clue what a dogman was, and I did not believe in anything supernatural back then. I was hunting wild hogs in one of the southernmost areas of the Great Dismal Swamp. This is far south of the wildlife refuge where it ends at the Albemarle Sound in eastern NC. I had put my boat in the water at a friend's house about a half hour by water from where I went into the swamp at. This was in late November, so it was pretty cold and really overcast, and it gets dark around 5 or so. It was about noon when I tied up and got out of the boat. The first hour or so was pretty uneventful. I was working my way inland. Some of this part of the swamp can be walked through when the tide is low, and it's just marshy with deeper canals and bogs scattered about, but there aren't any trails or marked paths or anything, so you really have to pay attention where you're going, and definitely need a compass since you cannot see the sun. It's pretty dark in there, even on bright and sunny days. I was back in there about 2 hours and looking for signs of hogs. I could tell someone had been back there at some point, but it had been a while. I got a little further in and started smelling what I thought was boar. It's rutting season, and male wild hogs have a very distinct smell. It's a musky and a kind of fermented smell, mixed with old poop and urine. It's kind of hard to explain if you've never smelled it before. However, this was different. It was musky, but more like an outside dog that is soaking wet. I stopped to look and listen, and after 10 minutes or so, I started hearing a snuffling breathing that came and went after a bit. And then, I started to hear some growling. I started to get a little freaked out, because it did not sound like a hog, and it sounded big. I stopped again and knelt down, and waited and looked around. Where I was at, the brush was pretty thick, so I really could not see more than 20 or so feet in any direction. That is when I started seeing movement. It definitely was not moving like a hog. It was kinda low walking, crouched down, but not on all fours, and I was only getting glimpses of it, and it would stop. It was probably about 40 feet away. This is when I actually start getting scared. I was born in northeastern Kentucky, and spent most of my free time as a kid in the woods, camping, riding dirtbikes, and have always been comfortable, even in the deep woods. So when I moved to NC, I fell in love with the swamp. This is the first time I think I have ever felt real and actual fear. I had a Mossberg 590 shotgun, full of 3-inch double-aught buckshot, but no extra shells and no pistol. The 590 also has a bayonet lug, so I took out the bayonet and put it on. I started backing up, not taking my eyes off of where I had last seen whatever it was. A few minutes later, I hear it again, a little further over to my left. I am probably about 3/4 of a mile into the swamp, which doesn't seem very far, but the terrain is not really made for quick movement. This goes on for about another 20 minutes, while backtracking out as fast as I can, and I am still hearing it and catching glimpses of movement, and the smell is getting stronger. After a bit, I realize that this thing has gotten between me and the way I came in from my boat, and I am starting to panic. I try to start getting further away from it and headed in the right direction, and then I see it again, and it is standing up, and it is pretty damn tall. It was still back in the brush, so I couldn't really make out any details, as it is dark as hell back there. I wanted to cry and run, but I knew that was a bad idea. It did not seem like it wanted to get in the water, so I started wading through the canal, headed back towards my boat. I started to put some distance between it and myself, so I got back on hard ground to move a little bit faster, but I can still hear it snuffling and growling and moving through the brush, but it is not close by anymore. I made it back to my boat, and I am soaking wet and freezing, but I thank God I made it out of there, and just in time, as it is getting foggy and starting to drizzle. I had never been that scared in my entire life. I made it back to my buddy's house and told him what happened, and I can tell he knows something when I tell him I went there. He brings me in and gives me some hot coffee with a big slug of bourbon in it. When I calm down, he takes me to the other house out back of his property, to where his granddad lives. I had met his granddad before, but he had always been kinda standoffish to me. I found out later, he just had real bad PTSD from Korea. My buddy and his family had lived in that area since after the Civil War. I think his granddad's great-granddad had been a slave around there, but that's a story for another day. I guess what I mean to say is, his family had history in that area, and knew the place a lot better than me. After I told his granddad what happened, he stood up, looked me in the eye and said, "Don't go back in there. You are lucky you made it out. That is where the big dogs live." I left and went home, and slept for about 18 hours. I tried to forget about that experience, and started to believe I was just seeing shit, and freaked myself out. I eventually forgot all about it, until a few years ago, when a Dogman Encounters video came up in my YouTube feed. I was curious what the hell a Dogman was, so I started listening to it, and that whole experience came floating back to mind. It was very similar what happened to me. I started looking into it, and there have been other sightings and encounters in Eastern NC. So, that's my story. I am 44 now, and still live in coastal NC, but haven't been back anywhere close to that area. I still hunt and love the outdoors and the swamp, but don't go too far in anymore. My encounter took place many years ago. I never had the faintest explanation for it until a couple of months ago, when I randomly stumbled across Dogman on the internet. I was in my early 20s, working swing shifts at the time, and commuting about 100 miles each way, so it was usually around 2 in the morning by the time I got home. I saw the monster, as I called it, on the northernmost section of Trunk Road in the Matanuska Valley in Alaska. This area is almost smack in between the towns of Palmer and Wasilla. I was only about 10 miles away from home at that point, so it must have been around 2 a.m. Trunk Road is a narrow, 2-lane road consisting of nothing but twists and turns. The surrounding terrain is somewhat swampy and thick with black spruce. It was late October, days before Halloween. There was no snow on the ground, but it was cold enough to be wary of ice. I was driving an 82 Subaru SW, going about 20 miles per hour around a curve, when my headlights caught a large, dark figure up ahead. I am bad at judging distance, maybe 6 car lengths away. I instinctively let off the gas, coasting closer. At first, I assumed it was a moose, as the area is infested with them, but no, it was standing upright. Bear. Then, no, not a bear. It looked so strange, tall enough to be an uncommonly large bear, but far too slender, and it looked like it had spikes running down its neck and back. A Halloween prop? It was an odd, but effective place for one. All those thoughts ran through my head in a fraction of a second. The car was still coasting closer, and I could see more details. It was standing in profile, gazing across the road. I could clearly see its wolfish muzzle, large, upright ears. The spikes on its back were in fact clumps of fur. Its spine curved in a smooth, very natural-looking way. It was standing in the ditch, inches away from the pavement. Because I was focused on its upper body, I do not recall anything about its back legs or if it had a tail. I did see its front legs though, very doggy-looking, hanging awkwardly down and slightly toward its front, exactly as you would expect if a dog stood upright. While it clearly had a canine look, there was still something off about it that I could not articulate. It was perfectly still, and at this point, given the proximity to Halloween, I was quite convinced it was some sort of Halloween prop, because it was clearly not any kind of existing animal. I was deeply impressed and gently stepped on the brakes, intending to stop and examine it closely. Then it turned its head towards me. In the tiny fraction of a second that it took for it to swivel its head, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. The fluidness of its movement removed any and all doubt that this was some kind of prop. It was horrible, terrifyingly alive. The pale, off-white glow of its eyeshine in the headlights destroyed any possibility of a human in a costume. I think I sat there, gaping at it in shock for a few seconds, the car barely moving by now, but still inching closer. As I was almost upon it, I think it could have leaned forward and touched the car if it had wanted. I had to look up to see its face. Again, I'm a bad judge of such things, but I am 5'4", and it was a hell of a lot taller than me. It was tall, like a polar bear standing, 7 feet, maybe 8 feet tall, I really can't say. I snapped out of my trance and slammed on the gas. The car fishtailed, and I prepared myself for death by monster, as I was certain I would end up in the ditch. But the tires caught the pavement, and I drove like a complete maniac all the way home. I did not look back. I have only been on that section of road a few times since, never alone and never in the dark. For the next several years of driving that commute, I went 20 plus miles out of the way to avoid Trunk Road. The thing never made any aggressive moves, but there was something about it that felt very, I don't know, predatory. I never saw anything remotely like it again, and never heard any stories about it in the area. Hey X, so this thing has been happening to me lately that I'd like your opinion/help on. I work at a little convenience store located right next to a beach in NNY. We always have lots of customers. Plenty of them are locals, just dropping in to get soda and snacks, but at this point in the year and later, we are getting more and more summer people in campers and whatnot. I get plenty of weirdness and assholes, but nothing has been weirder than this girl that has been showing up. She always comes by around 5 PM on this little moped, sopping wet, as though she had just dragged herself out of the lake. She comes in wearing just her bathing suit, dark sunglasses, and walks to the back of the store. The first time this happened, me and the girl who works my shift with me, really did not think much of her. There are some inconsiderate people in the world, and walking in while dripping water was not the worst she could do. We had kind of lost track of her, even though she was the only person there. After about 4 o'clock, people don't really come to the beach to swim. We only remembered when we heard a whole rack of 2-liter sodas hitting the ground, and a prompt explosion of one. Tanya and I both rolled our eyes. Cleanup was going to be a bitch, but we usually waited for the customer to come to us with damaged goods. And nothing. Not a peep, other than the air conditioner and the sound of the soda leaking out on the linoleum. I finally left the front desk to go and check it out, but when I got there, all I found was a pile of root beers with one open on the floor. The aisle was empty. Thinking I might have just missed her, or she somehow passed me without me noticing on the other side of the aisles, I combed the free shelves as well as the back alcove with local paraphernalia, and found nothing. By then, I was convinced we had not only someone who damaged goods, but a thief. I went to the window as quickly as I could with wet shoes to grab the girl's number plate. And nothing. No moped, no vehicles at all. I could see a line of wet prints coming into the shop and leaving, and they were already dissolving in the heat. I went back to Tanya, and we bitched at length about the inconsiderate girl. I asked her if she caught the girl ducking out, but she hadn't, even though she had been arranging the store's front display of s'mores makings and handwritten sign of Camp Wood. We decided we would keep an eye out for her, and not mention anything to the store owner, yet. We cleaned up the mess, and thought nothing of her for the rest of the shift. The next time we saw the inconsiderate girl, she rode up on her little moped, just as before. It was easy to hear the whine of the engine and see her through the front. She walked in, still wearing her two-piece, still sopping wet and dripping onto the floor, and still wearing sunglasses. Upon entering, she walked to the back of the store, just as before. Tanya and I exchanged looks, and I followed the girl to the back. She is standing there, staring into the alcoholic drinks cooler, completely still. She is maybe the size of a small tween, a little on the thin side, with tons and tons of sopping wet hair. And she's just standing there, staring, completely still, making a puddle. "Hi, can I help you find something?" I ask and approach her. She does not respond. She does not even look in my direction. She just stands there, staring. I'm sort of directly behind her, to her left at this point. I'm a little worried that despite my size compared to hers, she could end up being completely crazy and try to hurt me. Finally, she turns her head to speak to me. Her head is at a funny angle, as if she's hurt her neck, and asks me if I have any raspberry wine coolers. I tried to helpfully direct her to other flavor choices, but she just makes small, non-committal sounds. At this point, I'm getting a little freaked out. She is still soaking wet. I can easily see that her skin has goosebumps, but she is not shivering. She has this kind of lethargic manner of speaking and moving, and when she does move, she kind of wavers and then corrects herself, like someone recovering from heat stroke or something. She does not sound drunk or high or anything. Eventually, after a rousing argument about our lack of wine coolers, not really, it went something like, "Sorry, I guess we don't stock anything in that flavor. Maybe try strawberry? It's okay. Or mango, that's good. There's mixed packs too. It's okay." She zombie shuffled to the snacks aisle behind her and clumsily swiped at a bag of onion rings. Clutching this, she squeaked/shuffled back to the front of the store, and despite the fact that I immediately turned to dog her to the front of the store, I had somehow lost track of her in the aisles. I found her waiting for me at the front desk with the onion rings on the counter. She was standing with her back to me, completely still fucking dripping. I had no idea how it was possible for one person to retain this much water. At this point, I felt a little bolt of unease, even stronger than when we first saw her, and immediately realized why. She did not fidget or look around like normal people would while waiting in line. She did not seem upset that there was no one there to ring her up. Tanya seemed to have bailed, and we were perfectly alone. I kind of hesitantly circled behind her to get to the flap to let me behind the desk. As I passed her, I could hear this strange little chittering sound coming from her, and when I got behind the desk, I figured out why. Her teeth were chattering violently. I had not seen her face up close until then, though most of it was obscured behind giant sunglasses. The rest of it was completely impassive, aside for her chattering teeth. Mind you, I didn't really examine her too closely. She was really freaking me out at this point. I rang up her purchase and waited patiently. After a long pause, she detaches a little change purse from the hip of her bathing suit and fishes out a $1 bill and some change. It isn't exact, and I have to break open a roll of quarters to give her the correct amount back. The girl's unnerving teeth chattering has now stopped. I count out the change, out loud, because I am nervous and I get chipper when I get nervous, and go to hand it to her. She just stands there, however. She does not reach out to accept the change, so I cover up the awkwardness by bagging her onion rings and tell her that her change is in the bag. She opens her mouth and a burbling sound comes out, like she's trying to breathe and there's water in the way. I get a little disgusted jolt, and, model employee that I am, patiently wait for her to try again. She clears her throat and promptly coughs up a goodly amount of fluid onto the counter. She does not say anything after this. She slowly reaches up and wraps her fingers around the handle and then walks to the door. It rings as she pushes her way out. I am a little worried at this point, but also considerably upset. I did not like having to clean up customers' bodily fluids, but it's part of the job description, and I call to Tanya, wherever the fuck she is, to get some Clorox and some paper towels from the back. At this point, Tanya hesitantly pokes her head out from the back, and then, seeing that I'm alone, finally comes back out. She then proceeds to tell me how she had been watching the camera feed from above the booze cooler, the other place that we monitor, while I had been interacting with the girl. She swore up and down that the girl's face did not have a reflection. That is, she could see a dog shape where the girl's head was, but no facial features. She said she could even see mine, clear as day, but the girl's reflection was just this indistinct shadow. I had not noticed anything of the sort, and even though this was creepy, I wasn't very inclined to believe Tanya. Tanya is nervous by nature, and has a habit of stretching the truth a little, so I take her story with a grain of salt, even though she seems legitimately scared and adamantly refuses to be in the store when the girl is here in the future. In fact, she wanted to complain to our boss about her, and possibly even file a complaint with the police. I tell her that she is overreacting and needs to calm down. She does, but is wide-eyed and jumps for the rest of the night until we close down. When we are packing up to go home, about an hour after the girl comes in, Tanya, who is getting into her car next to the dense bushes by the parking lot, suddenly screams and leaps practically over her hood to get away from them. I immediately drop my bike. I live a mile away from work, and it's good exercise, and run over to see what the matter is. Tanya is babbling on and on about she thought she saw a body in the woods, and she swore it was the girl, and on and on and on. We both go over to check, and, surprise surprise, there is nothing there. Tanya is whimpering and crying at this point, and points out that there's a fucking flip-flop over there. It's her fucking flip-flop. And indeed, it looked to be a twin of the pair the girl wears into the store, a bright neon orangey pink. I eventually managed to calm her down by saying it could be anyone's, and said she probably only saw it out of the corner of her eye, and her brain just filled the rest in. Tanya was not convinced, but was significantly calmer. She disagreed with me taking the flip-flop home with me. Now I'm beginning to regret it myself. I honestly don't know what possessed me to. I kind of wanted to show Tanya how ridiculous she was being. That, hey, look, I took home a creepy, dreaded item, and I survived. And partly, that if I saw the girl again, I would give it back to her. I'm a big proponent to paying it forward in social niceties. This was last Friday that we found the flip-flop, and I took it home. We go home, and I blow the incident off. I make a pizza, drink some beer, and leave the offending sandal by the door. Like I said, I kind of did it without thinking. I only work Mondays to Fridays in the store, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m, so when I brought it home with me, intending to bring it back to the store the next day, I realized my error. I honestly have no idea how the girl got my address. I asked Tanya about it later, and she swears up and down she never talked to the girl, and the girl never talked to her. But the very next day, after taking the flip-flop, the girl shows up at my house. It was sometime after 3 this last Saturday when I heard a knock at the door. I don't get many visitors, and people who know me usually just walk in and call out a hello. But I went to the door without wondering much, expecting possibly an itinerant meat salesman or something. I stupidly did not even look outside before opening up the door. The inconsiderate girl was standing just on the other side, sopping wet, with what looked like fresh water. She was still wearing the same bathing suit and sunglasses, and was now missing a sandal. She said quietly that she realized she had lost her shoe at the store, and wondered if I had saved it for her. It was the longest speech I'd ever heard from her mouth. For some reason, I didn't really think it was odd that she knew that I had it. I was actually kind of pleased that she was talking to me now. I smiled and ducked back inside and retrieved the item and offered it out to her. She just reached out and took it, and her fingers brushed mine. She was ice cold and clammy, and her fingers had the weird texture that skin gets when it's underwater for way too long. She thanked me quietly, and, through conversation, I complimented her on her dedication to her swimming. I figured that she must have gone all the time. She told me she hated swimming, and was actually afraid of water. I really had no idea what to say. I told her I hoped she would have a good day, and asked her if she needed anything else. She kind of wavered, and then haltingly reached up to touch her glasses. She asked if she could borrow a towel or something. She would be sure to return it. I was actually a little relieved she finally acknowledged her abnormally soaking wet condition, and fetched a beach towel. She wrapped it around herself slowly when I returned, and said something I didn't really expect. Not many people would help me. Thank you. This kind of struck me. I wanted to know if she wanted me to call anyone for her. She really didn't seem fit to drive, and she seemed to consider this. She asked if she could borrow my phone, so I went to go get it. When I got back, she was gone. My beach towel was neatly folded on the top step. By the way, I forgot to add that the fluid that she coughed up on the front desk appeared to be water, pure water. I really don't have much knowledge about what happens to water once it's processed in a person's stomach, but it appeared to just be plain water. Still gross to clean up though. Obviously, that messed me up a little bit again. How the hell did she take off so quickly without me noticing? What was even worse was that I began seeing her a lot. When I went to go into town to buy groceries on Sunday, I saw her standing at the entrance to the beach on the other side of the ticket booth. I didn't really think much of it until I got back, unloaded my groceries, and got a tap on my patio door. At first, I had just pegged it down as some stupid bird, but as the tapping continued, I realized that it was man-made and poked my head outside of the kitchen to check. It was the girl. She was standing on the other side of the glass, one hand pressed on it, and she was staring in too. I flipped out internally, but went to the patio. She is a little drier at this point, no water dripping off of her body visibly, but she definitely still looks like she climbed out of a pool less than half an hour ago. I cracked open the door and asked if she needed help. She asked if she could come in and wait for her ride since her moped had broken down. I was waffling a little at this point, but she was honestly acting much more normal than I had ever seen her before. Maybe it was just the illusion that being dry gave her, but I eventually relented. I'm a grown-ass man, and I am not afraid of some tiny little girl. When she stepped inside, I realized she was trailing a beach towel, almost identical to mine. I led her to the living room, where she courteously spread out her towel on the couch before sitting down. I asked her where her moped had broken down. She said it was not far away, but she said she could not go home with it like that. I asked who was picking her up, and her face crumpled a little. She said that her boyfriend was coming from the beach to get her. He was a lifeguard there. I was beginning to understand why she spent so much time at the beach and struck up a conversation about it, but she insisted she hated swimming, she hated the water, and furthermore, hated her boyfriend. By this last part, I was stunned. We don't keep records of the security footage. Like I said before, my boss is pretty cheap. Tanya was watching me in real time, talking with the girl, like the giant puss she is. Anyway, as I was saying, her vehemence shocked me. As I was awkwardly fumbling through how I was sure it wasn't that bad, I heard this sort of aborted squalling. I realized very quickly that it was a ringtone, but badly warped. The girl reaches to a flip phone she has clipped to her bathing suit bottom. It has been making an epileptic flashing, but when she opens the phone, I can see that the screen is dead. She totters to her feet and shuffles to the front door. She wraps her towel around herself and stumbles out. I stepped out behind her, and just as I looked up, saw her climb into the back of a black pickup truck on elevated wheels. The thing was blacker than fuck, with tinted windows and straight pipes. The fucker roared off with her in the back, and that was the last I saw of her until today. Wow, hi guys. Sorry I was gone for so long. A ton of stuff happened. As someone mentioned, it's an odd time for me to be posting since I work 6 to 6. Due to my boss's incredibly stingy nature, I can only work those hours every other day. On other days, I work from 3 to 6. He tries to keep us from having full-time jobs as much as possible. Sometimes, he switches days as is convenient to him, like yesterday. Anyway, as I was saying, Sunday had been the last day I had seen her, excepting yesterday, when I had gone to the beach to deliver an order from some rich asshole. My boss had decided he did not want me to work today, and I do odd jobs for people around town. One of them is to deliver groceries for the incredibly rich people in the Campers Association on an island off town. I decided to drop in at work when I did, pick up some shit for myself, and wander down to the beach, as I don't get to see it that often, despite the fact I work so close to it. I was there relatively early, so the beach was deserted. There were a few people who camped here, walking the beach for exercise, and lifeguards getting set up, but other than that, it was just the seagulls and me. It gave me a really peaceful feeling. I love the lake, and whenever I can, I walk and explore what I can. So I did, right on past where the lines were that marked where you could swim. As you can imagine, the further that I went, the fewer the people there were until I passed a large rock and I was alone. As I wandered, looking at the lake and nothing in particular, I noticed something bobbing on the top of the water not too far out. It's not too unusual to have junk floating in the water, but usually it's seaweed or a dead fish or something, and this was brightly colored. After looking at it properly, I could easily identify it as a flip-flop. I started to walk forward, judging where the flip-flop was going to make a landing on the beach, when my foot caught something that was not sand textured, I looked down. It was the bottom half of a two-piece bathing suit that tied at the hips with different thin straps of blue, aqua, and turquoise. It was covered in sand, as though it had been buried and emerged due to the heavy amount of traffic that dug it up. It was exactly the same bathing suit that the girl wore, but I brushed it off, as you could have bought the same one from any Target in the country. Still, it gave me an uneasy feeling. The longer I stayed in the same place, the longer I felt a growing unease. I looked back out the lake and squinted at the flip-flop that was now about 10 feet from the shore and about 100 feet away down the beach from me. I jogged to go get it. I waded into the water, and when I pulled it out, I found a flip phone attached to the thong of the sandal. My feeling of dread skyrocketed into panic, but before I could really think about what I was going to do about it, someone shouted from up the beach. One of the lifeguards was running down the beach towards me with a grim expression. "You can't be in the water down here," he called, and when he got to me, he added, "And the beach isn't open for swimming yet." I went through a list of excuses and apologies, and then showed him the flip-flop and the sandal, and told him about the girl. The guy turned as white as a sheet. He listened intently, before shakily scruffing a hand through his hair, agreeing with me that it was pretty weird, and he would file a complaint. He was obviously not adding something, so I asked him what was wrong. He really seemed to want to talk about it, and after a few seconds of thinking about it, finally said, "It's just really weird. It's a really big coincidence." He told me about how years beforehand, this girl had been drowned at the beach by her lifeguard boyfriend. He had been suspected and was the prime suspect in the crime, but had not been charged or convicted, and he still lifeguarded at the beach today. Most people didn't think he did it. Everyone knew he had been messing around on her with other girls, but it's not like that's a good reason to kill someone, especially if you're just dating. The people that lifeguarded at the beach thought there might have been a pregnancy involved. Douchey McDoucherson lifeguard had been complaining about his whiny, needy, complaining girlfriend wanting to bring a kid into the relationship, which he was not cool with. Most people on the lifeguard team thought of him as a psychopath. The girl disappeared about a week after people had heard him complaining, and had been found drowned on the rocky part of the beach a few days after her disappearance. My lifeguard buddy said he would take the stuff I had found and keep it up at the office. He said he would give it up to the police instead of keeping it at the lost and found, because he was pretty sure it was some of the dead girl's effects that had not been found yet. As you can probably guess, she had not been found with her bathing suit bottom, left flip-flop, or cell phone. I let the guy take it and walked back with him to the office. I figured it was all just a coincidence. I asked what the girl's name had been in case I saw my mystery twin again. The guy kind of hesitated, but told me anyway. I went about my business after the guy went back to the office, leaving it in his hands. No, I did not take pictures of the things I found, but if I do see my mystery girl again, I'll ask if her name is Arizona. Not her real name, obviously, but she is named after an American state, and I arbitrarily picked a different one. I used to work as a 911 dispatcher. At that point, I had taken everything. I'd taken bar fights, heart attacks, overdoses, high-speed chases, even one guy who found his wife hanging in the garage. That one gutted me, but I held it together. I had to. It was a Tuesday afternoon. Traffic accidents were flooding in. The lines were busy but manageable. The call caught me by surprise as I was eating at the time. The beep came in, sharp and loud. 911, what is your emergency? The voice on the other end of the line was a man's. It was calm at first, but there was something within it that I could not quite place yet. He told me his name, but I will just refer to him as A. He said it softly. His voice had the old man shake to it. He sounded tired and a little breathless. I think I'm in trouble, he said. Okay, tell me what's going on. I went off the road. I was on Riverbed Parkway, just past Millstone Bridge. I hydroplaned. I think I'm in the river. The word river snapped me straight up. You're in the car still, sir. Yes, ma'am. I can't get the door open. Are you in the water right now? There was a pause. Yes, It's coming up for the floor. I started dispatching immediately. I began sending a priority 1 to both police and fire rescue. Then I put my comm voice on. It was the one we are trained to use. Okay, A, listen to me. I've got help coming, alright? Just stay calm, and I need you to tell me exactly where you are. He rattled off a few landmarks again. I knew the area pretty well, and that part of the river ran fast and cold this time of the year. It was a steep embankment bent from the road down to the riverbank. It had no guardrails. If he slid off, he would go straight into it. Can you see outside your windows? It's foggy, he replied. The water's halfway up my legs now. I can't open the door. Okay, don't panic. Is there anything in the car that you can use to break a window? A tire iron, a flashlight? He fumbled with something, and I could hear it. It was metal clinking. His breathing was starting to get ragged. I have a cane. Try using it on the window. Aim for the corner, that's the weakest part. You've got to break the glass. A soft whack followed, and then another. There was no shattering noises though. I muted my mic and shouted for a supervisor. Get eyes on the millstone now, he's sinking. I came back. Don't worry, just keep trying. Help is on the way. I need you to stay with me, okay? I heard him grunt, and then another whack. It's not working. Water's at my chest. It's cold. It's so cold. His voice cracked then, and panic was blooming. I can't breathe. You can. Please keep calm and just listen to me. Focus on my voice. He sobbed once, sharp and shameful, like he was embarrassed. Then, in the softest whisper, he said, I don't want to die. My screen updated. A unit was now 2 minutes out. Another unit was stuck rerouting due to road closures. Rescue was pouring out. I've lived 84 years, he said. I've got grandkids, twins born last spring. I was going to see them next weekend. You still will, I promise. Just keep working on that window. Do you have a seatbelt cutter or some kind of tool? No. What about the horn? Hit the horn. Somebody might hear you. I heard him slam his palm down, and muffled honks rang out over the line. He did it again and again and again, until I yelled at him to stop to save his strength. It's freezing, he whispered. My teeth are chattering. I'm so cold. I can't move my legs. Please do not give up. You are not alone. I am here with you. There was a long silence, and then he said, They're not going to make it to me, are they? I wanted to lie. I needed to lie, but I couldn't speak. I just stared at the screen, at the little dots moving in the digital map. I could not open my mouth. It's okay, he said. I shook my head, even though he could not see me. No, it's not. The sounds changed after that. There was this rushing sound, like wind or maybe water moving over something. I heard him gasp, and it echoed through the phone. I pictured it now, water up to his neck, his head pressing up against the roof of the car. I'm scared, he said. And that did it. I started crying right there. I did it quietly, so nobody else would notice. I've heard people die before, but never like this. Never so slowly, and never begging me like this. The call timer ticked up. 7 minutes had passed. You still there with me? Still here, he said. He was barely even audible now. I think it's in my mouth. The background noise changed once more. A bubbling sound came through, and then choking. I sat bolt upright and screamed for him. Gurgling was the only thing I got back in response. I asked him to please say something, anything. A weak cough, another sob, and then nothing. I checked the call time again. 8 minutes. The unit was close, so damn close. I radioed again and told them to hurry, that he was underwater and that we were losing him. Static, and then a garbled reply. En route. River's over. It's really hard to get down. I dropped my head to the desk. The line was still open, but no voice. Only the sounds of water. Then there was a dull thud, and just silence. I did not even realize I was shaking until the floor supervisor pulled me off of the line and replaced me with somebody else. They didn't get there in time. A had died with his head tilted back, his mouth full of cold, black water, and I was the last person that he ever talked to. They pulled him out 20 minutes later. By that time, the car had completely vanished below the surface. A fire rescue diver found it snagged against a fallen tree downstream. It was about 30 yards from where he said he went in at. The windows were still intact. His seatbelt was still on. He never stood a chance. My dad worked in the timber industry his whole life. His father was a logger, and he grew up in and around the woods. My dad started his own logging company when he was 18, and has owned and operated shake and shingle mills from Oregon clear up to Fort Bay, Alaska. He is an intelligent man, and holds over a dozen patents for various pieces of equipment he has designed and built over the years. He has employed dozens of people over the years, all of them spending extensive time in the wilderness. When I was a boy, I remember hearing bits and pieces of conversations among some of the men at the mill. Although nobody would tell me directly, I understood that something had gone on before I was born, and it involved one of the foremen, John. They were not joking around. They were genuinely afraid, and would not talk about it with a kid. When I was young, my dad would not tell me, because I would often go out into the woods cutting blocks with him on the weekends, and he did not want me to be afraid of the woods. While I was speaking with him last weekend, I told him a couple of strange events that happened to me later in the wilderness, and that reminded me of the hints of a story that I heard when I was a boy. After some prodding, he told me the following story. In the mid-1960s, my dad owned a large roofing product mill in Aberdeen, WA. He had teams of men that would cut the fallen old growth cedar salvage that was left after a logging operation. He had permits to salvage a large amount of wood in the coastal areas of Grey Harbor County, primarily in the area around Copalis Beach. Several of the men on his cutting crews lived in and around Copalis Beach. His foreman, a man I will call John for the story, was a bright, down-to-earth hard worker. My dad trusted him with thousands of dollars of vehicles and equipment, as well as the safety of his crews. He was not the kind of man to make up stories. On a Monday morning sometime in July, John was several hours late for work. This was highly unusual, as he was always there early, getting the saws and trucks ready for the day. My dad said he was visibly shaken up, and when he asked him what was wrong, he asked my dad to go in the office so the others would not hear him. They went in and sat down, and John simply said, "Something destroyed our house this weekend." My dad thought he said someone broke into the house, and asked John if it was someone he knew. John said, "You don't understand. This wasn't a person. It was I don't know what it was, but it completely trashed the house. The family is going to stay with my brother and Elma for a while." My dad asked him to explain what happened. John said that when he got home from work Friday evening, his youngest son, Tim, who was around 4 at the time, told him he saw a big Cowman walking at the edge of their field that afternoon. He thought the boy meant cowboy, because some of his neighbors wore cowboy hats when they were out in the sun. He asked him if the man was wearing a cowboy hat, and the boy said no. "Daddy, he was a cowman, furry and stinky like the cows." He asked his wife if she knew what he was talking about, and she said Tim was playing on the porch that afternoon when he came running in, and said the cowman was stuck on the fence. He was very excited, so she went out to see what he was talking about. She said as she opened the door, she was hit by a horrible smell, like wet dogs and garbage. Tim was pointing across the field opposite their house and said, "He got loose." She looked where he was gesturing and could see the top strand of barbed wire bouncing up and down, as if somebody had just pulled on it really hard and let it go. She didn't see the cowman and noticed nothing out of the ordinary except for the smell. She told Tim to come inside and play for the rest of the day. She felt uneasy and a little bit scared. Their older son, John Jr., who was 12 at the time, was at a friend's house and walked home a short while after Tim saw his cowman. He told her somebody had followed him home, walking in the woods off the right side of the road. He never saw who it was. They never left the woods, but he said it had to be a really big man. He would hear large sticks cracking, and the footsteps were very heavy. Once he got to the driveway of their house where the wood stopped at the field where his brother had his sighting, the footsteps stopped, and John Jr. never saw anything. He was pretty damn shaken up by the event, and wanted his dad to go out into the woods and check it out with him. Later that evening, John strapped on his .357 and took his older son out into the field to have a look. They first walked to the area where the Cowman was supposedly stuck on the fence, and walked down the fence line looking for anything. They came upon a large clump of long, reddish-brown hair tangled in the top strand of barbed wire. He tried to pull it off, but it was really tangled up, so he pulled out his buck knife and sawed it off. He said the hair was over a foot long, real coarse and stringy. There appeared to be a bit of flesh matted in the clump, and the top wire was pulled loose from one of the posts. Whatever was hung up on the fence was very big. He handed the hair to his son to hold, and they climbed through the fence and walked toward the woods. He said he was looking for any sign of tracks on the ground. The hair kind of looked like it was from a horse's mane or tail. The ground was a solid grassy field, and there were no hoofprints or any of the tracks that he could see. The edge of the woods began about 10 feet from the fence line, and they entered on a small game trail that deer frequented. It was around 8 at night, and in the woods it was getting to be fairly dark. They walked for a ways, and soon began to smell the rotting garbage / wet dog odor his wife reported earlier. John said he got the feeling they were being watched. The hair on the back of his neck was standing up. He told his son they should head back before it got dark, and the boy did not argue. As they began walking back out, they could hear heavy footsteps off to their left. They stopped, and the footsteps stopped. They walked on nearly to the clearing, and John whispered to his son to run like hell to the house on the count of 3. John Jr. nodded, and John whispered, 1, 2, 3, and gave his son a push in the back to get him started, then spun around and raced off the trail in the opposite direction toward the footsteps with his gun drawn. Off the trail, the underbrush was dense with ferns and bushes. He had a hard time making headway, but as he got closer, he told my dad that he thought it was a vagrant camping out in the woods and possibly scoping houses out to rob at night. John was a big man and capable of taking care of himself in most any situation, and he had a large caliber handgun, so he was not too worried about confronting a vagrant in the woods. He was a few yards off the trail in deep brush when he heard the movement stop just ahead of him. He stopped to look and listen, and he thought he saw movement by a large tree, like someone was trying to hide there. He leveled his gun and said, "Come out, nice and slow, or I swear to God, I will come back there and shoot you." It was silent for a moment, and then he caught movement out the corner of his eye and spun around to his right for a better look. He said it looked like a huge bear moving through the brush. He could only see bits of it through the dense ferns, but it was moving quietly away from the tree on 4 legs. It was about 15 feet away from him. At first he thought it was a bear, and then suddenly he saw a huge hairy arm with a human-like hand reach out of the brush and grab a small alder tree. The tree was about 4 inches in diameter, and it grabbed hold about 5 feet up. He said it happened so fast it was a blur, but the thing pulled itself upright out of the brush by holding the tree. It stood on 2 legs and turned its upper body to glare at John. It was enormous. He could not believe how bulky it was. He said it was well over 7 feet tall, and at least half that big for the chest. It was too dark to make out many features, but its eyes seemed to glow a deep red, and he thought he could see teeth, like it was curling its lips back. It stood for just a brief moment, and then lunged ahead, pushing back on the tree with tremendous force. The tree snapped loudly and crashed into the trees around it, getting hung up in the branches and not falling to the ground. It then disappeared into the deep brush with frightening speed, sounding like a bulldozer with no engine sounds. John stood there in shock, his gun temporarily forgotten. And then he realized it was heading toward the house, the way his son had gone. He turned and ran to the trail, hoping to gain ground on it and cut it off before reaching the clearing. He hit the trail and ran as fast as he could toward the clearing, all the while hearing the creature thrash through the brush on his side. He burst into the clearing and looked frantically about for his son. John Jr. was standing just inside of the fenced field, waiting for his dad. John screamed at him to run to the house. Then he saw the thing crash out of the woods about 50 feet to his left. It crossed the 10-foot clearing and stepped over the fence in 2 strides, and was running through the field parallel to his son in a matter of seconds. John screamed at his son to run faster and took aim at the creature. He did not fire because he was afraid to hit his son or his house, so he vaulted over the fence and ran in pursuit of them. He could see it angling toward his son, and knew there was no way his boy would make it to the gate before it cut him off. In desperation, he pointed the gun to the ground at his side and fired as he ran, hoping to scare it. It veered more sharply toward his son and put on an enormous burst of speed. He heard his boy scream as they seemed to collide. He saw the creature dip its shoulder down a little bit, and suddenly, John Jr. was airborne. He flew about 10 feet, then hit the ground rolling. The creature never paused. It continued to run at an amazing speed in a loop back towards the woods. Once the line of fire was clear, John stopped and squeezed off the remaining 5 rounds at the retreating creature. He was pretty sure all the shots went wild. The creature never made a sound or slowed down, and was soon over the fence and back in the woods. He reached his son, who was shaken up but not physically hurt somehow. He asked his dad if it was a bear. Apparently, little John was so busy running for the house that he did not see the creature running after him. He said something big and black suddenly ran into him, and he felt a huge paw hit his bottom, and he said he felt like he was falling. John pulled his son to his feet, and they ran through the gate and into the house, locking the door behind them. They were out of breath and white as ghosts. His wife was screaming at him, demanding to know what the gunshots were for and if they were alright. When he could catch his breath, he told her to make sure the back door was locked. He was going to call the sheriff. He went to the phone and began to dial the number. This was before 911, then stopped and wondered exactly what he was going to say. He hung up the phone, realizing what an idiot he would look like if he told the sheriff the boogeyman just chased them out of the woods. He told his wife that it was a large animal, possibly a bear. He did not even know how to begin to tell her their 4-year-old was right. His Cowman was real, and it was more frightening than anything he could imagine. He told them all to keep the doors locked and stay away from the windows. Around 10 o'clock that night, both boys were in bed, and John and his wife sat down to watch the news. They soon heard a loud, moaning cry, kind of like a siren on the volunteer fire department. It would stretch out for a long time, and then end with a whoop-whoop sound. It was coming from the woods, opposite the house. His wife asked, "What the hell is that?" John answered truthfully, "That is Tim's Cowman." He then described to her the full details of what had happened, and she immediately wanted to call the sheriff. He persuaded her that they would sound crazy and that he would handle it himself. She reluctantly agreed, and told him she did not want either of the kids to go outside until this thing was gone. The howling went on until around midnight, when it got quiet again. John wanted to stay up through the night and watch over the house, but he had a long day at work, and the excitement earlier had worn him out. They went to bed around 1 in the morning and had no further problems that night. They slept in that morning, and the boys were already up and watching cartoons when they got out of bed. The first thing little John said was that he had heard the bear rubbing against the house last night. He said he was too scared to get up and tell his parents, and fell back asleep soon after. Then Tim said, "The Cowman talks funny." This stopped John cold. He asked his son, "When did you talk to the Cowman?" Tim replied, "Last night, in my room." John asked, "The Cowman was in your room?" "No, Daddy, he's too big for my room. He talked to my window," Tim said, and turned back to the cartoons. "What did the Cowman say, Tim?" John asked. "He talks funny. I don't know what he said. He talks like this. Ooh, ah, ah, ooh," Tim said, and started making strange monkey-like noises. "Did the Cowman try and get in your window?" John asked, breaking out in a cold sweat. "He's too big for that. He made funny faces. He has Lincoln log teeth," Tim said with a smile. John later learned Tim meant it had square teeth that looked the same size as the small blocks in a Lincoln log set. It apparently spent quite a while talking and making faces outside the boy's window. Tim said it laid down and went to sleep outside, and he could hear it snoring. John walked to his younger son's room and cautiously peered out the window. No sleeping Cowman. John told the boys to get dressed. They were going to visit their uncle and Elma for the day. After his wife and kids left, he called one of the men from his crew and asked him to come over. I will call him Patrick. He was an ex-state patrolman, and my dad said he was kicked off the force because of his drinking problem. He was a good worker and never got drunk before dark, so John figured they would have most of the day to look for this thing. When Patrick arrived, John greeted him at the door and said, "Are you up for some hunting?" Seeing how it was not hunting season, Patrick told him he does not poach, and does not even want to know about if John did. John told him it wasn't deer he was after, and went on to explain the previous night's events. Patrick didn't really believe him, but he could see that he was sincere and still shook up. John had his pistol and a bolt-action 30.06. Patrick had a .38 in his car, and John loaned him a 12 gauge. They first circled the house looking for any signs of a nocturnal visitor. At the back of the house, there was a spigot for the garden hose, and it always leaked. There was a patch of ground worn bare of grass under it, and it had turned to mud. In the center of the mud, there was a huge, clear imprint of what looked like a bare human foot. John said it was at least 18 inches long, and very wide. It was so clear that he got the feeling that it was left on purpose. They found no other prints around the house, and in places in the field and woods where a track could be made, the creature seemed to avoid them. Off the side of the track in the mud were 4 straight lines about 8 inches long. He said it looked like someone had raked their fingers through the mud. When they circled around the side of the house and got to Tim's window, they saw what it was for. Above the top of the window, a good 7 feet up, were 4 muddy streaks, and on the window itself were dozens of large, muddy fingerprints. The glass was not cracked or broken, just smeared with mud. By this time, Patrick was fast becoming convinced something strange had indeed happened the night before. Before going out into the woods, John wanted to feed the family's pigs. They had 2 of them apparently, fairly young, weighing around 40 pounds each. The pig pen was about 100 yards away from the house, behind an old barn. As they got closer, John became concerned because they could not hear them making any noise. Usually, they squealed like crazy when they knew food was near at hand, but this morning it was completely silent. They rounded the corner and the pen was empty. No sign of damage or struggle. The pigs were just gone. They searched the barn but found nothing out of place, so they decided to hit the woods and try to kill this thing. They entered on the same trail John and John had used the day before. John showed Patrick the broken fence wire and told him again about the hare. It was a bright summer morning, and John was surprised at the difference from the previous evening. The night before had been still and silent. Now the woods were alive with birds and small animals. He showed Patrick the broken tree, and they followed the creature's trail and found several more trees and large branches twisted and broken. They could see large, faint impressions of footprints where the ground was soft. They followed the deer trail further into the woods and encountered nothing unusual. By noon they were both getting hungry, so they hiked back to the house for lunch. They spent the rest of the day poking around, but saw nothing more out of the ordinary. Just before dark that night, his wife and kids drove up. He and Patrick were sitting on the porch with the guns, watching the woods. His wife asked if they had seen anything. John told her about the footprint and mud on the window. Patrick had retrieved a pint of booze from his car and was well on his way to getting smashed. John decided he did not want a frightened drunk with a gun around his family, so he suggested that Patrick could go home. Nothing was going to happen anyway. Patrick agreed and drove off, and John continued to watch the woods. His wife brought out a plate of food and a Coleman lantern and a flashlight. He told her he would stay out here and watch the house through the night. Before they went to bed, he went into their bedroom and, with help from his wife, pushed the king-size bed as far away from the windows as they could. They agreed that his wife and kids would all sleep in that bed for the night, and he would keep watch around the house. She had grown up hunting and knew how to handle a gun as good as him, so she insisted on keeping the shotgun in the room with them. He agreed, after making her promise to ask for a name before shooting anything. If it replied John, please do not shoot it. There was a full moon that night, and John could see across the field and into the inky dark of the woods. The night air was filled with the sound of thousands of crickets, and the pond behind the house was full of croaking frogs. As the moon rose higher, clumps of weeds in the field began casting sinister shadows, and before long, John was seeing big hairy creatures sneaking up on him in each of them. He stood up and lit a cigarette, trying to shake the fear and concentrate on the task at hand. As he smoked, he wandered to the end of the porch and stood looking at the darkened barn. Something was different, but he could not quite place it. The front of the barn facing the house was open, and the moonlight was hitting it from the side, casting the interior in deep shadows. He stood watching the black opening as he finished his smoke, thinking about the missing pigs. He then realized what was wrong. All the crickets and the frogs had gone silent. It was as quiet as the inside of a mausoleum at night. As he turned to walk back to his chair, he thought he saw movement in the barn. He looked intently at the opening and could make out nothing, then turned his head a bit to the side and saw what looked like 2 red eyes hovering about 8 feet off the ground. He could not see them if he looked straight at them, but when he averted his eyes a little, they became clearer. They were a deep, burning coal red, almost invisible in the dark. Every few seconds they would disappear when the creature blinked. His heart began thudding in his chest, and he waited for it to leave the barn and approach the house. He slowly backed up to his chair, never looking away, and picked up his 30.06. He walked back to the end of the porch and watched and waited. He stood looking at the blinking red eyes for what seemed like hours, and then the eyes blinked out and never came back. He watched intently, but could see no movement. He thought for a moment, then grabbed the flashlight and shined it at the barn. The flashlight was too small to penetrate the darkness of the barn from this distance. He had to get closer. He was none too keen about leaving the relative safety of the porch and confronting a glowing-eyed monster in his barn, but he was damned if he was going to live in fear in his own house. He left the porch and began slowly working his way toward the barn, taking his time, building his courage up. He got closer and could still see no movement. It had gone further into the dark. He got within 20 feet of the opening, and his flashlight would now penetrate the gloom in the barn. He moved the feeble beam of light over the contents of the barn, an old tractor, an old pickup, boxes and buckets. Too many places for something to hide, even something big. He cautiously walked closer, now shining the flashlight down the barrel of his rifle. He stopped at the entrance and shined the light all over, searching the corners and under the vehicles. He stepped into the barn, every sense straining for sound or movement. He walked around the pickup, tensing for a huge, hairy arm to reach out and grab him at any second. He made his way clear to the rear of the barn without seeing anything, and slowly turned around to leave. He felt both relieved not having encountered it in the dark barn, and frightened and somewhat confused about where it could have gone. As he was walking out, he glanced at the wide stairs leading up into the hayloft and froze. He knew with complete certainty that it had climbed up those stairs and was waiting for him to walk out under the hayloft and jump down upon him. He could not move. He was literally frozen in fear. He swore he could hear the floorboards softly creak above him as an enormous weight edged stealthily closer to the edge. He stood with his heart pounding in his ears, unable to move or act. Suddenly, there was the booming explosion of a shotgun from the house, followed by his wife screaming. His paralysis broke, and he bolted out of the barn toward the house, completely forgetting what may have been in the hayloft. As he ran toward the house, he heard an inhuman roar coming from the woods behind the house. It sounded pissed off and in pain. It screamed again, and he heard branches breaking as it plowed through the forest, thankfully away from the house. He got to the house and almost knocked down the front door in his hurry to get inside. He ran down the hall to their room and found his family huddled together on the bed, sobbing. One of the windows was blown out, and his wife was still pointing the shotgun at it. When he burst into the room, she swung the gun in his direction and screamed, and he hit the floor. He waited for the blast, but it did not come. He slowly stood up, and she had put the gun down, and he went to the bed. He asked her what had happened, but she was too shook up to answer just then. Tim started crying. "Why did you shoot the Cowman, Mommy? Why?" John Jr. had his face buried against her shoulder, crying. After they calmed down a bit, he told them to get up and follow him. He led them to the living room, then went out the open front door and looked carefully around. He could see no sign of it. All was quiet again. He told them to come out and get in the car. They ran out in their pajamas and piled in the car. He got in and drove them to his brother's house in Elma. On the way there, they had calmed down enough to tell him what happened. She said a couple hours after they went to bed, she finally dozed off. She was awakened by Tim talking to someone, and this bizarre clicking/chirping sound. Tim was not in the bed. He was standing in front of one of the windows. The moonlight was shining through both windows, illuminating the room pretty good, but there was a large shadow, like a tree, obscuring the window in front of Tim. She knew there were no trees close enough to cast a shadow. She told him to get away from the window. "Mommy, "Listen, the Cowman can sound like a bird," Tim said, pointing excitedly at the dark figure in the window. "Timmy, get away from the window," she said, trying to keep her voice quiet. Right after she spoke, the noises from outside changed. It went from a soft chirping to a strange gibbering, almost like human speech with an occasional pig-like snort thrown in. At this time, little John woke up and said, "What is that?" rather loudly. This seemed to incite the creature, and it hit the side of the house with its fist, hard enough for the walls to tremble. At this, little John screamed, and Tim yelled, "Quiet, you're going to scare him away." She yelled at Tim to get away from the window again, and reached up on the headboard and grabbed the shotgun. She got out of bed and started toward Tim. The creature leaned down and looked straight in the window directly at her. She screamed and raised the shotgun, afraid to shoot because her son was so close to it. She started forward to grab Tim, and there was an explosion of breaking glass. A gigantic hairy arm reached through the window toward her son. She screamed again and fired over Tim's head, blowing out the rest of the window and hitting the creature with double-aught buckshot. It jerked backwards out the window and disappeared into the dark. A few seconds later, she heard it screaming in the woods. It was trying to get Tim. It was trying to grab my baby. She started crying again, and he comforted her as best as he could while driving. They stayed the rest of that night and the following night with his brother's family. He told his brother about it, but could see he really did not believe him. He agreed to ride back to John's house with him early Monday morning before work. They had left the front door open in their haste to leave, and he was afraid animals or vandals would have gotten into the house. When they arrived, the house looked like a tornado had gone through it. The couch was upside down. They had a large, heavy console TV, and it was apparently thrown across the room, lying in a spray of broken glass. The kitchen was trashed, the refrigerator knocked over, and food everywhere. The doors to both of the boys' rooms were left closed, and the rooms were untouched, same as the bathroom. The master bedroom was torn apart, the pillows ripped up, and feathers everywhere. The chest of drawers was knocked over, and the large mirror smashed. John's brother looked around in awe, and said, "You better call the police." John looked at him and said, "And tell them what? Bigfoot destroyed my house." They left, and closed the front door this time, and drove to my dad's mill in Aberdeen. John's brother waited in the car, while John went in and told this to my dad. After he was done, my dad said, "Well, let's go have a look at it then." They drove back out to the house, and John showed my dad the damage. He pulled the clump of hair from his shirt pocket and let my dad look at it. As they were walking through the house, surveying the damage, my dad pointed out cracks in the ceiling where it had apparently stood up and hit its head. John told my dad that they could not live there anymore, even if the creature was gone, because they would always be afraid. Their homeowner's insurance would not cover the damage. The adjuster claimed John must have done it in a drunken rage. My dad helped them find a place in Aberdeen and gave him a loan for new furniture and stuff. The home was eventually fixed up and sold, and my dad never heard about another problem there. Now, a few observations about the story. My dad lost contact with John and his family in the mid-80s. They moved out of state, and my dad has not heard from them since. His brother died around the same time. Why didn't they call the cops? John had a lot of pride, as well as a lot of common sense. He knew he could not logically explain what had happened to the authorities, and he did not want the story to get out and have him branded a nutcase. I asked my dad if they saved the hair. He said John never mentioned it again, and my dad never asked him about it. I asked my dad if he saw the footprint and muddy fingerprints. He said he did. He said it looked like a giant barefoot man had stepped very carefully in the center of the mud. He's not a tracker, but he said it was the clearest print of any kind he had ever seen. I asked my dad if the neighbors had heard any of this. He said if they did, none of them ever mentioned it again. I also asked him if he thought it was possible John had made it all up, that he had trashed the house in a drunken rage and made up this elaborate cover story. My dad said John and his family were terrified of that place. They did not even want to go back and get their clothes. If it was just an elaborate story, what did he stand to gain? To profit from a story in any way, you have to share it with people. My dad and the other folks mentioned in the story are the only ones who ever heard it, until now, of course. He also said that whatever trashed that house was no man. The TV had to have weighed close to 200 pounds, and it was obviously thrown across the room with great force. He said that even after 2 days, there was still a wild animal smell in the house. I asked him if he thought there might have been 2 creatures involved, considering the incident in the barn, that it lured him into the barn and then snuck out the side door to the house. The thing he thought he heard in the hayloft was either his imagination or some common animal like a raccoon. For whatever reason, this critter seemed focused on their 4-year-old son. Their son was the only one who never showed any fear of it. He seemed to think of it as his friend, and although the sex of the animal was never determined, it was referred to as male because of the predatory, stalking type behavior. That and the conspicuous lack of breasts, or perhaps it was just not as well endowed as the Patterson film subject. Anyhow, its behavior seemed almost indicative of a mother that has lost her little Bigfoot and it was looking for a replacement. I rather facetiously asked my dad if little Timmy was a particularly hairy child, perhaps suffering from a rare condition that causes uncontrollable hair growth all over the body. He said Timmy was a normal little boy with normal brown hair on his normal head. I didn't ask if Timmy regularly reeked of rotting garbage and wet dogs. Didn't seem like a polite course for the conversation to take. He told me of other possible Bigfoot encounters he and his crews had in the woods around Grace Harbor. None of them are quite as titillating as the Cowman story, but interesting nonetheless. Perhaps I will share them here if there is an interest in them. I've got some stories about my family and the shit cabin that we used to live in. When I was growing up, my dad was a total asshole. He justifies it by saying he had a rough upbringing. Rumor has it that his mother was a witch. She was really into tarot cards, prophecies, things like that. She always said she would never be 60 years old. 2 nights before her 60th birthday, she and another woman were found dead. A relative took care of everything when she died, so despite our attempts to find out what happened, no one was let in on the circumstances of her death. The family last name means something satanic in a foreign language. Growing up, we have heard whispers of a curse that all relationships within the family are destined to fail. Every single person in our family has gotten a divorce. There are no blood male heirs to the name. It's the end of the lineage. Anyways, Dad loved antiques. The house was full of them. When his obsession started, so did the weird things. My dad hoards gold coins. He starts compulsively buying things. Nothing of value, mind you. He is only buying old junk. Just heaps and heaps of old useless junk. I don't know if that junk invited something in, but things started getting really weird in that cabin. One night, my dad got mad and whipped my door open, which broke my mirror. That night, I had sleep paralysis and saw a towering, slightly transparent, black shadow figure hunched over me. I could feel it trying to speak to me, in my mind, but I tried my hardest to ignore it. Basically repeat in my head, la la la, I can't hear you, la la la. It actually works like a charm somehow. Be me, I'm a demon fighter. I started hearing things more and more. At the time, we were living in a very nice suburban neighborhood. I came home from school and said, "Hey guys, I'm home." I heard a female voice reply, "I'm glad you're back." I heard footsteps upstairs, a door open and close, and then something big fell over. Seconds later, the phone rang. I answered. It was my mom. She said, "I'm so sorry no one is home. We will be back in half an hour or so." I booked it. I ran barefoot straight to the neighbor's house. I only came back home when my parents returned. They searched the house for something that would have made the loud falling sounds, but they found nothing. This would happen a few more times. Mom got really sick with pneumonia and got really into spiritual warfare. She started speaking in tongues, prophesizing about end times, fainting at church, basically turned into a total fanatic. My dad joined the Doomsday Movement circa 2012. This is when everything in my family's life dramatically changes for the worse. My dad decided to move us to the mid-Atlantic in a dilapidated cabin from the late 1700s in unspecified Pennsylvania, and it shows. There was no water, no toilet, only one light bulb to light the whole place. 3 miles down the road from a historic mass murder location. That was where our cabin was. Charming and a good move for the family, don't you think? It's not like it had a reputation, or that realtor who sold it to us would not step into the house. Oh wait, it did. The realtor told us that we could go in, but that he wanted nothing to do with it. Even with this warning, Dad falls in love with the cabin and buys it. Nice move, Dad. We move into the house. Later find out that multiple people died on the property. We find orbs and weird distortions in pictures from the property. We find out that the prior owners had known mental issues. We find out that it is known as a haunted house to local old-timers. The cabin had vertebrae and other large bones in the stone structure. There were chains all over the sides of the house. There were rats and snakes and mice that walked freely in the house, and the basement was full of ancient jars of pig feet. The house was covered in Christian decor and relics from past owners, i.e. crucifixes, holy pictures, saints, etc. And I mean covered. Every single doorway, every single wall. We took it all down because, eyesore. Needless to say, it was all creepy as fuck. My father even found a full box of letters from the previous owners and burned them all after reading them. He would not let anyone else see the contents. For the first time ever in his life, he did not hoard something. Certain areas of the log house were worse than the others. The basement was horrifying, the attic was a no-go zone, and the floor was caving in certain areas. Everyone took notice of one window. They said they felt someone watching them from it. Nobody could ever shake that feeling. Still, even to this day, the window makes us uncomfortable. Even one of the old-timers, after we all agree that the window is fucking weird, tells us a story about that exact window. He would say that when he was little, he and his homies would all play chicken with the cabin. They would see who could get closest to the cabin before getting scared. Him and his friends would all talk about how they felt the center window, the same window that weirded us out, was haunted. The paranormal activity starts ramping up. My friend and I were babysitting my brother, hanging out right by the alleged haunted window. He was barely able to speak, autistic speech delay. He stares in front of us, smiles wide, and exclaims, "Hi, Betsy." We freak out. "Who are you talking to, kid? You never talk." I asked my parents what was the name of the girl who died in the house. Her name was Betsy. She died from illness when she was 16 years old. Nope. With the move, my parents joined a crazy Christian church. Pretty much a cult. I am Christian, but this was crazy. Crazy in the sense that if you have cancer or get sick, it's your fault because you took communion the wrong way. My parents' language would change when talking about the church or the pastor. They would strangely say, "Hello, pastor," or to us would say, "You have to listen to pastor." The pastor was basically new God. My narcissistic dad learns about holy oil and anoints the whole property. My dad began to go crazy. I mean, really crazy. He would not let us leave the property. He would not let us buy anything. He gave us a tiny food budget for a family of 6. All of our clothing had to be bought through him. My mother could not clean anything that was his, and she was not allowed to get a job. She was not allowed to communicate with her side of the family at all. My dad would do everything he could to prevent her from doing any of these things. He became a total control freak. We lost everything and became entirely dependent on his rare good moods. He starts claiming that my mother is possessed. He screams over her. He rebukes the demons within her. He throws his hands up and all as he pins her against a wall. He calls the pastor over for impromptu exorcisms. This is obviously completely overwhelming for my autistic siblings. As my dad becomes more and more crazed, I start seeing figures and phenomena around the house. Mind you, my father attests that this was the best time of his life when we were all together under one roof. Meanwhile, psycho shit starts happening. My sleep paralysis starts up again, and it gets worse than before. My dad leaves the house after a fight with my mom, and the window is sucked out of the house and crashes to the ground outside. I have never seen anything like it before or since. The room just felt like a vacuum. My sleep paralysis starts to get worse. The log home starts falling apart. So does my parents' marriage after my mom realizes just how bad the situation has gotten. She leaves the cult, and my dad recruits the pastor to help get rid of her demons again in an attempt to get her back. I leave the house to go and live on a boat. Years go by. My BF and I visit the property. Why we went there, I don't know. My parents are still going through a crazy divorce. My dad is just losing it. So many years have gone by. I forgot how crazy the property is. I am trying to reconnect with my dad and want to introduce my BF to my family. Hold on tight, young men. My BF, Dad and I were enjoying a midnight bonfire 6 to 10 feet from the edge of the woodline. It was a slightly foggy and humid night. There's lots of tree frogs and katydids humming in the background. It was super loud in the middle of the night, but that's a mid-Atlantic summer for you. My psycho dad started acting strange. The fire pit is in front of the log home, where the creepy window mentioned earlier is the only window that you can see. Forests always get louder and quieter. That's just nature. We are all outdoorsy granolas, so we know what the woods can sound like. But all the sounds stop. Literally no noise at all, like a switch was flipped. It was dead silent. It was like a vacuum. My BF and I nervously laugh and wonder out loud about what could be walking out there. My dad stares at the fire and flatly says to ignore it. He turned expressionless. Both me and my BF say what the fuck to this. Suddenly, even though we are standing by a good-sized blazing fire, it gets cold as shit around us. We hear a shuffle in the woods in front of us. I think it's a cat. I look down to see that the cat is next to us. The cat's attention is locked on the woods right in front of us. She puffs up and bolts. The shuffle gets louder. It turns into what sounds like somebody running at us. It sounds huge, louder than any bear. Very heavy stomping that gets faster. It goes from a slow walk to a full sprint. It sounded huge. I feel like I really need to emphasize just how brick-shittingly loud this thing was. The branches move and break. It was like the scene in Lost where they see the smoke monster for the first time. Loud and obviously alarming. It definitely sounds like it was running on 2 feet, and by the end, is running fast as fuck. My blood and my BF's blood runs cold. It felt like that part in Lord of the Rings where Frodo tells the other hobbits to get off the road with that crazy zoom effect. We both tense up and madly backpedal as we are taken off guard by whatever the fuck is coming at us. Basically trying to get the fuck out under any and all circumstances. Help me, baby Jesus. Dad does not move. He is still blandly staring into the fire. He reacts to nothing. The running stops at the edge of the firelight, from a deafening full sprint to zero noise at all. That is impossible for even any pro athlete to stop that fast. It just straight up disappears. My BF comes to his senses. He grabs a super bright ass flashlight and shines it to where the invisible obese running man noise was. We held our breath, frozen in shock. There was nothing standing there, nothing at all. No imprints of feet in the grass, no movement of branches, no evidence of broken branches, even though it was as loud as a tree falling. Just dead silent. We are totally confused, saying nothing to each other, staring with our jaws dropped to the floor. Dad just says it's nothing. He still does not break his stare from the fire. He acts strangely and disconnected for the rest of the night. The bugs start chirping again, but there is still no movement. There are no more footsteps, just the sound of crickets and crackling fire. Bedtime? Another night. BF has to go pee, but because there are no working toilets, he goes outside to the tree line behind the log home. We stay in a small guest house to the front right of the cabin. He says that while he was peeing, he heard knocking coming from the side of the house. He thought it was a woodpecker or some other animal. He brushes it off and finishes. He starts walking back and hears frantic loud knocking coming from the side of the log home. He nopes the fuck back to the guest house and closes the blinds. He tells me that days before, he saw a white translucent shape in the creepy window go from left to right. It freaked him out. It freaked me out. My father's narcissistic qualities get more severe. My father and I have a falling out. my BF and I realize that we need to leave before the shit hits the fan. We start packing up to leave when my BF sees a large looming figure on the porch in broad daylight. I did not get a good look at it, but I saw it in my peripherals. It is at least 8 feet tall. It's hunched over. It is staring right at him from beyond the glass door. The lights flicker and go out. Joy to the world. We are plunged in darkness in the property of an unhinged psychopath. My BF says that the creature looked diamond-shaped, like it had its arms pressed to its sides. It had a funny shape on top of the head. My BF did not get a good look at that. We are spooked, but keep on packing. Due to some circumstances, the truck was not ready to move, so we have to stay the night. Darkness falls, and the sounds of the footsteps can be heard on the roof, and in the house. The sound of walking is coming from everywhere. The cats won't leave the front door of the house alone. Moments later, they start screaming. We don't move a muscle and just stay on the couch. The couch has a small window directly in front of it. We see a pale, gaunt face hovering in the lower right-hand corner of the window. There was no curtain blocking the window, so you could always see straight in, or straight out, to the log house. The face moves from bottom right across to the left, then up, and then vanishes. The next day, my dad goes crazy and tries to kill us. He blocks my BF's truck in. At the time, it had a huge camper shell on the back of it, making it hard to maneuver sometimes. He tries to lure him to the woods. My BF says no. We frantically throw all of our shit in the truck. We drive the truck through the garden to get out and do not care. My dad hops on the lawnmower. It's a huge, old-school mower, just another piece of ancient junk he has collected, and tries to ram into the truck. He barely misses us, and we speed off. Weeks later, Dad comes over to my mother's house, 2 hours away. He stands in the driveway angrily. Custody thing. Control freak thing. My BF hears a loud raps at the door in the bedroom that he was in, not at the front door. The door then proceeds to shake violently. He chalks it up to my autistic brother playing tricks on him. My BF looks outside and sees my brother standing in the driveway with my crazy father. He finds it weird but moves on. I am cooking dinner when my phone rings. The caller ID says it's my mom. I watch the call ring, but like I said, I was cooking and could not answer. The call stops. Mom must be calling to make sure Dad left. I return the call almost immediately. She is shaken. She asked if I was playing a joke on her. What? I reply. She says an old man with a mountain accent answered and said, "I am mad at you," over and over in a deep, gravelly voice. No one answered my phone. I watched it dial. I watched her hang up. I hear my autistic brother having a meltdown in the other room. I run in to see what happened. He puts a finger gun to his head and says he wants to die. He says that there is a demon inside of him. I console him and try to talk him through it. My dad pulls out of the driveway and all goes back to normal. Can anyone tell me what the fuck was at the cabin, or provide any sort of insight to what all of this could be? I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all of the time we could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning, and we'd stay in the woods all weekend. We would only come out for school. We loved pretending we were frontiersmen. We would build shelters, traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we would walk the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we would find cool bridges to fish from and camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew this was dangerous, and we would likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers. We discovered bridges no one went to. We fished. We hid from trains. At night, we camped in woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so fun, we did it multiple times. Never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went our own ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits so that we would see each other occasionally. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We would do stuff with the family in the day, and at night, we would either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, me and Joe got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are a hell of a mix. Soon, we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night, and walk home. The day came. We started out early morning. We had my wife drop us off in our old spot, where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we would take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well. We had a map, so I gave a what the hell, and off we set. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoked a joint and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff. Before night started to set in, we picked a spot to camp. It was a thick, forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so you felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days too. We would walk around the area a little bit to make sure that some dude's house wasn't just over a hill and that we were actually camping on their yard. We walked maybe 100 feet or so into the woods and up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from on top of this short hill, we would be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed it was a sugar shack or something, because there did not appear to be a clear road into it. From where we were, there did not look to be anyone inside of it either. All was quiet. No movement could be seen. No lights. We decided to walk a little closer, just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building, we saw it was not a sugar shack at all. It was an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building, whose wooden planks were almost black from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood on top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews, and a built-up section in front for a preacher to stand. We did not go all the way in. We did not want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot that we had picked to camp. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel a little bit better, but we were still a little uneasy. We chalked it up to the natural creepiness that seeing a church in the middle of the woods would elicit. Besides, at this point it was dusk, and we just decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep, and move on at early morning. Night set in, and as we lay in our hammocks and shot the shit, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversation about it went a little like this. "Do you hear that? What the fuck is that? It sounds like people singing." And it did sound just like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it was not getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill and see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly in the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so you would not walk right into a tree, but it was near pitch black. We did not use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we did not talk. When we got to the top, we saw light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this shit?" The light looked to be candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we could not make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We had about a football-filled length between us, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the shit out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher that you see in movies, but again, it was like he was speaking in a different language because we could not understand a single word. Eventually, it got to where the single male voice would say something, and then a bunch of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that just kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I covered my ears, and then it stopped. At this point, I was getting ready to say, let's get the fuck out of here, when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and hissed, they're coming out. We were far enough away that we could not make them out really well, but what we could see was a line of figures walk out the open doorway, all holding hands in a single file. We could see some of them had flashlights. They began to sing again, and the light from the flashlights began to move towards us and the hill. We booked it back down to our campsite, grabbed our shit, and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the direction we had come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing the lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew a small town was about 15 minutes down it, and we walked there, got to a 24-hour gas station, and called my wife to come and get us. My wife and other friends all just thought it was kids messing around, but I heard those voices, and they sure as hell did not sound like kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that happened to me out in the woods. When I was a kid, my great-grandmother told us stories of her father when she was little in the 1920s. He was a car thief, a killer, and an all-around psychopath that would do jobs for the Irish, Greeks, and Italians, who he fucking hated to no end and had killed plenty of, and the various other scumbags out of Philly, NJ, and NY. He was from up in the Poconos. There were these Pennsylvania Dutch hillbillies. He used to go with his sons to steal cars and kidnap showgirls and bring them back to his dungeon caves and shacks up in Monroe County, PA. I believe her. Her brother that I knew said that she had no idea what kind of shit the old man would go off and do. He used to do the broke-down scam on people, kill the man, throw the bodies off into the bottom of ravines, and keep the women. There is a reason Granny had 35 brothers and sisters. There are still some of the cars he decided to keep for himself and just rode around in till they fell apart. Then he would just leave them in the woods. There are hundreds of various old cars rotted away to almost nothing up there. Or there were, till my uncle got smart in 2001 and went up there to scrap everything and made $50,000 off of all of the pieces that did not rot by selling them to collectors that needed pieces to restore these old cars from them. The fucked up thing is, as bad of a man as he was, their house had a raid on it by the Wood Devils and the Baby Eaters in 1925, where these giant hairy things tore the house apart one night, and it caught fire from the thing throwing shit everywhere and biting the heads off of little children. The old man and the oldest sons shot the shit out of several of the things, told the older boys to get the guns out of the hiding spots that had not burned, and killed every one of the things they could find in revenge. All of her surviving siblings agreed on the story the last time I saw them in 1999. Yeah, they are fucking big. My great-great-grandfather was a big motherfucker. Not fat, big, 6'7", poor trash muscle, vicious as fuck, a total piece of shit, a murderer, and he broke a horse's neck with a punch in 1889 for trying to kick him. I have seen pictures of him when he was 40, and he was fucking terrifying. Like you see this guy in a picture, and you thank God he is dead. These hairy things made him look like a skeleton. The old man built his house to be a fortress, since he was an evil bastard, as prevention against other evil bastards that might want to get back at him. He had fucking murder holes that he built into the ceiling. The Wood Devils, as my great-granny's brother called them, and the Baby Eaters, as she called them, had been a thorn in my family's side since 1750. When we go over here from the old country, Even the Native Americans up in the hills tried to warn the white folks about them, but half my family that came over at the same time were mercenaries from Europe that skipped out on big debts, and they just did not give a fuck. From the stories I was told, they like to attack at night, and during rain, especially in spring and late winter. We had around 20 attacks from 1804 to the big flood of 1847, where we went from being very prosperous to having clothes that we were wearing and a hungry belly overnight. All of the crops got flooded out. There were stories of man-eaters roaming around. My grandmother refused to let us outside without at least 2 adults watching us at all times. People said she was a paranoid old woman, but she had her shit together and knew damn right well what was in the woods. They attacked moonshine stills to deal the mash and drink the booze stock you distill the shine from. They steal any animal they can carry off, small children. They will rip the plants right out of your garden. They will kill horses to eat them. Horses are utterly terrified of them, and as good as dogs for spotting them. Maybe better. Goats hate them too. My uncle had said they lived in these caves that were hidden under heavy brush and other objects. Huge ass caves under the ground up in the Poconos. There was one less when they were done. In case you ask, you burn them out. Lots of kerosene, gasoline, and any other solvents on hand, especially stuff like benzene, sacks of coal to keep them from jumping out, and plenty of men with shotguns. Bars, shotguns, Tommy guns, dynamite. You set the place up like an arson, so the dynamite will catch when you light the entrance, and the fire follows the fuel back. You take no chances with them. My uncle said the old man had poison in a big container that he dragged into the cave and poured everywhere. That shit was flammable as fuck too. He said that there were dozens of the hairy things in there, along with human bones and dead women. Lots of dead women, and even a few black people, which should not have been possible, because there were no black people anywhere near where they lived back then. That bothered them bad, and it bothered my great-great-granduncle till he died in March 2001 at 105 years old. He said if I see those things, to kill them with no hesitation or mercy, and he hated the Harry and the Hendersons movie. When this happened, he sent the surviving children in that house to family in Philly and out in Jersey for a while to keep them safe from retaliation. The last one was seen in 1957, 3 weeks before my grandfather went to the army. It flipped over a 1947 Ford truck. It was then ventilated by everyone with a gun. They burned it to bones, then scattered the bones. These things would attack the Native Americans too. Eastern Bigfoot are vicious monsters. Kill them where you find them. You are doing the human race a great service if you do. The reason the house went up so fast was from the booze they had stored in the root cellar till the next trip to Philly. Yes, I am part Wampanoag. The old chiefs talk about bad and good spirit places and trees in the woods. Bad trees are beeches and any tree that grows in deep shade and poison oak and ivy. The Green Lady or Diana, or as the French in Quebec call her, Artemis, rules the woods. I have seen and talked to her many times. She told me to watch out for the beeches. If lost in the woods or something, I call on Diana or Pan. They will always help you against the evil spooks. I am not worried over Bigfoot. The Nez Perce I know think they are extinct. The Wampanoag and others talk more about what some Native American people call the Wendigo, a bad spirit that gets you lost and turned around in the woods. Hey X, it's my first time ever posting here after looking here for many years. I would green text, but this story is a little bit too long for that. It concerns what happened to me and 2 of my buddies when we were up deep in the wilderness. Now, I want to preface this by saying that this was far from the first time that we have been in this area. This happened in northern Minnesota and was pretty close to some land that has been in the family for quite a long time. My grandfather has owned it since he was pretty young, and I don't know if his dad owned it before him, but to sum up, we've had it for a very long time. So, I grew up a lot in this area, and it was kind of family tradition to hike up and hang out with Grandpa for a weekend or a week and go do some hunting and camping and the usual wilderness stuff. I'm talking campfires, telling spooky stories, hunting our own food and cooking it, the works. It was good fun, and I loved it. I loved my grandpa. When my grandpa passed away and I got a little older, I decided that more than anything, I wanted to continue this tradition. My parents were not really all that interested, and I guess the memories were too painful for them, but I personally thought it was a nice way to honor his memory. So, my buddies and I will refer to them as S and J for the purpose of the story, would head out there maybe once a year or so, and do all of the aforementioned activities. The land was pretty fucking nice. The land we owned was kind of like a compound, and as well as a nice big hunting cabin with a couple of rooms, there were a few sheds out back for storage and stuff too. Even a little old barn that I don't think I ever really saw used. The property was hundreds of acres and had a ton of trails for hunting, and some old deer blinds out there that saw a lot of use back in the day. Problem was, I got older, and so did my friends. I went off to college in a different state, and they all got full-time jobs and got busy with their lives. People got GFs, got married, then COVID hit, and before you know it, a whopping 5 years had fucking passed right before our eyes since we had last gone camping up there. I was the one to reach out to S and J after so long, and it took a lot of planning and a miracle for our schedules to line up, but we managed it. We were going to relive the good old days, or, at least try. It was clear pretty quickly that not only were we rusty, but we were old. When we pulled up to the place after a nice little road trip, I was lost for words. The place was completely run down. The cabin was actively falling apart and was riddled with rot. It had moss growing along the sides of it. The paint was all peeling, and it looked like the front door to the place had been kicked in. It looked more like a battering ram had been used to get in, if I'm honest. The big thing was the shed nearby. It was completely gone, as in, a tree had fallen, I'm not quite sure how, and completely flattened the shed. All that remained was a few stray pieces of wooden planks that were sent flying and had also begun to decay, and the image that I still had of it in my memory. I remember just standing there with my mouth hanging open and slowly turning to look at J and S. They gave me a half-hearted pat on the back to try and console me, but I think they were too tired to really care. I mean, I should have expected something like this. It hadn't even been looked at in years, never mind maintained. The cabin was just a fallback anyway. We had always camped out whenever we had stayed up here. Still, it felt like the very last piece I had left of my grandpa had been snatched away from me. Those two decided they would scout out the usual spot while I took a look inside. Someone had definitely been in here. The thick, muddy prints shuffling up to the fireplace told the entire story. They weren't fresh prints. They looked to have been left a few months ago at least. Fucking asshole took all the firewood too. I gave up on the cabin and walked back outside. I could not help but go over and check the shed too. I felt like I was in a state of mourning, even though what I was upset over was just a bundle of wood. I crouched down and could see that the place had been completely pulverized. I mean, how the fuck does a tree just fall over perfectly like this? It's not exactly impossible, especially up here with all of the heavy winds and ice that we get, but still. It felt like nature had seen this cabin in particular and said, fuck you for not visiting. I went over and looked at the tree. It had not snapped at the base, like if it was cut down. It was snapped about halfway up. It was strange though. Looking at the tree, it was really discolored. It was a lot darker in color than a regular healthy tree should be. This was obviously not a healthy tree, considering it just snapped, but it was really dark in color, almost black. I checked some of the bark on the inside of the fallen down piece of tree. The inside of the tree was rotting too, but that wasn't the usual color either. It had these vein-like streaks of black running through it. It wasn't like any kind of rot I had ever seen before. Still, there wasn't really much sense in sitting here and staring at the ruin. I did not have the time or the energy or the tools to clear all of this shit up. I would have to talk to my dad when I next saw him and arrange for someone else to sort out this mess. I decided that I was not going to let something like this ruin our trip, especially when I had not seen the boys in so long. They'd had plenty of time to search for a suitable place to camp at this point, so I headed off to catch up with them down the trail. It only took me around 5 minutes or so to spot them, which is unusual, considering our usual spot was much further into the trees. These two jackasses were crouched down behind a bush for some reason, one behind the other, and were just peering over slightly at a small clearing a few feet ahead of them. There was some ruckus that I could hear coming from up ahead, but it just sounded like squawking birds. I called out to them, asking what they were playing around at. The second that the words left my mouth, I saw these two instantly go into a panic. I had never seen these two so wide-eyed in shock before. I started to speak again, to be like, "Hey, what's up?" But Jay actually put his finger to his lips, got up, and ran over to me. He whispered to me, telling me to be quiet, and dragged me down to where they were crouching. I asked again what was wrong, but made sure to whisper it this time. I was just really puzzled, and was wondering what had gotten into these two. They just told me that it was the birds, that something had gotten into them. S said when he stepped into the clearing, two of them descended on him and started pecking at his neck. He had a nasty cut there that he showed me. It looked really irritated too, like some gunk had gotten into it. They told me to take a look and see for myself. By now, the squawking had gotten louder and louder, and was almost like the birds were screaming at each other. It was really shrill and visceral, and the squawking seemed so much raspier than was normal for birds. I slowly peeked my head out to take a look into the clearing. I made GNS shuffle up so I had enough room. I finally got a good look at what they had been staring at. At first, I just saw a few birds hopping around in the clearing. There were a few ravens, some crows, and some other birds I did not know the name of. Looking up, that was the source of the noise. There was an absolutely massive flock of them circling overhead. It looked more like a tornado than anything else. They weren't just circling either. Taking a closer look at them, I could see that they were attacking each other. They were flying at full speed and slamming into one another, with some occasionally dropping straight to the ground. That's why there were some hopping around on the floor. They were pecking at the bodies. Not just pecking at them. They were full-on fucking eating these birds that had hit the ground. They were using their beaks to pierce the birds, and then were proceeding to rip out parts of the bird, and then just happily munched away at them. I caught sight of something flying out of one of them when it was pierced, but it was not blood. It was much too dark. The birds in the sky were just feral. There is no other word for it. What I saw was fucking brutal. One crow grabbed another by the wing and yanked it until it snapped, and I heard a distinct snapping noise, even over all of the other noise. As soon as it hit the ground, a flurry of other birds descended on it and began ripping chunks out of it while it was still fucking alive. Then they would fight each other over these chunks, just ripping and tearing at one another. I could feel my stomach turning. It was the sound that was the worst of all. The wet crunching and tearing, the strained raspy squawks, and the shrill cries of birds being torn apart while still alive. I had not even realized I'd been holding my breath until S let out a, "What the fuck?" But he was a little bit too loud when he said it. They must have heard him say it, because this flock of fighting feral birds soon started flying in our direction, letting out their death screeches. Even as they flew towards us, they could not stop fighting, could not let go of the flesh that they were chewing. We got up and fucking ran for our lives back to the remains of the cabin. A few caught up to us and left me with some nasty scars on my legs. The second I felt contact from their beaks and claws, I felt this kind of burning sensation that I felt travel up my entire body. It was horrible. It made me shiver for almost an hour afterwards, like I had a fever or something. Once we made it back to the remains of the cabin, and we were sure that none of those fuckers were following us, we all collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. Honestly, any normal person would have packed up right then and there and gone home. I mean, I had never seen such a sight in my life. But it was fast approaching darkness. We were all too exhausted to drive, and I was also adamant about having a proper experience out here and reliving the good old days. I think if not for my insistence, J and S would have bailed. I think I was much more into the trip than they were. I guess I was just naively trying to feel how I felt back then, to recapture some of my childhood, even though it was vain and those times were long gone. It's depressing to think about, but those memories I made, even the friendship that I had with JNS, that was never coming back. I remained stubborn though. Even though the place was a little fucked up, and it wasn't much of an experience, I suggested setting up camp just a little south of the ruined cabin, with it still in sight. We would not have to waste more energy scouting for a place to set up, and we could retreat into what remained of the cabin if those birds came back. J&S offered no resistance. They didn't exactly offer any help either. Those two fat asses laid there talking to each other while I did all of the grunt work. They basically were just trying to figure out what was going on back there. Jay suggested that maybe there was some kind of disease going around that made the birds go all nutty. Told me he had heard about something like that up in Canada. Apparently, this disease makes the moose or something attack each other and sometimes people. Some kind of parasite or something latches onto them and really fries up their brain. They basically end up seeing everything as either food or an enemy, and both are a real good excuse for violence. I finally finished setting up our tents and whatnot, and had just gotten a campfire going. It was basically pitch black now, aside from my fire. It must have been around midnight or so, from what I can remember. The place was deathly silent by now. Come to think of it, we had not heard a single noise, not even squawking, since we ran back to near the cabin. Neither JRS were really up for chatting, and turned in pretty early to their tents. They left me up on my own, just mindlessly pushing ash around the fire, hoping to myself we might actually get to hang out in the morning. I must have sat there on my own for close to an hour, deep in thought, until the fire was just smoldering embers. The only thing that snapped me out of my trance was some really weird noises. I could hear some kind of rustling in some of the bushes, maybe around 100 feet away. I could hear a kind of moaning too. It sounded really pained and ragged. I initially thought that Jay was making weird sounds in his sleep. He used to do that a lot as a kid. He would start making these gurgling noises that mixed with his snoring, and we used to bully him relentlessly about it. We used to laugh and call him Headcrab because of that enemy from Half-Life. It definitely was not him though. It was coming from the same direction as the rustling noise. I pulled a flashlight out from inside my tent and tried my best to get a better look at what was going on. That is when I saw a buck, partially still in the bush, but with its head peeking out. At least, I thought it was a buck. Its antlers were crooked. One of them was about halfway snapped off, while the other was coated in something sticky that partially reflected in the light of my flashlight. I thought it was maybe mud or something at first, but I quickly realized that whatever it was seemed to be actually dripping down from its antlers. It looked black in color, similar to that weird substance I had seen fly out of those birds earlier. I thought maybe those things had gone for it, and maybe it had to fight them off for its life. It was just kinda standing there, staring forward mindlessly. I caught a glimpse of just these soulless, pure black eyes that were unblinking. It looked like it was caught in a trance, and from where I was, it did not even look to be breathing. Every now and again, I would see its head or legs twitch slightly, almost involuntarily. The deer looked really fucked up. I am talking cuts and gashes all over its body, like it had gone into a tussle with something nasty. I'm not sure if it was because I flicked my flashlight around too quickly, or maybe if I had snagged a twig, but I saw its head jolt straight into my direction. It just stared again, unmoving. I crawled closer to the tents as quietly as I could, and started whispering for J&S to wake up. They would not respond to me, so I crawled right up next to Jay and shook him as gently as I could. When I did this, he let out a really loud, panicked shout. The second the noise left his mouth, I heard the pounding of feet moving towards the camp. They were heavy and moving at a rapid pace. I immediately shot my hand over Jay's mouth and just whispered for him to remain silent. I was holding my breath now, and I could see the feet of that buck lingering outside the camp. It was poking its antlers through the campfire and taking bites at some of the packages of food I had left around the camp. I think it managed to find its way into a pack of sausages and was just tearing into them. The fur on its legs were patchy in places and had a reddish, blackish tint where I could tell that some of it had been ripped away. Jay pulled my hand away from his mouth and told me, "It's just a deer, what's wrong?" I didn't even really know how to explain it to him. I just had this overwhelming sinking feeling in my gut telling me that something was strange here. All of a sudden, I hear movement in the tent right next to us. I think Ass had woken up because of Jay screaming. Fuck. The deer immediately lifted up its head and shot toward S's tent. 1 second, it was dead silent, and the next second, I heard the sound of fabric being torn and S shouting for help. Both Jay and I leaped out of the tent to see what was happening, only to see this buck with its antler that had gone straight through the top of the tent, threatening to pierce S. We had weapons for hunting, but being the dumbasses that we were, we had left them in the car for safekeeping. The only thing that I could think to do was to start punching the thing in the hide with my fist to try and draw its attention. I got its attention alright, gave my knuckles some bruises too. I mean, what the fuck was I thinking, punching a deer? I wasn't playing fucking Minecraft. I think the panic turned my brain to mush in that second. It turned in one swift motion to face me, and began to lower its head. All I could think to do was to scream out run to the other two, hoping that they might be able to get away at least. They did not even stop and hesitate. They did not even think to help me. They both just ran. The buck ran at me with speed I had not seen from one before, and I just managed to fall to the ground and out of the way, before its antlers connected with my abdomen. It hit a tree with so much force that the bark literally fucking exploded off of it, and it sounded like a gunshot had gone off. If I hadn't moved in time, that thing would have fucking skewered me. I grabbed a log of firewood for defense and ran to catch up with JNS. When I went to ground, I had dropped my flashlight and had forgotten to pick it back up in my haste to get away. Stupid fucking idiot. So now we were in the pitch black, running for our lives, with no way to actually see the thing trying to skewer us. The thing must have dislodged its antlers from the tree because I could hear its heavy, pounding hooves heading straight for us. I had just about caught up to JNS, hoping that they knew where they were going, because I sure as hell did not. My lungs were burning, and I could feel my chest starting to tighten up. Jay was breathlessly shouting at us, asking what the fuck was going on with the wildlife. Why was this deer randomly attacking us? I did not even have time to answer back before I heard Jay yelp in pain. The buck had smacked into the side of him and thrown him off balance. He hit the dirt hard and went tumbling over. I could see a gash across his shoulders where the deer antlers had caught him. There was streaks of black stuff smeared all down his arm. I started swinging wildly with the fire log while Jay cursed and scrambled to his feet, and I eventually felt a connection with something. I thought I had fought the thing off until I heard S yell at me, telling me to watch where the fuck you're swinging that thing, asshole. I don't know what happened, but we heard it hit another tree. We did not even turn to look. We just heard a crash that I swear echoed throughout the entire woods in something of a distressed cry, like it was seriously hurt. We did not care. I tossed the log down so that I could run quicker, and we must have kept on running for 5 minutes straight until we just could not run anymore. We made it to another small clearing with some logs big enough to sit on and just stopped. We just stayed there really still, catching our breath. I cursed at those two morons for getting us lost. I asked why they didn't run back to the car, and they just shrugged and said that they were following me. I just screamed, "Are you stupid? You two chuckle fucks were ahead of me." They did not even have a smart-ass response from me anymore. The two of them were laid down flat on their backs, panting like a dog in a heat wave. I said, fuck it. Why not join them if I can't beat them, and basically just let myself collapse to the ground. When I did though, I almost immediately recoiled back up because I felt something really cold and wet on my back, even through the t-shirt that I was wearing. What the fuck is that? Is what I let out, and I startled the life out of JNS because they jumped back up too, probably expecting to start getting pummeled by that batshit crazy deer again. After a second or two passed by, and they realized and we were not in any imminent danger, they turned to me and asked what the fuck was wrong with me. I was just like, dude, I laid in something wet. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I can't see properly. We had no flashlight, nothing to see with, until this dipshit Jay pulls out a box of matches out of the back of his pants. We just gave him a dead-eyed stare, thinking that they could have helped us out a lot earlier, for visibility, and to light a big fucking log on fire to fight off that deer. He lit one up and set a small twig on fire and held it near to where I had jumped up from. All three of us mumbled, "What the fuck?" at the same time, under our collective breath. There were boot prints in the ground, and they looked eerily similar to the ones that we had seen in my grandpa's broken cabin way back. They looked much newer than those ones though. And that was not all. Inside the boot prints, almost following along with it, was some of that horrible black blood sludge shit that we had seen come out of those birds earlier. I actually reached out to touch some, and S instinctively smacked my hand away and asked if I was trying to get myself sick. Little did he know is that Jay had already touched some that was nearby in another boot print. We called him a fucking moron, but then asked him what it was. He just told us that it felt like blood after it had congealed. I half expected him to fucking lick it to test it, but thankfully, even he is not that stupid. S immediately snapped back into focus mode and said that we should make our way back to the car now, before we get too tired and the adrenaline wears off. Jay told us no. No? What are you talking about, dude? Is what I fired off in response. He just said look and pointed up. He lit another, bigger stick on fire and showed us footsteps leading just up from where we were. Now that our eyes had adjusted from the pitch blackness, it was much easier to make out what they were leading to. There was another cabin out here. I was in pure disbelief. This had never been out here all of the times that I have been here before. I knew this place like the back of my hand, and even after my grandfather passed away, I would patrol all of these areas routinely. They must have built this in the years we had not visited, probably thinking the land was abandoned, considering the ruined cabin. Jay said, hey, why not check it out? At worst, we can maybe stay there until dawn. At best, maybe there is someone else out here who can help. I said no straight away, that it was a stupid idea and that we needed to leave right now. I was not fully convinced, but was still really uneasy. But I figured a look would not hurt, and if it wasn't suitable, we could just leave as we planned. S was adamant, but once he saw the two of us walking off, he basically had no choice but to follow along. He quickly started running and caught up to us. Jay was holding the stick low to the ground to keep seeing the prints. They led all the way up to the cabin. Having some light was good, but it barely gave us a few feet of visibility at a time. Sure, we could make out vague shapes like the cabin, but anything outside our range of view was basically invisible to us. We were shitting our pants, thinking that at any moment there could be a deer right up in our faces. The closer that we got, the thicker that black stuff was alongside the footprints. It was sticky, and we could see it glistening slightly under the light. Once we got up to the cabin, this smell just hit us, and I felt like it was going to knock me out. It smelled like meat that had gone off from sitting in the sun too long. It was mixed with something else, almost a fishy kind of smell. I had to put my shirt over my face just to give myself some relief and put a stop to the gagging. S was struggling pretty hard too, but Jay seemed fine for some reason. I chalked it up to his sense of smell being shitty. Hell, the kind of bombs that Jay would drop in the toilet, there was no way he would survive if his nose worked properly. I asked him how he could just stand there and breathe it in, and he just gave me a blank stare and said, breathe what in? We got right up to the cabin. It was not anything like the one my grandpa built. It was one of those bullshit New Age ones that looked like it came pre-made with all of the pieces there like a Lego set, a prefab or whatever the fuck it's called. It looked much newer and sturdier, albeit covered in a lot of gunk and foliage now. Even despite looking new, it still had a lot of damage. Roof was just gone. It had become completely open top. Door was hanging wide open too, practically falling off of its hinges. Then we started to hear a noise. It was like this deep and wet, guttural sound. It sounded like someone with a throat full of mucus attempting to gurgle. It made the hairs on my skin stand up. I could also hear a very faint clicking kind of sound, but at that point, I think I was just losing my mind due to exhaustion. S was shaking his head, telling us we needed to leave, but Jay was not listening. It was like the words just went through him instead. He lit another match and grabbed an even bigger stick and just went right on ahead without even looking back to check if we were following. He wasn't exactly a pussy in usual circumstances, but I had never seen him with balls so big. We had no choice but to follow. The smell was even more overpowering than before. My eyes were almost watering, it smelled so bad. Jay had stopped somewhere near the center of the cabin, and S and I peeked our heads in. That is when I saw possibly the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. There was a body that was slumped against the far wall, or what was left of one anyway. The chest cavity was torn completely open, and the ribs were fucking bent outwards. The body had been there for a while, must have been at least a few weeks, but this was a lot worse than just some decay. The head was still completely intact, but the face was deathly pale and bloated. The eyes of the thing were still open, and were giving us a glassy-eyed dead stare that I don't think I will ever be able to forget. That black stuff was all over the inside of the cabin. It was all over the fucking body too. Whatever could have done something like this, torn a human apart like this, I did not want to find out. I turned to S and said that we needed to go home, and he shot out of there before I could even finish. I called for Jay, but he was just standing there and staring. I figured maybe he was frozen in shock, so I walked up and grabbed him by the shoulder. I was like, "Hey man, come on, And in that split second, I don't know what took over Jay, but he just grabbed me and ran, and we both hit the grass outside. He was over me and just shouting and was staring dead at me, and I could see the fear in his eyes. He had gone really pale, and his hands on my arms felt insanely cold. I was like, "Dude, what the fuck? Knock it off, we have to go." But he would not let go. S heard the commotion and came rushing up and pulled Jay off of me from behind. When Jay hit the ground, he screamed for a little bit longer, but did not try to grab me again. He was staring at the ground on all fours and vomited. There was no light by this point, so I did not know if I was just seeing things, but there looked to be hints of black in his vomit. Not a lot, just hints of it. I think that idiot really did lick some of it. After that, Jay just passed out cold. No warning or anything, he just went still. Me and S had to put in a collective effort to carry his fat ass, but thankfully, he woke up after only a few minutes of carrying him. He was panicked when he woke up and asked us to put him down. We asked him what happened, why he ran at me, what made him freeze like that. He just kinda scratched his head and said he did not know. He told us he just felt really afraid, like something bad was going to happen. He also said that I didn't look like me anymore. Something about me looking like a stranger, and he got scared. It didn't really make sense to me. Luckily for us, the car was not too far away by this point, and we managed to make it back without anything else happening. We just crashed in the car until daylight. None of us had the energy to drive all the way back home. I didn't want to, but I called the police that morning about the body. I hate phone calls, they make me itch. They took it very seriously, and they were there very quickly. We got questioned for a long ass time. I think maybe they were looking to pin it on us as an easy option, the lazy bastards, but none of the evidence pointed towards that. We had to give statements, and they sent us away while they searched the place and bagged the body. Never got another update after that. I think they just thought a bear had gotten him or something. I did not mention the black stuff or the birds or the deer. I did not want to give them any reason to think I was a nutjob who might do something crazy like this. It wasn't like they could miss it anyway. But yeah, X, that is my story. I have not been back to that cabin since. I don't even want to look at it. Leaving it destroyed does not feel right, but I just do not have the heart to rebuild my grandpa's old cabin. And I definitely don't want to run into whatever the fuck was out there again. Whatever disease fucked up that deer and those birds, I do not want to know. Does anyone know what the fuck was going on out there? I don't usually talk about what happened that summer, but it has been eating at me. This happened to me a long time ago. I was working as a Firewatch lookout in this remote tower out in the middle of nowhere. It was just me, a radio, some binoculars, and miles of forest stretching out in every direction. It was supposed to be a simple gig. I would sit up there all day, watch for smoke, and call it in if I see anything. That's it. It was nothing fancy. Just a paycheck and a few weeks of quiet. The thing is, I found something while I was out there. Something that should not have been there. And once I saw it, I could not stop thinking about what it meant or who was involved. This happened in late June. It was peak wildfire season, and the forest was dry as hell. The tower was old, rusted in places, but still solid. You would climb up a ladder and get inside this tiny room with windows on all sides. The company also gave me a notebook and a radio. The radio was mostly dead most days, but I had to keep it on in case of emergencies. The only way out was the ladder and a dirt trail that led back to the main road, a good couple of miles away. I settled into the routine pretty quickly. Morning coffee, scan the horizon, log the weather, repeat. Most days were quiet. I would maybe see some birds, a deer here and there if I was lucky, but mostly just silence. That's kinda what I liked about it. No bullshit and no people. But then, on the 5th day, something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just heat haze or a trick of the light. But about 3 miles to the northeast, past the ridge, there was this weird shape, like a patch of ground that did not match anything else around it. There were no trees, no brush, just this really unnatural clearing. What made it really weird was how sharp the edges were, like someone had cut out a perfect square of the forest floor. I stared at it for a long time, trying to figure out if it was smoke or maybe a fire starting. But there was no smoke and no flicker of flames, just that empty square, dark and silent. The sun was hitting it just right, so I could see the dirt and some kind of weird patterns in the ground. It was lines that looked like scars or maybe some kind of trenches, but way too straight to be naturally formed. I grabbed my binoculars and zoomed in. That is when I saw it. Inside the square, there were shapes moving. They looked like figures wearing suits. They looked like hazmat suits or something, but bulkier. They moved slowly and carefully. It looked like they were working on something. I tried to radio it in, but the signal was weak and crackling, but I finally managed to get a message out to the base. Unusual activity spotted. Unknown personnel in hazardous suits in a square clearing, northeast sector. No fire detected. The response was just a flat, copy that, continue monitoring. I thought that was strange. If this was some official operation, why the secrecy? Why wasn't anyone coming to check it out? I kept on watching. Over the next few days, the activity got more intense. More of those suited figures showed up, bringing equipment. Sometimes, I saw what looked like large crates being opened and strange devices set up. There was no signage and no vehicles on the dirt road nearby. It was just those figures moving around like ghosts. One night, I could not sleep, so I stayed up watching with my binoculars. The moon was bright, and that clearing looked even more unnatural in the dark. That is when I saw something that made my blood run cold. One of the figures was dragging something across the ground. It looked like a large, dark object. It wasn't moving on its own. It looked alive. I could not make out the details, but it was definitely some kind of creature or body. It was just writhing and twisting as they dragged it. I wanted to call someone, but either I would be told I was crazy or be told to mind my own business. The next morning, I wrote everything down in my notebook. I even took some crude sketches of the clearing and the figures. I knew no one would believe me. I don't have that journal anymore for reasons that will become very clear. I said fuck it and decided to make my way out there. No one had been there for hours and I wanted to see what was happening. When I got to the clearing, it was just weird. The grass where they were dragging the figure, it was all discolored, like it had been burned, but it wasn't just blackened. Some parts of the grass were tinted blue. I also felt something underneath my feet, like a slight vibration in the ground. Not enough to be a tremor or anything, but enough for me to notice. I walked a little further in, and there was still equipment all across the clearing that they had left behind. Things like shovels and that kind of stuff, but pieces of equipment I did not recognize too. There were also barrels of stuff, just black barrels with no markings or labels. And then I started to hear more sounds. They were coming from directly under me now. It was insanely faint, and I just thought I was maybe going crazy at first. But it sounded like a thumping, maybe, combined with scratching and slight grunts. the shovels and the equipment. I immediately jumped to the worst possible conclusion. Had somebody buried somebody alive out here? Why the fuck would they do it out in the open, where it would be so obvious? It was maybe a little bit rash of me, but I grabbed the shovel and started digging. I don't know how long I spent digging before I heard a clang. I had made contact with something. It was one of those black barrels, and the sounds were much louder now. I was getting really scared, but I wanted to know what was going on. I did not want to touch it, so I just dug around it. I don't know how long later, I felt and heard another clang. I put the shovel down and started scraping the dirt away with my hands. I'd managed to clear it and make an opening several inches wide, but was too exhausted to clear anymore. And I don't even know what I saw. It was see-through. I had no idea of the dimensions, but it was almost like a cage. It was hard to tell the shape from the little view that I had. It wasn't glass, it was much sturdier than that. I smacked it a little with my hand, and it really hurt. I could not tell the material, and in that few inch space I cleared, I saw something horrifying. I just saw an eyeball staring back at me, pressed right up against where I had cleared. The grunting and the thumping and the scratching had stopped pretty much as soon as the clang happened. It was bloodshot and oddly shaped, not like a regular human eye. Longer somehow, like it was taller, I guess. The veins in the eye were not the usual red. They were tinged a kind of greenish, bluish color. It just looked me up and down for a few seconds before it pulled back, and whatever it was started thumping at the spot. It was screaming now, really loudly. I jumped back because it caught me off guard, and I was terrified. Before I could even scramble to my feet, I caught sight of someone off in the distance. 2 people. Hazmat suits. Fuck. They clearly saw me, and one of them shouted after me, but I just ran as fast as I possibly could. I took a different path, and did not go directly back to my tower straight away, just in case they were following me. I was shitting my pants the whole time back in my tower. I just tried to go about my duties as normal, and reported in as scheduled. I just hoped and prayed they did not fully make out my face or anything. I had no idea what was going on, but my anxiety was out of control. I did not want to lose my job or, I don't know, go to jail if it was a government thing. I was very clearly not supposed to see whatever I did. A couple of days later, my supervisor turned up at my tower out of the blue. He was not alone though. He was accompanied by a set of 2 men in black suits. I was instantly in a panic because no one told me anything about any scheduled visits. I knew it had to be about the other day. I greeted them, and my supervisor introduced them by name, and they flashed badges at me. My brain could not process fast enough to see what government agency they were from. I tried to casually ask what was up, but my supervisor told me to keep quiet and just listen. One of the agents stepped forward, basically face to face with me. I tried to keep eye contact, even though he was wearing shades, but he just stared me down for close to a minute, and I reflexively ended up looking away. The agent did not speak much. He just started with a, "We know you saw something." I just nodded while still looking away. Then he said, "What did you say?" I tried to keep it vague and lie by omission. I said I had heard a ruckus and seen some crews and people in hazmats. I said I saw them working on something and dragging something in the dark. I said I reported it to my supervisor and kept watch just in case. He stared me down for another minute or 2. Then he walked back to the other agent, and they muttered between themselves. Then the same one walked back to me face to face again. Just said, "Keep your mouth shut," and "Keep out of restricted zones from now on." I shouldn't have, but I spoke back to him and said, "I didn't know that area was restricted." He spat at my feet and said, "Now you do." He told me that the crew in that area had permission to use force against any future trespassers. Then they left. That small area was cordoned off for a while. They put up big, temporary walls. The supervisor would not even look at me. He told me to grow up. I just felt shame and guilt. I felt like a child who just got scolded by his parents. I felt so embarrassed that once my time was up that summer, I did not bother applying to work there again. I decided to work in a different state instead. I have no idea what the fuck was going on there. No idea what was in those barrels, or what that thing was. I like to tell myself that I imagined it, that maybe whatever was in the barrels made me see things, since I did not have a hazmat suit like the people working there. I think that might just be my brain coping though. My friend and I have been tight since sophomore year of high school. Our friendship stuck through college and into our mid-20s. By the time this occurred, I was 24 years old. I worked at a brewery in Atlanta, and my friend was 26 by then. That spring was pretty rough for me. One day, my friend told me he wanted to go on a weekend hiking trip. I agreed immediately. It would be my chance to finally reset. Now, neither of us were outdoorsy guys. We grew up in neighborhoods where the most nature you would get is strips of grass between houses, but that was part of the appeal. This would be something completely different and new. We would be in nature, where our cell phones likely would not work too well. No distractions, no work or life stress. We picked Black Rock Mountain State Park. It was only a 2-hour drive from where we lived, and apparently had very good views. We packed our cars with whatever camping gear we could borrow or afford and headed out. We went early on a Saturday morning. This was sometime in spring, a few years ago now. The main trails were decent, well marked, moderate difficulty kind of stuff. But by mid-afternoon, my friend was getting bored with what he called the tourist experience. "Check out this game trail," he said, pointing to a barely visible path veering off into denser forest. "Want to see where it goes?" I know I should have told him no, but the whole point was to do something different, right? After about 40 minutes of pushing through brush and climbing over fallen trees, we made it to a small clearing, and in that clearing, we found this old fire tower, probably from the 50s or 60s from the look of it. It stood at about 60 feet tall. It was a mix of metal and wood, listing slightly to one side. The thing was practically screaming, "Do not climb me." There was even a faded sign that said something along those lines. "Holy crap, it's perfect," my friend said. "We have to camp in there tonight." "Is that even safe?" I asked. "Probably not, but imagine the sunrise view. And I have not seen anyone post this one anywhere yet. It's authentic." It took us about 20 minutes to climb these switchback stairs. We had to keep testing each step before putting our full weight on it. The whole building swayed slightly in the wind. At the top was an observation platform. It was maybe 15 square feet, with a small enclosed cabin that was missing its door and half its windows. We set up our sleeping bags on the open platform rather than in the cabin. Inside was filled with beer cans and graffiti. We were apparently not the first to stay up here. But my friend was right about one thing. The view was perfect. We broke out the whiskey we'd brought and talked about things as the sun went down. "You know, there are stories about this tower," my friend said. He then explained that some guy at the gear store had mentioned it, said that's why they closed this building off. "What kind of stories exactly?" I asked. "Ghost stories. About some park worker who took his own life up here in the 70s, and a little girl who got lost in the woods and died out here. It's different apparently, depending on who tells it." I told him there is always ghost stories about places like this, and he said, "Yeah, it's probably all bullshit. If we get murdered by ghosts tonight, at least we'll both die with a good view." By midnight, we were both properly drunk and exhausted from the hike. We crawled into our sleeping bags under a sky packed with more stars than I had ever seen. The tower creaked and shifted a bit in the wind, but I was too tired to care. Actually, it was kind of peaceful, to be honest. I woke up suddenly sometime later. I had no idea what time it was then, and I instantly had the unmistakable feeling of being watched. When I opened my eyes, I nearly pissed myself right then and there. A small girl was standing over me, maybe only 2 feet away from my face. She looked to be 7 or 8 years old, and she wore an old-fashioned dress with a pattern I could not make out from the dark. Her hair was wet, clinging to her pale face in clumps. She was just staring, not moving, not making any noise. I blinked hard, telling myself in my head, I am either dreaming or I am drunk. When I opened my eyes up again, she was gone. My heart was pounding still, but I had successfully convinced myself it was a nightmare mixed with all of my drinking. I rolled over and went back to sleep. The second time I woke up, it was much, much worse. She was sitting on my chest, her face mere inches away from mine. She was close enough, I could feel the cold coming off of her skin, which was like ice. Her eyes were wide open and unblinking, with none of the shine or moisture of living eyes. Water dripped from her hair onto my sleeping bag and face. I could make out her dress now, a faded blue thing with small flowers. I gasped, and she was gone again instantly, like someone had switched off a projector. I sat up panting and fumbled for my phone. It was around 2 a.m. The temperature had dropped a bit. I could see my breath. I kept calling for my friend to wake up. He did not even budge. I reached over and shook him as hard as I could, but he just mumbled something and rolled away from me. It was unnaturally difficult to wake the guy. When I looked around, I noticed things had been moved. My backpack, which I had left zipped up near the stairs, was now in the center of the room, and all of my stuff had been yanked out. It had all been scattered, like someone had dumped it out and pawed through everything. I saw my friend's camera had been moved from inside the cabin to the edge of the platform. I heard a sound then, like soft footsteps. It was light, like a child's. It was accompanied by a quiet humming sound that was not quite a tune. Hearing it made my skin crawl. I grabbed my phone and turned on the light, sweeping it around. I did not see anything there. As I turned it off, I saw the girl in the corner of my vision, standing in the cabin doorway. When I whipped my head around, she was gone. This happened 3 more times. She would appear somewhere in my peripheral vision, but vanish when I tried to look directly at her. Always silent, but always staring too. I saw footprints too. Small wet footprints on the wooden platform. They circled around our sleeping bags, sometimes stopping right next to my head. By now I was so horrified I was sitting fully upright, my back against the railing. I had my knife in my hand, though I was not sure how useful it would be because this little girl did not seem like a normal little girl. The temperature kept dropping until it felt like winter. At around 3 a.m., I saw her again, standing at the foot of our sleeping bags. There was a puddle of water around her bare feet, and her dress appeared even more wet than before. She stared at me with dead eyes, and then slowly raised her arm, pointing down through the platform. I did not move. She kept pointing, insisting on something, but did not make a sound. She then tilted her head at an angle that was not physically possible, nearly sideways on her shoulders. Her expression never changed. What happened next really broke me. She dropped down to all fours and began to crawl towards us. When she crawled, the joints in her arms and legs seemed to bend all wrong, and her head was twisted. She moved like something that had been studying human movement, but unable to truly get it right. She made it to the edge of the sleeping bag, then impossibly began to crawl up the cabin wall. My friend finally woke up. He sat up, disoriented. "What the heck, man?" he mumbled. Then he saw where I was staring. The girl was now on the ceiling, looking down at us. Her wet hair was hanging toward the floor and defying gravity. She opened up her mouth impossibly wide, and no sound came out. I screamed at my friend to run. I was already scrambling for the stairs when I said it. We left most of our gear behind, grabbing just our phones and car keys. The stairs felt endless when we ran, but I think I'd rather fall off the platform than stay there any longer. We spent the night hiking back through the woods, getting lost repeatedly and jumping at noises. By dawn we made it back to the car. We drove away laughing like maniacs after about 10 minutes when we realized we were safe and we realized what had happened. I know you might hear the story and you might chalk it up to drunken nightmares or waking dreams of disoriented guys, and you might be right. Maybe we did drink too much. Maybe the cold got to us. Maybe this specific combination of circumstances made us hallucinate. But tell me this, how did 2 different guys, awake at different times, hallucinate the exact same thing in the exact same spot? Tell me that. I worked as a seasonal fire lookout for almost a decade. Not a guy with some grand plan or pension waiting, just a man who liked solitude, mountains, and the feeling of being the only heartbeat within 100 miles. I bounced around Idaho, Utah, Montana, Washington, wherever the towers were high, and the pay was steady enough to keep a roof over my head during the off-season. Some guys hate that kind of loneliness, but me, I crave it. The further from people, the clearer my head gets. I meditate, work out, and write things down in a little black journal I've carried since my second season. Being alone isn't lonely when you've got discipline and a solid routine. The best towers, in my opinion, were always the oldest ones. The creaky bastards with rusted staircases, fire-scorched plaques, and windows fogged up by decades of storms. They had real character, and were usually so remote, no hikers wandered close. No cell service, no roads, just a box in the sky with a cot and a radio. About halfway through my career, I got assigned a post in Washington State, one of the deep ones, 9 miles in, uphill the whole way. No backup unless someone stumbled through the ridgeline a day later. I was pretty excited. The forest there was ancient, the kind of old where the trees barely moved, even in the wind. You can feel it in the soil, in the air, like the place remembers everything. At first, it was a dream spot. The tower stood 50, maybe 60 feet off the ground, a metal frame bolted to rock slabs. Stepping inside was like entering a time capsule. Ratty notebooks on shelves, a mug carved with initials, weather logs dating back to the 70s. I spent weeks checking ridges for smoke, writing journal entries, and cooking on a camp stove. Just me and the trees. You can't really ask for more. The only real issue was the rain. Washington does not mess around with rain. You can hear it coming like a freight train. One storm rolled through in the middle of the night. Thunder rattled the glass and woke me up. I pulled on my boots and watched for lightning strikes. That's the job. It's not the fires you see that get you, it's the ones that you miss. Through my binoculars, I saw 4 or 5 strikes over the ridge. One sparked a faint orange glow deep in a canyon. I noted it and radioed it in. Then I saw something else. A figure standing at the tower's base. A black silhouette about 10 feet away from the stairs. I stared, waiting for movement. A flash of lightning, and it was gone. I watched the clearing for a long time. No more shadows, no shaking branches, just the storm and creeping fog. It had to be a trick of the light, I told myself. Maybe it was a tree stump or a bent shadow. Out here, your eyes feed you lies in the dark. Still, I slept with my axe next to the cot. The next few days were normal, cloudy, damp, quiet. I logged weathers, checked fire activity, wrote in my journal. One afternoon, I meditated on the catwalk. The air was sharp and clean, like the storm had scared the forest into hibernation. I thought, maybe I need to stay out here longer next year. Then, a week later, just as I climbed into bed, the door handle rattled. I was right on the edge of sleep, barely awake, when I heard slow, heavy footsteps climbing up the ramp. No way it was a raccoon. Not the wind. Those were definitely footsteps. I opened my eyes and held my breath. The steps stopped just outside the door. Then the handle jerked hard, rattled violently, like someone was trying to tear it off. I grabbed the axe in one hand, my flashlight in the other. The rattling stopped. No footsteps after. Just dead silence. I waited for 5 minutes before opening up the door with my axe raised. I saw nothing. I shone the flashlight down the stairs. No movement. Just breath, light, and a cold whisper on the wind. I circled the platform. Still nothing. But I could feel it. Like someone had backed off just far enough to watch me. I did not sleep that night. The next night was worse. I was journaling, trying to write it off as storm paranoia, isolation, sleep paralysis, when I heard it. A low, echoing chant crawling through the trees. At first, I thought it was the wind dragging some sound across the valley, but then I recognized the rhythm, the cadence, phases repeated in a language I did not know, but it felt wrong in my gut. It was Latin, maybe. Every syllable was familiar and alien all at once. The chanting came from below, from all sides, the roof, the walls. Like the trees themselves were mouthing the words. I stood frozen, heart pounding. The voice surged closer, louder, then drifted away again. I grabbed a small smooth rock I had been painting, stepped out the balcony, and threw it hard into the trees. The chanting stopped, just like that. No fade, no stumble, flipped off like a switch. Nothing after, no footsteps, no whispers, no wind. I backed inside, locked the door, laid the axe across my chest, if you can call that sleeping. In the morning I was restless. I bowled some coffee, put on my boots, and decided on a gear check hike. I needed dirt beneath my feet. Halfway down the stairs, I smelled smoke. Not burning wood, it was a campfire. Somebody was out here, and I did not know who. About 200 feet away from the tower, tucked in a tight cluster of trees, was a minimalist campsite. One tent, one fire, and a man sitting cross-legged, sipping from a mug. I watched him long enough for him to notice me. "Morning," he called out. I nodded, surprised. Didn't know anyone else was out here. He said he had been moving around for 3 days, backpacking in every direction. Said he loved this spot. He was in his mid-40s, scruffy, calm. But one thing stood out to me. He had a fresh, black eye, swollen shut, purple and yellow bruising. We chatted, small talk. He said he always stopped by this tower when he was in the area, that he had been doing it for years. I asked if he knew how remote this was. He smiled. Yeah, that's what makes it special. I told him I was heading back up. I did not want to crowd him. Truth was, I wanted nothing to do with him. Everything that had happened, and then him just appearing at the tower base, felt wrong. Fair enough, he said, lifting his mug. I walked back up. When I reached the platform, he called out again. Hey, hell of an arm you've got. I turned. He winked and said, You nailed me. Before I could respond, he went back to his fire. I just stood outside with my hand on the railing, watching him sip from the mug like we had swapped campfire recipes instead of a confession. He didn't even act hurt or angry. He was just pleased, like I'd done something that let him relax. I paced around, looking for signs. He never looked back up. He just sat there with his fire crackling and steam rising from his cup, like he belonged there. Back inside, I locked the door. I did not touch my journal or my radio. I just sat there with my arms on my knees, listening, wondering if he would come back, if the chanting would return, if I would wake up to footsteps and a rock flying through the window. By late morning, the campfire smoke was gone. There were no footprints. He left no trash behind. It was just cold ground and a thin column of ash. When I hiked down to check, the tent was gone. No trace of him at all, like he was never there. I reported the incident that evening. I mentioned the black eye, his strange timing, and all of the things I'd heard, like the chanting in the wind. They logged it quietly. Later on, a senior ranger called. They asked me, what did he look like? I described him as best as I could. They paused and then said, We've had reports like that. Birdsong said he saw him 3 days ago at Cloud Tower. He shows up, makes noises, and disappears. Never the same season twice. Has anyone caught him? No. Some say he lives out here. I know people who won't work that tower because of him. I wrapped up my season a few weeks later and hiked out like nothing happened. I did not talk about it until months passed. The memory cooled down. I had no idea what the fuck his deal was, what he was attempting to gain from what he was doing. Was he just trying to scare me? Was he going to do something more? I don't know, and I suppose to this day, I will never know. I had a friend a long time ago named Edgar. Edgar was the single most Mexican motherfucker I ever met in my life. The actor from that Machete movie kinda reminds me of Eddie, except my guy was like 4 foot something and broader than a barn door. I met this guy shortly after my time with the fleet. He was hurt in a pretty bad way and did not want to get fixed up by a legit doctor or take a trip to the emergency room. His buddies had heard I did patch jobs on the cheap, and welp, pulling a couple of rounds out of someone's ass can make for strange friendships, I suppose. Guy was covered in ink. He had teardrops, numbers, spider thingies, all sorts of signs that proclaimed him as a macho badass with whom you do not want to fuck with. I've been told what these things mean, but I can't fucking remember them for the life of me. Regardless, they are designed to ward people off, and maybe warn him about the individual wearing them. They have the opposite effect on me since I met Edgar. I feel safer, like I have someone at my back that will pull me out of the shit if I need it. After I fixed up this guy, he saved my ass more times than I can reckon. I lived in a pretty ratty part of town, and I'm not exactly a threatening looking person normally, I'm not an easy mark, but I look the part, you know? Anyways, Eddie saved my ass from what I think was a mugging on occasion. Getting cornered by a bunch of dickheads out of the Circle K with an eye on my cigarettes. I am wondering where I'm going to stash the bodies, and Eddie's bouncy car pulls up and solves the problem for me. Those fuckers bailed when they saw him. He was pretty goddamn friendly. Drugged me to a couple of decent parties. Fed me El Presidente till I was unconscious on his sister's couch and tried to hook me up with his cousin. I'm a half-breed, and neither of those parts is Mexican, but that did not seem to bother him. I stood out like a sore thumb at the gatherings, yeah, but I was the only white boy who I'ma let take a knife to my ass. Long story short, we were pals. He and his buddies got into pretty frequent rumbles with another troop, and I made out nice for myself, picking up their pieces. It may not have been particularly ethical doing patch jobs, but fuck it, I've never really been big on ethics. Anywho, they have this long-standing fight with these guys from across town, and eventually, shit starts hitting the fan. Apparently, the other guys had a satirista or some shit, giving him a hand. I don't know if that's the proper term for the chicks who do this shit. I know the word bruja popped up. My own, sadly racist as shit word for it was Mexamagician. Yeah, I know. It's not exactly telling of my cultured self to sling shit like that, but whatever. Hispanic magic is bloody terrible shit. It's chicken feet and skulls and bad shit incoming. Feels old as fuck too. I have no doubt that the stuff that they spew when slinging a hex is nahuatl, and it makes my fucking skin crawl. The other guys are getting more vicious. What would be occasional spats in the street and maybe a drive-by is turning even nastier. People are getting attacked in their homes. Eddie's hot cousin got her thigh stabbed while she was sleeping, and they are doing shit like leaving gutted dog corpses hanging over fences. What starts making my guys worry is that they aren't feeling hot all of a sudden. These are tough, macho dudes, but superstitious as all hell. Hearing a bruja is mucking around deflates them at an alarming pace. Edgar puffs up to compensate for this and starts making with the threats towards the bruja the other guys got, saying he doesn't care about that shit. He's gonna slice her up and her sons. Blah blah blah. I'm like, Eddie, chill man, she's probably some dude's grandma, but he is having none of it. He's got a bit of a Torquemada in him, I think. He's gonna cut himself a witch. Shit does not go well for him over the next few weeks. Bunch of his boys get picked up and thrown out by the police. 2 of them flat out fucking disappear, and their girls are getting hit with shit. The bad guys are targeting their families now. I know how voodoo rolls. It's a mindfuck. You make people afraid with it, ride their anxieties, and fill in the blanks and they make their own. It's taking credit for something bad that happens, even if you aren't the one responsible, and tying all the shitty things that can happen to someone to one imagined source, you. It's terrorism, the most effective kind. People have been doing it to each other ever since some broken-ass nutjob tribal picked up a dead animal and made the stronger guys hunt for him by claiming he could catch their souls in it. I was worried, but still pretty distant from all this shit. Edgar was my only friend in this. These were not my people. Fuck, I don't even have people. So I was watching it from the outside, only really getting involved when Edgar brought me someone to fix and a bottle of JD to pay me off with. By this point, he knew he didn't have to bring me shit. I would do it on the house if he needed it, but traditions, right? I got involved when Edgar got his damn self fucking killed. The way I heard it, a grip of bad guys caught him dropping his little girl off at his grandmother's and fucking disemboweled him on the sidewalk right there. It had to have happened fast. This guy knew how to fight. He bled out in the ambulance. The paramedic taking care of him was a drinking buddy of mine and told me he was pilled out right from the get-go. It is not the first time I've had a friend of mine get a head start on me, but it never feels good. Edgar was a hoot, and now he was fucking dead to boot. I was probably gonna get mugged fucking hard next time I was out, and probably by the guys that killed him. They knew who I was. My protection was gone. So I did what any honest coward would do. I stayed in my fucking apartment. I locked the doors and did not plan on leaving until Judgment Day. I'm not that much of an oorah go get 'em kind of guy. I can throw down, yeah, but only enough to keep my goofy ass alive, and I almost never go looking for a fight if I can help it. I'm no Viking. I'm a craven-hearted coyote son of a bitch. I would have been completely happy waiting this shit out. Yeah, sure, there would have been some guilt, but I have plenty of guilt I carry along. Eventually, the individual shit stops mattering, and it's just this fucking thing following me around that I can placate with alcohol. My plan would have worked wonderfully if it hadn't been for Eddie not leaving me the fuck alone. Now, I was as drunk as a ferryman, so that might have done it, but he was there, sitting on my shitty couch one morning when I pulled myself out of bed, fucking staring at me. He didn't even have the decency to put his guts back in either. They were all splayed out over my TV tray, getting gunk in my microwave dinner I hadn't finished. I take one look at this ghostly looking motherfucker and just say, "Get the fuck out of here, Eddie. I can't fix you up this time, dude." He is looking at me with the blackest eyes, and he ain't blinking. I sure as hell do. I leave him to my couch and go take a shower. Have you ever tried having a cigarette while showering? There's an art to it, but it's goddamn satisfying. When I get back out there, he's moved from the couch to my little kitchen, and is looking up at all the empty booze bottles I got stacked on the shelves. I never threw any of the shit he gave me, even after I drank them. Just kept him up there for some fucking reason. He is staring at him, and I realize just how damn short this guy is. In life, Edgar always seemed pretty fucking gigantic to me. Here, he seems so much smaller. Eddie, get out of my fucking kitchen, I say. I haven't had an episode like this in years, and I am not liking it one bit. I've been doing really good. He just kinda cocks his head towards me and says, "Ain't I paid you enough?" Oh, fuck you. My blood is getting jumpy, and my breath is starting to fever up. It's been at least a year since I've had shit like this happen. I was doing so well. They did it in front of my little girl, man. She had him do it in front of Maggie. Yeah, well, it's fucking done now, innit? It's over. Go to sleep, Eddie. It ain't over, man. What if she goes after her? I am looking for my meds now, going through my drawers, trying to find the pills I haven't taken in like forever, but didn't have the balls to throw out. They make this shit stop happening sometimes, or at least they did. I'm a big fan of placebos, even if they don't do shit. My desperate and sudden need to take them right the fuck now might have actually accomplished the intended effect. Fuck, I probably could have shotgunned some Skittles and got the right effect. It ain't over, man. That witch gotta pay. She gotta get where I can get her, he says. He's got this lazy English that's unmistakable. He doesn't sound all stuffed up and impressive like he used to either. He sounds like he's had the shit kicked out of him. Ha. Fuck that description. He sounds dead. Although in retrospect, dead people shouldn't fucking sound like anything, right? What the fuck you want me to do about Eddie? Seriously, I pull bullets out of asses and stitch shit up. What in the name of 7 snakes do you expect me to even be able to do? I'm not a jaguar, man. Can't find my pills. I am starting to accept it as happening. Not exactly the best of things, I know. You got to get her, man. You got to get her ass for me. That's serious shit. What am I gonna tell the cops when they pull me in? Edgar the undead Mexican sent me. It's cool, guys. I never took you for a pussy. I'm not a pussy. I just plan on staying alive, you bag of dicks. Why the fuck for? You hate living as much as I hate being dead. Yeah, well, I'm not looking forward to what's waiting for me where you're at, Eddie. I got bad shit following me. He takes down one of my empty bottles, Captain Morgan I think, and turns it in his hands. I am starting to get a bit desperate here. I got bad shit waiting for me if I leave the apartment before this shit blows over. On the other hand, I've got Eddie in here with me, stuck between an asshole and a hard place. Huh, fuck me. I know how this works, man, he says. It's tradition. I'll do something for you, you do something for me. What the fuck are you talking about, Eddie? You can't do shit for me. I'm not the only dead guy here, Doc. And my blood runs flat fucking cold at that. I've been collecting things like Eddie for a long goddamn time. There are a lot of them. It's what sent me to the pills, you know? They have not come out in forever, but I never really felt like they left. You threatening me, Eddie? No, you stupid fuck. When I ever done you wrong? What the fuck you figuring? You do this for me, you take this bitch out. I will keep these motherfuckers in check. I can handle these bitches. It wasn't the first time I've shaken a dead man's hand. War does funny things to a guy. Maybe not funny haha, but definitely funny in some bizarre fucking way. Funny like watching some fresh out of boot camp shitbag catching a grenade and getting blown apart so fucking hard and fast, all that's left is his boots, just kinda standing there, steaming. It's horrible, yeah, and any right-minded person would puke right there. But war makes you laugh your tits off while you're puking your guts out, because it's so goddamn funny. Maybe that's why after making the deal with Edgar, I couldn't wipe my stupid smile off my face. It felt good to walk the warpath again. It was like getting a handjob from that girl in high school who wouldn't give you the time of day back when you were a kid. It's like, having a cigarette after a couple days dry, and you get that lightheaded hoo yeah feeling, like taking the perfect clean shit, you know the kind. Zero residue left behind, zero splash, just a 10-point dive from your ass into the bowl, the kind they should have at the Olympics. Once it was struck and the sun headed out, I went to work. Violence was about to go down, and the idea of walking out of it alive was not even pinging my common sense radar. I had to MacGyver the shit I felt needful from what I had laying around, jury-rigged witchcraft to ruin some old lady's day, tore up my one yellow pillowcase into strips and wrote the Lord's Prayer on it with magic marker before wrapping it around an old aluminum baseball bat that Eddie's hot cousin gave me in case an asshole kicked in my door. I grabbed the dice I used to bilk some dudes out of like $40 and tossed them in my back pocket. The last was a half-finished bottle of, I think, that Parrot Bay coconut shit that I could chug down like it was soda. Seriously though, that stuff is not even alcohol until about 3 minutes after you've slammed it, and then you are on your ass. Rum is important though, doesn't matter what kind really. I know a guy who's big on rum, and he could be important if shit goes sideways, like I'm figuring might happen. Fuck, I'm hoping it goes hard sideways. By this time, I'm rolling with the delusion. It feels fucking good just to accept this as the way it is, to just roll with it and throw myself into the madness. This delusion is something I'm comfortable with. It's pleasant, like smoking in the shower. I'm mistaken. The last thing I took with me was my headset earphones and a little broken Walkman. It used to have a working radio, but I dropped it while rocking the fuck out a few too many times, and well, it didn't exactly work at fucking all anymore, but I needed it. I was carried to the site of my crusade by a bus, 75 cents. Bus driver looked at me funny. I was rocking out to a Walkman that didn't work with a baseball bat over my shoulder. I highly doubt I was the strangest thing he'd seen that night. Back in the day, Crusaders got to wear cool shit like armor and fancy stuff like that. I had ratty blue jeans and a Dr. Pepper shirt. I knew where these guys lived, everyone did. Other side of town in a shitty little neighborhood that mirrored Edgar's stomping grounds. If you didn't know they were at war with each other, you would have sworn they were family. Shit, they might have been. Bus dropped me off at the 7-Eleven at the corner. Skinny black guy with a camo jacket asked me for my change. Told him all I had was the bad kind and to get the fuck out. He left. The small white house with the double front windows. That is what Edgar's cousin had talked about. It must have been like 9:30 and there was a party going on. Bouncy cars out front bouncing, loud music playing, and many men in white wife beaters having a good time. They were marked like Eddie was marked. I still did not have a fucking clue what those marks meant, aside from the meaning I was probably about to get my ass killed. I turned the volume up on my little Walkman. It's not playing anything. It never does anymore, but it's playing it loudly. There is only one way to do something this stupid. Do it hard. I had a dance in my step as I walked up to the two guys sitting on the hood of the car right out front. One of them popped his head up and looked at his buddy. They both said something, but I couldn't hear it. Music was too loud. I give him a half smile, shrug, and point to my headphones. The guy nearest to me pulls out a little nifty switchblade. He gets a bat to the face. The bat connects somewhere just around the jaw and turns him around. His friend hesitates a second before laying into my goofy ass with a solid right that just about causes me to shit my pants. I hit the street with more than the recommended velocity and try to get back up as fast as I can, just in time to catch a boot to the mouth, as it turns out. It hurts. I have an issue with my mouth. It's a delicate spot for me. I am about to call it and back out of the shit when my song comes on. You know the song. Everyone has one. It's quite motivating. People can do fun shit when their song is playing. It's the reason I brought the fucking thing. I'm getting the shit stomped out of me now, but he is leaving himself open in all the wrong places. Knees. Knees are like paper mache foundations on a skyscraper if you tap them right. Tap them with a bat. Tap tap. This house had a white picket fence, I shit you not. It was hard to see if it was well kept, because it was fucking dark around here. Only like one street lamp actually bothered to not be broken, so I couldn't really tell. but I bet it was clean. I bet it was well kept. Apparently, my altercation outside drew some attention, and carbon copy guys start coming out from all over the place. It sounds bad, but in the place I happen to be at, all of these guys sort of look the same to me. Same shirts, same baggy pants, same markings, same angry, "What the fuck is this white guy doing with that bat?" look on their faces. I wasn't just any white guy with a bat. I was Gringo Mageddon. I was Become Kali. My song was playing, and even though I could not remember the words, I was singing along as best as I was able. At some point, one of the fuckers put a knife in my upper thigh. Not really dangerously deep, although it was a couple breaths away from my balls, which would have been a problem. Enough to comically stick out to the side though. I hit them with my bat. I was not aiming to kill, or wound, or shit. I wasn't aiming. I was swinging. Most of the time, I hit something. Not always a bad guy. I distinctly remembering bashing the unholy bat shit out of the mailbox and screaming at it. This is of course when shit gets weird. By this time, I figure I'm so deep into my own little rectum of a rabbit hole that what is and what is not are completely indistinguishable from the other. For all I fucking know, I am downtown at the thrift store, just wailing on the clothing rack and screaming about Ronald Reagan trying to sell my scrotum to the lizard people. Or I could be going to war with a bunch of gangbangers. By this point, I no longer care. I really could use those Skittles right about now. The people I am beating down on are people I have seen before. A young Marine I watched catch a round in the head while I was fixing his broken thumb. A buddy of mine who got drunk with me back in the day and ended up drowning in a creek, and I was too wasted to even fucking notice. My first girlfriend, the one who got beaten into a coma by her dad and never woke up all the way. There is fucking dogs everywhere, barking dogs, tearing at my calves. Some of them are pit bulls, cropped ears. Some of them ain't dogs, they are my coyotes, and they are laughing their asses off. My song is stuck in an endless loop, and all I can do is keep swinging. I'm so sorry I didn't get your head down, man. I was too focused on your stupid fucking thumb. I am so sorry I was not thinking. I should have been watching your back. Somewhere in there my grandfather is cheering me on, but I can't understand him because the music's too loud, and well, I never really could understand the guy. My hands are shaking, and some part of me is wondering why I have not been shot yet. There is gunfire, yeah, there's actually quite a lot. There are bullets flying all over the goddamn place, and oh holy fuck, Gunny is down, and they are calling for the doc, and I can't fucking get to him. Get the fuck out of my way. I am not alone anymore. Edgar's boys are here, and they are shooting the fuck out of everything. I have backup? I have fucking backup. My Marines are here. It's going to be okay. Give them hell, guys. Give them buckets of it. I've got something to do here. You know, it's not easy to kick a door down. I remember that clearly enough. Don't get me wrong. I kicked that thing like 4 times as hard as I could, and I've got some legs on me. All I accomplished was hurting my foot before I used the knob. I am definitely a little bit stupid. I opened that door the polite way. Everything was going to hell around me, but I was the eye of the hurricane. It was calm where I was. Edgar was keeping the dead off of me, I think. He was out there in the front yard with his boys, keeping my ghosts back, while they kept the living occupied. He must have talked to one of them about this beforehand. Could have told me about that part of his plan, I think. The living room was fucking quaint. The couch was plaid. There was a potted plant and a giant crucifix on the wall with cheaper tutek splayed out on it. Shitty little TV, on which was a guy in a bee suit silently looking at me, with his mouth in a wide O and his eyes bugged out. She wasn't what I thought she would be. I imagined a shriveled little old woman with venomous eyes and black magic crawling off of her. I imagined a female version of the Emperor from Star Wars, all croaky and full of hate. What I got was a pudgy, warm-looking woman in a flower-print muumuu, holding in her arms what I first took to be a chihuahua, and then on second glance, saw as this fucking thing. Like an oversized, hideous little skin bat. Big-ass ears and beady eyes, mouth filled with ridiculously oversized teeth, and tattooed patagaya just hanging off the sides. Its goddamn little hands, little people hands. This thing made chihuahuas look dignified. It was, what the fuck? The bitch threw it at me, and it screamed as it came. It screamed words. Dumb old crow. I came equipped. This was not the first time I swung a bat at something that was probably a chihuahua. It was the first time I actually hit the fucking thing. Out of the goddamn park. Oh wait, this thing was a bat. I swung a bat at a bat. Huh, fuck. She called up my old regrets on me. She hissed out my sins. I have a lot of those. She said shit in words I don't think have any meaning except to the dead, and the dead came for me as best as they could. They held me down and whispered my name to me as it's written in the book the Name Eater carries. She spat curses on me and I felt them hold. Edgar was trying his best as he could. I think I saw him wrench a few things off of me, but the poor guy had no idea the shit I carry around on me. I am like a pack mule for bad shit. I went down hard. There were a lot of bullets flying around. Did I mention that? I am pretty sure I did. She found one. When that mamacita went down, that shit let up just enough. The things holding me down with chains, made of my own not inconsiderable regrets, stopped for a bit. I was able to get up and stand again. I used the bat to assist. She was dead on the ground. Gangbanger's bullet resting somewhere pleasantly warm in her grey matter, but this shit was not done yet. Old witches die hard. Her ghost was there, pulling itself up, and figuring out what the fuck just happened, and I can hear Edgar screaming at me to do something. He wanted to do this part himself, I think, but he is busy keeping my ghosts from ripping me right the fuck apart. So I do the only thing I can do. I take a swig of rum and grab a hold of my dice. I ask the Baron for one last favor. Spew the rum into my hand, onto the dice, and roll those bitches. Afterlife lottery. I get a 5 and a 3. They come to rest between her rapidly cooling breasts, draped in that ridiculous muumuu. I have no idea where that indicates, but I am hoping it's something ridiculous. Nothing but penguins with dildo hats and polar bears on scooters. The good Baron takes her off my hands, and it is done. It's fucking done. I'm giggling, half crying. Edgar is not there anymore, and one of his boys yanks my stupid ass out of the door and into the car. Eddie's sister is there, and she puts pressure on my thigh, which is bleeding like goddamn crazy for some reason, and saying shit in Spanish with such rapidity that it is making my head spin. They peel out of there, fast as fuck. I'm fading out, but I'm there enough to giggle and mutter out, "Ipa, Ipa." Huh, fuck me. Passing out time. Eddie's sister helped me get out of Los Angeles after that. Fuck that town, I am never going back. But she and I occasionally keep in touch. Edgar is still around, but he keeps it quiet, especially since I've gotten my shit relatively together. So there, does that count as a ghost story? It has ghosts in it. In my head, when I'm going over it, I am always played by the same guy. To hell with Bruce Willis, I want Steve Buscemi. Here is a long one for you. Be a few weeks ago. I am visiting a friend in the next town over. I rarely see him. He moved about 40 hours away. He is staying with his uncle, who is also my former high school principal. There's an awkward silence when I walk into the house, because I was a troublemaker in high school. Kind of straying from the story, sorry. We decided it would be less awkward to just go for a walk. We head to the local beach, which was down a big-ass hill. We sit on some benches and chat for the whole evening. Do you hear that? He cuts me off mid-sentence. No. I watch him stand up and look around. I follow suit. I don't see anything, but I hear an incoherent muttering. It sounds like a little girl is talking. Let me just add, this happened in the evening of a rather rainy day, meaning the beach was empty, save for a few birds. This little town has little to no crime at all. We start talking again, this time about the voice. He starts getting uncomfortable as the voice seems closer. We are just dead silent, listening to the voice. We are both pretty much standing at this point, ready to get the fuck out. I scan the area again. I am getting that good old adrenaline rush. I hear rustling in the tree line close by. I see the fucker that's been watching us. My friend grabs my arm with a death grip and makes this weird whimper sound. I whip out my phone to take a quick picture. I could not get a close shot because the fucking girl started walking towards us. I noped the fuck out of there with my friend still grasping my arm. I am running full tilt, but my friend runs faster than me. Even though I told him to let go of my arm, he would just make his grip tighter. We make it to the house. We are both pretty much out of breath. Running uphill sucks. I ask him what the fuck that was, and why we couldn't ask the girl why the fuck she was there. My friend tells me the story he heard about a girl who drowned at the beach long before it became a public area. I didn't believe it, but shit. I got a shitty picture out of it. My arm had a bruise for like a week. End of a story, because it looks like I'm not ready for sleep yet. First off, I want to make it clear how powerful the mind can be. I had a few friends over a couple of times, and I managed to convince each and every one of them that my house is haunted, despite the house only being 11 years old, and that my family was the first and only occupants. We moved into the new house so quick that they did not even have time to finish the basement. Anyways, here we go. This happened 2 years ago. I brought my new friend Kay over for the first time. We're walking up to my place. I was telling her bullshit ghost stories about the place. She knows it's a fairly new house, but she believes each and every bit of it. For some reason, everyone believes my street was built on a Native American burial ground. I live on a res, and traditions are still pretty strong here. I've been told that long ago, people would bury their dead on the highest hill, so they would have a shorter journey, but I digress. We make it to my place. It's always dark in my house. She is uncomfortable right off the bat. Internal laughing engaged. I leave her alone in the living room to scare her even more. I check my usual boards. I come back, and she is huddled up in the corner. I try not to laugh my ass off. What's wrong? I almost could not keep a straight face. I saw someone standing in the hall near your door. My face went, as I was listening to her. I saw something move in my peripherals. I lied about the ghost thing, and knew nothing was there, but somehow, I kind of doubted that. Nope. I sent her home and smudged the house. Looking back, I probably scarred her for life. What a shitty friend. Okay, so this happened like 2 years ago, but it kind of scared me. Be me, I was 22 years old at the time this happened. I am living with my parents, my sister, and my little dog. I had been with my GF for 2 years. She and her sister always had this kind of bad luck to attract the paranormal. They always told me their backyard was very crowded at 3 AM. They are kind of used to it by now. One day, I am in a room having a phone call with my GF. It's like 2 AM. She likes to call me a lot. I start hearing footsteps and some kind of marbles rolling just above me on the roof. I freak out and tell my GF. I try to calm down and stay alert in case it's just some guy trying to get in the house. The footsteps and marbles are still out there. Nothing else happens. It's now 6 AM. I did not sleep shit. Gotta go to work. The next days are exactly the same. It's Monday, 2 AM. Phone call with my GF. I am closing the backyard door and front door. My parents, sister, and dog are all sleeping. I start hearing the noises again. I nope the fuck out to my room. I get pissed and start yelling. Hey, you asshole. Why don't you fucking show up? Show yourself. You think I'm scared of you? Nothing happens. Suddenly, my bedroom's door gets fucking smacked. Open immediately. No one is outside. I check my parents' and sister's rooms. Nothing. I recently moved with my GF to the big city, but last time I visited my parents' house, the noises and footsteps were still there. Hey X, I will try and keep this as short as possible, but I've got something that might be relevant, and at any rate, I want to get it off of my chest. To get it out of the way, I won't be going into specific details about myself or my family, for obvious reasons, but I still feel I need to tell the story. It's been on my mind way too much lately. Anyway, the only bit of contextual information that you need to know about my family is that a close family member of mine committed a mass murder. As you can imagine, this caused a bit of a scandal in the family, and no one wanted anything to do with it. Everyone split off, a lot of us stopped talking. His immediate family were blamed. It was a huge mess. Because of everyone taking a step back, I ended up dealing with a lot of the grunt work, such as what to do with his possessions. Now, the house had always been really fucking weird. I spent a lot of holidays there as a kid, and still visited every now and again from college, and because we were close in age, we would explore the house together. Lots of weird shit went down, but I assumed later that a lot of it had been our imaginations just running away with us. The house was creepy and big, so it was not difficult. However, this relative of mine I'll call him Mike for ease of reading, would always insist he saw way more creepy shit than anyone else. At first, I thought he was just crying for attention, but we were kind of close, and he privately confided in me that he was actually kind of freaked out, and I started believing him, partially because he seemed so honest, but partially because of something that happened to both of us on that particular visit. As I mentioned before, we were close in age, so we would share a room when I was visiting. It was the middle of the night. We were passed out. Everything was going good. I don't remember exactly what I was dreaming about, but I know that night I had a nightmare, and I woke up at the exact same time that Mike did. Both of us sat bolt upright, and we must have been screaming, because I remember hearing footsteps in the hall and the light going on as someone came in to check on us. I also remember that when the light in the hallway went on, some of the light shone into the room where the door was open slightly, and I saw someone standing in the room with us. I only got a brief glimpse of the figure, but it seemed to be a female, tall, especially for a woman, probably around 6'5", and while I could not place what it was about her that looked so strange, she seemed wrong somehow, like she was stretched out or something. I don't know. I didn't see her face, just the outline of her figure. Parents came in, checked we were okay. I guess they thought one of us had the dream and screamed, and the other woke up and started screaming as well. We sort of rolled with it, half asleep, kind of still shaken up, and eventually we were left alone. And after a minute or so of silence, Mike said to me, "You saw her as well." I remember how he worded it. It wasn't a question, so I just said I had. I asked him what she was, and he said he would tell me in the morning. When I asked him at breakfast, he pretended not to remember. I was kind of pissed, but in the day, the whole thing did not seem that scary, and Mike was kind of weird, so whatever. I am not touching this. The next couple of nights passed normally, and then the night after that, me and Mike were chilling in the bathroom, being little shits, and messing around with the hand soap. For some reason, we thought it would be fucking hilarious to cover the mirror with soap. I have no idea why. Anyway, we did this. Haha, what a laugh. And then we had to clean it off. Obviously, soap gets thicker when you add water to it, so it was taking us much longer than usual. Mike eventually decides to go and get a cloth or something from the kitchen to make it easier, and leave me with our mistake. Almost as soon as he is gone, I get the feeling I am being watched. I'm thinking, fuck, that's it, I have been caught, and turn to the door with a nice apologetic look on my face. No one is there, and I'm kind of relieved, but the feeling has not changed. The windows in the bathroom are only partially covered, and I glance over to them, just to check. Now, I'm on the upper floor, so obviously nothing was there, but when I glanced at the window, I sort of had that really awkward feeling that happens when you accidentally make eye contact with someone who has been staring at you, and then the feeling vanished. Mike got back at this point and asked me what the fuck I was staring at, and I tell him nothing, but he gives me this look that's basically like, yeah, I know you're talking shit. For whatever reason, he decides not to press it, and we clean the soap off. Nothing else weird happened until the last day of the visit. Like I said before, Mike was kind of fucking weird. He would have these periods of time where he would just go really quiet, almost like catatonic, and he would just stare at nothing for ages. He would also have times where he would freak the fuck out and scream and throw himself at things, kind of like a temper tantrum, but nothing would set him off. He would just fucking go for it. Looking back, it was really strange, but at the time we were both like 9 years old, so it was just a case of calling my mom or my aunt or my cousin or whoever was there and older than me and letting them deal with it. I am packing up my stuff in the room, and Mike comes in to get something, and we are talking about shit I cannot remember now. I am shoving it in some games into my bag when Mike just freezes up, and I sort of think, here we go, just ignore him and maybe he will snap himself out of it. But then he talks, and that's not normal for this, because usually he clams up. He just says my name in this really quiet, shaky voice, and I look, and he points over to the corner by the door and the closet. I look and there is nothing there, so I'm kind of just like, dude, what the fuck? But before I have the chance to say it, I see this weird kind of blur of movement, and then the door opens slightly more and slams shut. Mike starts screaming. I'm actually pretty shaken up because I definitely saw something move from that corner. All hell breaks loose for a few moments while people run in and try to calm him down. I am insisting I saw it too. By this point, Mike is screaming that he saw something, and my mom gets all pissed off with me for encouraging Mike or whatever. And then we leave, and I don't see Mike for a couple of years, thanks to moving around. Gonna speed this shit up a bit. Some weird shit happened in those intervening years. Nothing major, like when we both had that dream, but just more seeing shadows/figures, doors and windows opening on their own, feeling like we were being watched, etc. I kind of just pretended I did not see it, because Mike was getting really badly convinced over whatever he was saying, and they were trying to get him to see people over it, and I did not want people thinking I was crazy, and I was worried that I was too, because if he was, then I might be, etc. Fast forward to just before all this shit majorly went down. No ages to retain anonymity, but it's been a long ass time. Over the years, Mike had gone from kind of weird to super fucking hella weird, so I barely spoke to him. When I did, it would be online, over instant messengers and stuff. He was not great at conversation, so they usually died pretty quickly, and eventually, I gave up for the most part. Then one day, he hit me up first, which was fucking unheard of, and he was asking about the night we had that dream, which was also unheard of. He asked if I remembered it, and I said yeah. He asked what I had seen, and I told him about the female figure, and how she had been really tall and really skinny, and it had been kind of freaky. Then he asked me about what I had seen in the bathroom, and I barely remembered it until he reminded me, and then I explained about feeling watched, and how it had gone away when I looked at the window. Then I asked what he had seen the day I had left, and he had freaked out so badly. For a while, I did not think he was going to reply. He always vanished mid-instant message, but after about 20 minutes or so, he did. Not gonna lie, I thought he was full of shit, and honestly, it sounds like so much bullshit, even writing it out now, but for the sake of telling the story, I will have to repeat it. He said he saw the same female figure again, but he described her in a lot more detail. He said he had been seeing her frequently for basically his whole life, but that had been the first time he saw her in that much detail. He had the same description as me of her body, unnaturally tall, thin, but he described her hands as being twice as long as a normal hand, with really long fingernails that were in bad condition. He also described her face, which he said was just as long and narrow as everything else, with large eyes and no mouth. He said that where her mouth should be, there was kind of a hollow, but it seemed to be covered in skin. I kind of humored him, I guess, because at this point, Mike was that family member that is quite clearly insane. I did not want to outright say I did not believe him, or make him feel like shit, because the kid was obviously mentally ill and could not help it, but I did not really buy it. Even with what I'd seen, I was a little kid in a strange house, and I was probably susceptible to that kind of thing. I did take the opportunity to ask a few more questions though, and that's when I found out that he had been seeing her his whole life, and also that most of his encounters with her were not visual. Instead, he said, she would whisper in his ear a lot, or he would hear her nails scraping against the doors or the windows, etc. He also said she was not the only one he saw, and that recently, over the last year or so, he had started seeing other things, mostly disembodied faces with the same long, pale features and no mouths. Sounded like some psychotic illness to me, which would make more sense. I had no idea just how sick he actually was though, and obviously some serious shit went down. So, skipping over a lot here for anonymity, Mike goes apeshit and kills a lot of people and leaves us all with a big ass mess. No motive, no note, no nothing. No one fucking knew why he did it. We are all pissed off, it's horrible. Lots of us stop talking. No one wants to touch his stuff at all, and eventually, I step up to do it because I want this all to be over and done with. I didn't have to do a lot. Seems no one wants the stuff or the house, so it's all being handed over to the relevant people. All I have to do is tidy up a bit, throw out all of the old food, and donate anything suitable if I want to. I figure no one will want his stuff, so I just start bagging shit up so it can be thrown out easier. I decided to do it over one weekend and just spend the night sleeping on the downstairs couch, and then I can fuck off and be done with it. I have to collect the keys from the fucking cops, and I get there and a lot of it is boarded up to stop people breaking in. I let myself in through the police door. It's like a boarded up door with a lock, I guess, and flip all of the lights on. Everything looks eerily normal, aside from the fact that it is a permanent night in there from the boards. I decide that there is no use waiting around and start hauling ass and throwing shit out. I empty the fridges, I throw out anything perishable, and then I start throwing out anything that could be stolen and sold on to people who are into that sort of thing. It's all gonna be burned, so I just bag it up and don't bother ripping up documents or anything. By this point, it is starting to get dark, and I don't want to keep going around the side of the house with the trash, so I stack it all up in the kitchen and bring it several bags at a time. Shit starts going down as soon as I make the first of these trips. I am walking back to the house up the drive/courtyard bit, and I do the dramatic, look up at the house and wonder where it all went wrong. And as clear as day, I see someone in the upstairs window. The upstairs is now boarded up, and I can see someone in Mike's old room. I turned all the lights on in the house when I got there, so there is a clear silhouette. No mistaking it. Well, I fucking brick it, because someone is in the goddamn house, and I think about calling the cops, but then I calm myself down and think, look, they're probably just some local kids who want to go and creep around the house because it's a cool story. They've probably been up there for hours, waiting for me to leave, bricking themselves. I go back into the house, go to the stairs, and call up to them that if they come down and leave now, I won't call the cops, and they will get in no trouble. There is no movement, so I try again, and still no movement. I'm pissed off now, because this has fucked my family up, and I'm getting angry at everyone who thinks that this is some cheap thrill. So I go up there, ready to kick ass, and obviously, there is no one up there. I check and double check all of the rooms, but nothing. I'm kind of angry, kind of creeped out, but I remember this house is kind of weird, and it would be best to just finish throwing the shit out and get out of there as soon as possible. I go and drag the rest of the trash out, and it takes me around 7 trips. On 5 of those trips, I see that figure in the window again. By this point I am more than freaked out. I've been up twice more to look at the room and see if anything is in there that can be creating that shadow. I have rearranged the furniture to make it impossible that that is what's happening, and every time the figure is still there. I just want to fuck off to a hotel or something and stay there, but I'm legally not allowed to leave the premises with the keys unless I am returning them to the cops, and that is not a risk that I want to take. I am fucking stuck here until morning. There is no way I'm gonna sleep much, so I watch TV for a while, and I get to thinking about all of the weird shit that Mike told me, about the woman in the faces, and then I realize I am not doing myself any favors and get up to make coffee. In the kitchen, I walk down the lower hall and make sure the back door is locked, and it is not. I could have sworn I locked it, but whatever. I was kind of freaked out. I could have forgotten. I open it to make sure the lock on the other side has not been tampered with, and then, as I close it again, I look out onto the backyard, and I see faces. There is no way I could have been seeing anything. There is nothing back there but grass and some trees, and you can't see the lights from any surrounding houses. There are not any roads. These were not blobs of light. They were formed, pale faces, just fucking hovering there in the dark. For a moment I was frozen, and this is actually how I know they were legit, because I didn't just see them and freak out and slam the door. I stared at them for a good 30 seconds before I snapped out of it and closed the door. Then, for reasons I can't explain, probably because I'm a fucking moron, I headed upstairs to see if I could still see them from up there. To sum it up, I can see them. I got into the bathroom where years earlier, me and Mike did our bit of impulsive decorating, and I look out the window, and there they are. They look even weirder from this angle, because they don't seem to be heads. There is nothing at the back of them. They are literally just faces, like floating masks, I guess, and they are all tilted, looking at me. Now, this is some grade A fucking bullshit at this point. I genuinely think I am going mad. I even go down to the basement and check that there aren't any carbon monoxide leaks because I've heard that shit causes hallucinations. But then I realize I'm being a dumbass because Mike lived there practically his whole life and would have died if the leak had been going on for that long, and no one else had any problems, just Mike and me to some extent. So now I am scared I'm going fucking crazy. I go back up to Mike's room, double check that nothing has moved. I don't know why, but I was kind of obsessed with checking that room because I thought if anything was going to actually appear, it would be there. There is not much left in Mike's room because the police damn near took it all and nothing else has moved. I check the closet and behind the door, and I notice that on the door, about 2 feet above the handle, there are scratch marks. They are faint, and I can feel them more than I can see them, but they are jagged, as though someone was opening the door by hooking their nails on them and having them slip around. By this point I am stressed out, I'm tired, I'm upset. This is a bad time all around, and I'm just kind of done with it. Whatever. If there is a ghost or something in here, as far as I am concerned, she can keep the place. I go out, shut the door, go downstairs, and try and watch TV. I guess I must have passed out, even though I didn't think I would, because the next thing I know, there is some shitty infomercial playing, and I have one hell of a crick in my neck. I am about to sit up and stretch, when it hits me that something is very fucking wrong. I can't place it at first, but then I realize all of the lights are off. My heart was fucking going for it, because I know I did not shut them off, and the TV is still on, so it is not a power outage. Again, I'm about to sit up, but something tells me not to. I can't describe what the feeling was exactly, but it was basically that feeling you get sometimes that goes so deep it's all you can think about, and you are on the edge of something, but you don't know what. It was raw terror. Eventually, I placed it as the same feeling you get when you are being watched, but on crack or something. It was all I could think about, and I remember closing my eyes again because I knew that something was staring at me, and I needed it to think that I had gone back to sleep. It was probably only minutes, but it felt like hours. I tried to slow my breathing and fake sleep, shifting every so often to make it look legit, but the feeling did not go away. I still felt eyes on me, and now I was convinced I could hear scratching or shuffling or something. It was over the buzz of the TV. I can't hear infomercials now without remembering this, but there was definitely something moving, and then suddenly there was not. I stupidly thought it was over, but nope. I can hear whispering beside my ear. I am on my side, facing the TV, and the whispering is right next to my ear, meaning whatever is whispering is leaning over me. I can't see the flicker from the TV anymore because it is blocking my view. I literally thought I was going to piss myself. I think if I hadn't forgotten about the coffee earlier, I would have done. I can't work out what is being said, even though I feel I should have. It was a woman's voice, and she was speaking English, but almost as soon as I understood the words, the meaning would drop away, and it would sound like nonsense again. Have you ever seen one of those videos where they show how English sounds to non-English speakers? It sounded kind of like that. She whispered constantly, without breath, for what seemed like ages. I have no idea how long it actually was. The entire time, I was laying there, pretending to be asleep, terrified my eyes would open randomly without my consent, and I would see her there. The whispering stops, and I hear that weird scratch shuffling noise, and I think if she fucks off right now, I don't care about the goddamn laws. I am fucking off to the nearest hotel, and I am not stepping foot back in that house, ever again. But I hear the shuffling go to the other side of the room, and then a creak like someone sat in the armchair. The side of my face where she had been close to feels ice cold, and I am straining to hear if she has moved again, but there is nothing. She is sitting in the damn chair, and there is no way I can do anything without her knowing I'm awake. I am telling you, to this day, that was the longest night of my life. Now, the windows are boarded up, so I have no idea when it gets light. I have no idea how long I lay there for, but eventually, it stopped feeling like someone was there. It was like a weight in the air vanished, but it still took me a minute to dare open my eyes. There was nothing there, and I think from the moment I sat up to the moment I was in my car, hauling ass out of there, maybe 60 seconds passed. In those 60 seconds, I noticed two things. The first was that Mike's bedroom door was open again. The second was that as I headed down the drive, the silhouette was back in the window. I got the fuck out, dropped off the keys, and I never looked back. I tried not to think about it for a while, but lately, and this sounds really fucking dumb, but whatever, I've developed this weird anxiety about going into bathrooms at night. I am convinced every time that I'm going to see one of those faces just hovering there. It's fucking irrational, because I only ever saw those faces once, but I am so convinced sometimes that I freeze up before opening up the door. I have not seen anything yet, but it's getting to the point where it is a constant thing, so I decided to just write it all down somewhere and see if it helped. I'm not sure what I hope will come of this, but I guess I'm kind of hoping it's something spooky, because if not, that raises a whole load of other questions. I can't say for certain if this had any hand in driving Mike towards doing what he did, but I for sure as hell do not want to find out for myself. I don't know about creepiest, but it's something that's been fairly consistent. This happened about 2-ish years ago, so I was probably around 17 years old or so at the time. I am sitting at my computer at some point, after midnight, playing some game. Next to my computer is a closet, and the door opens such that the door is right beside me. I can't see anything on the other side of it, of course. I randomly look away from the screen and over in that direction. I catch a glimpse of someone peeking out from the corner of the door. It hides behind the door about a second after I look at it. I feel some fear, naturally, but noticeably also feel intense rage. I get up and walk over there with the intent to beat the living shit out of whatever this thing is. Of course, there is nothing there. I decide to call it a night. I had trouble sleeping, if I recall correctly. This was not the first time I've seen these shadow people around my parents' house. Other instances. I was really young, pre-kindergarten young. I see a man standing in my parents' room, looking at me. I genuinely believe it's my dad and run towards it. It moves into the bed and out of sight and disappears. Not really scared, but very confused. I look around the room for him. My mom and aunt, who was visiting, shitting themselves and almost call the cops. Final story. Unsure if it's truly connected. I wake up one night. There is a girl in the corner of my room, fucking screaming. My dog is seemingly barking at it. I feel genuine fear from these things for the first time. I haul goddamn ass out of my room and proceed to run into the wall of my hallway. I no longer feel fear now that I've stopped running. I just feel confusion. The one thing in common with all of these is that they appear like what people describe shadow people on here as being, i.e., no distinguishable features, all shadow. My mom has had run-ins with one of these, notably one seeing the shadow man, the one in the first two of my experiences, in the hall of my grandparents on the same property, walking around. She described him as having a cowboy-style hat, but she did not see much else, presumably like pick-related. Also notable is that, cliché as it may sound, our property is on a former slave plantation and Native American tribal grounds. The woods here have always been spooky and foreboding to me. Anyone else have any experiences with these shadow people? Be me. My dad is not home. He is on a trip to Hungary. He is trying to sell used cars. My GF, brother and mother are home. There is randomly some knocks on the door. It is almost dark, not fully, but hardly any light. I go to the front door. Balkans and Ons know that no one actually uses any front doors. Everyone goes in from the back door for some reason. I look out of the slightly blurred glass on door. A human with some very unconventional clothing for that area, very western. A black school shooter coat, a black fedora-like hat, I shit you not. That is what they were wearing. You can barely see any face, maybe because of the door. Even for the blurred window though, the generic skin color was not really seen as told by my GF and her boomer mother. Mother is spooked, but no one actually does this when there are break-ins there, so she just asked, who is it? It's a figure with very broken Ukrainian and a really weird, uncomfortable voice. They say they are a relative. The mother asks again, what relative? Who exactly? They just say relative again. Slight back and forth. The guy just stands there and murmurs the same word in a weird way. Nothing else, or just ignores the question. The mother and children are shitting themselves. She said that if he's a relative, call her on her phone very quickly, and then she will let her in. Slight delay. The guy started to go onto the street. It is not really weird for people here to just plainly go into your garden like that. A few seconds later, the figure disappears from sight. The mother opens the door to see who the fuck it is. Disappeared. Ran to the street to catch a glimpse. No one. I told her about these legends, and she cannot sleep since then, and says it comes into her mind every single day, because all three agree on everything. Slightly more info that these are normie people, so they did not know about all this stuff, nothing even similar. That's why my GF is spooked since then, because I showed her some illustrations and she almost started crying because the feeling from it was so similar. Clothing-wise to pick related, for example, without any eyes or something. Also, it is weird to me that nothing happened to anyone else at the village. No one noticed anything similar, and it is quite the lively town. Also, it is in a random place, so why a guy with a random school shooter coat and fedora was even near a random Ukrainian town? Why no one else saw it? Why all three family members saw the same thing? I am really convinced there is something to this legend. Maybe our minds animate this shit or something. What we see is what our minds animate also. Hard to justify really, especially that clothing form. The skin color missing from the window too. It was very weird for them, a kind of strange unknown feeling they never felt since, as they mentioned. Insane stuff, man. I shit you not, all of this stuff happened. I am still trying to find justifications, especially even her boomer mother being uneasy justifying it. Of course, she told us it was a man, but what was weird for her was that she could not see him on the street afterwards, and it never happened to anyone else. My GF's family have the most popular shop there, so the mother asked everyone basically around, and no one else saw anything. I live in a college dorm with my roommate. Have nightmares about fairly typical scary things. Flashes, zoom-ins on disturbing images, things that I have never seen before, realized in crystal clear imagery, etc. For some reason, I am completely unmoved in the nightmare. I am not scared at all. The part of me that normally feels fear is just not home. I think clearly. Is that all you've got? I wake up, lying on my side in bed. Eyes are closed, but I am 100% awake because something is watching me. It's in the room about 10 feet away, staring at me. It fucking hates me, like despises me, and wants to inflict pain and suffering and terror above all else. I can sense it so vividly that I could sketch out the exact position of everything in the room, including this thing. The nightmare was not scary, but I am fucking terrified. I know about sleep paralysis and shadow people, so I try moving my arms and legs without making too much noise or letting the thing know that I'm awake. I slowly and deliberately move my arms and legs and shift under the covers, trying to keep my breathing steady. I open my eye a sliver and look where the entity is. It's an irregular ball of shadow about the size of a football, maybe 3 feet off the ground. It's spherical. It's completely non-humanoid. It's not a shadow person, and I am not sleep paralyzed. My roommate snorts and turns over. The entity pulls back and seeps through the wall, as if it's descending towards the ground. It disappears, and the feeling of loathing disappears with it. Even if I imagined it and it was just some nightmare lobe of my brain made manifest, it was creepy as fuck. My bro, my mate and I spent a night camping on top of a mountain that turned out to be seriously cursed by Maori spirits. I will be precise with my information, events, and facts, but will try not to sacrifice the telling of the story in doing so. As such, I reckon this will be a longer one. I will tell most of the narrative in green text, but there is a point in the events where things get way too disjointed for green text. I have tried, but I cannot make it work. Other than that, I will provide some basic information here at the beginning and again at the end, and other than that, I will try not to break the green text. Basic information. This story took place in the summer of 2018 here in New Zealand. The mountain in question is Mount Pohaturoa, located on the opposite bank of the Waikato River from State Highway 30, just outside of the hydro dam town called Adiamuri. If you are a Kiwi and you have ever driven south from Tokoroa towards the western access road around Lake Taupo, you will have seen this mountain. I am a born and bred New Zealander and have spent most of my life outside. This was my first and only outwardly spooky experience I have had, but it opened my eyes up to so many things that I would have unconsciously ignored before this night. Maori to this day act as if there are spirits and cursed/sacred places that you just should not fuck with, and nowadays, I'm inclined to think that they are right. This is the story of what happened when I spent a night in one of these places. It was December 2018, around the time it happened. I suggest to my bro that we do some camping before Christmas, when we won't be able to get away. He agrees, and reckons that we should check out Mount Pohaturoa, which we are both familiar with as a backdrop on car rides, but have never actually explored. It's settled, and we will take my mate too, who was only just getting into out, and to be honest, after this ordeal, I'm surprised he's still into going out. Bro does some research. Turns out that the mountain is on land belonging to the local Maori tribe, and is being leased out for forestry, so we will need to be somewhat stealthy about getting in. He also finds on an old forum information that there was one time a trail that went up onto the peak, which is really lucky, cause this mountain is sheer buttress on all sides around the flat peak. Peak related, it's the old map of the place. We set out one morning with very basic gear, tarps, mats, cookers, food, and machetes for cutting through the blackberries that will inevitably be choking the undergrowth of the pines growing on the lower slopes. We drive south for a few hours. Everyone is excited at the prospect of exploring a potentially lost trail and the anticipated view from the top of the mountain down the Waikato River Valley and towards the inland volcanic plateau. We come into the river valley and see Pohaturoa looming out of the middle of the valley floor, looking like something out of an old western. I have to drive around for a bit to find a safe place to park Bro's Outback out of sight. Fortunately, there is no logging machinery around, so we park up at a logging trail at the foot of the mountain. We leave the Outback and orient ourselves. Bro has a Garmin watch or some shit with a map and is orienting it with the map I posted to try to get us close to the old trail. Fucked if I know how all of that works. The tree line is a wall of mature radiata pine and thick undergrowth. Inside is very dark, and it is very clear that no one goes in here anymore. Above the trees, we can see the sheer cliffs of the rock plug that was the core of the mountain before it all eroded away, but we can see that there is a kind of gully in the side that we are facing, which looks to be the only way up to the summit. Bro puts us on a bearing, and I take point to cut a path through the blackberry. It's hot work, but as the slope builds, the undergrowth drops off, but we are now walking up a 45-degree slope, thick with slippery pine needles. My mate finds it weird that there are no birds around. We just put it down to the forest being too monocultural. Still kinda strange though. The pines are so old and so close together that we cannot see ahead to the cliffs, and we can hardly see the sky. There is no sign of the old trail either. I stop to ask Bro if we are on the right bearing. He says, my watch has not updated our position in the last couple 100 meters. I don't know if it's because the trees are too thick or what. Just keep going uphill. So we do so, and eventually run almost straight into a sheer cliff face with no sign of the trail or any way up. I reckon we drifted to the left and cut back into the thick of the pines to loop right. The slope is so steep by this point that we are having to reach up and get a hold of pine trunks and branches to pull ourselves up. We realize that if this forest was meant to be harvested, they've done a piss poor job of managing it. This would not be the first time forestry land was left to go to shit because the Maori tribe owning the land flipped the table. I reach out for a root to hold onto, and when it comes away from the pine needles, I realize it's not a root, but an old wooden plank. I can make out another one just above me. I inform the boys that we have found the trail. We follow the now constant trail of old retaining boards and find the pines growing thinner as we go higher. We come out to a scrubby little clearing at the base of a very steep vertical gully in the cliff faces and see the remains of old wooden stairs set into the rock. We are thrilled that we found the way up, and we start to climb. The way up is very steep and at times very precarious. It's probably way too dangerous to be trusting a worn-out, decades-old stair, but we are too exhilarated to be above the trees. After a bit of climbing, we emerge out onto the southern end of the flat summit, mostly native scrub grass, tall enough that you can't see over it into the interior, but we just spend a few minutes enjoying the view. From up here, we have total command of the valley, can see the Waikato River flowing from past the foot of Pohaturoa out along the valley towards the very, very distant Ruapehu, still gleaming with a little bit of snow. It was and still is one of the best views I've ever experienced. I decide to check out the interior and find a campsite. We are hacking our way through the long grass when we realize we are not alone anymore, but surrounded by fantails. These cool little birds are pretty common anywhere in New Zealand where there is native bush. They will hang around people and generally be curious, but these ones were being even more so. We put it down to the fact that they must have not seen people before. We take care when swinging machetes so as to not hit our little bros. The ground we are walking over is cratered every now and again by pits about 2 meters by 2 meters. I begin to wonder if maybe there are caves or sinkholes up here, so I tell everyone to be careful and not to step into the holes. We are getting close to the center of the summit when Bro calls out that he can see a group of cabbage trees growing ahead of us. These kinds of trees naturally grow in swampy soil, which means that there must be some kind of spring up here. I go in to check it out, but come upon something we did not expect. There is a square post that had been hammered into the earth at the head of a very large pit. It was painted white and marked with a black B, and looked weathered but reasonably newish. At the bottom of a small dip nearby was a clear but marshy pool of water. What the fuck? Bro and mate gather around and try to work out what we are looking at. My mate, a geology student, says maybe it was from a soil survey or something. When I hear this, I am reminded of a field trip me and my history class went on to an excavation. At the time I was studying history at Victoria University. Nah bruh, this is from an excavation. It then dawns on me, the pits. Neither of you stepped in any of those pits, right? Bro and mate say no and ask why. 'Cause they're probably old Maori sites or something. Now, when I said this, it was purely out of scholarly concern for disrupting a dig site. However, it did occur to me that it was odd that a site such as this was never signposted to prevent entry, or was clearly abandoned a while ago. I guess that like the forestry management, the tribe probably flipped their shit because of something and called the dig off. Figure that the ancient Maori must have used this place as a fortress back in the day. God knows with the source of fresh water, the place is perfect for it. And this entire time, we have about 20 or so fantails following us. We head back to the outer edge of the summit to find a campsite. We run into another dig marker marked E and figure that there must be dozens of dig sites around here. Find a great spot to camp at the edge of the cliff top with a view down the valley. We clear out the scrub and pitch camp. It is mid-afternoon by now, but we are all fairly hot and knackered, so we pitch our tarps and take off our shoes and relax. The fantails get more and more curious by this activity and perch on the tarp strings and even sit in our boots to enjoy the warmth. At this time, I'm starting to get a bit uneasy about staying up here, now knowing that this place is a historic site. The Maori tribe are notoriously possessive with their land, and if someone sees our car and figures that we are out here, we might walk out of here in the morning to get jumped, especially because the nearby town is noted for gang activity. On One News Tonight, a trio of far-right terrorists are apprehended by peaceful tribe members after desecrating tapu site. Small disclosure, tapu is a concept in Maori culture that is kind of hard to put a finger on. Basically, all things have mana, a kind of spiritual honor / prestige. Mana can be gained in honorable actions or taken away for shame. If something has a really powerful mana, then it is tapu, and to degrade the tapu means that you can make it lose mana, which will incur utu, or a vengeance to rebalance the scales. This can happen on a human scale, and also on a cosmic scale. My fear was that the tribe would perceive that we desecrated the tapu of the site, and would incur utu on us. I gave no thought to there being an utu of the other kind. I kept my reservations to myself, as I had no intention of ruining the time for bro and mate with my paranoia. Plus, having a machete will make anyone feel gangsta. We make dinner early to not interrupt the sunset, which looks like when it comes out will be something special. Fuck yeah, roast chicken wraps. The sun begins to go down in the west, touching the hills on the side of the valley that we are facing, and the sky immediately begins to go a very deep shade of red. And I don't mean normal sunset red. This was like someone painted the sky with red watercolors. It was deep and kind of smoky. Bro, I don't think the Southern Lights came this far north. He theorizes that maybe there was a big bushfire somewhere west. At this point, the sun is bisected by the hilltops, and in the redness of the sky, wrens of deep black are opening up to the night beyond. That was the last moment of cognizance I have of that night. What I am about to relate from here until I was standing back at the foot of the mountain the next morning, I can only remember as if they were out-of-body experiences, or as if they were vivid dreams. I tried green texting these bits, but it was way too confusing. Below is what I remember. I will try not to color it too much with any of my reflections, and just tell it as the images presented themselves. From that moment, I was looking out over the cliff at the sunset. The next, I was looking down at myself from above. I remember seeing myself, my bro, and mate, all sitting still with very stern expressions as we watched the sky. We were lit up red and gold with the light, and all over us were perched the fantails, more than there had ever been before, and all of them still and quiet, watching the sky just like we were. The scene then went dark as the sun vanished, and everything was cast in the deep red of the sky. Next, I was back in the perspective of my own body, but I do not recall being lucid in it, as it was like I was a passenger rather than driving. I have to emphasize how abstract and dreamy this all felt. Things like perspective and geography were being warped for the sake of the images I was seeing. I was again looking up at the sky, and the black wrens that we had seen before were growing and merging until it split the sky, which exactly mirrored the black shape of the river below us. Out of that black river in the sky, figures began to emerge, black silhouettes cast onto the red sky. They came out of the river and were at the banks. Now the perspective shifted, and it's like I was in the first-person perspective of one of those people down on the river. We were on the banks looking up at Pohaturoa, pulling in canoes to the banks. The people looked like Maori, but they did not have facial tattoos, and their hair was dark red. I, or the body whose eyes I was seeing through, looked to where a large canoe was being pulled in, and a tall man who I knew was the chief of our people stepped out onto the bank and turned to a woman. She was Maori. She had a tomoko on her chin and greenstone earrings, and was beautiful in a way that I have not seen a woman look like in the real world. The chief helped his wife from the canoe. The whole thing was very dignified. Then I was again looking at the sky, and on the river were two groups of figures fighting. Next, I was again looking through that same figure's eyes. I do not know how I know it was the same man. I could smell blood. There had been a battle on the river with people who were clearly Maori, and while the Maori had been defeated, the tribe had also lost men. I was in a group of the red-headed tribesmen assembled at the house of the chief. They were angry and gesturing to his Maori wife, who the chief then relented and turned on. Then the memory shifted to being back looking at the sky. Now above the image of the river is the silhouette of Mount Pohaturoa looking like a tombstone. And then from the peripheries of the horizon, blackness began to seep in the shapes of hundreds of men with spears, and the smoky red sky surrounding the mountain was then alive like it was on fire. There was the sensation that everything was throbbing with the beat of drums. Once again, in the perspective of the tribesmen, the drumming was as loud as if it was behind me. and I was climbing that steep gully up the side of the mountain, just like I had before. Only now my arms were brown, and I was surrounded by other fleeing people, all scrambling up the mountainside as something chased us. There was a heavy smell of smoke. Even recalling that memory, my heart speeds up a bit. When I saw the sky again, it was as if the colors had been switched. The sky was black, and the river was red. There was no other image. When I was looking again through the eyes of the tribesman, it was totally dark, and my nose and mouth were filled with stagnant earth. But I could feel my hands breaking out into the air. There was a distinct feeling that there was something coming up the mountain, that it would be there soon. I was then looking down at myself as if from above again. Only now the night was dark. There was no light but from the moon and stars. Me, bro, and mate were all still sat there as still as before, but the fantail that sat on us were not. They were squeaking and shaking their tails where they stood, staring behind us into the long grass. Through the tribesman's eyes, I could only smell the scent of decay. I looked through the long grass to the edge of the summit and saw myself, bro, and mate all sat as we were before, covered in fantails. The sensation that something was coming up the mountain was stronger than ever, and then I was overcome by a certainty that whatever it was had arrived on the summit. Looking down on the three of us again, the grasses to our backs were thrashing like several large crawling things were moving around the clearing of our camp. But every time they came close, the fantails, now flashing all around us, would dart towards the scrub, and whatever was in there would turn back for a moment. Much like how I felt for the tribesmen that something had arrived on the summit, I now felt that same sensation as I looked down on our bodies. There was something coming this way, that had come up the mountain to find us. And then I was back in my body. I was walking behind my bro, my hand clenched on the shoulder of his shirt, and I could feel mates on mine, like kids, trying not to get lost in the dark. We were walking through the scrub, one behind the other in darkness, surrounded still by fantails, and the sound of crashing in the scrub all around us. My head was bent, and I had the very strong impulse in my head that I must not look at the faces of whatever was in the scrub. That moment flashed to the next, and we were no longer on the summit, but on the lower slope of Pohaturoa, descending just as we had before, with hands on shoulders, in the same dream haze. Only now, the night was quiet, and though the pines made the darkness near absolute, my bro walked on like he knew exactly where to go, and I could still feel the fantails perched on me, though they were now quiet. Around this time, awareness seemed to be returning a bit to us. Bro mutters, nearly out. I mutter something to mate, but hear nothing. I reach my free hand across my body to tap mate's hand, only to freeze when I touch it. My fingers met with something that feels smooth and bony. I went to turn around when that impulse I felt not to look before came back over me, only now it was soothing, as if explaining to a frightened child. One of the bony fingers at my shoulder unfurls and strokes my still frozen hand, and I became calm. A voice seemed to say in that movement, "Don't worry, your friend is safe. He is just here behind me." And the next thing I recall, it was morning, and all three of us stood in a row, facing away from the tree line next to bro's car, with all of our gear stacked neatly beside it. This is my first real feeling memory I have, where it actually feels like I was back in full command of myself. We all stare at each other for a minute, unable to remember how we got there. My mate is there, and for some reason, that fills me with relief. We ask each other what the last thing that we remember is. All can only recall up to the sunset. Weirdly, on autopilot, we pack our things into the car. My mate keeps staring back into the tree line. I don't even want to look at it. On the ride home, barely saying a word to each other, we are in a state of strange mental fatigue. We have to take turns driving, cause bro almost falls asleep. Only in the ensuing weeks do the memories begin to return to me. I try to talk to bro about it, but he keeps saying he can't remember anything. I don't know if this is true, or if he does not want to admit it, or if maybe he saw something worse than I did, but my mate is open with his returning memories. He had almost exactly the same experience as me. We put the pieces together over a few weeks. Then, while we drink beers in my shed on Christmas Eve, he says, Do you remember her? What do you mean? The one who got us off the mountain. She was a tall woman, wrapped in a feather cloak, with greenstone earrings. She led me by the hand, and was holding on to you. After another beer, I realized it must have been the chieftainess from the dream. Fuck man, why do you get the undead Maori princess waifu? I have done a lot of research about Mount Pohaturoa and the local area since then, and I think I have roughly put together what we experienced. I will post my hypothesis in a bit. Now I gotta take a break because this took way longer than I thought it would. I didn't realize how damn big this would be until uploading it from the Word doc. Apologies for that, but out is slow as fuck anyway, so who gives a fuck? Bravo if you read the whole thing. So, I did a bunch of research into the area after the incident, and turns out that the area around Pohaturoa was settled by the first wave of Polynesian settlers in the 1400s. For those who do not know, the early Polynesians in NZ at the time were nomadic, as they hunted the large native bird fauna that had evolved here like moa. The moa hunter cultures were defined by the fact that they were nomads, were far less material than later Maori culture, and they were far less violent. They had no reason to be, with so many resources. When the moa began to die out, the new waves of Polynesian settlers brought cultivated crops with them, and started creating larger settled communities. With this settlement came competition for arable land and a more warlike culture. I believe that the red-haired people I saw through the eyes of were the moa hunter tribe of the area, and that the Maori who came in were newcomers looking to gain influence in that area through a marriage of a chief's daughter to the chief of the moa hunter tribe. And to back it up, I have the iwi's oral history that explains exactly that. This article goes into the local history and lines up with what I saw. Fletcher says they could barely be called a tribe to start with, more like a collection of scattered families. They arrived in the area around 1400 and were known as the people of the Pumice Lands. Over the next 200 years, they lived in the area alongside the Ngāti Hotu and the Ngāti Ruakapiri. As with European monarchs, the Hapu arranged a strategic alliance, marrying a chieftainess to a man of the Kahupungapunga for the sake of peace and access to the region's natural wealth, but the arrangement, it is said, turned sour. This is where shit gets really fucked up. The Maori woman that I saw was obviously blamed for the attack by the moa hunters from what I had seen, and I figured she must have been killed. But the way they did it was so horrible that it makes me sick and angry. According to the legend, people here saw her as imposing their mana on them. They could see a loss of the area with more people coming in. They murdered her and made it look like an accident. But the woman, most commonly thought to be named Kiraukore, had a slave. He discovered Kahupungapunga's treachery and carried the news back to Kawhia. The Rokawa Hapus were furious and, that same day, gathered together a war party, 500 strong. The warriors moved across the land, conquering several pa as they went. Finally, they met the Kahupungapunga in a battle called Torianuku. It does not say how she died, but there is a bit later on that stirred my memory. The pursuers crossed the stream to Pohaturoa. Each party fought valiantly. The Ngāti Wairangi were several times repulsed, but in the end, they drove back the others and captured their great Toa fighting chief, Hikarupe. The great stones on which the bodies were cooked can still be seen. The rock in question is pick-related. It has many legends to its name, but one is that it was used to cook alive a Maori princess. When I touched her hand, all of the skin on her had been stripped away, and her bones were shiny, like they had been boiled. Why they boiled her alive instead of outright killing her, I do not know. But as far as I care, those motherfuckers got what they deserved for what they did to her. I think that the things that were stalking us in the grass were the spirits of the moa hunters, and the spirit of the princess had so much mana that they were afraid of her when she let us out. Regarding the fantails, they are held by Maori to be bodies that dead spirits can inhabit. I think they were the dead Maori spirits protecting us. Last post, cause it is late, and this is too long anyway. But since then, I see fantails a lot more often, and in places I would not expect. I live in an urban area, and one morning, a fantail flew into my living room, hovered in front of me, and chirped, and then flew straight out. Fantails inside houses are considered seriously bad juju, and that afternoon, I heard that my grandfather had died the following night. I like to think that it was him saying farewell. That's it really, unless there are questions. Be me. I just turned 22 years old. I am living in Christchurch, NZ. I decided to go hunting for fossils at a new spot. My GF, now my ex, is not interested in that type of thing particularly, but is keen to come with me just for the adventure. I jump into my GF's 4x4 and head about 2 hours out of the city, onto desolate logging land. Redwoods are our equivalent as far as I can see on both sides of the narrow dirt road. I am following the map on my phone until we finally reach the location. I park the car on the roadside. It's a sunny day. It's still coldish, being South Island. Fuck yeah, I am excited to get digging. My GF says she's gonna stay in the car, as I am only scouting the rock formations to see if we are in the right area. I go over the embankment and out of sight of the car. I find some exposed rocks. We are finally in business. I am struck with this sudden, nearly overwhelming sense of sadness. I start to feel fear. Just to preface, I am a happy guy and this is not something that happens often. I get the sense that I am not alone. I cannot focus on the job at hand, as I am deeply saddened for some reason. I am not sure why, but I know that the feeling is external, as if it belongs to someone else. I decide to head back to the car. I approach the ute. My GF is looking away. She is dead staring into the forest on the opposite side of the road to where I was. She does not look away from the tree line the entire time I am walking up to her. The windows are down, and there is little to no wind. I finally get to the car. The feeling of sadness has turned nearly to complete anguish at this point. I look over the roof of the car as I think I can see some movement in the forest, just faint. I am in complete disbelief. The entire tree line in maybe a 5-meter area is blurry and moving like a heat wave coming off of a tar road on an extremely hot day. I shit you not, the rest of the bush on either side is perfectly clear and swaying in the light breeze. I stare at this patch of almost clear mist that does not move in the wind. It just hovers there, maybe a meter into the trees. I am staring at this thing intently, and it disappears. Not dissipates. I am saying it just vanishes. The tree line in the forest look as they should in less than a second. The emotional wave of anguish that I was feeling disappears. I just kind of feel empty and a little in shock. I open up the car door. My GF nearly fills her pants. She is in tears and terrified. She tells me that she saw it too. She begs me to just get in the car so that she can drive far, far away. She decides to never come fossil hunting with me, ever again. Here is another story from the jungle. This one being the one that still gives me nightmares on occasion. Now, I cannot really claim this as happening exactly as I remembered it, not in any honest sense. I remember it happening like so, however, which still has me waking on occasion in a cold sweat. This is back in some weird little island in the Philippines, learning jungle survival stuff from the Aita tribe. My friend Tony and I were getting the hang of some of the finer points of staying alive in a world that wanted you dead and festering with larvae. Tony is a solid guy, the kind of friend you're lucky to have. He had my back, I had his, and it did not matter what stupid shit the other decided to get himself into. He was not going into it alone. Seriously, the guy was loyal to a fault, still is. This is actually how we ended up in the middle of the bush together, God knows how many miles from whatever could be considered civilization, and light years away from anything remotely safe. Part of the final test of what you learned out there was to go out alone for a couple of days and make your way back to the village. It was a basic practical test. Ideally, you had an Aita shadowing you not too far off, making sure you didn't get yourself graved by being an idiot. You never know these guys were there though, ever. They knew this territory, and they knew how to work it. The jungle is dense, profoundly thick. I know you've probably heard stories about how you can walk past like an entire ruined temple in the middle of South America and never even clue in that it is there, even though you are practically on its doorstep. It's true. You step 10 feet from your buddy in the wrong direction, blink wrong, and bam, you are alone. We have both done pretty well as far as the Aitas cared. We picked up things fast and weren't shy about doing things most Westerners balk at. Eating bugs, getting filthy, and reaching into mysterious holes to grab whatever might be lurking in there. I had no problem with this, as my dad was kind of a nutjob survivalist in my early youth and had a thing for doing things the traditional way. Tony had no problems doing this stuff because he had balls the size of a C-130 loaded with tanks, and driving those tanks were condors with helmets. Anyways, it's time for the practicals, and although we were supposed to solo that noise, Tony and I basically said, no dice, we are going in as a pair, to which the Aitas smiled and nodded and agreed that we were smart to demand such a thing. You never go out there alone. I always thought it was kind of a trick question thing anyways, sending your goofy ass out into the den solo, when all throughout the training they go on and on about how you're a dumb shit if you go out there alone. Bonus points for us, I guess, right? We get bags over our heads and led to a little riverboat. They rumble us out for a few hours and then unceremoniously dump our asses onto the beach. The Aita tosses us a knife, stares at us for a while, before making this weird little gesture and buggering off on his boat. I could not catch the exact gesture, but it was like a gang sign, I guess. Quick fingers all tangled up. His boat was shit. I swear it was made out of warehouse pallets or something like that. Tony and I both figured the guy probably went upriver a bit, then bailed on his own craft, and fixed to shadow us and keep an eye out. With bravado, fed by the other's presence, we went into the jungle, all smiles and ego. We were good, we knew this, we were not afraid, and figured this would be fun as hell, and give us some future stories to tell the ladies about, and hence, get laid. Tony has a knack for direction, and the two of us sussed out our whereabouts after only a few hours. It was daytime, so climbing a tree gave us a pretty decent view. Not a lot to see really, but somehow, he figured on a direction we were supposed to go, and we headed off. Moving through the jungle can be slow work. In the movies, you have to hack your way through shit with a machete, like Indiana Jones or some shit. Reality is a bit different. If you know where to step, you can avoid all of the work of cutting stuff down. Along fallen logs is pretty good, up the roots and the like, but don't ever put your foot alongside something like that. That is snake food. The Aitas do it at kind of a lazy jog. We were more deliberate, but still moving at a pace that was comfortable to us. We chattered constantly. It wasn't to keep predators away. As far as we knew, the island had no big real threats like cats or anything. We did it because Tony and I could not shut the fuck up when we were around each other. I'm sure you guys have friends like that. Those two chuckle fucks in the back of the classroom in high school, always snickering and loaded with in-jokes, and that was pretty much us, in the jungle, with a single knife and something to prove. The first day was pretty damn uneventful. We did not eat, and we spent almost the entire time moving. We found water in different places. Big cone-shaped leaves are good for that, and they typically come with snacks of differing squiggly varieties. We made camp up in the branches of a big goofy-ass looking tree, took light watches, and slept like babies. I woke up covered in bugs the size of my fingers, and Tony fell off his branch and got stuck in the crook of the tree when he woke up. Clumsy bastard. The second day started out like the first, chattering, moving, high spirits. The jungle was getting smellier and bleaker as we went. I think we were close to an estuary or something, because there was a briny smell. The soil went from firm, with a heavy layer of dead vegetation, to black-brown silt and loose. Tony and I tried making some fire. Took us a while, but we did the trick with thread from a shirt and long bendy twig to make a bow with and whatnot. We got some smoldering going, but shit out there was so wet, it just made a lot of thick black smoke and never really caught. I figured if we kept some tinder dry on top of our heads or something, and maybe found some good dead wood, we'd have something worth burning. As time went on, we got to talking about old times, funny shit we had done, new ideas for pranks with which to torment our hapless buddies, and the desire to come out of this not only successful, but as badass as possible. We did not want to be the Swiss Family Robinson, we wanted Rambo. I mean, seriously, how could anyone want anything but that? Imagine that crap, coming out of the bush all grim-faced and scared, with like a dead deer over your shoulder, and the skulls of your enemies tied around you in a belt made out of human hair. Not that we had enemies local, but I'm sure we could make some, right? That is pretty much us. It was around midday. Tony and I noticed this weird echo effect with the jungle. It was hard to notice because we never really shut up, but when we talked, there was this weird echo that was soft and sounded far away at first, until he pointed it out and we started listening more carefully. Every time we talked, there it was, that echo. It wasn't as far away as it initially sounded either, just deceptively soft. We figured it was maybe sound waves bouncing off the broadleaf plants in the area or something and coming back at us all curved up. We were not rocket scientists, but we were not proper dumb either. Tony and I made a game out of it. We'd start chattering at each other, and then he would hold his hand up, fingers splayed, and visually count down with him. We would stop mid-sentence when he hit 0 and could hear the last few words said bounce around us in a weird jungle whisper. At dusk, we had been getting kind of tired of the game and blew it off, but before we went up to rest, Tony pulled it on me one last time. Normally, echoes just kind of stop or trail off, right? This time, I don't know, it just kind of looped, and it looped wrong. The last thing I had been saying to Tony was something along the lines of, "I'm a goddamn sexual tyranno," and got off. What we heard bouncing around us in that quiet, sibilant way was, "I'm a goddamned, God, I'm damned." Tony and I stopped talking and just kind of stared at each other for a bit. We were not ruling out echoes yet, though over all of our time out here doing this training, we had not ever really heard it before, or mention of it. We were all creeped right the fuck out, and when one of us is creeped, the other picks up on it and the hackles go up. We found ourselves a solid tray, and that night, we did not pull light watches, we pulled proper. I'm figuring a little after midnight, Tony woke me up with a hand on my shoulder. It's dark at night in the jungle, goddamn dark, and noisy. The canopy overhead pretty much prevents any good starlight coming through, and the skies are most always fat with grey clouds. The bugs get to screeching at night, and they do not quit for nothing. Underneath our tree, something was rooting around in the bushes. Even through the bugs, we could hear it. Shuffling, a quiet snort, crunches, snuffling. Sounded like a pig to me, and I was set to bark at it and maybe spook it off, when Tony's hand on my shoulder tenses. Then I could hear it. Muttering in between the shuffles. A snort, some bushes rustling, and a few low, scattered words. Bits and pieces of sentences. It took me a second, but fuck me if it didn't sound like Tony down there, pissed off, and searching for something he had lost in the bush. You know when a grumpy ass drops a contact or something, and gets to searching for it, muttering under his breath. It's just like that. Whatever was down there was fucking talking. It wasn't making any sense though. The weirdest fucking thing. So, tits, snort snort, yeah, the green, shuffle, named after fucker, Russell, then a laugh, and I froze when I heard that. It started with my laugh, which is this goofy, Mark Hamill as the Joker thing, and ended with Tony's troublemaker's drawl. See, we had been bullshitting for the past, day and a half, and spent a good time laughing our asses off at each other. Whatever the fuck that thing was down there, it was like it was trying our voices on for size. We'd both seen Predator. We'd been quoting that shit for days out here. I can't even begin to count how many times I would just stop while one of the instructors was explaining something, stare off into the horizon and mutter, "There's something out there, up in them trees," which never failed to make Tony laugh like a moron. Military types watch a lot of goddamn movies, and your typical boots on the ground motherfucker can quote like a champ. No lie, We can even do crazy shit, like quote a movie line for line with a different cast from yet another movie. You have not lived till you've seen a bunch of petty officers do a scene from Aliens with Fergut from Half-Baked as a Sarge. We caught the similarities to our situation pretty goddamn fast. It was eerie listening to this thing natter about imbecility down there. It had no comprehension of the noises it was making, but it was fucking making them. Tony slid me the knife and secured himself in a spot, and I kept watch until dawn. The thing trundled off a half hour or so before daybreak. I'm no Apache, but I know knives well enough to be comforted by holding one. But even that did not break the, oh what the fuck have we gotten ourselves into gloom that caught us. The next day was a grim fucking thing. We were not chattering. We were not joking around anymore. Nerves were on edge, and both of us had to have looked like someone had gutted our favorite dog. Tony did, at least. I'm a goofy looking guy, so I probably still looked like a run-of-the-mill dork. Believe me, the urge to quote Predator was pretty goddamn strong, but we just could not get past the feeling that we needed to be quiet and careful. Tony managed a half-hearted Arnold Gorgle when we were headed up the ridge, I think in an attempt to beat the gloom, but even that could not do it. He does a good Arnold Gargle too. For those who don't know what that is, it's hard to describe really. It's like a weirdly accented arg sound noise done in Arnie's manner that's pretty unmistakable when you hear it. Wow, actually writing that down makes it seem so dumb as hell. Still funny as all fuck though, I think. We did not hear that weird echo as long as we did not talk. We were starting to get hungry though, and random bugs were not doing much to assuage that. It felt like, I don't know the right description, it felt like we were being bullied, if that made any sense. We could not talk, we were not allowed to. That got us both feeling a little bit pissed off. Tony and I individually aren't anything I would call cowards. We aren't heroes by any stretch of the word, but we are not pussies. Together though, we get stupid brave. I'm sure you might see where this is leading. To us, it was a natural shift. It took a few hours of grimly trudging along in the direction that we believe was the right way to go for the shift to happen, but it was kind of inevitable. Screw this thing. Screw this stupid talking thing. I broke the silence proper. Started bitching about the girls on the island, how they had curves like a dirt road. Tony countered immediately that I lacked the proper gear to drive a dirt road. We started chattering again, this time aggressively. We were defying this damn spooky thing. We began the most ridiculous conversations. How do you properly screw a dolphin? Do you beach it and plug the blowhole? Do you sneak up on it in a Zodiac, spear gun its ass, and go at an eye socket? Shit like that. We were uncouth savages. We were listening for that stupid echo, waiting for it. We were not disappointed. The echo started up. It was hard to get a location, but the best I could figure was back and towards my side a bit. Tony scored a major victory when he said something along the lines of, "Dance around the flagpole bare-assed and body-painted like I'm a drag queen paramount." The echo came back as, "I'm a drag queen." Tony stopped in his tracks, turned around, and screamed back at it, "You're fucking right, you're a drag queen. You jungle bastard." It was liberating, terrifying though. That was the first time we actually addressed the goddamn thing, but we did it. We addressed it. We acknowledged it as existing, and that just sat bad. A small victory, but that feeling in our guts, that was not the feeling you get when you win a fight. It's the feeling that you get when you start a war. When Tony called that thing out, it was a declaration of war. We both started getting hostile, not towards each other, mind you, but towards this, whatever the hell it was. We got to planning and threatening, vocalizing the horrible things that we were planning on doing to it once we caught a hold of it. I distinctly remember Tony saying something along the lines of, "I'ma strangle this goofy-ass thing. I'ma kill it with my bare hands." I laughed. Dude, what if it's a fucking Aita and he's just screwing with us? Tony just stared at me. I shrugged. I could not blame him for the sentiment, really. Thing is, we kept going on. We never turned around. Neither of us wanted to actually stand our ground or charge off after it. There was this distinct sensation that doing so would have been one hell of a bad idea. We were getting hungry though, and figured that it was probably the time to do something about it. There is a lot to eat in the jungle if you are not shy. Frogs, bugs and the like can keep you going like a trail ration. But if you want something with more substance, you have to kill it. Or if you're some sort of fancy botanist, I suppose you can tell a jungle death turnip from a potato and do it that way. We were not botanists, and I only knew which plants could get me high, unconscious, or stop bleeding. Tony climbed up a tree and managed to brain some sort of monkey critter with a rock. The guy could be quiet as hell, and the monkey critters out here were curious and stupid. The specific trap that we used to catch the monkey off guard was me laying down in a space between some trees and doing my best Curly impression from the Three Stooges. You know the thing where you lay on your side and start kind of churn circles while going whoop whoop whoop. Well, that's what I was doing, which got a few monkeys coming down and looking at us like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And Tony hit one with a rock. We were some crafty bitches. I managed to start an acceptable fire. Previously, I had taken our tinder and folded it up in a dry leaf and worn it on my head like an idiot. The campfire was tiny, but it did the trick. I cleaned the monkey critter as best as I could, and we cooked it old school on some sticks. The sticks caught fire frequently, and a lot of the meat burned to inedible carbon, but my god, it was good. We cooked the hell out of that monkey. I'm sure it was loaded with parasites, but burning the hell out of it had to help, and I figured we could get purged when we got back to our unit. Or hell, just the village, if I could boil some water and drop some tabs. The other monkey critters watched us eat. They were quiet, just staring. Probably should have felt bad about that in hindsight, but neither of us was feeling charitable or friendly really. Something about having meat in our bellies and actual fire, albeit a small one, made us feel a lot more ready for the shit, and we got to planning on how we were going to handle it. Idea 1 was to continue on as we were going, and maybe just pick up the pace. It was the safest idea by far, and Tony figured we had another day until we got to either a lovely road we could navigate off of, or a larger river that we could follow. Idea 2 was to cover ourselves in mud, arm ourselves with bows made from roots and shit, and ambush the thing. I shit you not. We figured why the hell not. Idea 3 was to split apart at night, have each person in a different tree, and stay up there until whatever it was came snooting around. Whatever was in the tree it decided to investigate would signal the other, who would come down and murder the hell out of it from the rear. I liked idea 3 and voted for it. Tony voted for 2, and the monkey's skull sided with me, making it a unanimous vote for idea 3. Because Tony was Italian, and Italians don't get to vote. There was some threatening of each other's lives, but in the end, we pretty much settled on our 2-tree ambush idea. We did not move from that site that day. We sharpened some sticks, thick short ones make good spikes. Tony let me keep the knife, since I was a bit swifter with it than he was, and he carried the spikes. The guy is strong, much stronger than me, and I figured he could put those things to much better use than I if he could get a good lineup. Figured it would go like this. It would start bothering one or the other of us, who would throw a twig at his buddy. Buddy would come down and engage whatever it was, at which point the initial target would drop down and help secure the kill. We went over it a couple of different times, figured out some possible, oh shit, secondary plans, but really, there was not much to it. This thing had been creeping us out for a while, and we wanted it dead. We felt kind of elated by the thought of killing it. Turn the tables on its ass, and come out like badasses. We got ourselves motivated, and I did something, which is I guess kind of embarrassing, but whatever. I put on war paint. I guess that's dorky as hell. I took some of the black silt soil we had been around, mixed it with monkey juice, and smeared 3 dark lines across my face. Tony thought I looked kinda badass, so he did the same. We used to do this during training and paintball games. Hell, once during a hide-and-go-seek game with some corpsman girls at Camp Leicester we did it. Yes, we played hide-and-go-seek with the legitimate intent of getting laid by said core girls. Yes, we smeared our face paint on the aforementioned core girls. He did a full-on handprint on his face. The paint tightened up into pretty solid, noticeable lines when the fluids coagulated, which took all of 15 minutes or so. Our sight was decent too, an opening in the canopy over where we had set our campfire promised that if there was any light to be had that night, we would be able to make some use out of it. We picked out our trees, climbed up there, and took a few practice throws with twigs that we had nearby. I hit him in the eye. He kept aiming at my balls. Spirits were high. Sort of. It was a false high. Bravado, I think. Night came, and with it, bug song. High chirps and cackling buzzes all over the place. I near pissed myself when what I had assumed to be a knot of wood next to my thigh twitched and started this staccato screech that ricocheted off the trees. It was a big-ass beetle thing. We looked out and that cloud cover was lighter than it typically is, and we had a good moon. Not bright by any stretch, but more than we had any night previous. We waited. It felt like forever, sitting up in a tree, trying to keep your heartbeat regular, knowing that the second we heard whatever it was we heard, we'd get that adrenaline kick to the nuts that would make our whole body start shaking. I'm not sure how long we waited up there in the trees before it finally came. At first, I missed it entirely. I was so intent on listening for it, I missed it entirely. When I finally zeroed in on the snuffling, rummaging, muttering beneath me, I realized I had been hearing it for quite some time now. It was directly underneath me. I pulled my knife up and crouched on my branch, my free hand making sure for the love of God I had a strong hold on a nearby branch. I took a few minutes to steady myself and just really listen. I wanted to make sure of a few things before I alerted Tony. I desperately wanted this thing to be alone, and I wanted to get the general idea of its size. Size was not too hard. Judging by the heaviness of the rummaging going on beneath me, it was man-sized, maybe a bit bigger, but lower to the ground. As for the numbers, well, fuck, I only heard one. Small comfort that. I had a pile of little pre-snapped twigs, and I grabbed the whole damn thing and tossed it towards Tony's tray. Now, remember I said Tony can be a quiet guy. I had no idea if I had hit him, or if he had started moving. I could only really guess as to the actions over on his end. I got a good grip on the branch with my legs, and made to swing under it, do kind of a Spider-Man maneuver, and maybe stab downwards. It was a bit over-elaborate, yeah, but I used to climb trees all the time as a kid, and dangling like a douchebag was second nature to me. Nowadays, the dangling, not so much. Douchebag, I still got. Anyways, I am dangling. I let go with my hands, and get ready to knife this fucking thing in the head, when I see it. A huge moment of confusion washed over me when it happened. I damn near went loose and fell off my branch. Tony is looking straight up at me. He's gotta be like 4 feet off the ground and just looking at me with this blank, stupid look on his face. Mind you, it's pretty dark, but I can see a face. I swear it looked like him, at first. Then I focus in on it a little bit more and notice it has no fucking face paint. It's not Tony. Shit. It doesn't even look like Tony's face anymore. It's just a face. But it's a goddamn human face looking up at me, blinking at me. My blood runs cold, and I can feel my body come to a screeching halt. Tony, get the fuck back up in your tree, I say. Up in your tree, it says back, sounding pleased with its goddamn self. I can hear Tony, the real Tony, over there in his tree, rustle as he gets right the hell back up in the branches. What the hell is going on? What the hell is that? He's got this angry nervousness in his voice. I've heard him like this only a few times in my life. Usually, before we got our collective asses kicked by some angry merchant marines. The thing is still staring at me, and I am making out more of its body. It's a fucking pig. I mean, its body. It's got the broad rectangular barrel of a body. It's a quadruped, though I can't make out the distinct feet. It's got a human, or at least humanish face. It's a pig, Tony. It's just a goddamn pig, I say. And the thing is mimicking me, just the same as always. I can hear an exasperated sigh over in the other tree, and I continue. It's got a people's face, though. Stay the fuck up in the tree, Doc. Doc is a magic word to Corpsmen. It's a business word, and is not lightly used. Marines call us Doc, but usually only after we've proven ourselves, I guess you could say. Corpsmen rarely referred to each other as such, unless we were trying to elaborate on a point. I was elaborating my point as hard as I could, as calmly as I could. I was still upside down. If I had shit myself, well, think about how unpleasant it would be to fill your pants and have it run up your damn back and into your hair. Blah. Men faces looking up at me, and Tony goes silent over there. We stare at each other for a long while, before I manage to find purchase and swivel back upright. I am not looking down anymore. Let that thing root around. I did not sleep that night. It left before morning, like it always did, and Tony and I went to ground and moved out as fast as possible. We talked little, only that what I had seen was an unquantifiable thing. I could not predict any action's outcome on something I knew absolutely nothing about. I mean shit, if it had been a tiger or something ridiculous like that, I could have figured something out, even something really stupid, but not this thing. If it had been the Aita, well, Tony and I would have likely kicked the hell out of him, but I would have chilled Tony out before he killed him, no problem. It wasn't anything I knew though. It was wrong and bizarre and very disturbing. We immediately initiated Idea 1. We did not hunt any more monkeys. We did not fish. We did not eat bugs. We drank sparingly as we went, which gave us some seriously dehydration issues. Tony had a rough idea of where to go, and that is where we went. Fast. Thank God for the river. When we found it, we made so many miles. We were not playing around anymore either. The first civilian craft that we saw, which was this lovely little rickshaw thing, we flagged it, asked for a lift, and we got back home. When we arrived at the village, we were haggard, dehydrated, cut up, and miserable. This was not really a big surprise to the Aita tribe that were waiting for us. Everybody always came back from the practical just like that. Fucked up, cut and bruised, starving, dehydrated, anything you can think of. What bothered the Aita tribe the most is that the man they sent out to watch over us and shadow us and make sure that we were safe, he never, ever came back. They don't know what happened to him. That still keeps me up some nights. Hey X, I don't want to hit you with the long-time looker first-time poster, but that is the case here. I've never had many paranormal things happen to me that I could not rationalize, or explain as just me schizoing out. But there is one series of happenings that I have never had any explanation for, and that have sat around in the back of my mind ever since they happened. At the time, I must have been around 8 to 10 years old, living in Budapest. I don't want to dox myself, but this happened in the general vicinity of the Városliget area. I'm sorry if this story is long, but this is the first time I'm ever writing it down, and I want to get every detail down in case someday I forget about it. I would not say that I believe in the supernatural. I've always been one to rationalize every weird thing to ever happen to me, but I have always had a fascination with spooky shit. That's the reason I'm on this board in the first place. Apologies for typos or shitty English, it's not my first language. For context, I have had a single dad practically since birth. He is ex-army, the kind of dad you whine about in school as a teenager, but really appreciate when you get older. He was always working, on his computer or out of the house, so we never had a good relationship until I was older. With my dad always busy, and not many friends in school, I spent most of my time alone. I spent most of my school time drawing comics for my best friends, and I spent my time at home basically living in another world. This is all to say that I did have a really overactive imagination, and absolutely roaring ADD. This being Eastern Europe, and being the son of an easily angered, alcoholic single dad, well, good luck getting a hold of any kind of treatment or medical acknowledgement for that. The last bit of context that I need to bore you with is that this apartment had a really unique layout. Pic related is a shitty rendition of what it looked like, and the numbers on the photo mark where each story took place. We lived on the 8th floor of a slightly nicer than usual commie block. The apartment kind of wrapped around itself, and you could run circles in it, passing through most of the rooms. It looked like a giant letter O, is what I'm trying to say. The first time it happened, we had friends over. I must have been around 8 years old. I honestly do not remember them very well, but our apartment turned into a hen house overnight. It was some drunkard single mother with her daughter and her elderly mother. I remember thinking the mom was what seemed like the stereotypical American party girl at the time. She had blonde curly hair that looked like an afro. She took me, 7, and her daughter, 8, to a club with her, and was confused when she was not let in with us. They had shown up out of nowhere one day. The mother called my dad, saying that they were on a trip visiting, but that their hotel booking was cancelled, and now they had nowhere to stay. Looking back on it now, she was definitely just trying to sleep with my dad and made something up. I was freaked out by the mom, since she was always trying to feel up my dad, and was really weird around me too. Her mom, the elderly woman, was also really weird, but slept for most of the time that she was with us, so I don't have any memories of her. Her daughter, though, was very cute. I remember feeling bad for her daughter. I think we had some kind of unspoken agreement that we were going to get through this together. So, while our parents were drunk in the kitchen blasting music, we stayed inside my room. I showed her my Ninja Turtle action figures, and she showed me her favorite songs. It was really nice. As her mom took her to bed, we agreed to go out to the park together tomorrow. When the first night came, I slept in my room, my dad in his. The mom stayed on a sofa in the living room. The elderly woman stayed in the guest room, and the daughter stayed in the guest room as well. The first encounter takes place on the part of pick attached marked with 1, or at least, that is where I saw it come from. I am gonna attempt a green text for the sake of making this easier to digest. Be me. It's really late. Definitely past midnight. Everybody is asleep. I can't sleep. I'm too excited for tomorrow. I need to piss. I get out of the bunk bed to get to the bathroom. I turn on the hallway light. I make it to the bathroom no problem. I finish pissing and get ready to leave. The hallway light is still on. I start walking back to my room through it. There is absolutely no indication that anything is wrong. Out of nowhere, a giant black figure runs from the beginning of the hallway at me. I am fucking terrified. It runs through me. I am literally paralyzed with fear. I stand there for a minute, looking at where it came from. Nothing is there. What the fuck? I am too scared to turn around and look behind me. I walk into my room, close the door without looking back, and climb into my bed again. I keep my eyes toward the wall and stare at it till morning. It looked like a person just blacked out. Exactly like a really dark shadow on a summer evening. It was so dark. It was like a person, just elongated upwards. The legs and arms were longer than they should be, and the head was too. It was way taller than me. The apartment had a really tall ceiling, and it was much taller than your average person. Not quite double the size, but maybe 1.5 humans. It ran at me like a jogger. Its hands were doing the motion you make when you're running really fast. I didn't feel anything when it went through me, and there was no noise at all, but the light in the hallway was on. All the doors except the bathroom door were closed, and there was no light inside the other rooms. There was no windows through which cars could have reflected into, and it was clearly there. I did not see it out of my peripheral vision. I saw it clearly in front of me, and I saw the whole thing. I saw whatever the hell that was, but I convinced myself I just imagined it. After all, it was late. I rationalized it, and one day, while in the car with my dad, I decided to tell him and see what he thinks about it. Be me. In the car with my dad. Be about a week after the other family left our house. It's a cold evening. We are stuck in traffic. My face went, heated seats. Oh yeah. My dad is unusually quiet. We usually only really talk in the car, so it is weird for him to be silent. I think of something to say. I decide it might be a good time to see what he thinks about the whole thing. I give him a rundown of everything that happened. I tell him everything I just wrote down here, but lighten the mood so I don't seem like a nutcase. My dad laughs. You think we got ghosts now? I mumble something like, I don't know, but... My dad starts explaining how it was just a trick of the light, or just a car passing, despite knowing there are no windows in that area of the apartment. My dad is chuckling the whole time, and eventually says, Ghosts, wow. I feel very embarrassed because of his reaction, and I don't bring it up again. About 6 months go by. I kind of forgot about the whole thing. I still get creeped out thinking about it, but convinced that it was just a trick of the light, just like my dad said. I don't bring it up to my friends at school because, well, I don't want to seem like even more of a moron. This is the second time something related happened. That thing was standing in the area marked 2 on pick related. Be me. Be around the same age as the previous story. I am brushing my teeth in the bathroom. The light in the hallway is off, but both bathroom doors are open. I am listening to music on some shitty gas station headphones. My dad is in the living room. Out of the side of my eye, I see the most stereotypical, goblin-looking ass thing. It's completely black, again, like a shadow. The whole hallway is dark, but this is darker than the surrounding shadow. It looks like some shit from Harry Potter. It is a short, stubby shadow. It looks like it has 2 horizontal pointed ears. I pay it no mind. It's probably just a weird shadow. I am suddenly feeling confident, telling myself it is not real and that I should not be scared. I am busy listening to AC/DC, which my dad had just introduced me to. I keep brushing my teeth while ignoring it. It runs at me. Really fast, but I can still see the general shape. Before it gets to me, I close my eyes. I scream and drop my toothbrush. My dad runs into the bathroom. What the hell happened? Are you okay? I am really scared. My dad starts looking for injuries, thinks I cut myself or something. I tell him I thought I saw something. My dad tells me I just imagined it and that I am okay. My dad stays with me in the bathroom while I finish brushing my teeth. I look into the hallway. Nothing is there. I go to bed. Nothing else weird happens that night. This one I'm not even sure is connected to the rest of the happenings, but I thought I would mention it just in case it made some kind of sense to anybody. I believe I could have imagined this one because it was in my peripheral vision and I didn't see it as clearly. Also, a goblin? Really? Things quiet down. It's been around 2 years since I saw the tall thing in the hallway. Just kind of accepted that weird shit goes on. I had a few other paranormal experiences in the house that are only tangentially related, so I won't get into it here. I got a cat in the meantime. His name was Lightning. He was one of those orange cats with darker stripes. My dad and I found him as a kitten underneath a car, and we decided to keep the little bastard. I could write off the ones above as nothing but a trick of the light, a hallucination, anything at all that had some reason to it. But then something happened that convinced me otherwise, something that makes my skin crawl every single time I think about it. I had a good friend at this time. Let's call him Vuko. Vuko was a year older than me. He was a chubby Serbian kid who went to my school. He had a younger sister who was a year younger than me, and I will call her Meg. I went over to their apartment and vice versa pretty often since it was in the commie block across from ours. We had sleepovers, we went on trips, walks in parks, etc. We were all pretty close. When this took place though, I did not know much about Meg though. She was always just kind of there. We had almost nothing in common, and on my first sleepover at their place, I walked in on her showering. That is to say, she did not like me very much. This Friday evening, we decided to go to the nearby park. It was already dark outside as it was winter. Meg and Vuko's parents let them walk over to my apartment by themselves, which is a trait my father did not share. So our parents agreed that they would come over to my apartment and then we would all go to the playground, accompanied by my dad. My dad, being the chain smoker he is, went out to the cigarette store. You need to go to special shops here that only sell cigarettes and alcohol to buy any, and said he would be back within 10 minutes. While I was waiting for my dad, the doorbell rang. I ran to the door and opened it, ready to show them my brand new basketball that we could throw around at the playground. To my surprise, only Meg was there. I just awkwardly said hi and let her inside. She did not say anything other than an equally awkward response to my greeting, and while she was taking off her shoes, I remember praying that her brother was going to come over soon, and that I would not be stuck with her alone, because like I said, we had absolutely nothing in common. To my relief, after taking off her shoes, she turned around and told me that her brother, Vuko, was in fact coming, but that he was not done eating his dinner. This isn't very relevant, but his parents basically starved him because he was fat. He only got 1 to 2 meals per day, which is why he was eating dinner so early in the evening. I said okay, and I nervously walked over to the main bedroom, which was used as a kind of base of operations whenever they came over. We sat on the bed and started talking about something. My memory is not great since it was so long ago, but I think she was complaining about how her mother had yelled at Vuka before they left, and that she just wanted to leave, and that's why she got to my place first and alone. In the span of about 15 minutes, we actually started to become real friends. She liked Legos, played some of the same games as me, and the conversation eventually became something or other about Minecraft. I remember I was shocked that she knew it. I never knew Meg played any games at all. I took my tablet from the bedside cabinet and started showing her my Minecraft Pocket World Edition. We were both sitting on the bed, looking down at my tablet. We were facing the huge doorway that leads into the living room. I vividly remember I was showing her a house I made in one of those big red mushroom trees. Just then, something ran across the floor of the living room. Something small, like one of those thin racing dogs in a running position. It's hard to explain, especially because it was only there for a second, but the dog I'm thinking of, I think in English it is called a greyhound, from what a quick Google search tells me. It was in a very specific position when I saw it, like it was right in the middle of sprinting. Its hind legs were kind of inside its front legs. I really hope that makes sense. I don't think I even flinched. I just accepted it as, yeah, it's that hallucination again. And in that split second, between the thing running across the room and me ignoring it, Meg's head jolted upwards. My stomach fucking sank. I looked at her in genuine horror. I was hoping it was just a coincidence. I was so fucking scared. To my despair, she asked me, Did you see that? My entire world felt like it came crumbling down. After years of weird shit happening in my house, and me just convincing myself into believing none of it was real, I finally had a witness. I was both relieved that she saw it, because it meant I wasn't crazy, and fucking petrified because that means something was actually there. Trying to rationalize it after absolutely losing my shit, I said maybe it was my cat. Before I could even think, yeah, it was just the cat. Meg pointed over to the smaller guest bed that was next to the one that we were sitting on. It was my cat, curled up in a ball, sleeping peacefully. In full honesty, I don't even remember the rest of the night, or the day after. I think we just convinced ourselves it was nothing, but that experience never left my mind. It scares the shit out of me, even today. I was convinced I was crazy, and I think I liked it that way, because that gave me a logical explanation for it. But that day, Meg saw it too. Whatever it was, I was not the only one seeing it. After that nightmare experience, nothing really happened. A year later, we moved into an apartment close to the general area of the last one. I again totally forgot about it all, and had not had anything as undeniably paranormal happen since the move. About 6 months after moving in, I was walking down our new hallway, a much shorter one, and despite the hallway overhang light not being on, it was almost entirely illuminated by our kitchen light and the light from my dad's room. I was walking down it to get to my room when I saw the fucker again, a dark, completely black, human-shaped thing. It ran at me like the first time. It was much darker than the rest of the hallway, just like the other times. The light that illuminated the hallway did not illuminate it at all, just like the first time I saw it. It was not the same one from the first encounter. It was a little shorter, still taller than me, but shorter than the first one, and the arms were not in a jogging motion, rather just kind of flailing around. Again, it passed right through me. I shat myself. I could not believe it. I speed walked into my room as the words, "They're back," flooded my mind, and repeated again and again and again and again. All of my thoughts were just drowned out by the repeating, "They're back, they're back, they're back, they're back," and I genuinely fell to the floor. I held my hands to the floor on my knees, just staring at it. It felt like my soul itself was trying to escape out of my back. The thoughts in my mind were just paranoia. I'm not implying that some ghoul put them in there, but I was so genuinely scared that I did not know how to stop thinking it. I don't think I've ever been that scared in my entire life. That was the last time I saw anything like that. It's been quite a few years, and I still live in the same apartment as that last story. There is one last story I've been meaning to share, but avoiding. I guess now is as good a time as any. In that same apartment as the first stories, the O-shaped one, I'm pretty sure I got possessed or at least had some kind of experience. It was really late. I was sleeping in the main bedroom with my dad, must have been about 10 years old at the time. My dad was very drunk that evening and just kind of passed out. I felt a deep discomfort that evening. If anybody reading this also had a drunken parent, then you know the kind I'm referring to. It's almost a feeling of shame and fear. That feeling was keeping me awake. I was laying on the left side of the bed, the side towards the bathroom in the first picture. It was very late. I could not sleep. Later, I found out it was around 2 a.m. at the time it started happening. I suddenly noticed a quiet voice in my head that's been raising in volume for a few minutes. Not like my inner monologue. It felt like it was coming from behind me, or at least from the back of my head. It did not sound like me. It did not sound like anybody, but I could feel what it was saying and its tone of voice. Again, it was not my inner monologue. I am 100% sure of this. I never heard the voice appear or start talking, not like any auditory hallucination that I've ever had later in life. For some explanation, those auditory hallucinations I had were very short, loud, and felt like they were being shouted into my ears. This was quiet. It was coming from somewhere that I could not pinpoint in the real world, and it lasted hours. Hours. At first I was very curious, and I tried to be very quiet so I could hear what it was saying. At first I thought it was my dad whispering or mumbling in his sleep, but I did not hear his signature gurgling noise that he makes when he was drunk and asleep. I also did not hear or feel any breathing or feel him move. For some reason, I felt like I should not turn around. My memory becomes foggy here, but I will give my best possible recounting. I have never recounted this story in full to anybody up until now. It's just been locked away in my head since it happened, so I might not be making a lot of sense. I tried my best to listen to the voice coming from the back of my head. It seemed to be very quiet. It slowly got louder over the course of a few minutes. It was telling me about some kind of massacre. I have never tried to track these stories it told me down, so I'm not sure if it's an actual, real occurrence or not. It told me about a rich, bourgeois family that lived in a small mansion, and how one of their maids became enraged because they treated her so poorly. The voice said that one day, she just could not take it anymore, and she grabbed an axe from some kind of small shed behind the house. I think this small shed was full of wood for some reason. The voice told me how she first killed the young daughter of the family in great detail. Way too much detail for a kid like me to be able to imagine. It told me that the daughter was sleeping when the maid attacked her, and that the first swing created a deep, almost canyon in her ribs. The voice told me she did not even scream, that she was in shock when she woke up. It told me how the maid kept bringing the axe down on her, and told me how the blood had splattered onto the ceiling. Just then, in my mind's eye, I saw a portrait. I'm not sure if this is a tradition anywhere else in the world, but here in Eastern Europe, when you are walking through your school, you will see large paintings and portraits of all of the students who have graduated before you. The very old portraits on those paintings look similar to this. It was in black and white and had some kind of oval frame around it. I did not purposefully imagine that. It just appeared in my mind. At that point I was shitting my pants. I tried to stop the voice from speaking and almost screaming in my head, but trying to change the subject and trying to imagine something else. This would work under any other circumstances, but it did not work this time. It seemed like my brain was being hijacked. I could control my thoughts, but that voice, I could not control it, because it was not my thoughts. It was something separate. I so clearly remember that it was something separate to my own being, like another person speaking inside my head. It went on to tell me how the maid killed the other cleaning ladies, the mother, who I distinctly remember had a very specific face. She almost looked like a cat. The father, who I distinctly remember had a mustache, and lastly, the youngest child, the young son of the parents. It told me the boy was only 10 years old, and it described all of their deaths in a lot of detail. How the mother was trying to call for help, and how the maid decapitated her with a few swings. How the young boy did not even understand what was going on. The voice told me how all of that happened in just one night. The whole time this was happening, I remember being frozen. I could look around. I remember very well that I could move, but I was too afraid to. I had grabbed my pillow, and I was pushing it against my head, trying to block out my ears. After each story, it told me about a person dying in that house. I saw another portrait show up in my mind's eye. I remember it clearly. It was just a black background and about 8 portraits. I don't remember each story anymore. It felt like the voice was telling me all of this in a very matter-of-fact way. Like it wasn't just trying to scare me. Like it was just telling me something. For a second, after finishing telling me all of this, it stopped. I felt very relieved. I remember vividly letting out a long exhale that felt like I used up every single bit of my air that I had in my lungs. I was just so happy that it was all over. I moved to lay on my back. I felt safe again. I saw my dad sleeping, just like he was when I first got into bed. I felt better, knowing I was not here alone. Then I felt that same feeling of dread again. That feeling felt like something terrible was coming, and I had no way of escaping it, like I was about to witness a natural disaster. I stared at the ceiling, too afraid to look around. I closed my eyes as soon as it started talking again. I remember thinking, no, please, not again, please, don't do this again, as the voice got louder and louder. At this point, I think I started crying. I turned to my dad, and I held his shirt with my hands. Despite being visited by some fuck-ass ghoul, I was still more scared of waking up my drunk dad and having him yell at me for being a moron. This time, it told me about some kind of bridge. I again saw it very clearly in my mind's eye, despite not wanting to, and doing everything in my power to override that picture. It was dark, very late at night. The bridge was made of what I think was concrete, with an asphalt road and concrete edges to act as railings. It had a few street lamps. One of them, the closest one that I saw, was a deeper orange than the rest, and it flickered sometimes. The voice told me how it was somehow related to the disappearances of people, how it almost ate the people that passed underneath it. I obviously was not in the mood to question the ominous demon voice that was telling me about the spooky lamp cryptid that eats people, but, of course, now I see how funny it is. At the time, though, I was terrified. It told me how people who pass under it at night and alone go missing, and how their families are forever left wondering what really happened to them, and it focused a lot on the despair that the families felt. I seem to distinctly remember that the voice described just how much of a terrible fate it is to lose your loved ones and never get closure as to what happened to them. I was looking at my dad and praying to God that I was just asleep and dreaming, even though I could see and feel my dad breathing right in front of me. The voice told me 4 stories in total, but I only remember these 2 stories. I turned around the position I was in when I first heard it. I became tired, and I did not care about the voice anymore. I just wanted it to stop. It had gone on for so long that it felt like it was never going to stop. I felt like I was stuck in an eternal loop of some podcaster talking. Suddenly, my dad woke up with a guttural noise. I jumped. It scared the shit out of me. After he just sat on the bed for a few minutes, my dad started walking into the living room, heading towards the kitchen. I realized that the voice seemed to be getting quieter. It did not stop suddenly, but it felt like it was getting farther away. I stood up, and I followed my dad like a baby duck. I don't know why I did this. I would usually be terrified of my dad if he is drunk and it is late, but I just felt like I needed to follow him. The voice stopped altogether by the time I got into the kitchen. The feeling was still there. My dad, still drunk, asked me why I was awake. We had a trip tomorrow. We were driving to Serbia with Vuko and Meg with us in our car. He berated me for still being awake. I remember him saying, "You're ruining your life and your dad's life just out of nowhere." I didn't care. I felt so happy that it was finally over. I stupidly tried to explain what just happened to my dad, but he immediately brushed it off as just a nightmare. I kept talking about it while we were in the kitchen and all the way back to the room that we were sleeping in, where he told me, "Just be quiet. My head hurts. You had a bad dream, that's all. You can play something on the TV. Just put the volume down and go to bed." I did play something on the TV. Some video related to that show, Gravity Falls, as it was my favorite cartoon as a kid. I got into bed. I remember my dad already snoring. He hugged me for a second and told me I'm fine and just had a bad dream. The feeling was slowly going away and being replaced by fear, confusion, and a general feeling of, what in the shit just happened? I was lying in bed, eyes glued to the TV, and I eventually fell asleep. I don't know how I fell asleep. I just passed out eventually. Considering that the time on the TV, smart TV, so there was a clock in the home menu, read some time at 4 AM, and that I was awake, being tormented by this voice for minimum an hour. I think I started hearing it around 1 to 2 AM. I got into bed at midnight, if I remember correctly, so this is not too weird. The next day when we woke up, we finished packing and piled into our car. My friends and their parents came to the street corner where we were parked and waiting. The parents said bye to their kids. We all piled into the back seats, with my dad in the driver's seat. About 15 minutes into the trip, I told them about what happened. My friend Vuko said, "No way. There's no way that happened. You're lying." And for some reason, I remember laughing in that moment. I was not lying at all, but for some reason I smiled after he implied that I was. I can't really explain this reaction of mine. I was still very scared after what happened, but in that moment, something just felt different, like I was not allowed to tell him. That's the story. Nothing like that ever happened again. I never heard that voice ever again. I don't know if I was having some kind of schizophrenic episode, or if some stupid ghost of a man-eating streetlight actually was whispering sweet nothings into my ear, but it happened. It wasn't sleep paralysis, it wasn't a dream. I know for a fact that it happened. On the more schizo side of things, we live right next to an old sanatorium and military hospital. I actually did not know it was also used as a sanatorium until I started writing this, and tried to find a link to post about here. So maybe some lamppost-obsessed poor bastard's ghost decided to come and torment a little boy after being bored of haunting his psych ward. The entire place was knocked down after we moved out of that apartment. I don't know what it's used for, as I don't pass by it as often. I used to pass it every day. It was pretty spoopy shit. Sometimes you would smell death through the fence, although that was probably just dead rats. The windows and buildings were all in pristine condition, despite being very obviously abandoned. You saw the flashlights of the 2 security guards walking around sometimes. My first thought after that experience was to search up if anybody had died in that apartment. Surprise, surprise, I did not find anything at all. But that hospital and sanatorium were right next to us. Just like my last stories, I'm not saying I had some kind of 100% undeniably paranormal experience, but I'm saying it stuck with me and freaked me out. I don't have any strong opinions on what it was. I just hope it never happens again. I found this link about the hospital if anybody is interested. There doesn't seem to be a lot of information online in English, to be expected, but that is the hospital and sanatorium that I was referring to. This is the Hungarian Wikipedia page for it. The photos in the gallery are from inside the sanatorium and general hospital. I know people have been talking about the Miami Mall alien event recently, and won't shut the fuck up about it, but I wanted to write my own experience here. Believe it or don't believe it, I don't really care, but I need to vent and get it off of my chest, because it is still fucking with me over a year later. Be me. I was at the Bayside Marketplace on the 1st of January 2024 in Miami. I was just relaxing and shopping and shit. I needed to pick up a pair of new sneakers for practice. I basically had nothing to do all day, so I was not in a rush. I want to say I spent maybe about an hour just walking around before anything at all happened. Then, out of nowhere, I started to get this weird feeling. It was like every movement that I made started to feel sluggish. Raising and moving my arms, walking my legs, all of that stuff seemed to take twice the amount of effort as before. It seemed to take twice as long too. I started to feel dizzy from it and started walking over to a bench nearby. I swear, it took me multiple minutes to get there when the thing was almost right next to me, but I checked my phone and maybe only a minute or so had passed between me feeling weird and then sitting down. It was like time had slowed down or something. Everyone in the mall was moving much slower too. Parents walking with kids, groups of teenagers messing around. They were all moving in like 0.5x speed or something. I sat there for what felt like 20 minutes, catching my breath, but only 5 had passed in reality. I felt dizzier and more nauseous with each passing second. The people were just walking by as happy as can be. It's weird though, because when I looked at them, I could see these weird, I don't know, distortions in the air. Like when someone is underwater and you don't see a true image. Legs can appear shorter, arms can appear shorter and change, etc. It was like this. The proportions of people seemed to change ever so slightly. Doorways that they walked through seemed to enlarge and shrink as people passed by them. I just chalked it up to feeling dizzy though. And then, in what seemed like a split second, everything just changed. I felt whiplash on my body, like I had just driven really fast and came to an immediate halt. I felt myself short of breath. Then there was ringing in my ears. But time had seemed to start moving at regular speed again. My movements didn't seem so sluggish or difficult to make anymore. As soon as the ringing stopped, all I could hear were screams, the sound of shoes and boots hitting the ground, the sounds of people hitting the floor. I was still sat down, staring at one of the stores in front of me. It had a big glass window, and I saw the glass rippling, I guess, like how water ripples. The window was rippling and enlarging and shrinking and almost swaying. It did this for maybe 10 or 20 seconds, and then, pop. Out of nowhere it just shatters and sends shards flying in all directions. That is when I caught the first glimpse of the thing. The second that window shattered, it flickered briefly in place and then disappeared again. I barely got a good look at it. The only thing I knew from that brief flicker is that this thing was huge. I heard an explosion like some fireworks had just been set off and a bunch more screaming. And then I saw the thing flicker again. Closer now. It was facing toward me when I saw it. And then, when I saw it again, it was standing over me. Time seemed to slow down again in that instant. It was not flickering anymore. The thing was fully visible to me, but it hurt to look at. It felt like I was staring at the sun, like I just wanted to look away. I had to squint my eyes in order for them to not burn. It was just this 10-foot mass, completely incomprehensible. It was slender and yet bulky at the same time. It was unnaturally pale and was humanoid in shape, but none of the proportions made sense. It had deep markings in its skin that looked like some kind of symbols, letters or something maybe. It had an arm outstretched, with its long fingers pointed at me. I immediately felt like I was in some kind of a trance, that I was rooted to the spot and could not move. My brain kept telling me, over and over, just do what it says, just obey it. I could not think about anything else. I wanted to think of my family, to think about going home, but that was the only thought that I could have. Just obey. I could feel blood dripping from my nose, but I can't move my hand to wipe it away. I can hear a voice in my head. What I think was a voice anyway. It was not saying anything that I could understand. It was just this deep vibration, almost like a humming. I could feel my legs moving without me telling them to. I could feel myself walking and hobbling along. I was moving closer to the thing. Every single movement I was making I was completely conscious of, but I could not stop or change these movements. 1 second I am walking, and the next second I am standing over someone, another human. And the next second, my hands are around their throat. They are bleeding too, but from their eyes. I can only see the whites because the eyes are rolled back. They are just squirming and making these awful gurgling noises, and I am choking them to death. And I am trying so hard, but I can't pull my fucking hands away. And the next second, they are not squirming anymore. The creature is over me again, and is saying or humming things in my head. It's holding its hand out towards me again, but this time, everything just goes completely white. When I woke up again, I was back in my bed at home. But it was the day before for some reason. The date was December 31st, 2023. I could not fucking believe it. Everything felt so real. I just dismissed it, and I went about my business as usual. I never went to the mall again. I just ordered my shit online to save myself the hassle, and I just lived my life. I was 20 years old when this happened. I am 41 years old now, or rather, I fucking should be. That does not make sense at all, but let me explain. I went about my life, I went to work, I went to practice, all the usual stuff. Things were a little off. Never enough to really pull away the veil fully, but always enough to make me think, wait, what the fuck? My father was in jail. He got life in prison for gangbanging when I was just a boy. But now he was at home. He never went to jail. I asked countless times about it, but no one had any clue what I was talking about. My sister's birthday, I could have sworn, was always the 14th of February. I would always tease her and make jokes about it, but her birthday was now in July. I remember I went to this cake shop and got a personalized message. Just something really fucking dumb that I can't remember. Some dumb meme or some shit. She saw it and she laughed but was like, "Why did you get me this?" And when she explained, she looked at me like I was an alien. Just small discrepancies like that. Stuff that my brain could write off and explain away. But as I got older, these discrepancies would become more blatant. People would just seemingly disappear from existence. One of my good friends from high school, he stopped showing up at hangouts. I could not get a hold of him on the phone, and texts would not go through. None of my friends remembered him. They told me I had just made some guy up. But then, in the next breath, they would make an inside joke that the missing friend had come up with. And when I pressed them on the joke, when I asked who came up with the joke and how did it start, they could not tell me. Their only explanation was just, "Oh, I don't know, we've just always said it." It was like he was cut out from existence, but just his person. Anything he said or touched or altered still existed. This began to happen more and more often, to people I was close to, and also people who were barely a footnote in my life. Some people, it seemed like they had complete personality transplants. They would act one way, and then the next day would show up like an imposter. They would be speaking with different accents, becoming offended at things they used to find funny. They would just say things really out of place to me. And after around 20 years, when I was 40 years old, things finally culminated. I was driving home from a long shift at work. I was really tired, and it felt like I was going to fall asleep before I made it back home. I could feel my eyes drifting every now and then. I could not stop though. I promised my wife I would be home on time. We had just recently had a second kid, and she was really struggling. The only thing truly keeping me from falling asleep at the wheel were these intermittent flashes of light. They were almost blinding, and were coming somewhere from above, off to the left of me. Just every 5 minutes or so, just boom. Completely bathed in bright light. I'm surprised I did not fucking crash. But then I saw some kind of silhouette in the sky. I thought it was a plane or a jet or something. I saw it fly right past, but it was obviously way off in the distance. And just as I was rounding one of the last corners to get home, I saw the flash again. But the flash was not on me this time. It was coming from my street. When I pulled up, I could not see anything. I unlocked the door and said I was home, but I did not hear the usual sounds of tiny footsteps running towards me. My wife did not say a word. I was worried she was mad at me. I got up to the bedroom and flicked the light on. No one was in there. I searched every single room in the house and just nothing. The only thing I could find on the bed were clothes. They looked like they had been worn, and I saw piles of dust in them. I don't know how else to describe it. I panicked and ran to my neighbor's door to ask where they were and if he had seen anything. I was going kinda crazy and was banging with a lot of force. I banged so hard, his door swung ajar. I'm strong, but not that strong. It must have been left unlocked. I stepped in and called his name, but I did not get an answer. I knew he was not at work. There was no sign of him in the house. There was no sign of anyone on that entire street. I checked every single last fucking one, and not a soul. Every door was unlocked. Every room had some of that dust. I just broke down fucking crying in the middle of that street, until I got hit with that light again. But it did not stop this time. It was not just a flash. When I came to again, I was in some kind of military getup. I was on a battlefield somewhere. We were firing at more of those things, but they kept disappearing and reappearing. I would watch as other people would shoot at them, and then their heads would just pop, and they would go limp, and then it was my turn, and then everything went white again. But I felt it. I felt and heard that fucking pop. It hurt more than anything I've ever felt in my life. Even though it should not have been possible, because I would have been dead. I felt parts of my brain slop against the side of my head. I felt something trickling out. I felt how deflated my head was, and felt the wind passing through it. It was horrible. I suffered like that for a while. I must have lived 100 or so lives, all involving that fucking thing in some way or another. One time, I woke up in a hospital room with them operating on me. Another time, I woke up in a prison courtyard being put to work, working with some weird materials I had never seen before. The thing that I saw most often was some kind of military conflict. Sometimes I would wake up just in time to see the mushroom clouds and the world start to fall. Other times I would be on a battlefield, fighting Russians or Mexicans most commonly, weirdly enough. And those things would always appear, like they had planned all of it. And eventually, I woke up back in that mall in a puddle of sweat. By then, the screaming had stopped. There was a pool of blood by my head. I think it came from my ear. Some people in black gear, I think military-style stuff, spotted me. They gave me some kind of pill and loaded me onto a stretcher. They told me everything would be okay and that everything was handled. Everything after that just felt like a fever dream. I got sent to the hospital and got charged so much I was praying I would wake up again. I barraged the doctors with questions, but they had an explanation for everything. That I had passed out when the fireworks went off. That I passed out from fright and had some kind of anxiety response or something. That everything I saw and experienced was just a dream. That the brain can make up new worlds and realities to comfort us and protect us from harm. Bull fucking shit. None of those dreams were comforting. That is about the extent of what happened to me. I did not get the chance to see any kind of aftermath or ask anyone important any questions. I am not an insider or in the know or anything, and didn't just manage to happen upon some documents that explained everything to me. I still wonder sometimes if what I saw was real, if the life I lived was the real one, and this is the fake one. I don't know if those dreams were the future, or a different reality, or something else. I have way more questions than answers. This happened a hella long time ago, but it still creeps me out to this day. Be me, I was 12 years old at the time this happened. I was walking with a group of about 5 or so friends. We decided to go to the shops, so we walked through the shortcut that connects the western area of my town to the town center. We start to approach the town center. We are just about to cross over the train tracks. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, I see this kid who can't be any more than 7 years old to the right of us, about 30 meters away. He is dressed in full red attire, red polo shirt, red cargo type shorts, red sneakers. He has dirty blonde hair with a smug look on his face. I mention to my friends about this kid and tell them to look, but no one else can see him besides me and this Aboriginal / Torres Strait Islander guy that we are with. One of my friends was colorblind, so I don't know if that affected his perception. Another was in a big rush to get over to the shops because he was hungry, and another dude was on the phone from what I recall. Suddenly, this kid starts waving frantically, like he is waving goodbye to someone, which is befitting considering we were right near a railway and an abandoned train station. I ask my friends again if they can see him. They still say no, besides the one other guy I mentioned who could see him. Suddenly, after about 10 to 15 seconds of waving, this kid does a 180 and run towards the train station at full speed. And I am not talking a fast-paced walk. This kid fucking sprinted like he was running away from something. I chase after him, as he seems in trouble or is leading us somewhere. The Aboriginal guy follows my lead, and the rest follow reluctantly, whilst bemoaning that the two of us are just joking around about this kid running toward the train station. The kid runs into this little alcove that is at level with the railway underneath the train station. As we get in there, we see that he has completely disappeared. This was in the middle of the day, so we could see just about everything inside this alcove. We start to think we hallucinated the whole thing. The Aboriginal guy crawls into this opening and notices a ladder leading up into this abandoned train station. The train station at the time was bolted and locked up due to it being marked for demolition, so we assume this was the only way to get in there. We all crawl in and one by one go up the ladder. Once we are all inside, we look around and try to see if the kid could have gotten out any other way. But everything is bolted shut. There is no other damage to the building, so there is no other crawl spaces to escape from. We start calling out to the kid, shouting names of kids that we knew from school that we thought resembled him. My other friends are starting to doubt me. Even the Aboriginal guy is starting to doubt what he saw. We all leave. Fast forward about 12 years, I am now 24 years of age. I am taking the rubbish bin outside and for some odd reason, this experience pops back into my head. I look out to the curb where I am about to drop off the bin for garbage collection. This fucking kid, same red clothes, same look, has not aged a day, is standing on the opposite side of the road, just waving at me. I've got a few stories to share, but I'm at work and on my cell phone, so I will give you the gist of some. I grew up on a small secluded street, smack dab in the middle of 3 cities. All of the original houses were hand-built by their original owners in the 1940s or 1950s. My house was number 1. My grandparents were next door, and next door to them was my best friend's place. My best friend's house was built by my grandfather, a German immigrant, and his friend, a high-ranking ex-Luftwaffe officer in hiding. We just knew him as Mr. Werner, but that was not his real name. But I digress. It is winter time, around the year 2002. Myself and my friend were riding our bicycles during a snowstorm, because why not? We are riding past Werner's old house. My friend's parents must be doing laundry, because steam is coming from a dryer vent. The steam and snow start mixing in the wind. It takes the form of an old man, wearing what looks like a southwester hat. He is just standing there, staring at me. I promptly fall off of my bike, and the guy is gone. Some years later, my friend's parents are renovating/landscaping. They dig up a concrete walkway around the edge of the house, which borders my grandparents' place. They find bones mixed in with the concrete. My grandfather helped to build the house, so he must know what the fuck this is. My friend and I go to him. We talk to him and say, "Granddad, why are there bones in the concrete?" He just laughs at us and says, "There aren't any bones in there." And that was the end of it. My friend's brother found the box of bones and threw it in the trash because he thought it was garbage. Here's another story. I am around 8 years old this time. It's a stressful time in my life. My parents were divorcing. I was molested by my aunt. Anyways, I would frequently hear this groaning sound from the crawl space/attic in our house. It was only late at night, and I was the only one who ever heard it apparently. It freaked me out, so I would go and sleep in my mom's bed. I woke up around 2 to 3 a.m. in my mom's bed, except I was not in my mom's bed. I was floating about 5 feet above it. When I finally realized what was happening, I fell and bounced on the bed. My mom woke up and cursed me out for jumping on the bed. I tried to explain to her what the fuck just took place, but she was not having any of it. I brought this up with her last year, and she did not remember it. And one last story. This is around the same time frame as the last story. I am between 7 and 8 years old. I wake up at around 1 a.m. in my room. I get out of bed, open my door, take a left, and walk down a set of stairs, take another left, and stand at the top of another set of stairs. Don't ask me why. At the bottom of these stairs is 2 doors. One on the right wall, leading to a rec room. The other at the bottom of the stairs, which leads to our back door. I just stand at the top of these stairs for what feels like 30 seconds. The door on the right slowly opens. A light shines through the door and fills the area. An arm slowly protrudes from the doorway and beckons me to come closer. I think the most unsettling part of this is what the arm looked like. Imagine the wooden marionettes from the Robax commercials. I stand there for what feels like 15 minutes, watching this thing wave me over. I feel kind of nervous, but I am more confused or mesmerized than anything. I hear a noise from the hallway above where the bedrooms are. My mom asks me what the fuck I am doing up by myself at 7 in the morning. I look back down at the stairs. Nothing is there, and the door is closed. I used to work for the owner of a couple of Miami strip clubs from 2006 to 2012. Work for is the wrong word. He was like my father. He was a friend of my father's, and when my father went to prison, he took me under his wing. I was initially just doing yard work in his house after a hurricane, but soon after I got my license, I was driving strippers to and from work, driving my boss around Miami, and occasionally accompanying him to drug deals. Toward 2009, I was my boss's assistant, helping him with his strip clubs, and he started promoting regular nightclubs too. My mom did not approve, but she did not work, and I was bringing money into the house. This went on for a few years. It was chill. I started selling drugs myself. I was banging strippers on a regular basis. I was living life. I had dropped out of high school, but was making more money than everyone I knew. This was around 2010. I drove an M3. I knew promoters and different celebs and their agents. When Mayweather's people called my boss's people, I was oftentimes answering that call and making the appropriate arrangements to accommodate him. I was the shit until 2012. In the year 2012, my boss says he needs me to do something different for a few months. If you don't know about Miami, the western edge is the fucking Everglades. It's the end of civilization as I knew it at the time. There is a large city called Homestead, about 30 miles south of Miami. A decent portion of it is fucking ghetto, but a decent portion is farmland, obviously surrounded by the Everglades. My boss had a brother he always mentioned that was in, you guessed it, prison. He was about to be released, but was going to be living in a halfway home near the Redland. For the next few months, I would be basically providing security for his brother. I asked my boss if his brother was a snitch and needed protection, because I was not down for that shit. He said no. He just wanted someone to keep an eye on his brother. There were all sorts of legal bullshit my boss had to deal with, but basically, he was able to convince the folks running the home to allow me to be on the premises from midnight until 6 a.m. and keep an eye out. Really, all I was doing was hanging out in my car from midnight till 6 and collecting a few $1,000s a week for my task. Pretty chill, right? Just a disclaimer, I do not do drugs and alcohol. Drugs destroyed my mother and father, and I was always about staying 10 toes down. So basically, I would never get caught on drugs by anyone trying to do harm to me. So when I first started seeing the shit, I knew something was wrong. I heard a stone hit the back of my car and got out and see a dark figure near the front of my house. I yelled my boss's brother's Cuban-ass name, Yasiel or some shit. It just started walking toward the side of the home, which was wooded. I contacted the security officer at the halfway home, and the two of us went around to look for the figure. They did a head count inside the home, and everyone was there. We could not find anything, and I walked back to my car. When I got to my car, I literally shit myself. In my driver's seat, there were 3 dead chickens and a fuck ton of blood. My instinct told me to call the police, but I called the security officer instead. When he came by, he told me that I should probably burn my car and get a new one, and we began to check around the property once again. We spent the rest of the night walking around, making sure no bullshit went on. 6 a.m. came, and I went back to my car, drove to the ghetto with a security officer in his car, bought towels, put them in my seat so I did not get soaked in blood, and went to a car detailing place. I told my boss all of this later that day when I went to lunch at the strip. A few days later, I saw the same figure, this time walking in front of my car, and began to drive toward it. That's a nice way of saying it. Having spent $500 and dealing with police officers and explaining to them why there was a fuck ton of blood on my seat, I wanted to hit this bastard with my car. As I got close, it disappeared. At this moment, I knew I would quit after tonight, but it got worse. As I reversed back into the compound, I saw all the lights go on inside the house and the guards leaving the front, yelling. I drove up to the house and asked what was going on. We are missing 2 in the head count. Your boy is one of them. They just got out. We saw them 5 minutes ago. The protocol is to contact police and stay in the home in order to secure the other folks there. I did not have to follow this protocol, so I grabbed my Glock and started looking around the backyard of the halfway home. I saw where they escaped from. They had smashed a window and just jumped out like that. One of them must have had a bit of glass on them, since I could see a little trail going toward the Everglades where they ran toward. I walked to the edge of the backyard and saw the figure again. This time, I could make out its features. It was terrifying. It was like a man painted in all black with the sharpest pair of red eyes I ever saw. It looked at me like it wanted me. At this moment, even in the darkness of the Florida Everglades, I could see his features. It was naked and had pointy ears. It was bald. His skin was not black. It looked like mud when I focused in more. I then just noped the fuck out of there and went inside the home. Inside, in my boss's brother's room, was an altar. A Centauria one. He had a dead crow and some cigars and some beads and shit. I did not know too much about what the fuck I was looking at. When I went back to my car, again, in the driver's seat, was a headless chicken bleeding all over my seat. I just sat on the blood and drove with the dead chicken in my car and went home. I had a falling out with my boss afterward. He blamed me for his brother's escape. His brother was never found, but the guy he escaped with was apprehended. I don't know what he had to say, but I don't care, quite frankly. I moved out of state soon after finding out I was under investigation, along with my boss and some co-workers, for various offenses, including the incidents at the halfway house where they thought I aided their escape. I cannot sleep anymore either. I've been on a decent dose of Xanax and Valium the past few years. I keep having nightmares about that night, but it's not just a scary dream. It's like the man is there, in my brain, making sure I stay awake to see his face. I was looking out of my bedroom window late one summer night at the stars. I noticed an oddly colored flashing star that was 100% moving. If you've ever seen a ping pong ball held up suspended by an airflow, that was the type of movement. I would say bubbling is a good description. This had me weirded out, so I pull out my phone and start recording it. Maybe 10 seconds later, the most terrifying thing I have ever seen happens. A fucking beam of white light, cylindrical and bright, not as much as a helicopter spot search, but a high-power flashlight, appears in my neighbor's backyard, like a literal beam from heaven, maybe 8 feet in diameter, and from the blackness of space, as far up as I could see. No source or anything visible. The light is first pointing in the center of their backyard, which is maybe 45 feet away from my face. My window is on side of the house at the rear. Then it starts frantically moving around, as if it was searching for something. I felt this in my whole body immediately. I was like, it's looking for me. My stomach is on the floor. Then it moves up the side yard, towards the front of the house. It's still in the neighbor's property, but now only 20 feet away from where I'm standing. It then diverted onto the side of their house, and scanned up the wall to a window. It went directly across from me, 15 to 20 feet. I slammed my window down closed, shut the blackout curtains, and quickly left my room and went to a bathroom in the center of the house with no window visible. This was so fucking terrifying and world-changing that I cannot express it with words. It 100% happened, and I felt it in my bones and everything. I had this feeling that it was a warning or something, like, do not film or bring attention to me/us. It had to know that it wasn't my window and was trying to frighten me. If it detected me filming with a phone from a star that is not our sun position in the sky, far as hell, it 100% knew exactly where I was. The neighbor's window would not have even had a vantage point due to how it was positioned. I was viewing it 45 degrees over the 2-story house, so the neighbor in that window direct facing my window could not physically see it or where it was. That and the gut feeling that I mentioned are why I feel it was warning or intentionally scaring the life out of me. It put on a "we are searching for you" show right in front of me, intentionally to dissuade me from giving it focused attention, filming. It worked too, if that's the actual case. I still have not scanned the night sky since then, and that was 2 to 3 years ago, and I used to really look up at night for stuff a lot. Be me. I am a 16-year-old dude at the time this happened. I am 1/4 Japanese. I moved to Japan to live with my aunt, uncle, and cousins. Details will derail, sorry. She lives in a rural seaside town, about an hour or 2 outside of Sapporo. The house faces a forest and mountains. There is an ocean right behind it. There are also some train tracks between the backyard and ocean, but the train fell into the ocean or something a few years back, and it has been defunct since. My aunt and uncle, who I will call Rieko and Noriaki, have pretty much lived their lives in this town. My cousins are both girls, twins, and a few months younger than me. I will call them Yuiko and Aya. Noriaki is superstitious, mostly because his parents were too. He loves to tell stories about yokai, whether they happened to him or someone he knew, They are all really entertaining. Rieko does not seem to believe it as strongly as he does. She is my dad's sister. Our family was not ever superstitious. Everything goes pretty well for the first few weeks. Aya and Yuiko introduced me to their friend, Fumika, and we hit it off pretty well. I find out that she is just as, if not more, superstitious than Noriaki. Combine that with teenage fearlessness, and she wants to find these things. I don't believe in these things, yet, but whatever. She doesn't strike me as crazy. It's been about a month since moving. I am now pretty comfortable there. I like taking walks, so on days off school, I take walks in the forest and mountains to relax. One day, I am just walking as usual. I suddenly hear a giant fucking scream out of nowhere. It sounds exactly like someone being murdered. This is Japan, so I can't just brush it off as mountain lions. There is a different scream from the same direction, deep in the forest. I yell into the forest, "Who's there?" It is totally silent, nothing but my voice echoing. Something about the echo of my voice feels wrong. It's delayed and does not sound quite like me. There is another scream. This time, it's closer. Fuck it. I am not staying around for this bullshit. I turn around and book it back home. Normally, it's about a half hour to get to where I was. I walk pretty slow. At my speed, I make it home in about 5 minutes. Noriaki is waiting for me at the door. He does not seem to even be surprised that I obviously sprinted home. He gets me some water and sits me down at the table. It's harmless, don't worry. What? How'd you know about that? I ask. I could hear it, he said. Yamabiko are loud, but they are not dangerous. Yamabiko? He goes on to tell me all about Yamabiko, and how they echo back people's voices and can mimic any sounds that they hear, like really, really loud parrots, but they look like weird dogs. He seems happy to tell me about them, but suddenly he gets really serious. You're lucky that's all you ran into, Anon. There is much worse up there. Fuck, no more walks? Let me come with you next time, just in case you run into those. I kinda like being alone, but Noriaki was cool enough, so I agreed. We don't bring it up in front of Rieko or my cousins, because they still think it's a bunch of folk stories. I'm not exactly convinced either, but I take Noriaki a bit more seriously. This happened about 2 weeks after the Yamabiko incident. I am still walking. Noriaki is good company. I heard some out-of-the-ordinary stuff, but nothing of any note. I told Fumika the story, and she got excited. She wanted to go to the forest near my house. Okay, why not? We planned to meet up a few days later. Aya decides to tag along too. I kinda feel bad breaking my promise to Noriaki, but Fumika is cute, and my desire to get laid later outweighs Noriaki. Sorry, man. She shows up, and I make up something about how we're going to the store or something. Rieko is okay with it. Noriaki is a little suspicious, but in hindsight, he might have been nervous. We walk down the street until we are out of their sight. Then we duck into the forest. The cloudy day plus the tree cover makes the forest darker than usual. Aya already looks properly spooked by the atmosphere, but Fumika is just fucking fearless. We keep on walking for a while, but find nothing. I am getting jittery. Aya looks like she's about to piss herself, and even Fumika seems uneasy. At this rate, we will just get lost, so we decide to head back down. Thunderclap. We start moving faster, but the forest is getting darker. It starts to rain. We take shelter under a good-sized tree. I have no idea how long we were out there for. We thought someone might come looking for us. Actually, we kind of hoped there would. Somewhere between the trees, I see a light. It keeps bobbing back and forth, weaving through the trees. All 3 of us keep watching the light. Aya says it's probably someone else on the mountain that could maybe help us. I am not exactly sure what she means at first, but she probably thought it was a flashlight. Aya stands up and calls to them for help. It seems to point in our direction and starts moving towards us, keeping up that bobbing motion. It gets closer and closer, but we still cannot even see an outline of the person who might be holding it. As it moved towards us, I can't help but think how wrong this felt. Why didn't the person answer us? And it wasn't even that dark, so why have a flashlight? Something tells me to look to my left, and I see another one of these things bobbing around, and then another. It's farther off, but it's getting closer. What the actual fuck? Fumika looks really scared now. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning lights up the forest. Just the shadow of the trees. Wait, just the trees. Nobody is holding the fucking lights. I try to tell Aya and Fumika, but the words will not come out. As the light keeps getting closer, I notice it's blue, not like a flashlight, and it's flickering. I keep trying to tell Aya. Fumika is paralyzed. She had probably already noticed. I keep on shitting myself, uselessly. Suddenly, we hear someone yelling in the distance, getting closer, fast. Someone is crashing through the forest, looking for us. I recognize the voice. It's motherfucking Noriaki. He comes into view and sees the light, and starts to really freak out. We sprint towards him, and I pass one of the lights. From what I could see, it was a ball of blue fire, a little bit bigger than my fist. We get the hell out of the forest as fast as we can and get inside. Status: I nearly actually shit myself. Aya has pissed herself, and Fumika is ghostly pale. Noriaki tells Aya to take a shower, and when she leaves the room, he gives a cold stare to Fumika and I. I am thinking he is about to blow a fucking fuse, but instead, he just sighs. I ask how he knew we were in the forest. He said he didn't. He just felt something wrong and rushed off to the forest. He saw us surrounded by these fire wisps. That is when we saw him too. He calls the fire Onibi, which is identical to a will-o'-the-wisp. It's like a paranormal fire created from a dead animal or a person's spirit. It can also be created from strong, raw malice. It is said to lure people away and consume their life force, leaving nothing but a dead husk behind. Apparently, they trap the life force inside of them, basically imprisoning your soul for eternity. The Yamabika was not really that much to spook me, but Jesus Christ, this scared the shit out of me, and Noriaki knows it. He warns me about the forest again. I listen this time, because now I know what he meant before when he said there was worse in the forest. He continues about how people get lost in the forest and never came back when he was a kid. He goes on until Aya finishes her shower. I hear him tell her later that day that it was just a natural phenomena caused by lightning electrifying some gas in the air, but he knows it's bullshit. Fumika goes home when the rain lets up some, but it keeps on raining all day and night. I cannot sleep well that night. I swear, I see blue glows at the edge of the forest. This one haunts me to this day, because I can't stop thinking about how we'd fallen right into their trap, and how easily they could have killed us. The rest of that spring and summer pass uneventfully. With all of our free time in the summer break, you'd think we would find something, but nah. Again, very small, insignificant events that were probably something that was not yokai. One day in the fall, Noriaki takes Aya, Yuiko, and I to his family grave. We pray, keep it clean, etc. We notice something off to the side. It's a woman, really pale and dressed in white. Not quite out of place enough to set off any major alarms, still human. Noriaki notices. He whispers not to stare. I stop staring. No red flags yet, because I figured he was trying not to be rude. Yet. We finish, but I can still see the woman. She has not moved an inch. Okay, maybe she's just busy. Our car is the only one. Okay, maybe she walked. I start seeing her out of the corner of my eye as we go home. It's definitely a yokai. I try to tell Noriaki about it. Rieko overhears. She goes rigid and leaves the room. I have no clue what that was about. I assume I saw a ghost. I just check in with Noriaki to make sure it doesn't want to kick my ass. He doesn't know. So that night I try to sleep, knowing that there is a ghost following us around that may or may not want to kill us all. Guess what? I can't sleep. I try to make myself forget about it by watching some YouTube. It's kind of weird to listen to English again after speaking Japanese this entire time. I eventually fall asleep. The next day, I have school. One of my cousins asked Rieko if she was in her room last night. Rieko looks confused. No, I wasn't. I thought I saw you come in." Rieko tells her it was a dream, but I am silently shitting myself. Not only is there a ghost that might want me dead following us around, but it's gotten into our house. Great. I asked Fumika for a hand. Her yokai obsession has gone away because of the Onibe, but she still knows her stuff. After an intense questioning session, she decides it's a non-violent ghost that got attached to us because we paid attention to it. Fumika agrees to come over and see if she can do anything about it, but says there is not much. Fumika shows up the next day. Nothing especially spooky happened that day, just the usual of seeing it out of the corner of my eye. She instantly says she can feel it. She goes around the house for a while trying to make something happen, but nothing does. Looks kind of sad about it, but I really wasn't all for running into spooky ghosts right now. Later that night, still hard to sleep because, again, spooky ghost. I am trying to do so when I suddenly feel a wave of sadness come over me. Not actually sad, but more like being next to a friend who is really sad. My stomach turns. I am really afraid to open up my eyes, but I do so anyways. At the end of my room is the same woman from the graveyard. She doesn't look like she wants to hurt me or anything. She doesn't look scary at all, just sad. Fuck. I'd probably say she was even kinda cute, if it wasn't for the being dead part. I work up the courage to ask what she wants. She just shakes her head and comes closer. Okay, now this is getting weird. She puts a hand on my head. She says something about her son. I am thinking that this ghost is going to drag me off, thinking I'm her son. She takes a hand off my head. She is gone. Never see her again after that. This next part takes place in mid-autumn. Fumika and I are hanging out without Yuika or Aya sometimes. It's a slow day, so I decide to head over to her place, which I can ride my bike to. It's an old house, up on the side of the mountains, so I usually walk my bike up because it's a bitch to pedal up there, even though it's not that far up, still in civilization. Since it's on the mountain, it is surrounded by forest. I get to her house. She seems happy to see me. Her parents say hi to me. I know they like me. I just play some video with her for a while, and time passes really quickly. I need to shit. I excuse myself and go to the bathroom. It might be an old house, but it's obviously been updated to be a little more modern. I notice it's getting dark out. It's not that odd since it's autumn. The sun sets at like 7 here, even in the summer. That still means I've been here for a few hours though. Through the tiny toilet window, I see a dog or something moving through the trees. I just assume it's someone's dog they let off the leash. I shit, wash, and go back downstairs. Go back to Vidya. There are big sliding doors in the living room, so I can see the tree line well. I keep feeling like I see something moving in the tree line, but every time I try to look at it, it stops. Whatever. Kick Fumika's ass in Street Fighter 4. I turn to her to be a smug bastard about it. She is staring at the tree line. I ask why. I thought I saw a dog out there. I saw one earlier. It's probably one of your neighbors. None of her neighbors have any dogs. In that case, it's probably a stray. We did have a classmate who lost his dog, so maybe that was it. We open up the sliding door and call to the dog. I can still see the shape moving around in the tree line. It seems to be closer, and we can see it better. It's definitely a dog, but it does not come. Go back inside, after trying and failing. By this time, I am almost ready to leave. I check outside again. The fucking dog is sitting in a tree like it's the most normal thing. As far as I remember, dogs aren't known for their ability to climb trees. I point it out to Fumika, and she looks over. The dog thing seems to get a little bigger and jumps out of the tree. It glides to the ground. The reason it looks bigger is because this thing, it has wings. Yeah, fuck that. I tell Fumika I'm going to go home. She tells me not to leave the house and calls for her dad, tells him about the dog. He leaves the room and comes back with a baseball bat and a little notebook. He goes outside, starts yelling at the dog, didn't really catch most of it. The dog runs off into the forest. Fumika says it's okay for me to leave now. I ask her what that was. She says it's a hino, but her dad says it's not. The only Hainu I've heard of has been dead for hundreds of years, he said. Instead, he thinks it's a kitsune or other shape-shifting yokai that likes to take the form of Hainu. Apparently, it's been around the house for a few years, but never hurt anyone, just really likes to mess with them. I don't really care what it is. I just go home as fast as I can. Thankfully, no winged dogs. This one still freaks me the fuck out. This is one of the scarier things that happened to me. The only abnormal thing that happened during the winter was how much it fucking snows in Hokkaido. Nothing really happens during spring, except Fumika starts coming on to me. Nice. It's summer break. It's several weeks, no longer than a month in Japan, cause year-round school. I am hanging out with cousins and Fumika a lot more. Some week in the middle of summer break, the four of us are walking back home after blowing a bunch of money at the tiny arcade the town has. We are close to home, and this smell hits us. It's kinda like rotting fish. Considering we live by the ocean, it was not that weird, but fuck, it stinks. We keep on walking home. I slap on a handy dandy face mask. It doesn't help a whole lot, but makes it tolerable. I drop Fumika off at her house, because it's a little bit closer than ours. The cousins and I walk back towards our house. The smell is still there. It seems to get stronger as we walk home. We are all gagging from the smell at this point, thinking a bunch of fish died on the shore or something. We finally get home, and the smell goes away. We ask Noriaki and Rieko about the smell. They say they haven't smelled anything. Again, we do live by the ocean, so I just wrote it off as that. Next day, Yuiko says she feels sick. She is running a temperature of 38.5 degrees Celsius. She spends the day on the couch and in her bed. We take shifts taking care of her with the rest of the family. Fumika comes over to help out. I am pretty sure we are her only friends. Rieko wants us to go to the store to get some stuff for Yuiko. She hands me a list and money, tells Fumika to go with me. We go and we get the stuff and then start coming back home. The rotting fish smell is still there, strong as ever. We rush back home. I give the stuff to Rieko. I don't mention the smell. Noriaki takes Fumika home, and the day passes by normally. It's now nighttime. I am staying up late, messaging Fumika. I start hearing movement outside. It's probably just wind or a random animal. The movement keeps up. The longer it goes on, the less I think it's the wind or an animal. I stop, stay quiet, and listen. The most I can hear is the normal nighttime sounds, and Yuiko making noises in her sleep. Probably having a fever dream. Whatever, I go back to my phone. I start hearing movement outside again. I look out the window. A big black mass is moving away from the house. It looks either like a lump of shadows, or the blackest black man you can think of, dressed in a black winter coat. It is moving away from the house, kinda fast. I know you can start seeing things when you are too tired, so I say goodnight to Fumika and go to sleep. The next day, Yuiko is still sick, and her temperature has risen to 38.8 degrees Celsius. The day passes about the same. Yuiko's boyfriend comes over to take care of her. Aunt and uncle probably okay with it, because Yuiko is too exhausted and sick to do anything. Also, he might get sick. I ask him about the fish smell. He has no idea what I am talking about. Either it's gone or he has no sense of smell. I walk outside for a little bit. It's actually gone. Thank God, it was really awful. I spend the rest of the day talking to Yuiko's boyfriend and taking care of her. He's a cool enough guy, a little oblivious sometimes, but nice regardless. The day ends. For no reason, I wake up at 1 AM or something. It fucking stinks like rotting fish so much. I sit up coughing. I notice my window. Something has its face pressed up against it. It is definitely not human. It has jet black skin. Its eyes are pretty much bugging out, and it's got this giant tongue that's hanging out of a hole in its face that I guess was a mouth. As soon as it notices I'm awake, the thing shrinks down about a meter. I don't mean it like seemed to shrink. I mean its face and hands lowered themselves towards the ground. I am frozen in shock as I watch it run off down the road and the rotting fish smell goes away. I am not sure what to do now. Noriaki would be pissed if I woke him up. I silently shit myself until the sun comes up. I sleep most of the day. Apparently, Yuiko's fever went down some. I occasionally get up to shit and eat, and some other stuff. As far as I care, this day barely even happened. But the night certainly happened. I cannot sleep because I am scared of the black thing. I have also fucked up my sleep schedule by sleeping all day. I am wide awake and hyper aware of everything. Nothing for several hours. Then, at around 1:30, I hear sounds from Yuiko's room. Someone is moving around in there. I might have left it alone, but one thing made me change my mind. There is a certain smell. I will give you one guess as to what it is. Yep, it's rotten fucking fish. It gets really strong, really fast. I am trying not to gag. I get out of my bed and rush into Yuiko's room. The thing I saw at the window is on all fours, leaning over her and using its fucking terrifying looking tongue to lick her entire body. I don't mean anything sexual. I mean, it was just licking her like how a dog might lick your face. Again, I'm just fucking petrified just watching this thing. Yuiko is groaning as it sticks its fucking tongue down her goddamn throat. This is what snaps me out of my trance. My brain does not even bother to go into Japanese mode. I scream "what the fuck" in good old American English. It suddenly seems like the entire house starts moving. I hear Noriake getting up. I hear movement from Aya's room too, and oh fuck me. Yuiko wakes up with this thing's tongue stuck down her mouth. She makes a gurgle as the thing retracts its tongue from her throat, and then she starts screaming. I hear Aya open up her door, but turns the corner into the bathroom and vomits. Noriaki rushes into the room and turns the light on before the thing can escape. I see it entirely now. It looks like a large bald man with pure black skin and wearing a black robe, kinda like a monk's. Its eyes still bug out of its fucking head, giving it a permanent expression of surprise. The nose is really malformed. The way it's stuck on top of its protruding lips makes it look like a turtle. Clawed hands make it look like one even more. The ears are way too big for its head, like if you took someone's ears and pulled on the tops and lobes until they were stretched beyond recognition. It makes some sort of ungodly hiss and shrinks down. It fucking slithers backwards out of the window. Yuiko is losing her shit. Noriaki goes to try and comfort her. Aya is still over the toilet. I am trying not to vomit, and Rieko rushes into Yuiko's room to help Noriaki console her. Somehow, they convince her it was a hallucination from her fever, and that Noriaki had to come to check on her, and she thought it was me. That's bullshit, but I'll believe it. In the morning, Noriaki goes with me to the town's temple and talks to the priest. He agrees to come to the house. He does some sort of blessing to keep the black turtle monk creature away. Must have worked, because I never saw that fucking thing again. Yuiko slowly gets better. I later asked Noriaki what that thing was. Kinda scary that he does not know. Every time I smell something fishy now, I think about the black monk. This one has stuck with me since it happened. For another few months, everything stays away, probably because of the blessing. Fall passes, nothing happens, winter comes around. Fumika and I have started dating now. I see her regularly. Her parents are okay with me coming over. I usually ask Noriake to take me to her place because it is colder than Frosty's balls and the road is way too snowy to walk on. He is fine with it because he is friends with her dad and likes to see him anyways. This is sometime in mid-December, over at her house. She and I are just huddled under a blanket, watching TV together. Noriaki and her dad are talking and seem to be having a good time. Comfy as fuck. Maybe after about 2 or 3 hours, I notice that Noriaki and her dad have stopped talking. I look over at them. They are both just staring out the sliding doors at the trees. I turn to look out there. I am not sure what I am looking for, but remember the Heinu or Kitsune or whatever I saw before and think maybe that is it. Fumika seems to catch on. Soon, we are all staring out there. I try to ask Noriake what he is looking at, but he just shushes me and points outside. I can almost make out a shape in the trees. I am still thinking it's what I saw before, but can't tell it from the trees because it blends in well. I see movement, and that is when it hits me. Whatever it is, this motherfucker is big. Okay, it might not have been that big, but compared to most normal animals I saw out there, it was larger. Maybe it was a bear. There is a species native to Hokkaido, something like a grizzly bear, but I never saw one of those in these woods. Besides, it was winter, and they should be hibernating. I go back to watching TV. Maybe it hadn't slept yet, or woke up to eat or something. Fumika's dad gets up and closes the curtains of the window in the kitchen, then goes to the doors and draws the curtains. Okay. A little later, Noriaki tells me we are spending the night, says it's because of the snow. I didn't think it was snowing that much. Whatever, I don't care. I send a text to Rieko, says Noriaki already told her. I eat dinner with Noriaki, Fumika, and her family. They let me shower, and put a futon down in the living room floor. Since they only had one, Noriaki volunteered to sleep on the couch. I just chill with Fumika until I almost drift off, at around 11:40 p.m. Since everyone is tired by then, we all agree to go to sleep. I sleep pretty well for about 2 or 3 hours. I wake up at about 2 to thumping on the sliding door. I start to get up to see what it is. Noriaki whisper shouts at me to stop. I almost shit my pants because I did not know he was awake, and all I could think was, oh fuck, the black monk came to finish the job. He tells me it's just a curious animal, and if I move too much, it might hear it and get spooked. He says to just go back to sleep and ignore the sounds. Yeah, that is not happening. The thumps go on for a while. Kinda sounded as if you hit the glass with a beanbag, soft and dull. The thumps stop. A different noise starts. Weird guttural sounds, but nothing that an animal couldn't make. It kinda sounds like her, der, etc., but it's really hard to replicate. It's so guttural and deep. It just keeps on going, doing the same thing again and again. Like dar, der, dara. It still could be an animal, but this is fucking weird. Da, re. Da, re. That is what it's saying now. Dare. Holy Mother of God. This thing is trying to talk. Dare, dare, dare. Dare. Again and again, and then finally it says, Dare deska. I am trying my very best not to piss myself. A few minutes ago it was just animal noises, and now it sounded almost like a person, but it wasn't normal. Dare deska. Dare, dare. Dare, dare, dare deska. If you don't know any Japanese, dare means who. Dare deska means who are you, or who is it, but it's more formal. It repeated that for a few more minutes before going totally silent. I eventually just finally fell asleep from pure exhaustion. I could not keep myself awake anymore. I go home in the morning and scrape the brick dust out of my boxers. I just keep trying to pass it off as an animal, and Noriaki does too. I'm guessing so he doesn't freak me out anymore. That's all I have. After that, OP got on a flight to Tokyo, and I never heard anything more in his story. The original thread was probably like 2 years ago. I would love to hear any other yokai stories anyone has. I'm almost done with work. When I get home, I will look through my files and see if I have anything else. Back in the 1990s, I used to be a soldier deployed in NATO operations mostly. I am German by birth and joined my military very young. I didn't really have much direction in life. I just felt like it could be a good way to give back. Plus, then I would not have to worry too much about food and where to live and other basic stuff like that. The training was grueling. I won't go into it, but it is not easy to even become a soldier in my army. Never mind be qualified to take part in NATO operations. As an 18-year-old, I became a soldier in my country's army during 1980. This event happened to me back in 1997. During this time, I was actually stationed in Bosnia. I was to be part of the NATO cleanup and peace efforts following the end of the Bosnian War. Starting in 1995, NATO deployed both the I-4, Implementation Force, and the S-4, the Stabilization Force. These forces were designed to properly implement the Dayton Peace Agreement and ensure stability and peace for the region. In very simple terms, these accords basically divided the country into two different entities. This was the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Republika Srpska. I think around 100,000 people had died during the 3-year conflict. So, because of this, we had a lot of things to rebuild and help with. We had to make sure that there were no bad actors or lingering conflicts. Now that all of the backstory is out of the way. For this period of time, I was assigned to a small group of about 5 or 6 soldiers in total. We were tasked with securing an old Serbian radar station that was left abandoned some years ago. The rumors about the place from the locals were pretty strange. Numerous reportings of things like lights in the sky and aircraft overhead. They would tell us that the place was haunted and that it was used to imprison and kill people. They said that bad things happened there and that we should stay out. We of course just chalked this up to a load of local crap and superstition and stuff. We just ignored them because we had a task to do. We were ordered to sweep and secure this place for a few reasons. It was mainly due to it being unmanned and a danger to the people around it. The higher-ups were worried that it might contain equipment and resources that would be devastating if it fell into the wrong hands. I'm not talking about secret weapons or experiments or any bullshit like that. I'm talking about just things like weapons that have not been discarded properly. Things like live ammunition, grenades, maybe research that they left behind, things like that. It was apparently abandoned in quite a hurry according to intel that we had, so who knows what they could have left. We get to the place and secure the perimeter as per protocol. We leave a couple of guys outside to stand watch and give updates over the radio if they sight anything. Things were still far from peaceful. We still had the Liberation Army and shit to worry about, and who knows whose side the locals were actually on. It was very easy for them to turn on you if they think you are unaware. The front door is jammed, so we have to knock it down basically. It only takes us a few moments to break through the door. Once it's breached, we head in. The place is absolutely trashed. There were broken chairs, papers scattered everywhere, and dust thick enough to choke on, lining just about every surface. It did not look like the Serbs had packed up and left in any organized fashion. It looked more like they stripped the place bare in a panic. There was almost nothing in the way of abandoned equipment. There were wires cut out of the walls. There were equipment racks that lay empty. Everything was just stripped bare and shut down. Absolutely none of the radar equipment in the station was active anymore. We moved room by room, sweeping the upper levels first. We proceeded with the standard NATO protocol of checking for booby traps, live munitions, and anything else that could still be active. We did not find much of anything, which was weird. We definitely expected some stuff at least. What we found boiled down to some rusted shell casings and a couple of broken crates that might have held rifles once, but nothing really worth recovering. Definitely no working radar gear. Everything important had been gutted years earlier. At first I thought our orders were pointless, just a big waste of time out in the middle of fucking nowhere in this hellhole. Putting ourselves at risk in an unknown and desolate area with who knows what kind of people lurking around. But then, one of the guys in my unit called us down to the basement. There was a heavy steel door tucked away at the end of a corridor, half hidden behind a collapsed filing cabinet. The door was old and was painted red at one point, but was all chipped and corroded now. All written across the door were faded stencils in Cyrillic. I did not speak any Serbian, so I had to get one of my other squad members to translate. He told us that it was just a standard entry forbidden sign and that there was danger beyond that point. He told us something interesting though. He said that some of the markings looked older, like they were Soviet style, not Yugoslav. We tried the handle, but of course it was locked solid. The hinges were swollen with rust. The call was made to breach the door anyway and secure whatever was beyond. Our orders were pretty clear at that point. The orders were to secure the entire site, recover any and all equipment, and if something was sealed off, then command needed to know what. Tearing the door down took 2 of us with a crowbar and a sledgehammer, but eventually the hinges gave way. The door creaked open into a dark concrete tunnel. We could immediately smell something horrible. We put our flashlights to work and headed down a narrow corridor. The corridor was maybe 30 or so meters long, and it led deeper underground. We all went in single file, with our weapons up and ready. We were not expecting any resistance or any people, but standard protocol still calls for it. The higher-ups never mentioned anything about any kind of hazardous material on site to be cautious of. They stressed that this was just equipment and intel recovery. Our steps echoed like crazy going down that corridor. If there was anyone down there, then they would have heard us. At the end of the corridor was another chamber. It was just bare concrete. It was a square box that was maybe 6 meters across in total. At first it looked empty, but we quickly realized that was not the case when we swept the corners with our flashlights. The place is just piled fucking high with bones. There must be, I don't know, hundreds of bones in this little room, stacked neatly into piles like they are fire logs or some shit. Human fucking bones stacked up like it's nothing. Most of these were very clearly human bones from arms and legs, but there were other bones in that pile that looked slightly longer. Some of the bones had cracks in them, and other ones looked like they had an extra joint or extra bones in the arms where they shouldn't be. Some of the bones just did not look human, and so we were just stood there like idiots, trying to work out what kind of an animal has human-like bones but fucked up like that. We figured maybe it could have been people with abnormalities, but so many of them all in one place. It just seemed crazy. And why underneath a radar station? It's not like they had some top-secret lab or any kind of high-tech military equipment. We took a closer look at some of the bones. My instincts told me not to pick any of them up, and I even was scolded by other members of my unit, but I still picked one up anyway. It had small little etchings into the corner of the bone. It looked to be a number, maybe, but it was much too faint for me to be sure. I did not bother checking any of the other ones. I placed it back down in disgust. We did not stay down there any longer. It was very clear that there was nothing there for us to recover, and so we reported back in to our higher-ups. We were told to write up a brief report documenting what we saw, and to just rip out a few old computer systems that were still left. The tunnel was ordered to be collapsed and resealed, and it was carried out quicker than I thought it would be. The radar station was condemned instead of being repurposed, and I'm pretty sure it got knocked down eventually. That is not where the story ended though. It's about a week or so later, after the radar station operation. One of the guys who went into that place with us and down into the tunnel, name was Jurgen. He fell into a bad way. Just seemed really bummed after we left the place, and he fell into a pit of depression. He stopped washing himself, and even just joking around with us. He stunk like shit. And then, out of nowhere, while we were out on patrol, he just starts coughing up all of this blood. I mean, it was more like he was fucking vomiting the blood with the way it was all spewing out like a fountain. We called in for medical, and luckily, it did not take more than 15 minutes for him to be lifted and treated. We also had a combat medic with us, treating him on location. Medic tried to ask him what was wrong, but he could not even speak, and his eyes went all bloodshot. He started gripping the medic's hand really tight, and squeezed with all of his might the whole entire time. He just stared and would not take his eyes off of him. I had never seen anything like it in my life. I was fully convinced that he was going to die, even though me telling it like this now, that seems a little bit overdramatic. Once he got medevaced, we did not see him again. Not in an ominous, spooky way. I just don't think he was considered fit for duty again after that. I could not possibly tell you what kind of medical condition caused that, but I reckon seeing those bones and shit fucked him up mentally. The trauma probably is what made him distant, and is probably why he could not come back. Anyway, I want to say maybe 2 or 3 weeks after that incident, we were just out on a standard patrolling mission. We are just securing borders and shit in another remote village, nothing really of note. I am with like 3 other guys, and they are all ahead of me. I start to get this gnarly headache and start to fall behind. My vision just starts spinning, and I start to see all these weird black spots in my vision. I start hearing what I think are voices out in the trees, calling my name. I keep spotting jet black figures dashing along the tree line, skulking around above us and watching. I have got a bad feeling and I think someone is preparing to ambush us. And then I start to hear whispers. It's just faint and low, and it sounds Serbian. My squad mates are too far ahead, and I have lost them now, so I start running to catch up. And then, at the base, near the river, I see it. I see other soldiers that are not ours. I am already thinking, shit, they must have done something to my guys. I am just locked up, staring at them. There is a few of them, with my gun drawn, but not pointed. They spot me. One of them shouts something over to me, but it is in Serbian, and I do not understand. He pulls out a gun and points it at me, and says something aggressively, which I assume is a threat, and I reflexively point my gun at him too. He is wearing the uniform of a Bosnian Serb, and I am thinking, oh shit, I am going to die here in the middle of nowhere. The other two are still at the base by the river, but are starting to run up towards us now, and as the guy looks back for a second, I manage to grab his gun. Once I have taken his gun from him, I know my chances are slim, so I started to beat him with it. I am beating the fuck out of this guy with the butt of the P8 that he was holding, and he is just gushing blood. He can barely hold his hands in front of himself to try and stop me. He is muttering something barely intelligible in Serbian, and I guess he is begging me to stop. I am shouting for help now. I am shouting for my squad to come and help me. If they had ducked into the bushes to avoid detection and to observe the situation, I needed help, and I needed it now. But the other two Bosnian Serbs get to me, and they grab me. They pull me off of the guy on the floor and have me in a full Nelson. I am fighting and squirming, and all of a sudden I can understand what they are saying. They are asking me what the fuck is wrong with me. I just shout out, "You're all the enemy, you're trying to kill me." But then something just twigs in my brain. They're not speaking Serbian, and they are wearing NATO uniform. The guy on the floor is not a Bosnian Serb. He is my squad mate, and I just beat him half to death. Oh shit. I am pinned down to the ground. Medical assistance has been called, and higher command has been informed. I try to explain, but they do not want to hear it. They just tell me to shut the fuck up. I had to explain myself in front of a military tribunal. I had to go over my story again and again and again. Every single minute detail was pored over and scrutinized, until I didn't even know if I believed myself anymore. After going through that for a long time, and being examined by what seemed like a billion doctors and therapists, the event was eventually just chalked up to stress and trauma. Mainly, they decided it was because of what I reported seeing in the radar station. I kept having nosebleeds and stuff while I was in medical, but never anything more serious than that. I have not had one in years either. I was eventually discharged, and that was the end of my time serving. Sorry that the ending is kinda anticlimactic. I don't really know what else I can say. This happened to me back in 2003. I was deployed in northern Kosovo as part of a NATO contingent. I've been in the Bundeswehr since I was 19, mostly doing logistics and security for field operations. But that summer, I was temporarily assigned to a forward operating base, FOB, on the edge of the Mitrovica Valley. The FOB itself was small, barely more than a cluster of prefabricated barracks. There were a few shipping containers converted into storage, and a makeshift command post too. It sat on a hill, overlooking abandoned farmland. Most days that I was stationed there, it was quiet. Way too quiet for my liking. The mission that we were assigned to was pretty straightforward. We were to monitor the border regions for any insurgent movement and keep supply lines open. The local Albanian and Serbian populations were wary, but mostly left us alone, as long as we stayed in our perimeter. I was on the night shift that week, paired with a British soldier named Carter. The nights were long, cold as fuck, and the radios never stopped chirping with static. One night, at around 0200, we noticed that the perimeter cameras were down. This wasn't just some kind of a glitch with the systems. The feed was just plain dead. This was a total blackout. The other soldiers were inside, eating or sleeping. Only Carter and I were outside. Naturally, we went out to inspect. We did not spot anything. There were no movements or footprints, or even so much as a bush swaying in the wind. The ground was frozen solid, and there were no tracks left behind in the dirt. But then we noticed something odd. It was all of the animals in the area. I'm talking birds, stray dogs, even cows in the distant fields. They were all just gone. It was as if the valley itself had gone quiet. At first we just chalked it up to a power surge, but over the next few nights it kept happening. Every night around the same time, the cameras would die, the lights would flicker, and the valley would go silent. The weird part was the smell. It wasn't a terrible smell exactly. It was just off. It smelled really metallic, like iron or something like that. Just breathing in that scent gave me a dull headache sometimes. I started getting really sick of it. Then, one night, Carter just up and disappeared. I did not spot him anywhere in the field, nor outside the wire. He was just gone. I could not explain it. He was nowhere to be found in the fucking barracks. His bed was completely untouched, like he had not bothered to go to sleep the night before. His boots were just neat by the door. I asked around and no one heard a thing. No one saw him leaving the barracks, and no one reported any odd behavior, or even so much as a weird noise the night prior. We obviously reported this to the senior officers, and I was dead worried. The CO, though, he just shrugged it off, and told me he probably wandered into the village, or a local patrol had picked him up. The search parties that we sent out to recover him found nothing. They came up completely empty. I'm talking no tracks, no sign of clothes or blood. His disappearance was a complete mystery. After that, the rotation got worse. The rest of my squad started whispering about seeing someone moving outside at night. They would talk about shadows that did not make sense, and faces in the dark that were not human. I thought they were joking at first. That was until I saw them for myself. I was doing perimeter checks at around 0300 when I caught movement at the edge of the tree line. There was no mistaking it. It was definitely a man. He was tall and thin and was dressed in fatigues that looked like ours, but just weren't quite right in places. It was small details like the patches being wrong and the insignia missing. The man moved in jerky, unnatural motions like a puppet. I raised my rifle and shouted, asking him to identify himself. I told him that he had entered an official NATO camp and that we were armed and authorized to use deadly force if necessary. He did not respond to me or even react to my calls. He just vanished behind the trees, leaving nothing but a faint smell of iron in the air. After that, morale dropped. Nobody wanted to walk the perimeter alone. All of our radios would keep picking up strange, low-frequency static. I could swear that sometimes it sounded like voices or sometimes like breathing. Nobody would believe me when I told them though. They thought I was just imagining things in the static. Our command insisted that it was just interference from nearby transmitters. I wanted to believe that. I really did. The final straw came one night when I was on watch again. At around 2:30 AM on that night, I heard footsteps approaching. I aimed my flashlight and there was nothing there. But then I saw my reflection in the glass of the command post window. And my reflection was not alone. Behind me stood another soldier, wearing my exact uniform with an identical face, but expressionless instead of the pants-shitting one I probably had on. I spun around, but again, there was nothing there. After that, the FOB was closed down. We were rotated out within a week. Carter was never found. Some of the others refused to talk about it and just called it stress. We never, ever got an explanation for Carter. I imagine it was put down to him deserting, but still, what the fuck? This happened to me back in the year 2006. I was deployed in southern Afghanistan with a small NATO logistics unit. I had been in my country's military for 6 years at that point. That was mostly just working transport and supply chains though, which meant I saw a lot of the dusty highways that ran through contested territory. It was not glamorous work, but it was honest. Most of the horror was just waiting. The sun baking on your back, the engine whining, the radio static. Our task that summer was simple on paper. We were to escort a convoy of fuel trucks from Kandahar to a remote base in Helmand province. It was to be a standard convoy consisting of 6 trucks, 2 armored personnel carriers up front, one in the rear, and a squad of us riding in the lead vehicle. We had made this trip before, so we knew the risks. There was always the risk of IEDs, insurgent ambushes, or the occasional reckless driver. But that morning when I woke up, something just immediately felt off. The checkpoints along the road were quiet. Every village that we passed by was empty and barren. Even the birds were absent, which is a stupid thing to notice until you notice it. James, one of the Brits in our squad, joked that it meant the Taliban were napping. I did not laugh. I don't think anyone ever laughed at one of his lame-ass jokes. At about 2 hours in, we hit the first signs of trouble. We spotted some smoke on the horizon. It did not look like a typical fire. We spotted thin black spirals rising from what looked like abandoned fields. They definitely were not out here cooking a meal. One of the drivers slowed down instinctively. The radio crackled. No one responded. We just kept moving. We maintained standard procedure, which is basically, don't stop moving for anything. And if in doubt, speed the fuck up and keep going. Maintain formation and keep your eyes open, or God knows the worst will come true. I noticed a group of kids on the side of the road. They weren't waving or running. They were just standing there and watching us roll on by. They were much too still and unshaken by a full military detail rolling by. One of them had a rifle. We had to be careful. The Taliban were notorious for using children for reconnaissance roles, as obviously, we do not want to gun a child down unless we were absolutely forced to. It was pretty clear from the way that they were standing that this was just intimidation tactics. Weak ones, but knowing their plan did not exactly make us feel any better. The convoy commander ordered us to continue, but I could feel the tension. Everyone was quiet. You could hear the engines, the wind, even the crunch of sand beneath the tires. It was like time slowed down, leading up to the inevitable disaster. Then it happened. There was a small explosion not far ahead of us. A mine had been set off, or more specifically, a rigged IED. One of the fuel trucks went up in fucking flames. The APC at the front tried to push through the dust, but the detonation had taken out part of the road. There was just smoke and fire and heat washing over us. We pulled over and returned fire at nothing. The insurgents, wherever the fuck they came from, had disappeared. The convoy commander barked orders. He told us to pull back, secure the perimeter, and check the damage. That's when we saw the bodies. We spotted 3 civilians. It was a woman and 2 men just lying beside the road. They had been shot, beaten, and stripped of their possessions. Their truck had been a passenger vehicle. It was not a part of ours or carrying anything important. They were just innocent people. We radioed the incident in. Our command told us to keep moving no matter what. They emphasized that this was a logistics mission and not a combat mission. They told us specifically, and I can still remember this all these years later, that it was not our fight. They told us to move the trucks ASAP or risk losing them all. We argued and shouted, and I had never felt so much fury in my life. One of the younger soldiers, Sven, refused to leave the bodies behind. He wanted to call in air support and risk exposing the convoy. The commander slapped him across the face. Sven did not talk for the rest of the day. He was reprimanded later, of course. We continued down the road with the heat and the dust making everything look surreal. Trucks loaded with fuel, people burned out, kids with rifles standing silently in the distance all along the way. I kept thinking about those bodies lying there while we drove past. The next incident was not an ambush. It was worse. About halfway to Helmand, one of the convoy drivers lost control. It was a narrow dirt road with an embankment on one side and fields on the other. The truck went off the edge. There were flames immediately. The fuel had ignited, I don't know how. The tires were just straight up melting. And the worst part is that the driver was trapped inside. We managed to eventually pull him out, but he was badly burned. He was just shouting and panicking, and we could not calm him down. Another soldier tried to help him, but the fire spread too fast. We had no medevac, and there was no hospital anywhere nearby. The rest of the convoy waited as we tried to stabilize him. I remember his screams. I remember his eyes. I can still hear them to this day. We did what we could, but he did not make it. Later, after that hellish day, we pulled into the base. Our command wanted reports. I typed mine up, but I had to be careful to use the neutral terms. Civilian casualties instead of woman and 2 men lying on the road. Vehicle accident instead of burning driver screaming for help. It had to all be sanitized and detached, and it was pure horseshit. I wanted to tell them what I really thought about how fucking evil this shit is. That night, in the barracks, I could not sleep. Sven came up to me all quiet-like and with red eyes. He just whispered to me, "We're supposed to be the good guys, right?" And when I tell you I was fucking dumbfounded, I mean it. I was already on edge, but I felt like my entire worldview had collapsed in on itself at that very moment, and I felt so hollow. I felt like a cardboard cutout, just a fucking pretender. I had no answer for him, because there was not one. Over the next few weeks, the missions kept coming with no break in between. No time to rest or reflect or to mourn and process. You just had to keep going. Every convoy, every checkpoint, more civilians caught in the crossfire, more accidents. You start to notice the pattern. Command measures success in kilometers traveled and supply delivered, but never in people saved. They don't care about faces or real lives. Soldiers they had to care about because they needed people to do their dirty work. I mean, fuck. We were supposed to be here to save people, to free them from corruption and insurgents and the horrible living conditions, right? Or whatever fucking bullshit they fed us. It breaks you down slowly. You don't notice it until months later, when you stop reacting to the smoke on the horizon, when you drive past the bodies on the road and just keep going. Your mind has to build walls around empathy just to survive out here. You start talking in numbers just like them, because if you keep on caring and feeling that hurt, you don't last. Human life becomes another metric, because if you don't build a wall, you will end up dead. I left Afghanistan in the year 2007. I was discharged in 2008. I have not convoyed since. But I still drive past highways in my home country, and I see the same scenarios in my head, and I feel that same uncontrollable and powerless rage on a day-to-day basis. I sometimes just sit there in my car and think to myself for hours on end, what was it all for? It felt pointless. I felt pointless. The horror was not the explosions. The horror was not the ambushes. Sure, they scared the fuck out of me, and I did not want to die, but at least I could fight them. At least I could react to those things and change the outcome. Really, it was the rules, the bureaucracy, and the system telling you to move forward while people burned by the side of the road. The people that you could not save. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see the convoy, the black smoke, the endless line of trucks, and I hear that screaming driver. And I wonder, if I had stopped, really stopped, would any of them have lived, ever? Or would I have ended up dead? Would the system have eaten us alive instead? Either way, even though it's a cliche, it's a fucking cliche for a reason. I learned very quickly in that war, the only monsters are human, and sometimes, the worst ones are wearing the uniform that you trust.